Star Odyssey Chapter 133 to Chapter 185. At the same time, in the Rain Observatory, the Rainmaster opened his eyes, sighed, and stepped into the void. In the treasury, Silver was flipping through the mission list in boredom. Old Kai waved his hand and disappeared, leaving Silver staring blankly ahead. Where did he go? At the trial zone entrance, Coco was determined to challenge the Academy again. She gritted her teeth and wanted to step into the teleportation stone's range, but she was blocked by an invisible force. In the distance, the trial master had disappeared. In the endless skies of Astral 10, there was a depression filled with black fossils. The crazy headmaster had his hands clasped behind his back as he stared at the stars with a complicated expression. Beside him, the Sandmaster and the others appeared one after another. There were 5 of them in total, and they surrounded the crazy headmaster. The crazy headmaster retracted his gaze from the stars and looked at them. He slowly bowed with a solemn expression. It's been hard on you all for so many years. The 5 retreated at the same time. Headmaster, there's no need to be like this. We can't afford it, the Rainmaster said in a low voice. The crazy headmaster sighed, and his gaze dimmed. My academy has experienced endless glory, but it's on the verge of collapse because of me. I've let down my ancestors, and I've let down all of you who have watched over me for 1,000 years. The Sandmaster's gaze was heavy. Imprisonment is imprisonment. We old farts are just jailers. This is our mission. If you have something to say it while you're not crazy. The crazy headmaster's gaze changed from cloudy to abnormally bright. In the name of the headmaster, I would like to request that all of you fulfill your duties as mentors and help my academy regain its former glory. Old Kai rolled his eyes. Don't joke around. We're not real mentors, so we don't have time to help you. The trial master's eyes widened. I'm powerless. The Sandmaster snorted, but he did not say anything. The Starmaster's expression did not change. The Rainmaster shook his head. The crazy headmaster bowed again. 1,000 years ago, because of my mistake, the Academy's library was burned. More than half of the Academy collapsed, and the mentors either left or died. More than half of the students were lost. This is my mistake, and I will make up for it. But please, for Wujiang's sake, help me this once. Help Wujiang this once. The 5 people's bodies trembled. The 2 words boundless made them cautious, as well as respect. The 5 of you have been here for 1,000 years, and what you've seen, felt, and heard is no less than what I have. You should know that the Boundless Border is a place where the blood of our seniors was forged into heroic souls, and their legacy has been passed down through the ages. I hope that you can forgive them, even if it's just one chance. We cannot allow the Boundless Border to be shamed. The Boundless Border was once a leading ship, and its pride is enough to transcend history and be passed down to these children. The trial master sighed and raised his head. His eyes were completely open, and he no longer looked as old as he had in the beginning. For Wujiang's sake, I can fulfill my duties as a mentor. The Rainmaster nodded. Yes. The Sandmaster looked at the crazy dean, and after a while, he said, all right. Old Kai rolled his eyes. It's a losing deal. Forget it, I'll just treat it as a game. I'll make it clear that it's only once. The Starmaster nodded. Wujiang? Sure. The crazy headmaster was very grateful. Thank you, all 5 of you. There's still half a month before the freshman tournament. After that, the 5 of you can choose some talents to nurture in order to prepare for the upcoming Astral Combat Tournament. Thank you all. The 5 of them disappeared one after another. The crazy dean sighed and looked down at the entire Astral 10. He saw all of the students with pained expressions. To him, being awake was far worse than being crazy. He had been the one who had destroyed Astral 10, and he had reduced it to the point where it was being forced into a corner by a bunch of rascals. However, this would not last forever. He would recover, and that day would be the day that the Boundless Border would shine. Not long after, the crazy dean's eyes turned murky, and his hair flew in the wind. He had gone mad again. He raised his head and shouted, you started this war, and now you're reaping what you sowed. Ha 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 ha, the war you started. Above the desert sea, the Sandmaster looked at the crazy Dean running through the endless sky and shook his head. He touched something he shouldn't have. What a pity. He then looked across the desert and saw Luin, who was comprehending something. His eyes lit up. This kid has some talent. Although he's not the most talented of all the youths, he's much better than the others. He might be able to compete with the monsters on the top 100 rankings. Wu Jiang has some hope. A day later, Luin opened his eyes and stood up. He used flash, and his body fell into the desert. He had used too much force, but his speed was much faster than before. As long as my body can handle it, I can go even faster, he muttered to himself. After trying a few more times, he thought of his die and decided that it was time to roll it again. He then left the sand ocean. As he walked through the teleportation device, Luin suddenly remembered that he hadn't been to any other places in Astral 10. He had only been to the Rain Observatory, the Sand Ocean, the Treasury, the Trial Zone entrance, Stargazing Deck, and the space station. Astral 10 had more than just these few places. He now wanted to go to the barren area outside the Treasury. If he wanted to roll his die, he should go to such a remote place. The other barren areas were too far away, just like the Rain Observatory. It would take at least a day to get there, and he didn't have that much time to waste. The Treasury was the closest. Not long after, Luin passed through the Treasury and arrived at a barren grassland. There were many remains of buildings around him that stretched far into the distance. There were even cracks in the ground that emitted hot air. Although he didn't know what this place used to be, it should have been glorious in the past. The ruins covered a large area. He randomly found an abandoned attic and spread out his star energy. There was no one around, so he raised his hand and took out his die. It had been some time since he last rolled the die. Last time, he had rolled 6 pips and experienced Delay's life. This time, he hoped to roll 6 pips again. He reached out and tapped it, his gaze fixed on the die. Soon enough, the die stopped spinning with 1 pip. Unsurprisingly, 1 pip was the easiest to roll. If he was lucky, he could change his fate. If he was unlucky. Luin paused for a moment, just like now. He picked up a bottle of medicine with a retro packaging. Pip had brought him this. He looked at the bottle and sighed. Although the packaging was retro, it didn't mean that the item was ancient. There were many civilizations in the universe, and some of them didn't even touch technology. This bottle of medicine clearly came from one of those civilizations. They were willing to interact with other civilizations in the universe, but they weren't willing to change their style. He opened the bottle and took a sniff. It was a very ordinary medicine. He casually put it away, crushed a cube of star crystals, and tried again. The second time, he rolled 5 pips. He stood up and thought about it for a moment before sitting down. It was impossible to find someone with an innate gift in 10 seconds. Where would he find one in 10 seconds? He had wasted another chance, so he tried again. The third time, the die slowly stopped spinning and finally stopped at 4 pips. Time stop space. Lu Yin's vision changed and he appeared in a gray-white space. The 3-day countdown had begun. This pip wasn't bad, and it gave him 3 days. He thought about it for a moment and decided to look at his star chart. He wanted to activate his 7th star, and it would be best if he could activate his 8th as well. That way, he would be able to absorb star energy 8 times faster and reach the peak of the Melder realm as soon as possible. There was still a huge gap between a peak Melder and a novice Melder. The biggest difference was the amount of star energy, which could be described as an ocean. Craner was ranked 2nd on the Blaze Realms rankings and an elite student of Astral 8. He was a peak Melder, and Luin had felt the pressure of his star energy when they had fought. However, Luin had used his powerful physical strength to counteract the pressure. If the two of them were evenly matched, then that pressure would be the deciding factor for victory. Luin didn't want to lose in this aspect. With that in mind, Luin took out 600 star crystals and tossed them out. The time instantly increased, but it wasn't the 33 days he had expected. Instead, it was only 16 days, which was almost half of the time he had expected. This meant that he would need to consume more star crystals in the future, and not just 18 per day. Luin sighed, he knew that it wouldn't be that easy. If it had always been 18 per day, then he would have enough to last him for almost 3 years. Whatever, he couldn't change it no matter what. He took out another 50 star crystals and increased the gravity by 50 times. He also took out his star chart to look at it. 19 days didn't pass quickly, and Lewin wasn't in a rush. He looked at his star chart, occasionally practiced his battle techniques, and rested every once in a while. 10 days later, his 7th star had been perfectly activated. A 7-star Sirius palm was far more powerful than a 6-star one. If he had been able to use it as a sentinel, then he would have been able to fight Schutz. With flash and other battle techniques, he might have been able to win. As a melder, he could use the Sirius palm to defeat an elite student like Craner without using the 9-stack shockwave palm. Right now, his strongest attack was the 9 stacks combined with the multiple shockwave palm. The power of the 9 stacks, 9 times shockwave palm was even stronger than the 7 stars cosmic palm. 7 stars were not enough to be his trump card, so he had to increase it further. Lewin immersed himself in his star chart for the next 9 days. As he counted down, he tossed out another 100 star crystals, increasing the time by another 8 days. After 17 days, the 8th star disappeared without a trace. Lewin frowned and looked around. He had had enough of this place and was about to throw up. No one would be able to stand staying in one place for almost a month. He rested for a few hours until the time was up, but he didn't increase the time. He had to go out. The scenery in front of him changed. A month had passed, but only a second had passed in reality. He raised his hand and 7 stars revolved around his palm. If not for the 9-stack shockwave palm, the Sirius palm would have been his strongest attack. The stars dissipated, and the die appeared in his hand once more. He rolled it 3 times, so he still had one more chance. When the die stopped spinning, another pip appeared. Lewin was speechless. He wanted to see 3 pips the most, but he just couldn't roll them. Fate or luck, there was nothing he could do about it. This time, roll 1 gave him something different. It was a tough piece of skin that he couldn't tell what kind of creature it was. There were long, strange words carved into it, and when he saw the words, his brain felt as if it had been struck hard. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose all began to bleed. He hurriedly put the skin away, his pupils dilating and narrowing. Who had written these words that had almost injured him? The person had to be a terrifying powerhouse, and the words shouldn't have been simple either. Lewin wiped away the bloodstains, beads of sweat covering his forehead. He glanced at his cosmic ring fearfully and decided not to touch the skin unless he was a Lemeter or even stronger. Beep. A notification came from his gadget. Lewin glanced over and was surprised. Someone was looking for trouble again. Heart Phoenix? What a familiar name. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Wasn't that the sentinel he'd met in the ported battles? He remembered that this person had an innate gift and was rather powerful. How had he found this place? Did he know that Lewin was 7th bro? Lewin didn't think too much about it and immediately rushed back to the Sand Ocean. At the same time, in Astral 10 space station, Big Pow and Little Pow stared at the man in front of them in shock. He was actually from the Phoenix family of the Innerverse. They had heard of Heart Phoenix before. He was an absolute elite of Astral 5. Although he was only a sentinel, he had defeated many melders. However, that alone wasn't enough to shock them. What truly shocked them was his older brother, Sarati Phoenix. The Sand Ocean used to be Astral 10's Battle Force Holy Land, but it's now in decline. Is that Lewin? Hart asked coldly. Big Pow coughed. That's right. Hart's eyes flashed as he stepped into the teleportation device. The desert's climate was dry and hot. It was not a good place for many people, but for Hart, this place was very suitable for him because he represented heat and fire. Lewin arrived one step ahead of Hart, and the signboard with the rules of the spar was placed right next to the teleportation device. He was looking forward to it. Hart had been on par with him when he was a sentinel, so how far could Lewin go with his current strength? Would he be able to insta-kill Hart? Hart walked out of the teleportation device and immediately saw the signboard. His eyes were filled with mockery as he glanced at the distant Lewin. He casually tossed a bank card onto the sand and arrogantly looked at Lewin. I have plenty of money. Let's see if you have the ability to take it. Luin raised an eyebrow. Hart was much more arrogant than Craner, he had even used his real name in the ported battles. Luin liked this person, but it was a pity that he wasn't as impulsive as Craner. Otherwise, all the money in that cosmic ring would have been his. You're doing this for Xiu? Hart's gaze turned cold as he stared at Luin. You don't deserve to call me that. She's my fiancée, and touching her is the same as touching the Phoenix family. Are you prepared to face the wrath of the Phoenix family? Luin was dumbfounded. That was too pretentious of him. How old are you? Luin couldn't help but ask. Hart's the sand of the sand his eyes. Back in the ported battles, he had faced this attack with his cosmic palm. Now, he slowly raised his hand. 9 stacks, 9-fold shockwave palm. Boom. Waves of golden flame swept out in all directions, burning the void and scorching the surface of the desert black. Luin tore apart the golden firebird with a single palm and descended upon Hart's head, only a centimeter away. The terrifying pressure caused the sand beneath Hart's feet to split apart, forming a cone-shaped crater. Hart himself remained motionless in his original position, his eyes filled with boundless shock. Young Master Hart. Young Master Hart. The students who had followed Hart to Astral 10 cried out in surprise. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Hart hadn't been attacked. They looked at Luin in shock. Astral 10 actually had such a powerhouse. In all of Astral 5, there weren't more than 10 melders who could defeat Hart in one move. This person's strength could be ranked among the top 10 melders in Astral 5. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he retracted his hand and looked at the teleportation device. Give me the crystal card. A melder hurriedly ran over to pick up the card from the sand and handed it to Lu Yin respectfully. Regardless of whether it was Astral 10 or Astral 5, the strong were the foundation of everything. Hart stared at Lu Yin, his face gradually turning pale. He hadn't even had time to react before he had been defeated. Have we fought before? Hart enunciated each word clearly. Lu Yin put the card away, maybe, but I don't remember. Hart clenched his fists, he had been crushed. This was a disgrace, but the Phoenix family would not allow themselves to be crushed. I'll be back soon, Hart said before walking into the depths of the desert. He wanted to break through to the Melder realm, only then would he be able to fight this person. The others hurriedly followed to protect him. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh, this guy wasn't polite at all. Elsewhere, another spacecraft landed at Astral 10 space station. This one had the Astral 9 insignia on it. Little Pao was shocked, someone from Astral 9 had come? The hatch opened and Bonnie walked out. He was wearing a black jacket with a black phoenix imprinted on the back. Little Pao's expression turned strange when he saw this. This was the Dark Phoenix clan. Interesting. The Phoenix family was still here, but the Dark Phoenix clan had actually arrived. An undying bird and a fallen undying bird. Now that the disciples of their mortal enemies had met, things would get interesting. Bonnie's eyes flashed as he looked at the wall beside him. He walked towards the teleportation device and chose the sand ocean. Little Pao hurriedly followed. Above the desert, Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring and saw that he now had 150,000 cubes of crystals in his Mavis Bank crystal card, which was quite a lot. With the additional 20,000 crystals he had, he could be considered rich. At this moment, a vast golden flame swept across the sky from the depths of the desert, illuminating the already bright desert with a golden hue. Lu Yin was looking forward to the battle. Hart was one of the few sentinels who could threaten him. Now that he had become a melder, his strength would definitely change drastically. Lu Yin wondered if he would be able to catch up to Craner. Although Hart's innate gift was extraordinary, it shouldn't be too far off since Craner was ranked second on the Blaze Realms rankings. As the golden flame swept across the desert, the star energy in the sand ocean began to boil. The cries of the undying bird shook Lu Yin's heart. This was an invisible pressure. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky and stared into the distance. Phoenix. It's the Phoenix clan. Shameless family. The black flame then soared into the sky and swept into the distance. Lu Yin was shocked. What was going on? Little Pao's eyes lit up as he stood in the teleportation device. Deep in the desert, the Sandmaster was bewildered. The Dark Phoenix clan? What a coincidence. On the other side, Hart, who was in the midst of breaking through to the Melder realm, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance with a furious expression. It's those traitors. Capture them. Yes, young master, a few students from Astral 5 responded and rushed into the distance. Shocking battle fluctuations quickly spread across the desert. Black flames spread out, bringing with them boundless heat, but upon contact, one would feel a chill that corroded star energy. Although the students from Astral 5 were strong, they were suppressed by Bonnie alone. He was a genius of the Dark Phoenix clan and was on par with the Phoenix clan. Luin stood in the desert and looked up. The various battle techniques in the sky dazzled him, and even Bonnie's black undying bird surprised him. What a powerful innate gift. In the distance, the golden flames were even more brilliant, accompanied by terrifying heat. Although Hart had just broken through, his golden flames were able to match the black flames. It was precisely because of this that the students from Astral 5 were able to hold on. TSK, so many years of grudges run deep in their bones. They're fighting to the death before even meeting. How lively, Little Pow exclaimed. Luin was puzzled. Who's that? He's a fallen undying bird from the Dark Phoenix clan. The kid you fought with before is called Hart Phoenix, and he's from the Phoenix clan of the Innerverse. He's also a golden undying bird. These two clans have been separated for a long time, and since then, they've been opposing each other for a long time. Luin nodded. No wonder they're so similar. It's a pity that the Dark Phoenix clan couldn't defeat the Phoenix clan, or else they wouldn't have been chased to the Endless Weaves. Bonnie is a student from Astral 9, and he should have come to our academy to scout for information on our enemies. Luin couldn't help but laugh. Astral 9 and Astral 10 were neighboring academies, so they were naturally enemies. Hart Phoenix had come at a bad time, but it was a good thing for them since he could fight Bonnie head-on. It didn't take long for the students from Astral 5 to be defeated. Phoenix, get the hell out here. Bonnie roared. In the distance, the golden flames converged, and a terrifying undying bird soared into the sky, burning the void and distorting it. Hart had broken through to the Melder realm and immediately displayed a terrifying strength that far surpassed Schutz's level and even Krainer's. Luin was astonished by how powerful his innate gift was. The golden undying bird flapped its wings as Hart Phoenix stood within the flames and looked at Bonnie coldly. Who gave you the guts to bare your fangs at your master? Bonnie's gaze turned ferocious, and he almost lost his composure. Phoenix, you filthy, despicable family. You should all be exterminated. The black undying bird screeched at the sky and charged towards Hart. Hart sneered. A fallen bloodline. A slave will always be a slave. The golden undying bird charged forward as well. The two huge undying birds, one golden and one black, collided in the desert, producing a violent sound. The air was evaporated, causing the void to distort and almost collapse. A yellow storm was set off in the desert, accompanied by golden and black flames, sweeping through the world. The Astral 5 students were shocked and hurriedly dodged. Luin was very direct and stood behind Little Pow. Little Pow was speechless. Junior, you're not cute at all. He raised a hand and formed an invisible wall of star energy. This was a clash between two undying birds, and the shockwaves from the collision could turn a normal Melder to ash. However, Little Pow had easily blocked the attack, which shocked Luin. After Astral 10 had been chased to the Outerverse, all of the students had left except for Big Pow and Little Pow. It was rumored that the two were too weak to be accepted by any academy, but Luin didn't believe it. He had always felt that these two were not simple. Little Pow and Luin felt the same way until he received the Sandmaster's warning. He had no choice but to leave and disappear. High up in the sky, the two phoenixes were still fighting when Luin suddenly appeared in front of Hart and pressed down with a 9-fold shockwave palm. The terrifying force of the palm shattered the golden phoenixes and pressed Hart into the ground. At the same time, Luin turned around and slapped Bonnie with his other palm. Bonnie's pupils shrank as he blasted out black flames, but they were still dispersed by Luin's palm. The 9-stack shockwave palm contained 9 stacks, and when combined with a 9-fold shockwave palm, its power was immeasurable. At least Hart, Bonnie, and Anouk were unable to withstand it and were also pressed into the ground. A shocking clash between phoenixes had been disrupted by Luin just like that. The students from Astral 5 were shocked. They knew how powerful Heart was after breaking through to the Melder realm. He could be considered one of the top 10 Melders in Astral 5, but he had still been defeated. This person's strength had exceeded their expectations. Deep in the desert, Heart was bleeding from the corner of his mouth as he furiously looked up. He had been defeated again, even after breaking through to the Melder realm. How is this person so strong? Can he compete with those freaks? Not far away, Bonnie spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up in shock. There was actually someone in the same realm as him in Astral 10 who could crush him. Although he wasn't the strongest Melder in Astral 9, he was still in the top 5. No wonder the mentors had sent him here to observe. Astral 10 had hidden its strength so deeply. Luin looked down. Astral 10 is not a place for you to settle your personal grudges. If you want to fight, you can come to me. If not, please leave. Heart wiped the blood off his mouth and stood up. Let's go. Not far away, Bonnie stood up and glared at Heart. Finally, he looked at Luin and left as well. Lu Yin's palm had shown them that they weren't his match, so there was no need to continue the fight. If they wanted to fight, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. As he watched the two groups leave, Luin felt that it was a pity that he had been too heavy-handed. Otherwise, he could have profited greatly. Little Pao kept an eye on the two groups until they boarded a spacecraft and left Astral 10. Within the spacecraft, Heart activated his gadget and a screen appeared in front of him. A handsome man appeared on it. When they saw the man, the Astral 5 students immediately bowed, not daring to raise their heads. What's the matter? Heart grit his teeth. I want to enter my family's secret. I asked, what's the matter? I lost. I lost to Astral 10's Luin. How many moves? 1 move. Heart's expression was unsightly. The man was silent. Unless you transform, you won't be a match for that person. Hearing the word metamorphosis, Heart's expression changed. A trace of fear flashed through his eyes. Can I metamorphose? The man's gaze was cold. If you want to win, you must transform. But if you want to transform, you'll have a slim chance of surviving. Heart clenched his fists. He wasn't just thinking about Luin, but also those freakish Melders from Astral 5. Luin could only be considered a catalyst, and he didn't want to be inferior to a student from an abandoned academy. He wanted to carry the glory of the Phoenix family on his shoulders, not some weakling who couldn't even defeat a degenerate traitor. I'll transform. The man smiled. I'll pass down the order. If you succeed, you can directly join the 10 Arbiters' Council. If you fail and die, I'll avenge you. Luin, right? I'll remember that name. Thank you, big brother, Heart said in a low voice. The screen disappeared, and the students from Astral 5 looked up and heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure of facing that person had been too great. He was one of the 10 Arbiters, the undying Phoenix Sarati Phoenix. Over the next 2 days, Astral 10 was relatively peaceful. No one came, and they were probably on their way. Luin inquired about the others and found out that they had all found suitable places to train. There are other training grounds in Astral 10? Luin was surprised. Little Pao replied, of course. Astral 10 has been around for countless years, and even though it was destroyed in an accident, some of the training grounds still exist. They just aren't as good as the Rain Observatory or the Sand Ocean, but there are definitely places that are suitable for them. For example, Zhao Ilong found a cliff and had an epiphany. There's also Zora who found a graveyard and has been dealing with skeletons all day. What about me? Are there any suitable places for me to train? Luin asked. Little Pao rolled his eyes. Find one yourself. How would I know? I'm also a student, and there aren't any mentors who truly understand Astral 10. Why don't you ask the dean? Luin thought of that crazy old man. Forget it, he still wanted to live for a few more years. At this moment, Luin recalled that Lulu had told him that she wanted to come to Astral 10 to obtain something and that she would have to fight someone. He wondered if she had obtained it. You should continue staying here. It's been quiet for a few days, but it won't be so quiet any longer. The Innerverse powerhouses should be arriving soon, Little Pao said. Luin shrugged. It was about time. The news of the battle at the Sand Ocean in Astral 10 had somehow leaked out. Craner, Heart Phoenix, and Bonnie Phoenix had all been defeated. These three were all famous figures in their respective academies, but they had all been defeated by Luin, shocking all the other academies. News of Xiyu had already boosted Lu Yin's reputation, and now, more and more people had heard of him. Even the powerhouses who weren't interested in Xiyu had started investigating him and were eager to battle him. In Astral 6, some people were discussing, that's strange. Astral 10 is such a wasteland, but there's still someone who can defeat a disciple of the Phoenix family. Strange things happen every day. There are all kinds of people in the universe. I heard that the Blaze Realm is furious. Craner was ranked second on the Blaze Realm's rankings, but he had his cosmic ring stolen by Luin. How embarrassing. They deserve it. The Blaze Realm failed during Astral 10's entrance exam, and now they sent someone to cause trouble and even got beaten up. The Blaze Realm's faces are black now, haha. Shu, are you looking for death? You're also in the Tao of Illusion. Don't run into Jared, or you'll be in trouble. What's there to be afraid of? You can just avoid the Tao of Illusion. It's not like you'll die there. But if you get killed, it'll be very damaging to your mind. Jared is an area master, and if he really wants to cause trouble for you, you won't be able to run anywhere. Shut up. Look who that is. The students who were discussing looked into the distance and sucked in a breath of cold air. What they saw was a charming and beautiful woman. Her white hair flowed down to her ankles, and she wore a cool summer dress. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and she wore a black ring with a silver hollow. It was Mila. It's Senior Mira. Senior Mira is back, the students shouted excitedly. Everyone else stared at Mira excitedly. Astral 6 was in an uproar. Mira was a well-deserved star in Astral 6. Because she had become an explorer, she could no longer stay in the academy. However, she was still a student of Astral 6 and a subordinate member of the 10 Arbiters Council. Her status was second only to the 10 Arbiters. Mira smiled and swept her red eyes across the crowd. Many people's breaths quickened, she was too alluring. Luin? I've underestimated you. You've already made such a name for yourself before even entering the trial zones. Now that I think about it, Schwer is also in Astral 10. Interesting, Mira thought to herself. She walked slowly, but she disappeared quickly, leaving behind only a fragrant wind. Another day passed. For days after Hart and the others had left, more and more troublemakers appeared. They were all here for Xiyu, wave after wave. There were people from all over the world, and quite a few of them did not belong to the Astral Combat Academy. Luin did not reject any of these people. According to his rules, he had earned quite a bit since no one was his match. True powerhouses would not run to the outerverse just because of a single sentence from Xiyu. These people were all second-rate and could not even compare to Hart. In Lu Yin's eyes, they were all free money. In just a few short weeks, he had earned almost 300,000 star crystals. Even he felt that he was being too greedy. It was only after 2 weeks that his reputation grew that no one came to find trouble with him. The various academies had finally taken notice of him. Lu Yin's name was no longer unfamiliar, and at least a good number of people had heard of him. His reputation was great, but his reputation wasn't very good. He had taken liberties with Xiyu, robbed his classmates, and viewed wealth as his own life. Xiyu returned to the Soul Dream tribe and was furious when she heard about this matter. Was there no one who could teach that bastard a lesson? In Astral 8, Craner stood nervously in the boiling lava, not daring to speak. He had been here for more than 10 days already. Above the lava, a scorching red current flowed into the distance like an ocean. You failed? A dull voice asked. Craner lowered his head. Yes, Senior. I'm sorry, I failed. Trash. Craner, did he dare to refute? Send people into the 6 Daos. Report to me immediately if you see anyone from Astral 10. I want to ban everyone from Astral 10. Craner was overjoyed. Yes. In Astral 10, Luin did not know that something shocking was happening in the Great Yu Empire. The second prince, Duke Yushan, had led the 7th, 8th, 10th, and 12th squadrons in betrayal. They had quickly invaded the 5 regions of the Frost Wave Weave, shocking the entire weave and even the surrounding weaves. When Undying Yushan heard the news, he was so angry that he fell into a coma from his severe injuries. The Great Yu Empire was in a precarious situation. In the Imperial Palace, Doran Yushan's face was gloomy. I hereby announce that Duke Yushan, 7th Squadron Captain Batson, 8th Squadron Captain Shalash, 10th Squadron Captain Falut, and 12th Squadron Captain Banjio have all betrayed the Empire. War has begun. Duke Yushan's sudden betrayal had caught the Great Yu Empire off guard. By the time they reacted, those loyal to Duke Yushan had already left, including Vice-Treasurer Sicker and a group of courtiers. The Empire's once powerful sword guard mercenaries had also left. Even many of Yu Academy's younger generation experts had left. The second ring of the Imperial Army was in chaos. Amidst these major events, there were also some minor incidents that did not attract much attention. For example, Zhang Dingtian, Saruzan, Bai Shui, and Su San had mysteriously disappeared. In peacetime, these incidents would have caused a huge commotion since they were all elites of Yu Academy. However, no one cared at this moment. A few more days passed, and it was the day of Astral 10's new student competition. Luin left the Sand Ocean early and appeared at the trial zone entrance where the competition would be held. By the time Luin arrived, there were already quite a few people there. "Brother Lu!" Coco shouted excitedly, delighted to see him. Luin tousled her hair. "You've improved quite a bit recently, you've even become a melder. How about it? Do you want to compete with me?" Coco stuck out her tongue. "I don't want to compete with you. We all heard that you've defeated many students from other academies. You're quite famous." "Is that so?" Luin blinked. He really hadn't noticed. After all, Coco's reputation wasn't very good, and he didn't want to add to his troubles. Not far away, Zora was fiddling with her silver needles. Luin felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the large needles, and he suddenly thought of Coco's innate gift. Could this be a specialty of Windrift Hall? On the other side, Mengyu stood alone. He had also become a melder, and his palms were yellow. He looked much stronger than before. When he saw Luin look over, Mengyu clenched his fists provocatively. Even further away, Xiao Luo was casually sitting beside the trial master, as if he was already familiar with him. In the furthest corner, Dark Void sat alone. His hair that seemed to absorb light caught Lu Yin's attention, as he was the most difficult person to see through. He definitely had an innate gift, and he wasn't weak either. At that moment, Schutz walked out of the teleportation stone. The trial master announced, "Schutz, 52 wins, 237 losses." Luin was shocked. A win rate of almost 4-1 was not bad. It was about the same as Michelle's win rate from a month ago. Schutz's eyes flashed when he saw Luin, and he nodded before standing to the side. The two were both from the Great Yu Empire, but they weren't familiar with each other. Luin didn't know much about Schutz either, and he had assumed that Schutz would quickly vanquish the Innerverse powerhouses after arriving at Astral 10. Coco whispered into Lu Yin's ear, "This person is crazy. He challenges people every day and fights every day." Even the trial master said that he's suited to growing through battle. Luin nodded. Not long after, Silver appeared, beaming like a fox. Coco subconsciously took a few steps back when she saw him, feeling that this person was terrifying. Luin nodded at Silver. Silver smiled, "Congratulations, Student Lu. You've become famous recently." "Not really," Luin replied. Silver smiled, "That's not necessarily true. You might attract some attention." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Who? The Neo-Human Alliance?" He couldn't see through Silver. This person was related to the Neo-Human Alliance, but he wasn't a zombie. He was a very strange person, and Xiao Luo seemed to hate him. Hui Day Knight arrived and stared coldly at Luin before standing to the side. Not long after, there was the hum of a sword, and Zhao Ilong appeared. He deliberately glanced at Luin before standing quietly to the side. Luin felt that he was becoming too famous, which wasn't good. Everyone was treating him as a rival. These sentinels had all broken through to the Melder realm, and everyone's power had greatly increased, which had piqued his interest. After a while, Michelle walked out of the teleportation device and arrived near the group. She looked at Luin as if she had something to say, but she didn't. When he saw her, he recalled the time when the Sandmaster had taken him to experience the limits of Flash. They had met each other at that time, and she should have seen his after-images. With the appearance of Big Pow and Little Pow, these two people were very optimistic every day. "Who else isn't here?" Big Pow asked. Luin replied, "Lulu." Big Pow looked at his gadget. "It doesn't matter. Let's wait." The new student competition seemed very casual in Astral 10. If it had been held in any other academy, there would have been many spectators already, and no one would have waited. After waiting for a full hour, Lulu finally appeared, her forehead covered in sweat and her breathing ragged. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Big Pow brought them to a grassy area far away from the teleportation stone and smiled. "Alright, since everyone is here, I hereby announce the start of the new student competition. Come, come, come. Draw lots. 1 against 2, 3 against 4, and so on. Those who advance will continue to fight until the strongest is decided. The new student competition is to determine the rankings of the new students and also to display your strongest power. If the mentors see this, they might be interested and teach you. So, I advise everyone to be as serious as possible. If a mentor takes a fancy to you, it might change the course of your life," Little Pow tempted. Everyone was excited. Even the weakest mentor in Astral 10 was a hunter. With a hunter's guidance, they would definitely become very strong. They had come to Astral 10 to become stronger, so they would definitely put their lives on the line for this competition. The lot drawing ended quickly, and Luin drew number 9. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Zora. She had drawn number 10, which made her his opponent. Zora also saw the number 9 in Lu Yin's hand, and her expression turned bitter. As an elite of Windrift Hall, she was not cut off from the outside world and naturally knew about Lu Yin's recent achievements. It was precisely because of this that she felt depressed. This person had even defeated the second place on the Blaze Realms rankings. He was an absolute monster, and even the melders of the other academies were powerhouses, not to mention Astral 10. "Senior, there's only one chance in the competition. Is it over if you lose?" Silver suddenly asked with a grin. Little Pow replied, "Of course not. The loser has one chance to challenge the winner." "Alright, number 1 against number 2. Begin," Big Pow announced as he looked at the crowd. Xiao Luo walked out from the new students. He was number 1, and his opponent was Mengyu. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Luo. He was the most curious about Dark Void's innate gift, the most wary of Silver, and the least able to see through Xiao Luo. This person was like a bottomless pit. Whether on Earth or here, Xiao Luo had never revealed his true strength. Luin didn't know if Xiao Luo would reveal anything this time, but his opponent was Mengyu, so the possibility of that happening was unlikely. Xiao Luo's gaze was gentle as he calmly looked at Mengyu. Mengyu's eyes flashed coldly as he glanced at Luin. He didn't care about this person, he wanted to fight Luin and Lulu. These two were the opponents he wanted the most. "Student, it's not a good habit to be distracted in battle," Xiao Luo said with a smile. Mengyu looked at Xiao Luo and decided to end this battle as soon as possible. He raised a palm and said, "I won't hold back, so be careful." He then charged towards Xiao Luo, each step causing the grass to wither. He raised a palm and slammed it towards Xiao Luo, using the vast Earth Sex battle technique, Great Desolate Palm. Mengyu had found a ruin in Astral 10. To be more precise, it was a lifeless place that had been destroyed by a palm imprint. He could feel a terrifying desolation energy there that seemed to be able to devour all living things. Even in the vast Earth sect, the inheritance of the Great Desolate Palm, there wasn't such a terrifying desolation energy. He sat there for half a month and used this opportunity to break through to the Melder realm. His Great Desolate Palm had also become much stronger, and it now had a faint trace of that palm imprint's charm. Mengyu's palm made the Sandmaster's eyes light up. Absorbing life and withering everything. Not a bad aptitude. The Great Desolate Palm grew closer and closer, and Xiao Luo could feel the essence within his body being drained away. The void dimmed as everything was being devoured by that palm imprint. This palm shocked everyone, no one had expected Mengyu to become so much stronger without anyone noticing. Even Luyin was surprised, but it wasn't enough to face Xiao Luo. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and shockwaves rippled out in all directions. The air was torn apart by an enormous amount of star energy as Meng Yu's great desolate palm collided with Xiao Luo's palm. Meng Yu's body was sent flying back more than 10 steps before he looked up in shock. His hand was trembling, and a trace of blood dripped from his wrist onto the grass. He had been defeated. Everyone looked at Xiao Luo in shock. He'd actually been able to resolve Meng Yu's great desolate palm so easily. Xiao Luo still had a faint smile on his face, but it didn't give off any warmth. "Senior, I won," Xiao Luo said as he looked at Big Pao. Big Pao's eyes flashed, and he nodded. Xiao Luo wins the first match. Meng Yu's palm was still trembling from the residual power of Xiao Luo's attack. He stared at Xiao Luo. He hadn't expected there to be such a terrifying person amongst the new students. Luyin had known that Xiao Luo would win, but he hadn't expected it to be so straightforward. That palm strike wasn't a battle technique, but it had easily defeated the great desolate palm. How had he done it? Many people were puzzled, and Michelle looked at Xiao Luo in disbelief. There was such a person amongst the new students? In the distance, the trial master opened his eyes in shock. That was a rather brilliant palm strike. He used an amazing technique to dissolve his opponent's star energy. This person can become a lockbreaker. Second match, begin, Big Pao announced. Schutz walked out. He was number 3, and number 4 was Lulu. Schutz was stunned when he saw Lulu walk out. He wasn't very good at fighting girls. "Hey, what's with that expression?" Lulu was unhappy and clenched her fists. Schutz's gaze was indifferent. "I don't like fighting girls." Lulu's gaze turned cold and her lips curled up. "Is that so? Then don't fight back and just let me hit you." She then charged at Schutz, her legs exerting so much force that the ground cracked. Luyin and Meng Yu were well aware of how strong Lulu was, so when they saw her clench her fist and smash down, both of them subconsciously narrowed their eyes. Schutz had been through countless battles. The moment Lulu raised her fist, he felt extreme danger. Without thinking, he instinctively retreated. With a boom, Lulu's fist smashed a huge crater into the ground, leaving everyone else speechless. Schutz's pupils shrank. The ground was sturdy enough to withstand a Melder's battle, but it had been reduced to such a state by a single punch from this woman. If that punch had landed on him, he would have been in grave danger. "Don't dodge if you're a man," Lulu taunted as she punched out again. Schutz's eyes widened. He pulled out his blood-red saber and swung it horizontally. He used the back of the saber to clash with Lulu's snow-white fist. A saber and a fist, two completely different weapons. The result shocked everyone. Schutz was sent flying along with his saber. "Tsk tisk, that's the Mavis family. That guy still dares to go easy on her," Big Pao exclaimed. Even before Schutz landed, Lulu didn't let him off. She quickly appeared beside Schutz and punched out. At this moment, she was like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Schutz was smashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Not far away, Hui Daynight's expression changed when he saw Lulu's extreme speed. That speed seemed familiar, but why did it seem like a battle technique from the Daynite clan? Boom! There was another explosion as Lulu's fist cracked the ground, but Schutz, who should have been pressed to the ground, was nowhere to be seen. Lulu turned around and was greeted by a blood-red sword. She dodged to the side and landed firmly on the ground. Their fists collided a few times before she looked at her opponent. "You want to fight back?" The blood at the corner of Schutz's mouth was glaring as he gripped his blade tightly. He stared at Lulu in disbelief. This woman was too strong. If he hadn't avoided his vitals at the last moment, that punch would have ended. "I apologize for my rudeness." "You're an opponent worthy of respect," Schutz said solemnly. Lulu's expression relaxed and she snorted, "Come, let's continue. I know that you're the strongest person in the Great Yu Empire's younger generation, but unfortunately, you're not my match." "I know. It's an honorable defeat," Schutz said in a low voice. The originally arrogant Great Yu Empire's strongest person in Astral 10 had completely abandoned that honor and faced reality head-on. He was at the bottom of Astral 10. Another explosion sounded out. Lulu's strength and speed made it impossible for Schutz to even retaliate, but he was always able to avoid his vitals at the last moment. This was a result of his battle experience and the benefits he had gained from countless battles. Even so, his injuries were still worsening. Schutz's struggle allowed Luin to see the weakness of the Outerverse. He had come into contact with the strongest people in the Great Yu Empire's younger generation, and he had experienced Jirbaka's strength. Using the lightning arrow required external help, but the Innerverse top elites, especially the Astral Combat Academies, all used their star energy to simulate the realm of infinite change. This was the difference between them. Compared to the true geniuses of the Innerverse, the so-called powerhouses of the Outerverse were too ordinary. It was no wonder that Wendy Yushan had looked down on them all those years ago. Lulu soared into the air and punched down again. Her fighting style was very simple, she used brute force to break through technique. Schutz gritted his teeth and raised his blade, causing a blood-red glow to illuminate the area. This was his battle technique, but it was ruthlessly smashed aside by Lulu. As his blade shattered, Lulu's fist smashed into the side of Schutz's body, creating another huge crater in the ground. Schutz was sent flying by the shockwave and fell to the ground, heavily injured. Big Pao shook his head and sighed. Second round, Lulu Mavis wins. Luin walked over to Schutz and helped him up. Schutz clutched his chest. Thank you. You did well. She's from the Mavis family, which is one of the top clans in the Innerverse, Luin consoled him. Schutz's gaze was resolute. No matter what race they are, they're all humans, and humans have nothing to say if they lose. Luin nodded. Schutz's bearing was admirable, and it reminded him of Zhang Dingtian, who was similarly unyielding and fearless. Such a person's future might be tough, but he would definitely achieve great things. Luin admired such a person. Third battle, begin. Silver walked out with a smile. He was number 5. Hui Day Knight walked out of the crowd. He was number 6. Hui Day Knight was a disciple of the Day Knight clan, one of the strongest clans in the universe. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn, but it wasn't because of Hui Day Knight. It was because of Silver. Others might not know, but he knew that Silver was related to the Neo-Human Alliance. The Neo-Human Alliance was the human domain's most troublesome opponent. Even the Day Knight clan, the Mavis clan, and the Blaze Realm's various powers were at odds with the Neo-Human Alliance. Hui Day Knight was a disciple of the Day Knight clan, but Silver's background was perhaps even greater. When he saw Silver, Xiao Luo's expression changed slightly, and his gaze turned cold. Ever since entering Astral 10, Silver had only lost one ported battle. He hadn't shown much of his strength and seemed very ordinary. It was easy for people to overlook him, including Hui Day Knight. He only wanted to fight Luin, and he loathed the smiling person in front of him. Luminous finger. Hui Day Knight growled as he took a step forward and appeared in front of Silver with extreme speed. His flickering dark gray finger pierced through the void, aiming straight for Silver's heart. Silver was still smiling, but there was a cold glint in the depths of his eyes. The butterfly knife made a soft sound, and although it was very small, it covered the area in front of Hui Day Knight. Hui Day Knight raised an eyebrow as he felt his fingers turn cold. He subconsciously avoided the knife, which brushed past him. What a pity. You dodged it, Silver smiled brightly as he casually looked at Hui Day Knight. Hui Day Knight's expression turned solemn. When the butterfly knife had sliced past him, he had felt a sense of danger. If he hadn't dodged in the nick of time, his fingers might have been cut off. This man in front of him was not simple. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was the butterfly. The butterfly knife had crossed swords with him several times, and they had always been evenly matched. Even though he had become quite strong, he could feel the butterfly's chill. Butterfly blade still felt a little cold at this moment. Silver's improvement speed wasn't much slower than his. High up in the sky, the Rainmaster looked at Silver. This person can see through weaknesses. There was a whoosh, and this time, Silver took the initiative to attack. The butterfly knife spun rapidly as it streaked through the void towards Hui Day Knight. Hui Day Knight's eyes flashed fiercely as he stared at the butterfly. The butterfly knife's trajectory was avoided, but the strange thing was that every time the butterfly to an outsider, it looked as if Silver had purposely bumped into the knife's edge. This feeling made Hui Day Knight want to vomit. This had happened several times, and the onlookers found it strange. Hui Day Night growled, Day Night soul tracing finger. He then pierced through the void and disappeared. Silver stood in place, his eyes widening as he felt the pain of his body being torn apart. The Day Night clan's battle techniques were just that annoying, but that was all there was to it. In an instant, the butterfly's attack landed on Hui Day Night. The butterfly knife danced in the air as a snow-white brilliance flashed past. Blood splattered onto the grass as Hui Day Night's body appeared in a sorry state. There was a huge gash on his chest that shocked everyone. Sorry, you were too handsome when you stood there, so I couldn't help but cut you, Silver said with a smile. Hui Day Night's pupils shrank as he stared at Silver in shock. When he had fought Luin with the Day Night soul tracing finger, he had been able to use it with a single finger. This person had actually broken through his battle technique before he could even attack. How was this possible? There was actually such a powerhouse amongst the new students. Coco was afraid as she stood in the crowd. She had always felt that Silver's smile was terrifying. The others looked at Silver solemnly as a chill ran down their spines. That flash of light had shocked them, and they felt that it would be difficult to avoid him. This person was very dangerous, so they had to stay away from him if they wanted to fight him. Michelle was shocked. She felt that this was ridiculous. She had thought that Astral 10 would not be able to recruit any elites after being banished to the Outerverse, but the previous few battles had overturned her understanding. Xiao Luo, Lulu, and even Silver were not simple. Although Hui Day Night had been defeated, he was still a disciple of the Day Night clan. Dark Void, who had surprised her the most at the start, and Luin, who was gradually rising up. Astral 10's new students had given her too many surprises. Only now did she truly understand these new students. It wasn't just Michelle, everyone else was the same. They had not interacted much with each other at the start, but now they were truly witnessing each other's strength. Silver wins the third match, Big Pow announced. Hui Day Night refused to accept the result. It's not over yet. Big Pow disdainfully replied, if his blade had gone any deeper, you would have died. It's over. You've lost this match. Hui Day Night gritted his teeth. He wanted to retort, but he had nothing to say. He still could not understand how that blade had broken through his battle technique. That was a battle technique from the Day Night clan, but it had been broken so easily. Either his opponent's battle technique was too strong, or his opponent's strength was too great. Either way, his chances of winning were not high. Silver smiled as he walked into the crowd. He turned around and smiled at Luin before glancing at Xiao Luo. Fourth match, begin. After the previous 3 matches, everyone's attitude became much more serious. The students around them were not simple, and they could not treat them as if they were from the Outerverse. Zhao Ilong slowly walked out. He was number 7. On the other side, Coco carefully walked out. She was number 8. Good luck, Coco. Zora shouted, giving the girl a fright. She was already nervous, but now she was even more nervous. Lulu patted her head. Don't be afraid, girl. Go. Coco blinked. Luin laughed. This girl was too nervous. Zhao Ilong's expression turned ugly. He had been expecting an intense battle, but he was disappointed when he saw that his opponent was Coco. No matter how he looked at her, she did not seem like a powerhouse. Let's go, sister, Lulu encouraged her again. Coco was helpless. She took a deep breath and walked out to face Zhao Ilong. Zhao Ilong's simple sword reflected a cold light, and his gaze was icy. When she saw this, Coco took 2 steps back and pursed her lips. Her gaze was resolute. She had entered Astral 10 with her own abilities, so she was not afraid. Suddenly, a giant syringe appeared. Everyone was stunned. Was that a syringe? Even Zhao Ilong was stunned. Aside from Luin and a few others, most of the people present had never seen Coco's innate gift before. The giant syringe's appearance was truly shocking. I'm ready, Coco said crisply. On the other side, Zhao Ilong gripped his sword hilt, unsure of what to do. His opponent was still a girl, and she was the youngest of them all. The situation reached a stalemate. Admit defeat, Zhao Ilong said in a low voice. Coco shook her head. No. Zhao Ilong frowned. I won't hold back. Coco bit her lip. Come. Zhao Ilong's eyes narrowed, and he casually waved his hand. A slash streaked through the void towards Coco, but her body suddenly vanished at an unimaginable speed that shocked everyone. Zora smiled. Windrift Hall's rules dictated that two people should form a team. She and Coco were on the same team. Zora would take care of any danger while Coco was a healer. Even so, Coco was not completely powerless. Her endurance was very strong, or else she would not have been able to survive 3 void attacks during Astral 10's entrance exam. More importantly, she had mastered a speed technique from Windrift Hall. Coco's speed surprised even Lulu. It was not any slower than her white flash. Luine was just as surprised by her speed. Zhao Ilong's slash missed Coco, and he raised his brows and flicked his wrist. Multiple slashes swept through the void, sealing everything within 100 meters. It was an all-encompassing attack, but he still could not touch Coco. Her figure seemed to be able to blend into the void and avoid all of the attacks. Zhao Ilong's expression turned serious. I'll ask you one last time. Do you admit defeat? Coco shook her head. My myriad sword's peak is unparalleled in the universe and can even shatter the void. It's useless for you to hide in the void. Don't blame me if you die, Zhao Ilong said in a low voice. He pressed down on his sword hilt and exerted a bit of force. 10 swords in one. Zora was shocked. Coco's eyes lit up as she hurriedly dodged. Zhao Ilong's sword streaked across the void and cut down a piece of cloth, but it didn't hit her completely. How many times can you dodge? Zhao Ilong growled as he unleashed a series of slashes that dazzled the eyes of the onlookers. All of them were 10 swords in one. Zhao Ilong was able to easily execute such a shocking sword technique. Although Coco was able to evade his attacks, it was becoming increasingly difficult for her. Lu Yin's face grew solemn. Back when the Rain Observatory had distributed the gifts, Zhao Ilong had snatched them away. That was when Lu Yin had come into contact with Zhao Ilong's sword techniques. 10 in 1 was definitely not Zhao Ilong's limit. He might have been able to do it when he was a sentinel, but now that he was a melder, he would definitely be even stronger. Coco panted heavily as she continuously used her extreme speed to evade Zhao Ilong's attacks. Occasionally, she would use her syringe to block the attacks. During Astral 10's entrance exam, she had used this method to withstand 3 void attacks. Her syringe had not been scratched at all, and it could be said that it was exceedingly tough. Even now, it was able to withstand Zhao Ilong's attacks. It didn't take long for Zhao Ilong's attacks to change from 10 in 1 to 20 in 1, then 50 in 1, and finally, 100 in 1 that shook the void and forcefully knocked Coco out of her trajectory. The sharpness of the attack pierced through the syringe and sent her flying. Coco's face paled as she dropped the syringe. Enough, Coco admits defeat. Zora shouted as she stood in front of Zhao Ilong. Zhao Ilong sheathed his sword, his gaze calm. The others weren't surprised by Coco's defeat, but they were surprised that she could force Zhao Ilong to use 100 in 1. As expected of a disciple of Myriad Sword's peak, the might of 100 in 1 was shocking. Seeing Zhao Ilong reminded Lu Yin of his powerful fiancé. She was also a disciple of Myriad Sword's peak, but if Zhao Ilong could do 100 in 1, then she could probably do 1,000 in 1. Zhao Ilong wins the 4th match, Big Pow announced. Coco hugged her syringe and walked back to the crowd with her head lowered, looking somewhat unwilling to accept the result. Lulu hugged her and exclaimed, "Little girl, you're pretty fast. You should compete with me another day." "I don't want to compete with you. What if I beat you up?" Coco pouted. Lulu was unhappy. "What are you saying? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" 5th match, begin. Lu Yin walked off the stage and faced Zora. Zora stood in the middle of the arena, her eyes flashing. At first, she had been worried about meeting Lu Yin, but after watching the previous 4 battles, she no longer cared. None of those people were much easier to deal with than Lu Yin. Zhao Ilong, for example, had been able to fend off 100 swords combined into one. They were all a bunch of freaks. She had thought that Astral 10 wouldn't have any powerful students in the Outerverse, but it seemed like the opposite was true. Speaking of which, the difficulty of Astral 10's assessment couldn't have been the same as the other academies, right? If that was the case, then anyone who could pass the assessment would have to be very strong to meet the Innerverse standards. At this moment, Coco saw Schutz in the crowd and politely walked to his side. Your injuries are quite serious. Do you need me to treat you? As he spoke, he took out a large syringe. Schutz wisely refused. The Windrift Hall focused on healing, but healing alone was not enough to allow one to survive in the Innerverse, which was filled with powerhouses. Coco had just shown him her extreme speed, and he was now curious about Zora's strength. I know I can't beat you, Zora suddenly said as she stared at him. Luine was astonished. So? I'm going to use my strongest battle technique. Please go easy on me, Zora said seriously. Brother Lu, please go easy on me. Coco shouted from the side. Luine laughed. All right, I'll do my best. Zora took a deep breath and a large silver needle appeared in her hand. It flickered with a cold light, causing Lu Yin's scalp to go numb. If he was pierced by that needle, he would die of pain. The next moment, Zora charged towards Lu Yin and unceremoniously stabbed her needles towards his forehead, but he easily dodged them. Zora pointed at his abdomen, but before her finger could reach him, a gust of wind struck his abdomen. His body went numb, and he instinctively retreated. Zora growled and shattered the needles, scattering them all over Lu Yin as she pointed at him with 2 fingers. Coco's eyes lit up. This was the Windrift Hall's battle technique, Meridian Severing Finger. It attacked a person's vital acupoints and sealed their star energy, even immobilizing them. It was one of the top battle techniques in the Windrift Hall. Lu Yin could sense that every strand of energy from Zora's fingertips had a purpose in mind, and he didn't want to be beaten up like a fool. He raised his palm, and a shockwave rippled out. With a bang, the ground was shattered, and the void trembled. Zora couldn't help but stumble back a dozen steps. She exhaled bitterly. She had lost. Lu Yin retracted his hand. He hadn't used the Space Render palm in a long time. The 6-fold Space Render palm had been controlled perfectly, forcing Zora back without injuring her. I admit defeat, Zora said straightforwardly. The others looked at Lu Yin strangely. Lu Yin hadn't displayed any strength in this battle, but that was exactly why he was so frightening. He was just like Xiao Luo, able to defeat his opponent without using any battle techniques. He was unfathomable. Lu Yin wins the 5th match, Big Pow announced. Lu Yin nodded at Zora and walked back to the crowd. He pressed his hand against his abdomen, feeling a slight pain and numbness. The Windrift Hall was truly not simple. It was no wonder that they could do so well in the Innerverse. The difference between him and Zora was too great, but even so, he could still feel the pain. 6th match, begin. Everyone was solemn. Of the 12 new students, only 2 had yet to fight, Michelle and Dark Void. These 2 were definitely different from the rest of Astral 10's new students. One had broken the rules to join the 10 Arbiters' Council as a melder, while the other's innate gift was strange and unfathomable. The battle between these 2 was definitely the most interesting of all the new students. Everyone, step back, Little Pal warned. Everyone retreated one after another, leaving only Michelle and the indifferent Dark Void behind. The 2 didn't waste any words and immediately attacked. Michelle took out a red short bow from her cosmic ring and used her star energy to form arrows that she shot at Dark Void. Each arrow caused the void to distort and the air to be compressed into liquid, causing the clouds to tremble. On the other side, Dark Void didn't even move. The void in front of him inexplicably exploded, completely blocking Michelle's star energy arrows. The others were shocked by the oppressive shockwaves and the strength of these 2 students. Each of Michelle's arrows was comparable to Zhao Ilong's 100 swords as one, and each arrow caused the void to tremble and the ground to crack. However, such a powerful and frequent attack was easily blocked by Dark Void, which was shocking. Zhao Ilong's expression turned ugly. He had thought that it was rare for him to reach the Melder realm with his 100 swords as one technique, but the 6th match had already dealt him a blow. If he had been the one to face Michelle's continuous attacks, he might have already lost. The intense attacks were accompanied by shockwaves that swept out in all directions. The ground seemed to be split apart by countless forces, and the area of impact grew larger and larger until Coco couldn't even breathe. He knew that Michelle was strong since she had joined the 10 Arbiters' Council, but Dark Void's strength still shocked him. After all, this person was an Outerverse native, and it was quite rare for him to be able to reach such a level. The ground trembled as Michelle's attacks grew more and more ferocious. Each arrow not only carried a terrifying sharpness, but they also sealed the void and distorted the surroundings with the power of tremors. Dark Void's expression remained indifferent, and everything within 100 meters of him had caved in and turned into ruins. The grass had even been pulverized. After a full 2 minutes, Michelle's bombardment finally ended. She panted slightly and stared at Dark Void in shock. He hadn't even taken a single step back. Xiao Luo stared at Dark Void in amazement. If he wasn't wrong, this person's innate gift was truly terrifying. Silver's smiling expression froze a little. Louis narrowed his eyes. "Are you planning to keep defending like this?" Michelle asked coldly. Dark Void looked at Michelle, still as indifferent as ever. He slowly raised a hand, revealing his black fingernails. Michelle felt a chill run down her spine when she saw Dark Void raise his hand, and she instinctively dodged. A black shadow flashed past where she had been standing, followed by a terrifying explosion that shattered the void. The scene in front of everyone's eyes shattered like a mirror, and the terrifying shockwave sent Michelle flying back more than 10 meters. Everyone's expressions changed. This was an attack that had broken through the void. It was impossible, there were almost no melders who could do such a thing, and Astral 10 shouldn't even exist. However, it had indeed happened. Dark Void had shattered the void. Everyone was stunned as they stared at Dark Void in shock. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. That attack had been terrifying. Little Pao's expression turned grave. "That's why I told everyone to back off. Dark Void's innate gift is void explosion. If we're not careful, we'll be affected." Everyone was shocked. Void explosion? Just the name was enough to tell that it would be troublesome. Generally speaking, the void was very difficult to break, and even the most unstable void would require a limiter to do so. Only a small number of freakish melders could create cracks in the void, but Dark Void's innate gift was void explosion. This meant that the moment he awakened his innate gift, he was already standing at the peak of countless people. Michelle stared at Dark Void in fear. She knew that this person was terrifying, but she hadn't expected him to be this terrifying. Why hadn't he gone to the Innerverse? He should have been discovered long ago, and he should have been qualified to join the 10 Arbiters' Council. Dark Void didn't say anything and just moved his finger. Michelle's expression changed, and she dodged again. The spot where she had been standing warped, and an explosive shockwave swept out in all directions. The ground was pulverized like paper, and the shockwave spread out for 1,000 meters and even further. Everyone retreated once more, as no one wanted to be affected by the attack that tore through the void. Thick smoke billowed out, and Michelle's back was drenched in sweat as she stared at Dark Void. Every time Dark Void's finger moved, she would dodge. Dark Void stood still while she dodged like a mouse. Michelle had never experienced this before, and she felt like she was being crushed. High up in the sky, the Rainmaster sighed, "What a powerful innate gift. It's a pity that this child's heart is too dark. That kind of experience means that he won't be able to open his heart to anyone. What a pity." The Sandmaster spoke in a low voice. This kind of innate gift would be terrifying even in the first 3 academies. There are very few who can match him within the same realm, but he's not invincible. He only knows how to release his innate gift, but he doesn't know how to truly use it. He's still too young. "Leave it to me," the Rainmaster said. No one objected. Boom. The void exploded once more, and Michelle's face paled as she panted heavily. Her clothes were torn apart, revealing her snow-white skin that was dazzling. The others felt that it was a pity. Michelle was already very strong, but she had met a monster. Very few of them had been able to last as long as Michelle, and some of them might not even be able to withstand a single blow. She can't take it anymore. "It's about to start," Big Pao muttered to himself. He had not forgotten that she had also forced Michelle to use her innate gift. Michelle's eyes turned cold as she dodged another explosion. The red in her eyes deepened. She had not expected to use her innate gift in the first battle. She had no choice but to use it against this monster. In the next moment, red lotuses bloomed beneath Michelle's feet. They were bewitching and beautiful, capable of captivating anyone who saw them. At that moment, Michelle looked like a demoness as she stood atop the lotuses. Dark Void moved his finger and a black streak streaked past Michelle. Michelle's eyes flashed red as she lifted her foot and disappeared from where she was standing. The void where she had been standing exploded, shaking the ground. Michelle reappeared 1,000 meters away at an unbelievable speed. She raised her hand and red dots of light condensed into a red lotus as a bow and an arrow as she shot towards Dark Void. The red arrow attracted everyone's attention as it adorned the ground. Dark Void flicked his finger and the black light streaked across the void, blocking the red lotus arrow's path. There was no loud sound when the two collided, but faint cracks spread through the void. These were spatial tears, their attacks had caused the void to collapse. This scene was quite shocking, and it would have caused a commotion in any other academy. Only a handful of monsters could cause the void to collapse with the strength of a melder. As the void collapsed, the black light and the red lotus arrow cancelled each other out. The two attacks were evenly matched. For the first time, Dark Void was surprised. His finger trembled again, and another black brilliance descended upon Michelle's head. Michelle dodged with the help of the red lotus, and the red lotus arrow shot towards Dark Void. Dark Void blocked it with the void explosion, and the whole space exploded. It was just like the beginning, but the power was on a completely different level. The two's battle covered a large area, and their attacks were frequent. The onlookers felt their scalps go numb as not many dared to come into contact with such an attack. Even ordinary Lemeters from the Astral Combat Academy would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Suddenly, a red lotus arrow was shattered by the void explosion. Everyone was shocked. Was the victor about to be decided? The spatial explosion swept towards Michelle and swallowed her in the blink of an eye. Everyone's faces paled. Not good, Michelle's life was in danger. However, no one came to his rescue because in the next second, another Michelle appeared behind Dark Void. She stepped on a red lotus and aimed an arrow at Dark Void before shooting it out. Dark Void's attention was focused on the other Michelle. He didn't expect another Michelle to appear behind him. This wasn't extreme speed, but rather a clone. The Michelle that had been swallowed by the void explosion turned into red lotus petals and shattered. Behind him, a red lotus arrow shot out and hit Dark Void. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were shocked by Michelle's talent, but they were also looking forward to the outcome of the battle. There was no need to doubt Michelle's strength. Being struck by her at such a close range, it should be over. With a loud bang, Dark Void's body was sent flying dozens of meters away. He fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise into the sky. Everyone was silent as they stared at this scene. Both Big Pow and Small Pow were watching. They could not easily decide the outcome of this battle. Michelle frowned. This battle had been too difficult. Her arrow just now should have been enough to decide the outcome, but for some reason, she felt that it was a bit lacking. Everyone watched on. Not long after, a soft sound rang out. Within the cloud of dust, Dark Void pressed his hand against the ground and slowly stood up. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs. He was still fine? No way, he's so abnormal. Michelle clenched her right fist. Her red eyes glowed brightly as she stared at Dark Void within the cloud of dust. Dark Void slowly walked out with an indifferent expression. Looking at his body, there wasn't a single wound. Only the clothes on his back were torn, revealing the tattoo of 3 green leaves. Shamrock Enterprises? Zora cried out. Everyone stared at Dark Void's back. The tattoo on his back was the logo of Shamrock Enterprises. Michelle was surprised. Shamrock Enterprises. So this person was from Shamrock Enterprises. Rumor has it that Shamrock Enterprises specializes in finding geniuses in the universe and allowing them to grow freely. They'll only be recalled once they reach a certain level. I didn't think that it was true. This person is a genius discovered by Shamrock Enterprises, and they call him a seed, Zora said with a serious expression. As members of the Windrift Hall, which was similar to Shamrock Enterprises, they understood the enormous company very well. It was precisely because of this that they knew how terrifying a seed was. Every seed chosen by Shamrock Enterprises was an absolute genius, and once they matured, they would be terrifying. Michelle had obviously heard of this rumor as well, and her face paled. The person in front of her was a seed of Shamrock Enterprises. She had heard from her sister that Shamrock Enterprises was a colossus in the universe, and being chosen as a seed was 100 times more difficult than entering the Astral Combat Academy. Dark Void faced Michelle and raised his hand again. Michelle shook her head and bitterly said, "There's no need to fight. I admit defeat." Everyone was shocked. Luine sighed. Michelle had used up all of her star energy. Her innate gift was very powerful, but it also consumed a lot of star energy. On the other hand, Dark Void's innate gift did not consume much star energy at all. What a terrifying innate gift. Dark Void wins the 6th match, Big Pow announced. At this point, the 6 matches had ended, and the victors were Xiao Luo, Lulu Mavis, Silver, Zhao Ilong, Luine, and Dark Void. This result was somewhat surprising. Hui Day Knight and Michelle's defeats had been unexpected, but Xiao Luo and Silver's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. These two had remained silent ever since entering the academy, and they had barely fought imported battles. Dark Void was also terrifyingly strong. When they thought of Dark Void, everyone subconsciously looked at Luine. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be Dark Void's opponent in the 2nd match. "Brother Lu, it's okay to lose. He'll catch up in the future," Coco consoled as she tugged at his arm. Luine was speechless. "He might not lose." Coco pursed her lips. Even Sister Michelle's terrifying attack didn't hurt him at all. "There shouldn't be anyone who can beat him." Luine laughed. He didn't know how many people had noticed, but it wasn't that Michelle's attack hadn't hurt Dark Void. He had just blocked it. There was a layer of protection on his back, and that arrow hadn't even touched him. More accurately, that arrow hadn't been powerful enough to break through that layer of protection. Michelle's strength had been overestimated. She had only been able to create spatial tears because of Dark Void's innate gift, and she couldn't have done it on her own. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed in the rain for so long to obtain the Rainmaster's gift. Luine didn't feel the need to explain this to her. Cough, cough. In order to not waste time, the tournament will continue. The 7th match, Xiao Luo vs Lulu Mavis, begin, Big Pow announced. Xiao Luo walked down the stage and looked at Lulu warmly. Lulu bumped her fists together, causing a series of thumping sounds. She was clearly a cute girl, but her style was very valiant. Every time he saw Lulu's eager expression, he was reminded of that sea turtle from Earth. This girl was truly fearless. "Be careful, this isn't a spar, so I won't hold back," Lulu provoked, looking at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo smiled. "You didn't hold back during the spar either, but you've become a melder and are even stronger. You have to be careful." Lulu flung her long hair and charged at Xiao Luo, causing the ground to crack and creating a shocking explosion. Xiao Luo's eyes flashed, and he took 2 steps back to avoid the attack. Lulu's fist struck the void, causing the air to conical and distort. Xiao Luo's hair was blown back by the shockwave, and he took a few more steps back. Lulu snorted, and white flash disappeared. When she reappeared, she kicked out with a dull thud. Xiao Luo raised his own leg as well, and the two collided. There was a thump as the ground shattered without warning, and both of them sank into the ground at the same time. A huge crack spread out from the crater until it reached their feet. The crowd was shocked. Both of them hadn't used any battle techniques, so how could they be so powerful? Michelle was shocked. She could feel the pressure from the shockwaves. These two were very strong. Boom. 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 The ground trembled as the cracks expanded. The group was forced to hover in the air as they watched the ground shatter. This level of destruction was comparable to the one caused by Michelle and Dark Void's battle. The only difference was that Michelle and Dark Void had attacked from afar, while Xiao Luo and Lulu had fought in close combat. Boom. Lulu was shocked by the collision. She knew from their first battle that Xiao Luo had a strong ability to weaken star energy, much stronger than when he had sparred with her. She hadn't used star energy at all and had only competed with physical strength, but Xiao Luo had actually withstood her attack. She was from the Mavis family, and she was unwilling to lose to him in a contest of strength. If Xiao Luo won, it would be even more humiliating. The Mavis family had never suffered such a loss before. Lulu shouted, and the phantom of a towering tree appeared behind her. Her strength suddenly increased, and she sent Xiao Luo flying with a single punch. She appeared in front of him with a white flash and punched him in the face. Xiao Luo was sent crashing into the ground, and the ground within a kilometer was pulverized. The shockwaves spread out in all directions with Xiao Luo at the center. This attack was more destructive than all the previous battles combined, and the ground within a kilometer could no longer withstand it. A huge crater appeared as dust and smoke rose into the sky. Coco covered her mouth. That's terrifying. Lu Yin's brows rose, her strength was even greater than before. The Mavis family members were all human-shaped tyrannosauruses. Floating in the air, Lulu's expression turned ugly as she looked back at the crowd. I lost. Everyone was shocked. She lost? What did that mean? At this moment, Xiao Luo patted his clothes with a bitter smile and looked at Lulu. Couldn't you have used a little less strength? You almost broke me. Lulu rolled her eyes at him. Why are you still talking so much when you've already won? From the crowd, Big Pao announced, the winner of the 7th match is Xiao Luo. Everyone was puzzled, and even Michelle couldn't tell what had happened. Lu Yin stared at Lulu's neck, where there was a faint red wound. It wasn't bleeding, but if it had been any deeper, Lulu's neck would have been gone. This was Xiao Luo's attack, but when had he attacked? He hadn't seen it clearly. The battle caused Silver's eyes to completely open, and a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. Dark Void stared at Xiao Luo, and his fists unconsciously clenched. Not far from the teleportation stone, the trial master looked into the distance at the smiling young man. There's an endless stream of demonic geniuses. The Starsibyl sect was right, this generation is about to undergo a huge change. In the treasury, old Kai muttered to himself, many great powers freeze their innate geniuses in order to wait for the Starsibyl sect's divination to break out of the ice in recent years and maintain a youthful skeletal age. This generation is about to undergo a huge change. Did this child awaken from the ice as well? The 8th match, Zhao Ilong vs Silver, begin. Big Pao announced. The arena had been moved dozens of kilometers away, as the original location had already been destroyed. Zhao Ilong walked out with his sword in hand, staring coldly at the smiling Silver as he slowly walked out with a serious expression. The crowd fell silent, as they all favored Silver for this match. Even Hui Day Knight had been defeated in a baffling manner. Silver gave them the same feeling as Xiao Luo, both unfathomable. Sorry, I admit defeat, Silver said. Everyone was shocked. He actually admitted defeat? Big Pao was astonished. Are you sure? Silver nodded with a smile. I'm not a match for a genius from Myriad Swords Peak. His 100 swords combined into one is terrifying. Zhao Ilong was furious. You're underestimating me. Silver beamed. Of course not. I really admire Myriad Swords Peak's eldest senior sister, Her Excellency Wendy Yushan. He then turned to smile at Lu Yin, which made Lu Yin want to punch him. Zhao Ilong stood in front of Silver with a sinister expression. You're not allowed to admit defeat. Fight me. Silver looked at Big Pao. Big Pao was helpless, as this was his first time encountering such a situation. However, since the person involved had admitted defeat, there was nothing he could do. 8th match, Zhao Ilong wins. I don't agree. He's clearly looking down on me. Zhao Ilong snarled as he pointed his sword at Silver. Don't back down. This is the freshman competition, not a game. Silver cackled. Instead of competing with me, why don't you save your strength for the next two? The final battle might be a 3-way battle. Zhao Ilong gritted his teeth and stared at Silver. Little Pao patted Zhao Ilong's shoulder. Forget it, you win. Zhao Ilong felt sullen, as he did not want to win. Go back. A win is a win, Big Pao said. Zhao Ilong gripped his sword tightly and glared at Silver. This bastard. Silver was still smiling. His smile was so bright and heartless. Lu Yin didn't want to look at him, as he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist punching him. His smile was too frightening. As he walked out, Big Pao's voice rang out. The 9th match, Lu Yin against Dark Void. Begin. Everyone was solemn, as this match was even more exciting than the one between Michelle and Dark Void. Lu Yin's name had spread throughout the Astral Combat Academy, especially after he had defeated someone from the Phoenix family and ranked second on the Blaze Realms rankings. This had caused his name to spread throughout the Astral Combat Academy, and he was now known as one of the strongest melders. The outside world's impression of Astral 10 was limited to him, and everyone knew that Luin was very strong. However, they were still waiting to see how strong he really was. Dark Void calmly walked out. It hadn't been long since his battle with Michelle, but there were no signs of battle on his body, aside from a small tear on his back. Everyone felt pressured when facing Dark Void, including Luin. Regardless of whether it was because of his innate gift or something else, Dark Void's attacks could tear through the void. He was a powerhouse who could truly tear through the void. If Luin wanted to win, he would have to use his innate gift to meet Dark Void's attacks head-on like Michelle had, or he would have to use an attack that exceeded Dark Void's limits. Luin had already made his decision. There was no need for words, and Dark Void immediately attacked. Just like he had against Michelle, he slowly raised his hand and flicked his fingers. A black brilliance flashed and the void around Luin exploded. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the scene unfold. Dark Void's attacks were clearly much stronger against Luin than they had been against Michelle, and his attacks had sealed off the entire area. Although he didn't speak, that didn't mean that he didn't know anything about the outside world. He was also aware of Lu Yin's situation, and he had even seen it once. Lu Yin's gaze was calm as he bent his legs and disappeared the moment the void exploded. He tore through the void at a speed that caused the void to distort as he charged towards Dark Void. The two weren't too far apart, and when Luin appeared in front of Dark Void, his afterimage hadn't even disappeared when the void exploded and swallowed him whole. This familiar scene caused everyone's eyes to widen, especially Michelle. She knew Dark Void's strength and defense better than anyone else, and Luin was facing the same situation as her. Luin raised a palm and slapped down, his gaze fixed on Dark Void. He saw indifference and disdain in Dark Void's eyes. This was a sign of extreme confidence in his defense, one that even Michelle had been helpless against. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he used the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. A formless current appeared on his palm. This was battle force. In the crowd, Big Pao, Little Pao, Xiao Luo, and Silver were all shocked as they stared at Lu Yin's palm. Boom! The shockwave crushed the ground and shook the void, causing an imperceptible crack to appear in the void. Dark Void's disdain turned to shock, and then to horror. His face flushed red as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying by an indescribable force, pushing aside the current as he crashed heavily into the ground. Everyone was silent as they stared at Luin in shock. No one had expected that Luin would be able to defeat Dark Void with a single palm. It was too exaggerated. Dark Void was someone who could even take on Michelle's innate gift, the Red Lotus Arrow, yet he had been sent flying with a single palm strike. Coco's jaw dropped, and she couldn't take her eyes off Luin. Michelle's pupils shrank as she clenched her fists. Xiao Luo was shocked, but then his lips curled up. Interesting, this was interesting. Silver's smile grew even more brilliant. Big Pao and Little Pao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Dark Void had been recognized as someone who could participate in the finals, but they had never expected him to be eliminated here. They knew just how terrifying that palm strike had been. Battle force had penetrated his body and shaken the void. Dark Void must have been severely injured, and he had lost this battle. Luin looked at his own palm and saw that it was indeed the case. Just the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm alone was not enough to break through Dark Void's defenses. Only battle force could penetrate the void and attack Dark Void's body through the void. Dark Void had underestimated Dark Void, but even if he hadn't been careless, he would still have been defeated. Not only could he use a 9-fold shockwave palm, but with his current physical strength, Luin didn't know how many shockwave palms he could withstand. Dark Void was no match for him. In the distance, Dark Void slowly moved his fingers and sat up. Everyone looked over. He wouldn't be as unscathed as he had been when Michelle's arrow had struck him, would he? Clearly, they were overthinking things. Dark Void sat on the ground for a while before standing up. His clothes were torn, and a clear palm print could be seen on his chest. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and the corner of his mouth glistened with blood. He looked up at Luin and then quietly walked to the other side. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he wasn't too monstrous, and he could still be defeated. Hold on, everyone suddenly thought of something and looked at Luin. Even Dark Void, who was so monstrous, had been defeated with a single palm strike. Just how strong was this guy? Michelle stared at Luin. Astral 10 actually had such a strong person, and he was only a freshman. This person's strength was one of the best among the melders in the top 3 academies. At this moment, Zhao alone was under the most pressure. With the unfathomable Xiao Luo and the unfathomable Luin, he was the weakest. Victory goes to Luin in the 9th round, Big Pao announced. He then continued, in order to save time, the final battle will begin. Luin stood in place and looked at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo walked out with a smile. Brother Lu, I didn't expect us to fight in the last round. Not at all. I've never been sure of your strength, Luin smiled. Xiao Luo smiled, your strength is easy to see, but you've improved too quickly. I don't know how strong you are now, so please go easy on me. Luin raised an eyebrow, it's still unknown who will win. I'm curious about the technique you used to neutralize the desolate palm and the speed you defeated Lulu. As the two conversed, they completely ignored Zhao Elong, who had also walked out. Zhao Elong felt very awkward, and he gripped his ancient sword tightly and raised it to face the two. The sword hummed softly, and he couldn't wait to fight. However, his provocation didn't arouse their interest at all. 100 swords in one was pretty good, but it was only pretty good. Zhao Elong had only been lucky enough to advance to the finals. Otherwise, he would have been defeated by either Huide Knight or Michelle. He didn't have the qualifications to participate in the finals. Everyone's vision blurred as Luin and Xiao Luo collided. It was an ordinary palm strike, but it caused a shocking shockwave that spread out. Not only did it shatter the ground, but it also shocked the crowd. Everyone, retreat. Big Pao barked, and everyone immediately retreated. Lu Yin's palms collided with Xiao Luo's, and he was shocked. He'd used the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm, and it was reasonable to say that it contained 9 stacks of force. However, less than 3 stacks had actually struck Xiao Luo. The other 6 had been mysteriously neutralized, causing its power to drop drastically. Xiao Luo's eyes lit up, and his lips curled into a smile. There was actually 9 stacks of force. No wonder Dark Void couldn't withstand a single palm strike. With 9 stacks combined with battle force, it would be strange if Dark Void could withstand it. Xiao Luo had tried his best to neutralize 6 stacks, which was great. With a bang, the two separated at the same time. Luin turned around and struck out with a serious palm. 7 stars revolved around his body as he activated the art of Sirius. He would never forget how Lulu had been defeated so soundlessly. Xiao Luo stared at Lu Yin's palm, his expression even more solemn than when he'd faced the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. Some battle techniques could be neutralized with star energy, but others were very difficult. He had to face this palm strike head-on. Suddenly, a slash flew towards Luin. It was Zhao Elong. This was a 3-way battle, and he didn't want to be ignored. Scram! Luin barked, his left serious palm striking towards Xiao Luo while his right hand casually struck out with 9 stacks. At the same time, Xiao Luo did the exact same thing as Luin. He struck out with both palms, one facing Luin while the other attacking Zhao Elong. Zhao Elong's strongest attack was instantly shattered, and the wind from the palms sent him flying 1,000 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Boom! Luin and Xiao Luo's palms collided in the next instant. Sirius palm with 7 stars was comparable to the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm, and Luin was certain that Sirius palm wouldn't be so easily neutralized. This was the first time Xiao Luo had displayed his terrifying strength. He didn't use any battle techniques, but instead countered Sirius palm and forcefully changed the direction of his attack. Lu Yin's 7 stars exploded, but they didn't hit Xiao Luo's body. Instead, they landed on the ground beside him. Xiao Luo's eyes flashed, and he flicked his finger at the critical moment, sending a formless shockwave towards Lu Yin's neck. Lu Yin himself hadn't sensed it, but because of his serious art, he had sensed the danger at the last moment and instinctively dodged. Star energy streaked past and shot into the void, creating ripples. Xiao Luo felt that it was a pity that Lulu had been defeated by this move. He had thought that blocking Lu Yin's palm technique would allow him to defeat Lu Yin, but he had managed to dodge at the last moment. Lu Yin retreated and stared at Xiao Luo solemnly. This guy's attack had been silent, and if not for his serious arts protection, he would have lost. Lulu's defeat wasn't unjust. This guy looked gentle, but he was actually very sinister. His control of star energy was terrifying, and Luin was certain that Xiao Luo's star energy control surpassed his own, or even everyone else's. What had Luin seen in stargazing deck all this time? How sinister, Luin exclaimed. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow. Don't say that, it's just that the angle of the attack was a little remote. Luin was speechless. How was that remote? Normal people couldn't even see it. At this moment, Luin felt like he couldn't take a bite out of Xiao Luo. He was certain that any attack powered by star energy would have a hard time defeating him, so it seemed like battle force was the only way. Luin didn't believe that Xiao Luo had such great control over his physical body. As he thought about it, battle force that was almost invisible seeped out of his body, and Lu Yin's gaze became resolute. Xiao Luo suddenly raised a hand. I admit defeat. Luin was stunned, and so were the others. They were clearly evenly matched, and Xiao Luo even had the slight advantage. Why did he admit defeat? Xiao Luo looked at Luin and said bitterly, you used battle force, what else can I say? I'm still helpless against it. Luin retracted his battle force and stared into Xiao Luo's eyes. After a while, he knew that Xiao Luo wasn't lying, he really was helpless against battle force. It seemed that his weakness was his physical body. It wasn't that Xiao Luo's body was weak, but that it depended on who he was compared to. Compared to other melders, Xiao Luo's physical strength was definitely not weak, but compared to Luin, he was far from it, especially since Luin could use battle force. Luin wins the last match, Big Pao announced loudly. With this announcement, the freshman competition should have ended, provided that no one challenged Luin. Is there anyone who wants to challenge someone else? Little Pao asked. Zhao Ilong stood up with great difficulty and glanced at Luin and Xiao Luo in dissatisfaction. He then looked at Silver, but after some thought, he decided not to challenge Silver. He had already realized his own position, he was one of the weakest students in Astral 10. Hui Day Knight was just as indignant. He had lost in the first round, but when he looked at Luin, Xiao Luo, Michelle, Dark Void, and the rest, he wisely chose not to challenge them. The Day Knight clan's invincible glory was useless here, and he calculated that he might not even make it into the top 5. Lulu was eager to give it a try, and she stared at Luin excitedly, but he ignored her. Alright, since there are no more challengers, then Astral 10's freshman tournament is officially over. I hereby announce that Luin is the champion. From now on, Luin will be the leader of Astral 10's freshmen and will be responsible for supervising the other freshmen in the same batch. The academy will also give him the right to judge within a reasonable range. Does anyone object? Michelle was the first to disagree. That's impossible. We're here to study. We shouldn't be supervised by our peers. Hui Day Knight also spoke up. My Day Knight clan doesn't have the habit of listening to others. Mengyu snorted and didn't say anything, but his attitude was clear. The others didn't say anything either, but their eyes flashed with displeasure. No one wanted to be overshadowed. Luin was surprised, he hadn't expected this to be the prize for the freshman competition. Once it was confirmed, he could control the other students. Little Pao scanned the crowd and said, the so-called supervision and judgment means that no one has the right to interfere with your freedom within a reasonable range. If you feel that something is unreasonable, you can raise an objection to the mentors. Also, this isn't just a rule of Astral 10, it's a rule of the entire Astral Combat Academy. The other 9 academies also have their own leaders, but they're more used to calling them realm masters. Mengyu and the rest were confused. They had never heard of a realm master before, but Michelle and Hui Day Knight had. Their eyes twinkled. That's right, the realm masters of the other academies were extremely powerful. They hadn't considered the realm masters before, but now that they thought about it, a realm master would naturally be the leader. The Council of Astral Academy can decide the direction of the entire Astral Combat Academy, and the 10 Arbiters Council can even change the structure of the universe. A leader's authority over his peers is nothing. If you have any objections, you can leave the academy. Astral 10 won't force you, Big Pao said solemnly, his expression completely different from before. No one objected. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Leader? Realm Master? No, a Realm Master was a leader, but that didn't mean that he was a Realm Master. Lu Yin wasn't even an Area Master yet, but who could say for sure what would happen in the future? The Three Realms 6 Daos' next target was the Astral Combat Academy. He really wanted to see how terrifying an Area Master or even a Realm Master could be. Right, there's a second reward for all of you, Little Pao said. He then looked up at the sky. Mentors, have you chosen? Everyone was puzzled. It was the Sandmaster, Lulu Mavis, Mengyu, and Schutz, come to the Sand Ocean. Silver, Dark Void, and Zhao Ilong, come to the Rain Observatory. Zora, Coco, come to the Stargazing Deck. Xiao Luo, Hui Day Night, come to the Trial Zone entrance. Lu Yin, Michelle, come to the Treasury. Everyone was confused, but Little Pao smiled at them. Congratulations, the mentors have decided to officially teach you. Work hard, you only have one chance. Everyone was overjoyed. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The mentors had made a move, and this was a joyous occasion. He had received the Rainmaster and Sandmaster's help, and not only had he broken through to the Melder realm, but he had also developed 3 stacks to 9 stacks. His flash step now had limitless possibilities, and breaking through Dark Void's seal was his current limit. Had the mentors finally decided to officially teach him? Let's go. We'll follow the mentor's instructions, Big Pao said enviously. They had been in Astral 10 for many years, but had never received such treatment. Xiao Luo's eyes flickered, and he left with a warm smile. Silver and the rest left one after another. Lulu waved her fist at Lu Yin before leaving, and Zhao Ilong's eyes lit up. He would definitely challenge these people again. The new student competition had allowed everyone to see each other's strength clearly. Some were shocked, while others were excited. Michelle was still in shock. The strength of Astral 10's new students had far exceeded her expectations. Even with her strength, she had been eliminated in the first round. This was something that would have been impossible in any other academy. Lu Yin remembered that he and Michelle had been called out by Old Kai. He looked at Michelle and wondered what was wrong with her. Hey, let's go to the treasury, Lu Yin called out to her. She glanced at him with an indifferent expression and turned to leave. Lu Yin was helpless. This girl and her sister were polar opposites. One was charming and seductive, while the other only had looks but was as cold as an iceberg. What a waste of her beauty. After everyone left, Big Pao sighed. I never thought that so many geniuses would appear when Astral 10 was on the verge of collapse. The president even managed to get those people to help him. It seems like he wants to take a gamble. Little Pao's eyes flashed. Bro, we should do something. We can't let the juniors look down on us. Big Pao felt a headache coming on. Fighting for Area Master is no problem, but Realm Masters are a little troublesome. The 9 Realm Masters aren't easy to deal with, and we might not be able to handle them even if we work together. Let's give it a try. We can't give up even if there's only a sliver of a chance. But now is not the time. We need to open a path for them and not force ourselves, Little Pao muttered to himself. Big Pao stretched lazily. We haven't fought in so many years that those people have forgotten about us. We, the prodigies of Astral 10, were also famous in the ported battles. I hope there are still people who remember us. The treasury was as usual. Old Kai's mustache twitched as he looked at the boy and girl in front of him. He sighed lazily. To be honest, I don't know how to teach you. I can only give you some missions. Try your best to complete them. There's no mission suitable for me, Michelle said indifferently. Old Kai rolled his eyes. It's not an academy mission, but a personal one. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. I've been tasked by the president to teach you, so it's fine if you don't want to. Michelle's eyes flashed, and she thought about it. All right, I'll do it. What about you? Old Kai looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. I'm fine with it. Since you're fine with it, go win 100 ported battles and have some fun in the 6 Daos. Lu Yin was astonished. 6 Daos? I can go? Nonsense. You can go as long as you win 100 ported battles. Hurry up and disappear. Let me think of a suitable place for this girl, Old Kai said impatiently. Lu Yin glanced at Michelle and then turned to leave. Old Kai thought about it for a while. and then his eyes lit up. I remember. When I was traveling through the Frostwave Weave, I found a good place that's suitable for you. He then smiled strangely. Michelle frowned. How wretched. Everyone had their own opportunities. Luin didn't see Xiao Luo and Hui Day Night when he reached the trial zone entrance, so they had probably been sent out by the trial master. He didn't ask any questions and stepped into the teleportation stone, beginning to aim for 100 victories in the 3 realms and 6 daos. With Lu Yin's current strength, there were very few melders who could defeat him. He could basically crush any melder he ran into, and only Lemeters or even stronger could defeat him. On the first day, Lu Yin won 19 matches and lost 5. Of those, he had won 8 in a row, but he had been stopped by a Lemeter. That Lemeter possessed battle force and had used it to forcefully crush Lu Yin, shattering his internal organs. Although one-lined battle force was only the beginning stages of battle force, it still surpassed Lu Yin's basic battle force. On the second day, Lu Yin won 13 battles, but his luck was even worse than the first day. He ran into several space-exploring powerhouses, and one of them was so strong that he couldn't even retaliate. His entire body was suppressed by an invisible force, and he was instantly defeated. That kind of strength shocked Lu Yin, and he had to wait outside the teleportation stone for a full 2 hours before recovering. On the third day, the fourth, and the fifth, Lu Yin finally obtained 100 victories. Lu Yin, 100 victories, 73 defeats. Lu Yin walked out of the teleportation stone's range and sighed in relief. He had finally achieved 100 victories, which had not been easy. In 5 days, he had suffered 27 defeats. With his current strength, it would have been very difficult for him to experience so many defeats without the help of a space-exploring powerhouse. He could challenge those above his realm, and ordinary Lemeters were no match for him. Only a few talented Lemeters could defeat him, not to mention melders. Unfortunately, the ported battles did not limit strength, and anyone from the younger generation could participate as long as they touched the teleportation stone. Where did so many young space-exploring powerhouses come from? Lu Yin was speechless. Still, the highest he had achieved in 5 days was 12 consecutive victories, which was not bad. He recalled that Big Pao had said that winning 30 consecutive battles was one of the qualifications to challenge the top 100 rankings, and if he was lucky, he might be able to achieve it. Lu Yin walked over to the trial master and respectfully asked, "Mentor, may I enter the trial zone?" The old man opened his sleepy eyes. "Yes, you may enter." Lu Yin was confused. "Enter? Where?" The old man pointed behind him, but he did not say anything else. Lu Yin reached out and went past the old man. The void rippled like the surface of a lake, and a portion of his finger disappeared. This was another space. He had heard that powerhouses who surpassed the hunter realm could open up the void, and it turned out to be true. Lu Yin took a deep breath and felt as if he had come into contact with another side of the universe. He retracted his hand, but there was nothing wrong with his palm. Without any hesitation, he stepped past the old man and stepped into the invisible void. After Lu Yin left, the old man opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. After passing through the void ripples, Lu Yin's surroundings changed. He was no longer in a boundless grassland, but a giant cliff that towered into the clouds. It was unknown how wide it was, but it blocked his path forward. He looked up, but he could not see the top. All he could see was a thick layer of clouds. The entire cliff was surrounded by a layer of distorted light, and it was impossible to see how far it went. Enter. This mountain is the key to the 3 realms and 6 Daos trial zones. All you need to do is silently recite the name of the zone you wish to enter. Just like the teleportation stone, your consciousness will enter as a medium while your physical body will remain behind. You will be protected by the trial zone mountain, and no one will be able to harm you, the trial master's voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin stared at the majestic cliff in awe. The key that covered the entire cliff was the entrance to the 3 realms and 6 paths. It was also Astral Ten's greatest treasure. He didn't think too much about it and stepped into the formless light. He casually walked to a depression at the bottom of the cliff and sat down cross-legged. After thinking for a while, he finally muttered the words Tao of Purgatory. The next moment, he felt as if he had traveled through time and space. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that everything was black. Whether it was the mountains, the earth, the plants, or the water, everything was black. This was the Tao of Purgatory of the 3 realms and 6 Taos. Luin looked at his body and saw that it was exactly the same as his original body. He had looked the same in the ported battles, but in the trial zones, everything looked the same as in the real world. This place was much more advanced than the ported battles. Luin looked at the black river not too far away, and in its reflection, he saw the word 10 on the back of his hand glowing faintly. This was Astral 10's symbol. Luin took a step forward, but his head suddenly shook as countless strange sounds rang out in his ears. They sounded like war drums, but also like the wails of countless people. His consciousness was under pressure, and his body was under the same pressure. He shook his head and exhaled, smiling bitterly. So this was a trial zone. It was truly interesting, but he didn't know how large it was. Not long after Luin entered the Tao of Purgatory, a piece of news spread to the human domain and shook the universe. The human domain had been defeated. The universe was currently divided into 4 major star fields: the human star field, the space beast star field, the lost technological civilization star field, and the unknown star field. All this time, the 4 star fields had been embroiled in endless wars and were extremely cruel. From ancient times until now, countless lives had been lost. Everything had been normal at first, but recently, the Space Beast star field and the Lost Technological Civilization star field had joined forces to attack the human star field. After an unprecedented battle, the human domain had suffered a crushing defeat. Countless experts had died, and the human domain's territory had been invaded. The most obvious change was that a third of Endless Weave's territory had been lost, and it had become a paradise for astral beasts. Astral 9 had retreated in time and had not been affected. This defeat had shaken the entire human domain. Countless people were enraged, and countless experts at the border had shed blood. This had almost caused the human domain to descend into chaos. The astral war had engulfed the entire human race. Regardless of whether it was the Outerverse or the Innerverse, whether it was the Day-Night Clan or the Mavis Clan, or even the Astral Combat Academy, many powerhouses had fought for the human domain at the border. This crushing defeat had killed countless human powerhouses, and the heavens had lost their luster. Even though there were people who wanted to counterattack, the human domain was unable to hold its own against 2 great astral domains, and a pessimistic mood began to spread. Under such circumstances, the Dean of Astral 1 stood up and proposed to the 10 Arbiters' Council that the Astral Combat Tournament should be held in order to raise the human domain's morale and intimidate their enemies. The 10 Arbiters' Council agreed to hold the tournament open to the entire human domain. Any civilization that had reached a certain level of strength would be able to watch the tournament, and they would be able to directly understand the power of the universe's top academy, the Astral Combat Academy. At the same time, the tournament's rewards were also announced: a powerful technique that had been passed down since ancient times, a seat in the 10 Arbiters' Council, and precious items sponsored by various great powers. When the decision was announced, the entire universe was in an uproar. The news spread at an extremely fast speed from the Innerverse to the Outerverse in just a few hours, and it left everyone dumbfounded. Everyone in the universe knew about the upcoming Astral Combat Tournament. In Astral 4, the Astral Combat Tournament has already caused quite a stir. Because of the human domain's defeat, the various powers have been unable to withstand the pressure. We have no choice but to raise the human domain's morale. The rewards will definitely be very tempting. First place will be difficult, but I'm determined to get into the top 10. In Astral 6, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Daobo, I don't believe that you're really that strong. The day of the tournament will be the day that you'll be defeated. In Astral 7, this is troublesome. The rewards are too tempting. Those hidden powerful disciples will definitely swarm into the 10 academies. The competition is already intense, and with the addition of those powerhouses and the freaks who have broken free from the ice seal, this tournament will surpass all previous tournaments. In Astral 8, Craner, don't disturb me. Also, pay close attention to Feng Shang. I want to know where his bottom line is. Only Realm Masters have the qualifications to fight for the top 10 in the Astral Combat Tournament. Only by defeating him will I have any hope of winning. In Astral 9, in previous tournaments, the top 3 academies have always taken half of the top 10. The strongest are always from the top 3 academies. I don't believe it. This time, I'll lead Astral 9 to become the strongest. In Astral 10, the Sandmaster was torturing Schutz while looking at his gadget, deep in thought. They want to use the Astral Combat Tournament to promote the human domain strength and use it to recruit soldiers? That's not bad. At the very least, we'll be able to see the talents of some of the powerful clans in this tournament. How nostalgic. I wonder how many people will be able to gain the favor of those powerhouses. If they're accepted as disciples, the entire situation will change. Some people had guessed correctly. When news of the Astral Combat Tournament spread throughout the entire universe, the various academies immediately received countless applications to enter the academy. Many of these applications came from powerful organizations, and there were even some ancient organizations that many people had thought had gone extinct. Now, they had reappeared. Unfortunately, no one wanted to join Astral 10. This tournament was too important, and Astral 10 had been at the bottom for so many years, which had caused many people to lose their confidence. Only the Outerverse organizations wanted to join, but unfortunately, Astral 10 did not care about those organizations at all. The Sandmaster simply sealed off Astral 10 and refused to accept anyone. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, it had nothing to do with Luin. At this moment, he was standing on a broken bridge, and across it was a man who was staring at him coldly. Scram. Luin narrowed his eyes. Be more polite. The man looked at the back of Lu Yin's hand and saw the word 10. He sneered. Astral 10? Long time no see. I didn't expect someone from Astral 10 to come to the Tao of Purgatory. One last thing, Scram, or I'll kill you. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly, and his body disappeared. The next moment, he reappeared in front of the man and grabbed him. You're asking for it, the man yelled as he pulled out his sword and slashed at Luin. There was a clang as the sword broke, and Luin grabbed the man's neck. The man's face turned red and he kicked out, but Luin smashed him into the ground and shattered the broken bridge. Pfft. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Luin in shock. You're not a melder? Luin coldly replied, you dare to be so impudent with me with your strength? You're not even second to last in Astral 10. He didn't believe Lu Yin's words at all. Astral 10 was famous for being weak, and while he wasn't strong, he wasn't the weakest either. This person in front of him had to be the strongest in Astral 10. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? He could only admit that he was unlucky. No matter how weak the Outerverse was, there would still be 1 or 2 geniuses. His guess was partially correct. Luin was indeed the strongest in Astral 10, but Lu Yin's words were also correct. He was publicly acknowledged as the weakest, but with his extreme speed and the large syringe's defense, this person was no match for him. He wasn't even second to last in Astral 10. Tell me, where's the closest training ground? Luin asked coldly. The man was terrified and hurriedly answered, there's a mountain range less than 500 kilometers from here called Spear Mountain. The entire mountain range is shaped like a spear and gives off a murderous aura. Rumor has it that someone once comprehended a peerless spear technique there. You can try it out. Luin released his hand. Spear Mountain? Who's the area master? Luin asked again. The man gulped and answered fearfully, Frankfurt, one of Astral Six's area masters in the Tao of Purgatory. Is he very powerful? Luin asked. The man nodded. Very powerful. He's a picometer, and he also comprehended a spear technique at Spear Mountain. Furthermore, he has 2-lined battle force. Lu Yin's expression changed. 2-lined battle force? That was absolutely terrifying. Luin had been defeated by someone with 1-lined battle force during the ported battles, and now, he might not even be able to fight back against Frankfurt. Were all area masters such existences? It wasn't that strange, as area masters and realm masters were both picometers. They were weaker than realm masters, but they could dominate the entire academy and were one of the few powerhouses who could compete with realm masters. Aside from Astral 10, the other 9 academies all had realm masters and area masters. However, there were only a few area masters, and they were the true peak existences of the Astral Combat Academy. Luin was shocked by Frankfurt's strength, but he had no intention of competing with such a person. He looked at the man and asked, "Why did you let me go the moment you saw me?" The man was surprised. "Is this your first time in the trial zones?" Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he waved his hand, causing the broken bridge to shatter. The skybeast claw's mark could be clearly seen as it brushed past the man's head, almost injuring him. The man was so frightened that he hurriedly explained, "Ancient sounds can be heard in the trial zones, whether it's the wails of a battlefield, war songs, or even cultivation techniques. However, the chances are very small, and the more people there are in a certain area, the smaller the chances are. That's why no one wants to get too close to others outside of the training grounds." Luin understood. There was such a thing? What a mysterious place. Ancient sounds could be heard? Not long after, Luin released the man. He was just an ordinary melder from Astral 6 and didn't know much. He didn't even have the qualifications to enter the training grounds, and Luin had already asked around. He hadn't expected that there would be so many powerhouses in the Astral Combat Academy. Just hearing this from this man was enough to shock him. Fortunately, those famous powerhouses were too far away from him. What he needed to do now was to go to Spear Mountain and see one of the rare training grounds in the Tao of Purgatory. The Tao of Purgatory was huge, and all he could see was darkness. Luin didn't walk quickly under 50 times the normal gravity, as he had to be on guard against any possible attacks. The trial zones weren't just filled with Astral Combat Academy students, but there were also strange creatures called war spirits. They couldn't really be considered living creatures, but according to the man's explanation, war spirits were images left behind by people who had battled in the trial zones. They retained the strength of those who had battled in the trial zones. There was no way to explain it, but after countless years of investigation, there were countless cases that proved that the war soul was just an image. It had no life characteristics, no appearance, no intelligence, and nothing at all. It was just an image, but it had a physical body and was extremely aggressive. Any student who encountered a war soul would have a fierce battle. This was one of the dangers of the trial zones. Of course, not all battles would result in the formation of fighting souls. The probability was very small. Otherwise, after countless years, fighting souls would have already spread throughout the trial zones. According to current statistics, there were not many war souls, so the biggest enemy in the trial zones was still the students. When Luin had first heard about war spirits, he had felt strange. War spirits gave him the feeling that the creator of the trial zones had specially created opponents based on the trial taker's strength. If the 9 trial zones were a game, then war spirits would be monsters that were tailored to the trial taker's strength. They would never disappear, and the stronger the trial takers were, the stronger their war spirits would be. Could the trial zones have been created by some ancient existence in the Astral Combat Academy? He looked around, and when he looked up, he saw a giant planet in the sky. These should be the trial zone's moons. There were 3 in total, and they were bright and pure. This place was also divided into day and night, and there was also a sun. And now, because of these 3 moons, a path was illuminated for the Tao of Purgatory. More and more disorderly footprints appeared on the ground, and after walking for a few hours, he finally saw a path that was obviously man-made. He knew that he wasn't far from Spear Mountain. Thump! The earth trembled, and shockwaves accompanied by spatial distortion swept out in all directions. Many large black trees were uprooted. Luin peeked through the branches and saw 2 students fighting in the distance. They were both Lameters and wielded spears. "Give up. With your aptitude, you won't be able to graduate. With me here, don't even think about going to Spear Mountain," one of them shouted arrogantly. Across from him, the other student had a gloomy expression. "It's my freedom to go wherever I want. Besides, I'll definitely graduate successfully and join the 10 Arbiters Council." What a joke. Anyone who can join the 10 Arbiters Council after graduation is a powerhouse with a high ranking. You don't have the qualifications. Die. Boom. The earth trembled once more. There were quite a few Lameters in the Astral Combat Academy. It was difficult to join the Astral Combat Academy, but it was equally difficult to leave. You either had to become an explorer and voluntarily graduate, or you had to be older than the younger generation and be expelled from the academy. Throughout history, there had been many students who had been expelled, and it could even be said that the number of students who had graduated outnumbered the number of students who had become explorers. These two Lemidors looked to be less than 10 years older than Luin. They were both in their 30s, and they still had 10 more years to stay. If they failed to break through to the explorer realm, they would be forcibly expelled, and their names would no longer appear on the Astral Combat Academy's student registry. Luin had no interest in interfering with their battle. These two clearly had a personal grudge, and it had nothing to do with him. He didn't think too much about it, and he circled around the battlefield and headed east. Spear Mountain was right in front of him, and he could already see a small section of the mountain peak that towered into the heavens. It quietly stood tall on the ground, but it seemed to pierce through the void, causing the void to be on the verge of collapse. Just by standing there, it was enough to pierce through the void. This was Spear Mountain. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. Perhaps he would be able to obtain something there. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help but rush forward. The closer he got to Spear Mountain, the more he could feel its indescribable sharpness. Every time he looked at it, he felt as if his gaze would be pierced through. There were a few times when Luin saw a long spear pierce through the void, flickering with a sharp edge that could tear apart the heavens. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes went slack, and he stopped moving. He had heard something that sounded like an angry roar that was extremely sorrowful. The scene in front of him distorted as if he had traveled back in time. He saw a man holding a long spear and slowly raising it. This was an ancient spear technique, and the man was about to use it. Suddenly, Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he instinctively retreated. A cry of surprise came from where he had been standing. It was a man who was staring coldly at Luin. His body flickered, and a long spear appeared in his hand as he stabbed towards Lu Yin's head. Luin was furious. This person had not only launched a sneak attack, but also continued to attack for no reason. His killing intent was obvious, and he had interrupted the scene in front of him. This person deserved to die, and Luin had no intention of holding back. He disappeared with flash and reappeared behind the man's back, striking out with a palm. The 7-star Sirius palm parted the air, startling the man. The spear thrust backwards, its tip brushing past the Sirius palm and stabbing towards Lu Yin's face. The palm was inferior to the spear in terms of distance, and Luin had no choice but to use Sirius palm to strike the spear. The power of the 7 stars explosion shocked the man, and he almost lost his grip on the spear. It took him a lot of effort to neutralize the power of Sirius palm, but even so, his palm was still injured and dripping with blood. Luin raised his hand and grabbed the spear tip, using 9 stacks to blast the man through the spear. The man could no longer hold on to the spear and let go, taking several steps back with a pale face. He stared at Luin in disbelief, each step leaving a clear footprint on the ground. Luin had no intention of letting him go. He had just seen an ancient scene and might have seen a peerless spear technique, but it had been interrupted by this person. He grabbed the spear tip and smashed it towards the man. The man was not weak, or else he would not have been able to block Lu Yin's Sirius palm. However, he could not block Lu Yin's 9 stacks, and without a spear, he had no way of retaliating. His body was pierced through by Lu Yin's spear, and he glared at Luin with a sinister expression. "You're ruthless. You asked for it," Luin replied coldly as he let go of the spear tip. He did not ask why this person had attacked him, as there were too many reasons. Just the fact that he had seen an ancient scene was enough. Everyone was selfish, and since Luin had seen an ancient scene, this person had assumed that no one else would be able to see it again. It was inevitable that he would launch a sneak attack. Besides, Luin was only a melder, so how strong could he be? Perhaps there was another reason why Astral 10 had been in a disadvantageous position for a long time, and when they reappeared, they would naturally be regarded as no longer worthy of being compared to their former peers. Astral 10 had not made a name for itself in the trial zones for a long time, and as soon as it reappeared, it would definitely be ridiculed and even besieged. Luin had previously understood that Astral 10 had a requirement of 100 victories to enter the trial zones, but the deeper he went, the deeper his understanding became. Astral 10 had been weak for too long. The spear shook a few times before stopping, and the man's body gradually dimmed before finally disappearing. This was the trial zones, where one could kill someone, but it was not a true death. This person's body would be fine in the academy, but his spirit would definitely be severely injured. It would probably take some time before he could enter the Tao of Purgatory again. This was just an interlude, but it was a pity that Luyin had not been able to witness a peerless spear technique. Luyin looked up and saw that Spear Mountain was right in front of him. The towering mountain range was majestic and dignified, and Luyin took a deep breath before continuing forward. Not long after, he was stopped by two melders. "Student, may I ask if you use a spear as your weapon?" one of them asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he shook his head. "No. Then you can't go near Spear Mountain." "Back off," the other person shouted. Lu Yin frowned. "Why? Who said that one has to use a spear to enter Spear Mountain?" The two looked at each other and sneered. "This is a rule set by Spear Mountain's area master, Senior Frankfurt." "Why do you think that's the case?" Lu Yin felt helpless. If this was really the case, then there was nothing he could do about it. The area master had absolute authority in his training grounds, and as long as he did not go overboard, no one would oppose him. Furthermore, Frankfurt was a student of Astral 6, and the realm master of the Tao of Purgatory was from Astral 6. The Tao of Purgatory was Astral Six's headquarters. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before turning around to think of another way. At worst, he could just fake a spear technique and enter. At that moment, a girl calmly walked past Lu Yin and headed towards Spear Mountain. The two melders did not stop her at all. Lu Yin turned around to look at the girl. She was a melder just like him, but she had not been stopped. "Why aren't you stopping her?" The two who had stopped Lu Yin were impatient. "We can stop whoever we want. Do we need to report to you?" Lu Yin raised his brows when he saw the two glance at the back of his hand. He immediately understood that these two must have seen that he was a student of Astral 10, which was why they had stopped him. But strangely, even if Astral 10 students were not well liked, they should not be enemies everywhere. The students of the Astral Combat Academy were not brainless enough to cause trouble for no reason. Thinking about it from another perspective, what if these two were targeting him? Lu Yin suddenly thought of Xiyu. It seemed that he was not a nobody in the Astral Combat Academy, and he should have plenty of enemies. "Do you know me?" Lu Yin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the two. A strange look flashed across their eyes before they snorted, "No. Hurry up and leave. Spear Mountain isn't a place for someone like you." Lu Yin was certain that these two knew him, which made sense since they were actively looking for trouble. "What if I don't leave?" Lu Yin's voice grew cold as he glanced at the backs of their hands. Even though they tried to block him, he still saw a large 8 character. The 8th Academy? If he remembered correctly, Xiyu was from the 8th Academy. There were also experts from the Blaze Realm who had joined the 8th Academy. Their expressions turned ugly. "You don't know what's good for you. Scram, or Senior Frankfurt will teach you a lesson." Lu Yin disdainfully replied, "You know me and know that you're not my match, so you're using Frankfurt to scare me. Is Astral 8 full of rats like you?" Crazed words. The two were enraged, and they attacked at the same time. Their spears stabbed out at strange angles, perfectly fitting together to seal off the void. Lu Yin was disdainful. Although these two were melders, their control over star energy was only at the physical level, which was far inferior to Krainer's. He raised a hand and didn't even try to evade. Instead, he grabbed their spears and used 9 stacks to instantly shatter their palms. The two retreated. At the same time, their eyes filled with shock. They knew that they weren't Lu Yin's match, which was why they had wanted to expel him from Spear Mountain and buy time for the Blaze Realm's Lemeters to arrive. However, they had been forced to act now, and they couldn't believe that this person's strength had exceeded their expectations. It was rumored that Krainer had been defeated by a single move, but this wasn't a single move. It was clear that he couldn't even block a single move. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared in front of the two. He used his star energy to seal off the area, making it impossible for the two to escape with their movement techniques. He raised a palm and pressed down. Boom! A shockwave rippled through the air, distorting it. The girl who had already walked away turned back and looked at Lu Yin in shock. This person was so strong that he could easily take on 2 people by himself. He was definitely one of the top melders in the academy. All of a sudden, the woman's heart skipped a beat. She lifted her head and saw the sound of metal clashing coming from the Spear Mountain range. A long spear pierced through the air, piercing towards this place. He was just about to use another palm to finish them off when he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He looked up and saw a spear stabbing towards him. The spear wasn't very fast, but it forcefully distorted the void and trapped him in a quagmire. This spear was even more terrifying than using star energy to seal off the area, as it directly distorted the void and made it impossible for anyone to dodge. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he raised a hand. He had originally planned on using his strongest attack to block the attack, but he suddenly stopped and allowed the spear to pierce through his chest. His organs shattered, and his body vanished from the Tao of Purgatory. The 2 melders from Astral 8 stared at this scene in shock. They watched as the spear slowly dissipated, and a chill ran down their spines. "I'll give Jared face and help you out this time. Help me tell him that we'll meet again in the Astral Combat Tournament." A loud and clear voice resounded throughout Spear Mountain. Many people raised their heads in shock. This was Area Master Frankfurt's voice. "Jared?" It was Astral 8's Area Master. The 2 hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. They heaved a sigh of relief and looked at each other excitedly. No matter what, they had helped the Blaze Realm teach Luin a lesson, and that was enough to answer to Area Master Jared. Within Astral 10's Trial Zone Mountain, Luin opened his eyes. He had a splitting headache that only subsided after a while. This was the after effect of being killed in the trial zones. Every time he was killed, his mind would be damaged, and he would need to rest for a while before he could enter again. Of course, he could enter again immediately, but if he was killed again, the consequences would be even more severe. There had been cases of people in history who had turned into idiots after coming out. Although he had been killed, Luin wasn't angry. The strong preyed on the weak, and if he became stronger one day, he would be able to retaliate. Actually, he could have blocked that spear, but he hadn't. He could sense that the spear hadn't been a battle technique and had only been a casual attack. Even so, it still possessed such terrifying power. Luin guessed that it was most likely Frankfurt's doing. The Blaze Realm's Jared was also an area master, so it wasn't strange for them to know each other. Luin knew that even if he had blocked that spear, he wouldn't have been able to block a second spear, so he might as well give up. There was no need to expose his bottom line too early, as he didn't want to be targeted by another area master. However, Jared was the troublesome one. The people from Astral 8 had tried to cause trouble for him the moment they met, so it definitely had something to do with him. Although Jared couldn't command all of the students from Astral 8, he had no problem commanding those from the Blaze Realm. There weren't many of them, but they were still a hidden danger. Furthermore, Jared also had friends who were all very powerful. Once Luin entered the trial zone, there was a high chance that he would be discovered again. This was a headache. Astral 10 had always attracted a lot of attention, and with Lu Yin's reputation for teasing Xiyu and offending the Blaze Realm, he would be hated by everyone once he entered the trial zones. It seemed that the most important thing right now was to find a backer. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be able to settle down. Who should I look for? Luin muttered to himself. The first person he thought of was Lulu. The Mavis family was terrifying, and they definitely had some super powerhouses in the Astral Combat Academy. There might even be a realm master, but he rejected the idea after some thought. Why would the Mavis family help him? Lulu didn't seem to have any authority. What about Xiao Luo? That wouldn't work either. Although this guy was very strong and unfathomable, he always acted as if nothing had anything to do with him. Luin was sure that looking for him would just be a waste of time. Michelle? No, that girl didn't like him. Dark Void? Shamrock Enterprises? He probably wouldn't even answer his questions. Hui Day Night? Forget it, it was a good thing that the Day Night family wasn't after him. Zora? Coco? Windrift Hall? That wouldn't work either. Zhao Ilong didn't seem to be good at fighting either. Zhao Ilong? Luin completely ignored him. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that his greatest hope was actually Silver. Silver was related to the Neo-Human Alliance, and this was a secret that no one besides him knew. The Neo-Human Alliance was feared by the entire human domain, which showed just how powerful they were. Perhaps he could use this matter to threaten Silver. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he tried to figure out the feasibility of this plan. After thinking about it for a long time, Lu Yin decided to give up. When he thought about Silver's fox-like smile, he lost all confidence. If he wanted to cooperate with someone like this, he had to force him to submit, or else he would be dragged down with him. He walked out of the Trial Zone mountain and passed through the formless barrier to appear at the Trial Zone entrance. The Trial Master looked up and glanced at Lu Yin. "You died so quickly." "Sigh, it's still not enough. It seems like 100 victories isn't enough. You should increase it a bit." Lu Yin was speechless. Increase it? If others found out that he had increased the number of victories in the Trial Zone because of him, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Mentor, you can't blame me." It was the Area Master who made a move. The Trial Master was astonished. "Area Master? Kid, you're quite the troublemaker. Even the Area Master tried to kill you." Lu Yin was helpless. "I've offended too many people in the past." "That's true. You're very detestable," the Trial Master muttered to himself. Lu Yin's face twitched when he heard this. "I'm leaving." The Trial Master ignored him. A similar scene was playing out in the treasury. Old Kai looked at Lu Yin as if he was trash. "You were killed so soon after entering. Don't tell others that you're Astral 10's leader. That's too embarrassing." Lu Yin rolled his eyes. He really couldn't be blamed. There weren't many in the entire Astral Combat Academy who could withstand an Area Master's attack, and there probably wasn't anyone in Astral 10. "Alright, go fill up your star energy first." "There's a huge difference between a peak melder and a novice melder," Old Kai said unhappily. "Yes, Mentor." Lu Yin turned to leave. "Wait, do you have any star crystals?" "Just absorbing the free star energy in the universe would take your son more than enough time to reach the peak," Old Kai said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he looked expectantly at Old Kai. "No." Old Kai nodded and didn't say anything else. Lu Yin blinked. "Mentor, I said I don't have any." Old Kai roared, "If you don't have any, then go earn some. Why are you wasting your breath on me? Are you expecting an old bag of bones like me to make money for you?" Lu Yin hurriedly ran off. He knew that the mustached man wasn't reliable. He had thought that the old man would give him some crystals, but there was nothing. He found a random sealed area and set up a circle of natural energy crystals. He then started to absorb star energy. He wanted to enter the time-stop space to absorb, but after some thought, he decided against it. Absorbing star energy took a lot of time, and if he reached the peak of the Melder realm in less than a second, even an idiot would know that something was wrong. He couldn't guarantee that no one would see him, so he could only obediently wait. He took out 1,000 star crystals and crushed them. Feeling the boiling star energy, Lu Yin activated the Serious Art to increase his absorption rate by 7 times. The star energy converged like a tidal storm with him as the eye of the storm and was quickly absorbed. There was a huge difference between a Melder and a Sentinel, the most obvious being the amount of star energy they had. If a Sentinel's star energy reserves could be easily satisfied, then a Melder's were different. Everyone had different amounts of star energy, and it could be described as an ocean. For 7 days, Lu Yin crazily absorbed star energy at 7 times the normal rate. 100,000 star crystals were consumed, but he still wasn't satisfied. He opened his eyes, but they were exhausted. He couldn't absorb any more, and it would be difficult to remove the impurities if he absorbed too much at once. He hadn't expected his body to have such a terrifying amount of star energy. 100,000 wasn't enough to satisfy him. Most people didn't even need that much. 100,000 was a terrifying amount, and if not for Shiyu's interference, he wouldn't have been able to collect it in such a short time. He still had 20,000 star crystals left, and another 250,000 stored in his Mavis crystal card. He should find some time to withdraw them. As for now, Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at the die in his palm. It was time to roll it. He'd almost been scared to death when he'd rolled a single skin last time. He hoped that his luck would be better this time, and it would be best if he could roll 3 pips. Lu Yin's luck was pretty good. When the die slowly stopped rolling, 3 pips appeared in front of him. Lu Yin's breathing quickened as 2 golden screens appeared in front of him, one above and the other below. They were like 2 golden curtains that were abnormally resplendent. The next moment, he naturally knew how to use them. They could raise the level of the items placed on the screens by 1 level. His breathing quickened the moment he learned of this function, and his eyes burned with a passion he'd never seen before. The first thing he thought of was the serious art. If he'd upgraded the serious chip, what would it have been like? There were battle techniques, weapons, materials, herbs, and so on. Right, there was also the formcast model. Lu Yin immediately took out the formcast model in his body. It had been made for him by the crazy director. He'd assumed that it had been made by the Rainmaster, and it was a precious formcast model that would allow him to undergo a 4th formcast. Ordinary formcast models could only be used 3 times, which meant that one could reach the Melder realm. For example, the students of the Great Yu Empire only had 3 formcast models. Only some precious formcast models could be used 4 times to reach the Lamita realm. As for the 5 formcast models that could allow one to reach the Explorer realm, they were extremely precious and could not be bought even if one wanted to. They were not something that a hunter could casually create as they consumed a lot of resources. Above the 5 formcast models, there was a 6th formcast model. Once that was completed, one could reach the hunter realm. This formcast model was only rumored to be created by some terrifying powerhouse, and it consumed a lot of resources. The Great Yu Empire's emperor, Undying Yushan, was only a hunter. Generally speaking, many cultivators would not be able to obtain another formcast model after 3 formcasts, and they could only cultivate step by step. Some of the more outstanding cultivators could reach the Explorer realm, but that was the limit. Very few could complete 6 formcasts, and such people only existed in legends. Even the Astral Combat Academy did not have one, as those who could complete 6 formcasts had already surpassed the Cruiser realm and reached the peak, which meant that they would become hunters. There was a huge difference between those in the same realm and those without. Every formcast model was a complete transformation, and not only did it change one's body, but it also allowed one to comprehend the might of the powerhouse who had created the formcast model. This was quite precious, as the stronger one was, the deeper one's comprehension would be. This was why many terrifying powerhouses were not willing to create formcast models. Not only was the consumption too great, but there was also the possibility of others spying on them. The formcast model in Lu Yin's hands could allow him to undergo 4 formcasts, allowing him to reach the Lamita realm. However, if he upgraded it, he could undergo 5 formcasts. What kind of concept was that? It would surpass countless people of the same generation. Even in the Astral Combat Academy, there were not many powerhouses who could become explorers with 5 formcasts. This was different from slowly cultivating to become an explorer, just like the difference between a formcast model cultivator and a wandering soldier. Lu Yin truly admired the senior who had invented the formcast model, as it had changed the once lifeless cultivation environment. In the past, even those with great innate gifts had to spend a lot of time cultivating. Now, with the advent of formcast models, countless extremely talented youths could easily rise up and surpass the older generation. The 10 Arbiters were the most obvious examples of this. With their combined strength, the power of the universe had shifted to the younger generation, which was unimaginably terrifying. Lu Yin shook off his chaotic thoughts and stared at the 2 screens. He took a deep breath and slowly placed the formcast model on the upper layer. As long as the model fell into the lower layer, the upgrade would be complete. Lu Yin stared at the formcast model anxiously, almost wanting to make a move. However, the formcast model did not change at all. He suddenly thought of something. No way, this also requires star energy? Lu Yin had the urge to vomit blood, but he still took out 100 cubes of star crystals and threw them at the light screen. The light screen absorbed the crystals, and the formcast model moved down just a tiny bit. It was just a tiny bit, and it was almost impossible to see clearly. And that he was. Once more than 10,000 star crystals were absorbed by the screen, the formcast model dropped by a small amount. Just a small amount. He estimated that the Formcast model would require about 300,000 star crystals to upgrade to the next layer. He looked up and sighed. How ruthless. Upgrading the Formcast model required 300,000 star crystals, and he only had 260,000 star crystals left on him. It wasn't enough. Helpless, Luin put the Formcast model away and watched the screens disappear. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He could only wait until he had enough crystals. Fortunately, the Formcast model had changed a little. He just needed to roll 3 pips to continue. It wasn't a loss. A quintuple Formcast model was extremely precious. Only the major powers had it, and Luin knew that it would be difficult for him to obtain it. Now that he had a way, he would upgrade it even if it cost him money. Of course, the quintuple Formcast model wasn't the most important thing, but the 6th. How many 6-fold Formcast models were there in the universe? He didn't know. Nobody did, but they were definitely very few. Even the Blaze realm might not have them. Luin saw hope. I wonder if 6 is the limit. Luin suddenly thought of something, and his eyes burned with passion. But he quickly hid his thoughts and decided not to think about it for now. If there really was a quintuple Formcast model, then it would be fun. It would probably shock the universe. After experimenting with tens of thousands of crystals, Luin realized that he was getting better at spending money. He didn't expect to roll 3 pips, so he only hoped to roll 4 pips and activate the 8 stars as soon as possible. This would increase the speed at which he absorbed star energy and increase the power of his Sirius palm. He guessed that the power of his Sirius palm would surpass that of his 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. He didn't know how powerful it would be if he added battle force to it, but he was looking forward to it. He rolled the die again and rolled a pip. An exquisite ring fell out with a thump. The material was ordinary, but the craftsmanship amazed even Luin. The translucent metal seemed to have a life of its own. It was a pity that it looked good, but it was useless. Still, the craftsmanship alone made it seem very expensive. On his 3rd try, he rolled a pip. What a waste. He realized that the most wasteful thing right now wasn't a pip, or even a pip, but a pip. It was a pip that could be used to borrow his innate gift, but he had wasted it every time he rolled the die in a deserted place. This couldn't be allowed. I have to be careful in the future. This is a point that can be used to borrow innate gifts. I can't waste it. There was one last chance left. Rolling 5 times would cause him to faint, so rolling 4 times was just right. He stared blankly as the die slowly stopped spinning and finally showed a pip. Luin knew that his luck was especially good today, as he had rolled both pips and pips. Very soon, the scene before him changed, and he appeared in the grayish-white time-stop space. He habitually increased the gravity to 60 times, but it was too low. He took out some star crystals and increased the gravity again until it reached 100 times the normal gravity. This was 100 times the normal gravity, which was the limit that only Limeters could withstand. From this, it could be inferred that Lu Yin's physical strength had already surpassed that of most Limeters, but this was still not his limit. Luin didn't know how his physical body had become so terrifying all of a sudden, and it was constantly growing stronger. Since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't think too much about it. He maintained the gravity at 100 times and took out 1,000 star crystals to increase the time limit to a month. He wanted to stay in this space for a month, and he had to activate his 8th star. At the same time, a spacecraft appeared at Astral 10 space station. The insignia indicated that it was from the Innerverse, and there was a strange image engraved on the outside of the spacecraft, 2 palms that covered a planet. Xiao Luo's eyes lit up when he saw the image. It was the symbol of the Lockbreaker Society. Lockbreakers enjoyed special privileges in the universe, and with these privileges came restrictions. The Lockbreaker Society had been born with the goal of gathering lockbreakers to explore the limits of their profession, but everyone knew that the society also existed to restrict lockbreakers. If a lockbreaker committed evil, the consequences would be unthinkable. Many ancient artifacts that had been sealed for so long already had disastrous effects, and if a lockbreaker unlocked them, it would lead to a natural disaster. This was not allowed, so the Lockbreaker Society was supported by many parties to ensure its legitimacy and status. A few days ago, the trial master had sent a request to the Lockbreaker Society on Xiao Luo's behalf. The purpose of this request was for Xiao Luo to join the Lockbreaker Society because he was qualified. The hatch opened, and Xiao Luo stepped forward. The first to disembark was a group of cultivators. These were soldiers who were directly affiliated with the Lockbreaker Society, and each of them had the strength of a Melder or even a Lemeter. Behind them was a middle-aged man in grey robes with a stern expression. He saw Xiao Luo and slowly walked down from the spacecraft. A beautiful young girl walked out from behind the middle-aged man. She was quite young and looked about the same age as Luin, but her eyes were raised so high that they almost touched the ceiling. She looked very arrogant. Xiao Luo smiled and walked forward, bowing to the grey-robed man. Xiao Luo from Astral 10 greets Master Wuxing. The middle-aged man nodded and looked at Xiao Luo. He then nodded in satisfaction. "You're the person that Elder Tan told me about?" Xiao Luo smiled. "Yes, I am." Wuxing grunted. "Let's go and meet Elder Tan first." "Master, this way please." Xiao Luo gestured and nodded politely at the young girl before leading the way. The young girl looked at Xiao Luo curiously. Her name was Lu Ji, and her original plan had been to take her to Astral 6 to participate in the entrance exam. However, halfway through, they had suddenly changed their plans and come here to take the Lockbreaker exam for an Astral 10 student. She had always been curious. Astral 10? Wasn't that the academy that had been banished? There were actually students who could join the Lockbreaker Society? She could not understand. The moment she saw Xiao Luo, Lu Ji instinctively had a good impression of him. However, she was not confident that he would be able to pass the Lockbreaker Society's entrance exam. She was well aware of how difficult the Lockbreaker Society's entrance exam was. Even a genius like her, who had been born in the society since she was a child, had to take the exam many times before passing. What did this person have? Following Xiao Luo, the three of them arrived at the trial zone entrance through a transmission device. Coincidentally, a man was preparing to leave, and the three of them bumped into Hui Day Night. Hui Day Night only glanced at the three of them before ignoring them and stepping into the transmission device to leave. Wuxing was astonished. He's from the Day Night clan? Someone from the Day Night clan actually joined Astral 10? Xiao Luo smiled. His name is Hui Day Night, and he's indeed from the Day Night clan. He's not bad. Lu Ji raised an eyebrow. He's not bad? How could she tell? That guy was obviously arrogant, and he was even more arrogant than she was. He did not even greet Master Wuxing when he saw him. Even the elders of the Day Night clan would not dare to be so rude. To Xiao Luo, as long as they were not enemies, they were not bad people. At least, that was what he believed. The trial master was still the same as before. He sat there half dead, looking as if he had lost his mind. When he saw the trial master, the middle-aged man, Wuxing, straightened his face and immediately stepped forward. "Elder Tan, Student Wuxing greets you." Surprise flashed through Xiao Luo's eyes, and Lu Ji's mouth fell open. Master Wuxing was actually so respectful to this old man. This was Master Wuxing, a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker who was extremely close to becoming a boundless advanced lockbreaker. He was only one step away from becoming a boundless advanced lockbreaker. Even the powerful clans of the Innerverse had to treat him with respect, so why would he be so respectful to a mere Astral 10 mentor? The Lockbreaker Society divided lockbreakers into different levels. It was very general, but it was very clear. From low to high, they were divided into discerning elementary, perceptive intermediate, boundless advanced, and a secret higher level. Discerning elementary corresponded to melders and lemeters, perceptive intermediate corresponded to explorers and cruisers, and boundless advanced corresponded to hunters. Very few people could break through this division and become a lockbreaker at a lower realm. Wuxing was a perceptive intermediate, but his lockbreaking research had reached the boundless advanced level. As long as he could become a hunter, he could directly become a boundless advanced lockbreaker. There weren't many lockbreakers in the universe who could reach this level, and they were enough to make the various great powers chase after them. Another point was that lockbreakers were very powerful. Any lockbreaker's control of star energy was terrifying, and it wasn't difficult for them to challenge those of a higher realm. Wuxing's status as a lockbreaker coupled with his terrifying battle prowess meant that he didn't need to be overly courteous even when he met almighty hunters. This was also the reason why Lu Ji was surprised. Astral 10 was just an exiled academy, and aside from the director who was rumored to have gone mad, there shouldn't be anyone else who could receive such respect from Wuxing. The trial master opened his eyes with great difficulty. "Oh, it's Wuxing. You've grown up." Lu Ji almost went berserk at his words. Wuxing was still very respectful. "It's been a long time since we last met." "Congratulations, Elder Tan." The trial master smiled. "You're still as eloquent as ever. Let's take a look. It's that little fellow. Let's see if he can join the society." Wuxing sternly replied, "There's no need. With Elder Tan's foresight, since you've sent an official request for an assessment, there shouldn't be any mistakes." He then turned to Xiao Luo and solemnly asked, "Xiao Luo, let me ask you something. Are you willing to join the Lockbreaker Society and become an official discerning elementary lockbreaker?" Xiao Luo took a deep breath and walked in front of Wuxing. He respectfully replied, "I'm willing to contribute the rest of my life to the Lockbreaker Society." Wuxing nodded and solemnly took out a badge and handed it to Xiao Luo. "I've added your name to the society's register. From now on, you are a member of the Lockbreaker Society." "Thank you, Master Wuxing," Xiao Luo respectfully said. Wuxing nodded in satisfaction and looked at the trial master. "Elder Tan, are you satisfied?" The trial master did not seem to care. "Do as you wish. If this brat embarrasses the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, then it's all your fault." "Who told you to not take the assessment?" Wuxing said, "Actually, I'm here to ask Elder Tan some questions." "What do you think?" The trial master nodded and sighed. "It's been so many years. I've enjoyed the benefits of the society, but I haven't contributed anything to the society. It's my fault. Since you're already here, you should wait a little longer before you leave." Wuxing was overjoyed. "Thank you, Elder Tan." He then turned to Lu Ji and said, "Take a look around Astral 10. "Master Wuxing, let me show her around," Xiao Luo said with a smile. Wuxing nodded. "Sure." He then sat down beside the trial master and whispered something to him. Xiao Luo gestured to Lu Ji, "Please." Lu Ji nodded. She felt a little uncomfortable. She had been born in the society and had spent a long time to join it, but this person had joined without even taking the test. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't dare to refute Master Wuxing, she would have definitely stopped him. However, since Master Wuxing had agreed, she had no other choice. Xiao Luo was very gentle, and even though Lu Ji didn't introduce herself, he didn't mind. He brought her to the Rain Observatory. The rain never stopped at the Rain Observatory, and a dark green curtain of rain covered the entire area. Green tree branches filled the area as far as the eye could see, and if one didn't point it out, very few would be able to tell that these branches came from the same tree. Lu Ji wasn't interested in the Rain Observatory. Lockbreakers had a very strong control over star energy, and this control was different from how Lu Yin and the others categorized their star energy realms. Instead, it was a unique comprehension and understanding of star energy that only lockbreakers could achieve. Otherwise, any cultivator with a strong control over star energy would be a lockbreaker. If Lu Ji wanted to improve further, she would need actual combat and lockbreaking comprehension. Just watching the rain wasn't going to be easy, so she decided to leave. At that moment, a black dot flew over. Its black hair swallowed the light as it leaped past Lu Ji and stepped into the teleportation device. It was Dark Void. Lu Ji was furious. "Stop right there. What's wrong with you? Can't you see that I'm leaving? How rude." Dark Void glanced at Lu Ji, but he didn't seem to care and turned to leave. Lu Ji snorted and raised a hand. She rotated her palm to disperse the surrounding star energy and suppress Dark Void. She was a lockbreaker, and her power level was very high even if she did not have any battle techniques. Lockbreakers were synonymous with power. Dark Void raised a hand and moved his fingers. The space in front of Lu Ji exploded, and her expression changed as she immediately retreated. The void distorted as a shockwave swept past, pushing away the raindrops and restoring the star energy that Lu Ji had dispersed. By then, Dark Void had already left. Luigi was shocked. Did he just shatter space? How is that possible? He's just a melder? How can he be so strong? It's an innate gift, Xiao Luo smiled. Luigi was stunned. Innate gift? It's related to space. Was that person your academy's leader? In her opinion, someone with such strength should be the leader. Xiao Luo shrugged. No. Luigi was shocked. That person isn't the leader? Xiao Luo smiled but didn't explain. The outside world looked down on Astral 10, but they didn't know that Astral 10 was very strong. During the new student competition, they had displayed a strength that had shocked the other academies. With the mentors training, no one knew how strong they would become. Luigi suppressed her shock and looked at Xiao Luo. Take me to see your academy's leader. I heard that almost all of Astral 10's older students have left, so there should only be melders left. I'd like to see how talented your leader is since he was able to defeat a melder who could tear through space. Xiao Luo was helpless. I'm sorry, but I don't know where he is. How about we look for him one by one? Luigi nodded. I have plenty of time. Let's go. Xiao Luo smiled and led Luigi to the sand ocean. As soon as Luigi arrived at the sand ocean, she saw a scene that shocked her. A girl had shaken the desert with a single punch, and the vibrations were transmitted to her feet. Through the vibrations, she could feel how terrifying that girl was. How powerful was that punch? Who is she? Luigi was shocked. Xiao Luo replied, she's a new student. She's not bad. Not the leader? No. Next place. Not long after, the two arrived at Stargazing Deck and saw Zora and Coco. What made them speechless was that Coco was hugging a huge syringe. Luigi felt a chill run down her spine when she saw the syringe and subconsciously took a few steps back. Even girls were afraid of this thing. Coco's eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Luo. Brother Xia, why are you here? Are you hurt? I'll be fine after a shot. Xiao Luo smiled and retreated. No need, I'm not hurt. He then led Luigi away. He was also afraid of that syringe. Up until now, no one had dared to let Coco take a shot, so he was very curious about the effects. That girl is quite strong. Do you want to try it? Xiao Luo tempted. Luigi shook her head. No need. Xiao Luo felt that it was a pity. Finally, the two arrived at the treasury and bumped into Silver. His fox-like smile made one's hair stand on end. The moment she saw Silver, Luigi's expression changed. If Xiao Luo was said to be warm, then this person was chilling. They were both smiling, but they were completely different. Especially when she saw Silver, Luigi's eyes stung. She felt a strong sense of danger. This person could threaten her life. Brother Xia, what a coincidence, Silver greeted him with a smile. Xiao Luo's expression darkened when he saw Silver, but he only grunted as a greeting. Silver looked at Luigi and exclaimed, what a beautiful girl. Is she a new junior? I heard that many new students want to participate in the Astral Combat Tournament. Xiao Luo calmly replied, no. What a pity. I wanted to interact with her. Silver shrugged and waved at Luigi before leaving. Luigi's expression turned serious. She had never seen such a terrifying man before, not because of his strength, but because of the feeling he gave her. How strong is he? Luigi asked curiously. Xiao Luo shook his head. I'm not sure. Since your academy has a leader, it means that you've already competed. How can you not know? Luigi thought that Xiao Luo was just brushing her off. Xiao Luo calmly replied, he admitted defeat. No one knows how strong he is. Luigi's eyes narrowed. Astral 10 was not simple. That was the only thought she had right now. The people she had met were either strange or abnormal, but they were all very strong. If this Xiao Luo really did have the qualifications to become a lockbreaker, then he definitely would not be weak. Luigi was confident that she was one of the top melders in the Astral Combat Academy, but the people she had just met were not weaker than her. Astral 10 had hidden its strength well. Suddenly, Luigi thought of something and looked at Xiao Luo strangely. You. You're not the leader, are you? Xiao Luo laughed. Of course not. Oh, I still don't know your name. Lu Ji. Lu Ji? That's a good name, Xiao Luo praised. Lu Ji frowned. Are these the only places you can visit in Astral 10? Sorry, most of Astral 10's places have been destroyed. These are the only places you can visit. Xiao Luo shrugged. Lu Ji felt helpless. She had heard of this incident before. It was said that Astral 10's headmaster had gone crazy and destroyed the entire academy, including the battle techniques, and weapons that had been collected over countless years. This had caused Astral 10's reputation to plummet to the point where it was on the verge of collapse. Xiao Luo brought Lu Ji around as he walked out of the time-stop space. In a month's time, he had already activated his 8th star. Its power was as he had expected, surpassing the 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. However, this was also the end of the serious technique. This technique that had accompanied him for so long and had allowed him to overcome multiple calamities had come to an end. Lu Yin sighed. The serious technique that he had obtained had only contained 8 stars. He had tried to simulate another star, but he had not been able to make any headway. This technique was too profound, and it was not something that he could guess at. Thank you for your continued support. Please subscribe. Please donate. I wonder if the mentors can deduce the next part of the serious art. Lu Yin thought about it, but he didn't think it was possible. The power of the serious art was beyond his imagination, and it was already so terrifying with just 8 stars. It surpassed most battle techniques that he had ever seen, no, all battle techniques. It should be a technique that had been passed down since ancient times, and it wasn't something that could be deduced by the current generation. Forget it, I'll see if I have a chance to obtain the next technique in the future. Lu Yin helplessly thought about it and reached out with his hand, causing the 8 stars to revolve. It was beautiful and dreamy. You're missing one, an ancient voice suddenly spoke into Lu Yin's ear, causing him to jump in fright and instinctively flash away. However, the voice followed him like a shadow. You're indeed missing one. Unfortunately, it's not perfect. Lu Yin stopped and slowly turned around, his face pale. He felt like his greatest secret had been discovered. He had just walked out of the time-stop space. Furthermore, this person had been able to see him using the serious art. Most people wouldn't be able to see it. Lu Yin saw an old face that he had seen before, and it had left a deep impression on him. It was the crazy director, the one who had almost killed him. At this moment, the director's eyes were cloudy, and he seemed to still be in a state of insanity. He only stared at Lu Yin's palm, or rather, at the 8 stars. Lu Yin gulped. Student Lu Yin greets the director. The crazy director ignored Lu Yin and continued to stare at the serious palm. His eyes gradually brightened, and he laughed maniacally. Haha, I remember now. It's missing 1 star, and it should be replaced. 8 stars aren't perfect, so 9 is perfect. Yes, that's it, haha. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, but he resisted the urge to remove the stars. He had a feeling that he might be able to obtain an unimaginable fortune from the crazy director. Mad no, director, you recognize this palm technique? The crazy director laughed maniacally, muttering to himself as if he had suddenly thought of something. Lu Yin waved the serious palm in front of the crazy director's eyes and pretended to sigh. How do I get the 9th star? I don't know. The crazy director's mouth fell open as he stared at Lu Yin. You don't know? Lu Yin nodded. I don't know. I know, haha, I know. The crazy director's laughter shook the heavens. Lu Yin was hopeful. You know? I don't believe it. The crazy principal glared at him. If I say I will, then I will. Even if I don't, I will. I don't believe you. You have to believe me. I won't believe it unless I see the 9th star. You're pissing me off. Fine, I'll show you the 9th star. I'll definitely make you believe it. He grabbed Lu Yin's hand and pressed his palms together. An indescribably strange ripple spread out, filling Astral 10 and even the void. It should have been a shocking ripple, but no one sensed it, not even old Kai or the trial master. At this moment, only Lu Yin could sense it. He experienced a more mysterious operation than the elementary Sirius technique. He didn't know if this was the advanced Sirius technique, but he was sure that it definitely surpassed 8 stars. Because in his eyes, a 9th star had faintly appeared on the surface of his body. This was a completely different method of operation from before. If the previous operation of the stars was forcibly condensed one by one, then the moment the 9th star appeared, it resonated with the first 8 stars, forming a beautiful starry sky pattern. Luin stared blankly at the starry sky that surrounded him. It wasn't a real sky, but it was no different from the real thing. It was unimaginable to simulate a starry sky with 9 stars, and he could feel the terror of the starry sky surrounding him. It was different from before. When the power of each new star increased, Sirius Palm's power had undergone a qualitative change. Even Luin didn't know how strong the change was. If the explosion of a single star was enough to distort the void, then what about the explosion of an entire galaxy? Suddenly, the starry sky around him disappeared, and Luin opened his eyes to see the crazy director glaring at the sky. It's you, it's you. Don't run. You started this war, so you'll have to bear the consequences. Don't run. Luin felt that it was a pity that he hadn't been able to complete the construction of the starry sky. He could feel how powerful he had been just now, and he didn't know how much power his body could unleash. However, the Sirius Palm that had just constructed a galaxy was enough to make him tremble. Hold on, galaxy, starry sky. Lu Yin's eyes blazed. Since a galaxy had appeared, then could he add more stars to it, just like the previous 8 stars? It was a crazy idea, but it wasn't impossible. Lu Yin's breathing quickened, as he desperately wanted to simulate the galaxy that he had just sensed. That would cause a qualitative change in his power. Lu Yin immediately sat down cross-legged and calmed his heart. A few hours later, he opened his eyes. He had memorized the circulation method, but he couldn't activate the 9th star. This star was definitely more difficult than the 8th, and it had taken him almost 2 months to activate the 8th. The 9th would probably take even longer, but he couldn't rush it. He would wait until he rolled his die and entered the time-stop space for 3 months. He was confident that he wouldn't be able to come out. Lu Yin stood up and stretched, feeling his body go numb. What should he do at this time? He couldn't just keep cultivating, and he couldn't go to the trial zones for the time being either. Without a backer, he would be asking for a beating if he went there. There was only one path left, and that was to earn some money while he still had time. His innate gift greatly desired star crystals. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the treasury. Xiao Luo and Lu Ji had already left. Old Kai's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Yin, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Kid, you're pretty rich. Your star energy actually increased so much in just a few days. You must have used up a few tens of thousands of star crystals." Lu Yin smiled, "No, I was just lucky enough to get some." Old Kai snorted, "I'm not asking you for money. What are you afraid of?" Lu Yin smiled sheepishly. He had always felt that this mustached man was unreliable. Old Kai, how could he not be greedy for money? It was better to pretend to be poor in front of this person. Old Kai, I want to find some missions to do. It would be best if they were near the Great Yu Empire's Xinyu star. Old Kai grunted, "With your current strength, you won't be able to achieve anything. You can only do missions." He then opened up a list of missions. Choose one yourself. It's best if you pick a difficult one. There's not much time left. Not much time? What time? Lu Yin was confused. Old Kai was confused. You don't know about the Astral Combat Tournament? Lu Yin was stunned. The Astral Combat Tournament? When is it? Old Kai recalled that Lu Yin had just entered the trial zones when the news had spread. No wonder. Kid, do you know how this universe is divided? Lu Yin nodded. Are you talking about the 4 great domains? Old Kai couldn't help but laugh. No, to be precise, it's one of the 3 star domains. The human domain, the astral beast domain, and the technological civilization domain. The astral wilderness can't be considered a star domain because no one knows how big it is. Throughout the years, the star domain battles have always been the most brutal. The human domain was defeated by the human domain. After a while, Luing found out what had happened and was shocked. The astral combat tournament had been held after the human domain's defeat to raise morale and also to recruit soldiers. Of course, there was also another reason, which was to uncover the freakish geniuses hidden in the various powers. Regardless of the reason, the scale of this tournament was unprecedented. What's the exact time? Luing hurriedly asked. Old Kai shook his head. It's not confirmed yet. We'll be able to confirm the time once all the civilizations in the universe are connected. Luing pondered this. All the networks? This was one of their goals. The network connected the universe and reduced the space for information transmission. With the current human technology, this could be done a long time ago, but it had never been done. There must have been some misgivings about it. Now, some people were using the human domain's defeat to push this matter forward. Even so, there would definitely be various restrictions on the universal network after the astral combat tournament. Old Kai scanned the mission list. He thought that Luing was thinking about the astral combat tournament and had no idea that Luing had already thought of something strange. Luing didn't pay much attention to it either, as he had naturally thought of these things. There aren't any missions close to the Great Yu Empire's Xinyu star, Old Kai said casually after a while. Luing grunted and looked at the mission list again. Since there weren't any, he'd just randomly pick one. At that moment, a new mission popped up. Protect the Urfa caravan as it passes through the war zones and reaches the Frostwave Weave's first filament of the Great Yu Empire. Luing subconsciously accepted the mission. The first filament of the Great Yu Empire was where Xinyu Star was located, so this mission had come at the right time. Old Kai, is the Urfa caravan also a sponsor of Astral 10? Of course not, this is a mission given to us by the Mercenary Association. They're a sponsor of the Astral Combat Academy, so they'll give us suitable missions every once in a while, Old Kai explained. No wonder there were so many strange missions. I'll take my leave now. Do you have any other instructions for me, Old Kai? Old Kai waved a hand. Fill up your star energy as soon as possible. That's your only mission right now. Luing nodded and turned to leave. At the same time, Wuxing walked out of Astral 10 space station. Behind him, Xiao Luo respectfully said, "Take care, mentor." Master Wuxing nodded and looked at Lu Ji. He noticed that something was wrong with her expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Lu Ji?" Lu Ji shook her head. "Nothing." Master Wuxing didn't seem to mind and looked at Xiao Luo. He trusted Elder Tan's recommendation and had allowed Xiao Luo to directly join the Lockbreaker Society, but he still needed to know Xiao Luo's abilities. As he thought about it, he took out a sphere covered in a metallic membrane from his cosmic ring. When he removed the membrane, Xiao Luo saw a transparent sphere filled with berserk star energy that constantly flashed and collided with each other. This is a starburst sphere, one of the Lockbreaker Society's tests for outsiders. Try and see how long it takes to clear the berserk star energy inside, Master Wuxing said as he handed it to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo curiously asked, "How long does it take to pass the test?" Master Wuxing calmly replied, 10 seconds. 5 seconds is considered excellent, and 3 seconds is considered extremely excellent. Xiao Luo's eyes flashed. Extremely excellent? He subconsciously looked at Lu Ji. Lu Ji, you need to clear it in 3 seconds, Master Wuxing said when he saw Xiao Luo's gaze. Xiao Luo nodded and gripped the starburst orb as he said seriously, "I'm starting." Star energy surged from his palm. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the berserk star energy within the starburst orb gradually disappeared. After 5 seconds, the berserk star energy was completely wiped out. Lu Ji was shocked that he had succeeded in 5 seconds. Master Wuxing wasn't surprised, as this was Elder Tan's recommendation after all. He smiled and said, "Not bad. You were able to obtain such an excellent result on your first try with the starburst orb." Lu Ji was the same back then. "You have great potential, and Elder Tan's recommendation was indeed good." Xiao Luo covered the orb with the metal membrane again and put it away. "Thank you, Master." "Alright, you can go now." Xiao Luo knew that Master Wuxing had something to say to Lu Ji, so he nodded and left through the teleportation device. After Xiao Luo left, Master Wuxing looked at Lu Ji. "What's wrong?" Your expression doesn't seem right. Lu Ji solemnly replied, this academy isn't simple. I saw quite a few powerhouses. That's normal. Even the Outerverse can produce monstrous geniuses. Didn't Wendy Yushan from the Frostwave Weave's Great U Empire make it into the top 20? Even I was shocked by that result. The Outerverse is too big, so it's not a big deal if there are a few powerhouses. Lu Ji nodded. She wanted to see that student leader the most. How strong was he if he could suppress the students she had seen? She was very curious. You haven't tried a starburst orb in a long time, right? Master Wuxing suddenly asked as he stared at Lu Ji. Lu Ji was taken aback, but she nodded. Master Wuxing took out another starburst orb and handed it to Lu Ji. Try it. See if you can instantly calm the violent star energy. Lu Ji muttered to herself, how is that possible? Only a monster can do that. Even so, she didn't slow down. Star energy surged as she tried to instantly calm the violent star energy. At that moment, a person appeared in the teleportation device. Master Wuxing and Lu Ji turned to look at Luyin. Luyin had arrived at the space station, but he hadn't expected to see two strangers here. One of them, a girl, was playing with a ball. He had seen a girl play with a ball in Astral 10 space station, but the ball was quite interesting. It contained violent star energy. With a whoosh, the starburst sphere shattered. Due to Lu Yin's appearance, Lu Ji's attention had been diverted, and she had unintentionally failed. Is this the best you can do with your talent? Master Wuxing asked sternly as he glared at Lu Ji. Lu Ji lowered her head and glared fiercely at Luyin. This was the guy who had appeared out of nowhere and distracted her, causing her to be reprimanded by Master Wuxing. Again. Master Wuxing barked, not minding that Luyin was right beside him. He took out a starburst orb and passed it to Lu Ji, glaring at her. Lu Ji took a deep breath and removed the metal membrane. Star energy surged from her palm, and soon, the violent star energy within was smoothed out. 3 seconds. Master Wuxing sighed. It's still 3 seconds. It seems like you won't be able to overcome this hurdle in the near future. Lu Ji lowered her head, feeling a little dejected. 3 seconds was a hurdle that she wanted to cross, and she did not expect to be able to overcome it in an instant. However, if she could increase her speed by 1 or 2 seconds, it would also mean that her strength had increased. To a lockbreaker, star energy control was more important than anything else. Can you lend me that orb to play with? Luyin asked. He was very interested in that orb. If his guess was right, it should be some sort of assessment that could test one's star energy control. He also saw a spacecraft that did not belong to Astral 10, and it had the Lockbreaker Society's symbol on it. Lu Ji snorted. Go away. Luyin blinked. You were talking about 3 seconds, right? I can do it too. His words stunned both Master Wuxing and Lu Ji. Where did this idiot come from? The starburst orb seemed simple, but the violent star energy within was extremely complex. Forcefully smoothing it out would only cause it to explode. Only someone with a certain level of understanding of star energy could do it. There were very few people in the universe who could do it in less than a minute, let alone 3 seconds. Otherwise, it would not have been used as the Lockbreaker Society's assessment standard. Wuxing frowned. The quality of Astral 10 had really dropped. They could not even tell how difficult the starburst orb was. Let's go, where did this idiot come from? Lu Ji was unhappy. She had just been reprimanded and was in a bad mood. Luyin was helpless. Just let me try. You won't lose out even if you can't do it. Lu Ji was furious and glared at Luyin. Just as she was about to scold him, Wuxing waved his hand. Give it to him. Master, this person. Lu Ji was unhappy. Wuxing grew impatient. Give it to him. He then turned to board the spacecraft and leave. Lu Ji snorted and tossed the starburst orb to Luyin before following behind Wuxing. Luyin took the starburst orb, and the star energy within it began to go berserk once more. He tried to sense it, and it would take him at least 10 seconds to calm it down with his own star energy control. Only a freak like Xiao Luo could do it in 3 seconds. However, he could try using the cosmic art, which allowed him to see all of the changes. Lu Ying activated the serious art and 8 stars that were invisible to the average person revolved around him. He could clearly see the violent star energy within the starburst orb. I'm done. Lu Ying smiled. Just as Wuxing was about to board the spacecraft, he suddenly turned around and stared at the starburst orb in Lu Yin's hands in disbelief. 4 seconds. This kid had completed it in 4 seconds. Lu Ji was stunned as well. 4 seconds? No way. Where did this freak come from? Even Xiao Luo took 5 seconds. Master Wuxing instantly appeared in front of Lu Ying and stared at him in shock. Again. Lu Ying smiled, as he had taken the bait. The Lockbreaker Society was the backer that he had been looking for. There were too many enemies in the trial zones, and Astral 10 was too famous. Without a backer, he would not be able to survive. A special organization like the Lockbreaker Society was exactly what he needed. After all, the Astral Combat Academy definitely had people from the Lockbreaker Society. The starburst orb went berserk again, but this time, Master Wuxing and Lu Ji stood in front of Lu Ying and stared at him. Lu Ying used the serious art to see the violent star energy changes within the starburst orb. He tried again, but this time, he was even faster. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Lu Ji's mouth fell open. This guy could really complete it in 3 seconds. Where did this freak come from? She had been born in the Lockbreaker Society, and her parents and grandfather had all been lockbreakers. Even so, it had taken her more than 10 years of training to destroy a starburst orb in 3 seconds. Where had this guy come from? Wuxing was ecstatic. He had finally met 2 geniuses, but this one was even more of a genius. He had already known about Xiao Luo's situation, so he had not been too surprised. However, this one was truly a pleasant surprise. Young man, what's your name? Are you a student of Astral 10? Master Wuxing asked eagerly. Lu Ying nodded and smiled. Lu Ying from Astral 10. Greetings, sir. Master Wuxing was astonished. Lu? Your surname is Lu? Lu Ying replied, yes, my surname is Lu, and I'm from Earth in the Great Yu Empire. Great Yu Empire? Legal status? That's good. I'm Wuxing, but you can call me Master Wuxing. Wuxing relaxed. The Lockbreaker Society had an ironclad rule that did not allow anyone with a primeval surname to be accepted without a legal status. Lu was one of them, and Xiao was the same. However, Xiao Luo had already been assured by Elder Tan, so Master Wuxing did not mind. Fortunately, Lu Ying also had a legal status, otherwise, he would not have been accepted no matter how much of a genius he was. Greetings, Master Wuxing. Lu Ying was very respectful and modest. Master Wuxing nodded in satisfaction. The more he looked at Lu Ying, the more he liked him. Coincidentally, discovering a genius was the greatest affirmation for him, and the greater the achievements of such a person, the greater his vision was. The reason why Master Wuxing often roamed the universe was to search for such geniuses, but unfortunately, there were too few of them. He had not expected to meet one today and had almost missed his chance. Lu Ying, have you heard of the Lockbreaker Society? Master Wuxing asked. To the side, Lu Ji was still in a daze. This person had easily accomplished something that she had spent more than 10 years to accomplish. Xiao Luo had taken 5 seconds, and it would take at least a few years for someone to achieve 3 seconds. This person in front of her was just too disgusting. Lockbreaker Society? Of course I've heard of it. Lockbreakers are a very respectable profession, Lu Ying praised without holding back. Master Wuxing was even happier now. He rarely smiled, but he was truly happy at this moment. He was satisfied with the sincere look in Lu Yin's eyes. Are you willing to join the Lockbreaker Society? Lu Ying blinked and pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? Can I, Master? Of course. The Lockbreaker Society has its own assessment system for talented cultivators. However, you were able to destroy a starburst orb in 3 seconds, which is enough to make an exception. As long as there are no problems with your identity, you'll be accepted. By the way, your control over star energy has reached the realm of infinite change, Master Wuxing said. Lu Ying nodded. Yes. Master Wuxing grunted and asked Lu Ying to wait. He wanted to investigate Lu Yin's information, and as long as there were no problems, he could immediately join the Lockbreaker Society. While Master Wuxing was investigating, Lu Ji stared at Lu Yin as if he was a monster. Her stare made Lu Yin very uncomfortable. Astral 10 is really something. You've hidden your strength well. Lu Yin was puzzled. Hidden strength? How so? Lu Ji sneered. In her opinion, Astral 10 was just pretending to be weak. Everyone thought that Astral 10 had been crippled, but who would have known that there was more than one expert here? 2 lockbreakers had appeared all of a sudden. Lockbreakers were extremely rare in the entire Astral Combat Academy. On average, each academy would have 2 lockbreakers, but Astral 10 had suddenly produced 2 of them. Generally speaking, those who could erase a starburst orb within a minute would be qualified to participate in the Lockbreaker Society's assessment, and those who could succeed within 10 seconds would pass the assessment. Anyone who could erase a starburst orb within 5 seconds on their first attempt was considered a genius. Astral 10 had Xiao Luo and this guy. Lu Ji was already wondering if there were any other freaks out there. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Silver and that mysterious leader. Right, she had forgotten to ask for the leader's name. Hey, who's Astral 10's leader? Lu Ji asked. Lu Yin pointed at himself. Me. Lu Ji was disdainful. The person in front of her didn't give her any sense of danger, and he was much worse than the silver-haired guy. If he wasn't even the silver-haired guy, how could he be the leader? Stop bragging. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why was this woman so sure that he wasn't the leader? Remember, no matter how hard Astral 10 works, it'll never catch up to the other academies in the Innerverse. At most, you'll be able to compete with Astral 9. The Astral Combat Tournament doesn't rely on starburst orbs or hidden abilities. It's about true power, Lu Ji said. She had already placed herself in Astral Six's shoes. Lu Yin was baffled by her words. Was there something wrong with this woman's brain? Soon, Master Wuxing walked in front of Lu Yin with a smile on his face. He solemnly took out an emblem and handed it to Lu Yin. Student Lu Yin, let me formally ask you this, are you willing to join the Lockbreaker Society and become an official discerning junior lockbreaker? Lu Yin took a deep breath, and his eyes burned with passion. I'm willing, Master. I'm willing to dedicate the rest of my life to the Lockbreaker Society. Lu Ji was speechless. This was exactly what Xiao Luo had said. This had to have been rehearsed. Master Wuxing was also stunned, but then he smiled and solemnly handed the emblem to Lu Yin. He patted Lu Yin's shoulder and said, "All right, from now on, you're a member of the Lockbreaker Society and have been registered. However, your contribution points will be 0, and you'll only be rewarded if you successfully unlock a lockbreaker. Contribution points are the most important criteria for other people who want to ask a lockbreaker for help. You'll have to work hard." Yes, Master. Lu Yin was excited. All he wanted was the Lockbreaker Society's backing, and he didn't care about contribution points. Master Wuxing muttered to himself, Xiao Luo has Elder Tan's guidance, so there won't be any problems. You've just joined the society and don't know anything yet, so you can't rush into lockbreaking. How about this? I'll give you a few books, but you have to promise me that you'll contact me the moment you start lockbreaking. Xiao Luo had joined the Lockbreaker Society as well? It seemed like this person had come for Xiao Luo. Elder Tan should be a trial master. These mentors were the ones who kept their secrets. Lu Yin nodded and took the books. These were all books from the Lockbreaker Society, and their value was immeasurable. Lu Ji glared at Lu Yin. Take care of them and don't lose them. They're worth more than you can pay for them even if you sell yourself. Lu Ji, don't spout nonsense. No matter how valuable books are, they can't be more valuable than people. Books spread knowledge, while people create knowledge, there's no comparison, Master Wuxing said sternly. Lu Ji had been scolded, but she didn't speak. Not long after, Master Wuxing said a few more words to Lu Yin before leaving with Lu Ji. Lu Yin looked at the spacecraft in the sky and sighed with emotion. He had never thought that he would encounter such a good thing right after he left. The Lockbreaker Society was no ordinary organization, and with this identity, he would be able to do well anywhere in the universe. Interesting. It was not easy to find a backer in the trial zones as a lockbreaker. If they did not acknowledge you, then even if you had a badge, it would be useless. Everything still depended on one's strength. Luin felt that he needed to at least have some successful lockbreaking experience before he could blend in with those people. He boarded his own Aurora spacecraft and prepared to head to the Ilfa caravan's rendezvous point. It was a day's journey away from Astral 10, which was quite far with the spacecraft's speed. However, it was still within the Frostwave weave. Before starting the spacecraft, Luin had checked to see if it needed a power source, but he hadn't been able to find anything. With the advancement of technology, a spacecraft's power source operated in a way that he couldn't comprehend. In any case, it didn't require any other power source. This was good news for Luin, as he would have gained yet another money grubber. Although the Aurora spacecraft was a bottomless pit of money grubbers, it was better to have as few of them as possible. He set a course and allowed the spacecraft to fly on its own. He then took out the book that Master Wuxing had given him and began to read it seriously. In Astral 10, Xiao Luo leisurely walked around as he played with the starburst orb in his hand. His eyes flashed as he removed the metal membrane. The star energy vibrated, and the next moment, the berserk star energy within the starburst orb was smoothed out. If Master Wuxing had seen this, he would have been shocked speechless. Smoothing out the berserk star energy in 3 seconds was extremely outstanding, and Lu Ji was at this level. At her age, there weren't many lockbreakers at this level in the Lockbreaker Society, and those who could do it in less than 3 seconds were even rarer. Smoothing out the star energy in an instant was hard to come by even in countless years. Lu Ji had tried her best to increase the speed by even 1 second, but to Xiao Luo, it seemed to be as easy as breathing. The discerning elementary test is childish. Xiao Luo casually extinguished the starburst orb and looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing with an indescribable light. A day later, a beeping sound came from the spacecraft. Luin opened his eyes and saw that there were many more spacecraft around him. They were all landing on a space station on an azure planet. He rubbed his head. After reading for more than 10 hours, he was tired, so he decided to take a nap. He hadn't expected to be here already. After more than 10 hours of reading, Luin gained a deeper understanding of lockbreakers. At the same time, he also understood why the universe respected lockbreakers so much. If the universe was likened to a treasure box that contained countless treasures, then lockbreakers were the gatekeepers who held the keys. There were a few examples in this book that clearly demonstrated the importance of lockbreakers. The one that left the deepest impression on him was the Day-Night clan. The Day-Night clan's inheritance stone had been opened by a powerful lockbreaker, which had opened the path for the Day-Night clan's peerless battle techniques. There was also the Ross Empire, one of the 3 powers that had attacked Astral 10's entrance exam. The ancient technology that they had inherited had been opened by a lockbreaker. There was also Shamrock Enterprises, which also had an inheritance treasure that had been opened by a lockbreaker. There were many more examples that demonstrated the importance of lockbreakers. Compared to lockbreakers who could open ancient artifacts that had been covered in dust for years, their battle prowess did not attract much attention because there were too few of them. Currently, there were only 630,000 registered lockbreakers in the Lockbreaker Society. There were countless people in the universe, but only 630,000 lockbreakers had been born. Astral 10's entrance exam had attracted millions of students, so 630,000 lockbreakers was very rare even in the Frostwave weave, no, even on Earth. It was equivalent to the population of a small county, let alone the entire universe. Luin exhaled, finally understanding what organization he had joined. It was no wonder why Master Wuxing had not believed that he could complete the Starburst Orb's test. Those who could complete it were not 1 in 10,000, but 1 in hundreds of millions. Of course, Luin did not simply believe in being registered. Who in the universe didn't have some tricks up their sleeves? There were definitely more than 630,000 lockbreakers, but it was not much more. Talent for understanding star energy determined the number of lockbreakers. Luin was also considered a genius, but unfortunately, he mostly relied on the serious technique. Luin put the book away and looked outside. There was still a line of spacecraft waiting to enter. Although it was slow, it would still take less than half an hour. Not long after, Luin parked the spacecraft and found the Urfa caravan at the agreed-upon location. The Urfa caravan was a comprehensive caravan that not only gathered goods, but also all sorts of mercenaries. They were so cautious because of the war in the Frostwave Weave. When Luyin had left Astral 10, he had already heard about the war in the Great Yu Empire, the second prince's betrayal, the relapse of Undying Yushan's injuries, and the disappearance of Zhang Dingtian and the others. He knew all of this, but he could not interfere. King Zishan was just an empty title, and he himself was only a melder. He did not even have the right to interfere. The only thing he could do was to bless Zhang Dingtian and the others. Everyone had their own destiny, and they might die or encounter great opportunities. No one knew. If possible, he would see them in space. Luyin thought back to the night he had drunk with the second prince on the capital star. A fat man who looked like a merchant walked over to him. After introducing himself to Luyin, he did not seem too surprised by Lu Yin's status as a student of Astral 10. Astral 10's reputation had long since been ruined, so he did not care. 2 hours later, Luyin took out 150,000 star crystals as backup and boarded his own spacecraft. He followed the Urfa caravan into space. Lu Yin's status as a student of Astral 10 did not surprise the fat merchant, but the Aurora spacecraft made his eyes light up, and he spoke to Luyin much more warmly. Luyin laughed. His status as a student of Astral 10 could not even compare to a spacecraft. What a joke. He wondered if this merchant would be scared to death if he told him that he was a lockbreaker. The Urfa caravan had a total of 12 spacecraft in a line, heading north of Frostwave Weave. The cargo spacecraft was very large, while the others were small. Luyin was the only one who had a personal spacecraft, but it attracted a lot of attention since there were not many Aurora spacecraft in the outerverse. Luyin smoothly set foot on the flight path, and unless he ran into interstellar pirates, there was nothing else for him to do. He thought about it for a moment and decided to continue reading. Not long after, his gadget beeped. Luyin was surprised to see that it was an unfamiliar number that required a video call. Without hesitation, he tapped on the screen and saw a familiar face. Long time no see, little 7. A man appeared on the screen. He looked to be in his 50s with a strand of white hair hanging down from his forehead. His eyes were eerie, as if they could see through people's hearts. Luyin was delighted to see the man. Uncle Reuben, I didn't expect you to contact me. How are you doing outside? The man called Reuben had a solemn expression, and there was no trace of a smile on his face. However, his gaze towards Luyin had clearly become warmer. Luyin nodded, very good. How about home? Is everyone doing well? Reuben replied, you don't have to worry about home. I'm contacting you this time to tell you something. You should know about the war in the Great Yu Empire. Hurry back to the Great Yu Empire's palace as soon as possible and do your best to find the Zishan family's treasure before Undying Yushan dies. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. There really was something wrong with the Great Yu Empire. Otherwise, his family would not have gone to such great lengths to make him a descendant of King Zishan. What's in the treasure trove? Reuben was silent for a moment before answering seriously, the Undying Manual. The Undying Manual? Luyin was confused, as he had never heard of it before. Reuben explained, the Undying Manual is an ancient technique that has been rumored for a long time in the Starfall Sea of the Innerverse. It contains the mysteries of immortality. Luyin was shocked, how is that possible? No one can live forever. That goes against the laws of the universe. I know. Even if it doesn't allow one to live forever, it can still allow a cultivator to live longer. A few hundred years ago, Undying Yushan and Undying Zishan roamed the Innerverse and went to the Starfall Sea. After they came out, their strength skyrocketed, and Undying Yushan even entered the top 20 of the astral combat rankings. Many people speculated that he and Zishan had obtained the Undying Manual. They even changed their names. He wasn't called Undying Yushan back then. Since we guessed that they had obtained the Undying Scripture, why didn't anyone attack them? For the great powers of the Innerverse, eliminating Undying Yushan should be as easy as snapping a finger. That's because Undying Yushan isn't the only one under suspicion. Any cultivator who's been to the Starfall Sea is a suspect, and there are many of them. Furthermore, it's not as if no one tried to attack Undying Yushan back then. Otherwise, where do you think he got his injuries from? It's precisely because of his injuries that the various great powers have relaxed their suspicions about him. Even now, we can't be certain that the Undying Manual is with him, and we're just trying to verify it. There are many more suspicious people in the Innerverse, Reuben replied. He had heard of the Starfall Sea before, and it was a very ancient place that had been visited by many people. No matter how powerful the Innerverse's great powers were, it was impossible for them to investigate every single person who had been to the Starfall Sea. There were many people who were stronger than Undying Yushan, and those people were the ones who were more suspicious. Undying Yushan could only be considered collateral damage, but even so, there were still many people who had designs on him. You already know what you need to know. Go to the Great Yu Empire's Xenu Star and try your best to find the location of the Zishan family's treasure before Undying Yushan dies. If you can't do it, then give up. The chances of the Undying Manual being there are very slim, and as Undying Yushan's condition deteriorates, the Innerverse powerhouses are getting restless. Don't take any risks. King Zishan's identity isn't just for this. Luin still had a lot of questions to ask, so he quickly dialed back, only to find that the number was no longer in service. He couldn't help but feel helpless. His family was too careful, and he didn't even have the chance to contact them. It would take at least 10 days to travel from the battlefield to the Frostwave Weave's first northern filament. Luin flipped through the book that Master Wuxing had given him once more. A few days passed unknowingly, and on this day, all of the caravan's spacecraft came to a stop. The space in front of them had been sealed off, and a magnificent battle had unfolded before Lu Yin's eyes. Light swept across the universe as planets exploded, causing space to distort as black holes devoured everything. This was Lu Yin's first time witnessing such a large-scale interstellar battle, and the weapons that the humans had created left him in awe. A single beam of light was enough to destroy an entire planet, and even the average explorer did not have such power. The universe was very big, and the war here was just a drop in the ocean. However, the shock it gave people was not small at all. The bombardment of technological weapons, the battle between experts roaming the starry skies, the perfect combination of power and technology, this was modern warfare. Lu Yin's spacecraft shuddered. A few planets in front of them had been destroyed, causing the void to tremble. Not long after, Lu Yin saw a large man sorrowfully wielding a warblade in the sky above a faint red planet. He looked bitterly at the dozens of warships surrounding the planet and sighed. The weapons developed by the warships were powerful enough to kill explorers, but the preparation time for the weapons was very long. Generally speaking, explorers could attack before the warships were ready, and destroying the warships was very easy. Therefore, in any interstellar war, the warships would be protected by powerhouses. The burly man was helpless. He wanted to destroy these warships, but the two enemy explorers in front of him would not let him succeed. He could only wait for the warship's destructive weapons to be ready and then destroy him and his hometown. This was a great tragedy. Any interstellar battle that involved explorers was a large-scale battle, and this was an eye-opener for Lu Yin. However, he didn't feel any excitement, only sorrow. This reminded him of his experiences in the Innerverse. The universe was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, and this was something that he deeply understood. Several warships' destructive weapons exploded, and the explorer who had been protecting his hometown roared at the sky before finally disappearing into space with his hometown. Countless people watched this scene and fell silent. Explorers were considered invincible by many and could freely explore the universe, but they were still defeated in the face of such a large-scale battle. There was no end to their cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, the space in front of them was unsealed, and the caravan could continue heading north. As Lu Yin passed by the warships, he inadvertently made eye contact with one of the guards. This person's gaze was cold and emotionless, and he exuded an iron-blooded aura. This was a powerhouse who had adapted to the battlefield and was different from ordinary powerhouses. Lu Yin didn't know where this person was from. Was he from the Second Prince's side? Or was he from the Great Yu Empire? The Urfa caravan was very lucky. Because the Great Yu Empire's war had spread far and wide, many interstellar pirates didn't dare to show their faces. They were able to safely reach the first filament a few days later. After bidding farewell to the fat boss, Lu Yin received some compensation. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. He set a course and headed straight for Xenu Star. Compared to when he had left, Xenu Star was now heavily guarded. Armies from all three rings were patrolling the area, searching every spacecraft that entered the star. Lu Ying saw many spacecraft that didn't belong to the outerverse entering Xenu Star, and many of them were probably here for the Undying Manual. Sure enough, with Undying Yushan on the verge of death, the innerverse powerhouses didn't even bother to hide their tracks. These people all wanted to search the Great Yu Empire after Undying Yushan's death. Fortunately, they weren't very strong, which meant that the innerverse didn't care too much about Undying Yushan. That made sense, as it was rumored that a technique that could guarantee immortality should be heaven-defying. If such a technique really existed, then Undying Yushan wouldn't have fallen to such a state. His current state most likely meant that he hadn't obtained the Undying Manual. These people just didn't want to give up on their hundreds of years of hard work, and this was their final gamble. Looking at the long line of spacecraft, Lu Ying used his authority as King Zishan to find the person in charge. When he saw who it was, he smiled. It was a familiar face. It was Long Chu, the first person to plot against him after arriving on the capital star. However, Lu Ying had resolved the matter. Long Chu had long since defected to Sikar, but Sikar should have fled with the second prince, Duke Yushan. Long Chu greets your highness, King Zishan. All the guards bowed in unison. Greetings, your highness. Lu Ying grunted and looked at Long Chu in amusement. You're still on the third ring? Long Chu's expression turned solemn. Yes, your highness. Please enter Xenu Star from another path. Lu Ying looked at Long Chu one more time before following the troops to Xenu Star. Long Chu watched Lu Yin's spacecraft leave, his eyes twinkling. The atmosphere on the capital star was clearly different from before. There was a hint of desolation, and many people didn't even have smiles on their faces. No matter which dynasty it was, the death of an emperor would cause a huge upheaval, especially with the second prince's defection. Everyone could foresee that the Great Yu Empire's future would not be smooth sailing, and war was drawing closer and closer. Lu Ying successfully entered the palace as King Zishan, and after repeated checks, he arrived at Undying Yushan's health cabin. He took a deep breath. Greetings, your majesty. Circles of doctors busied themselves around Undying Yushan, and there were countless experts secretly guarding him. Among them were the captains of the 3rd Imperial Squadron, Zhu Lang, and the 5th Imperial Squadron, Hu Qingshan, who were standing guard nearby, watching everyone who entered. Undying Yushan slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw Lu Ying, he weakly called out, "Little Ying, come closer." Lu Ying took a few steps forward and bowed again. Your Majesty. Undying Yushan took a deep breath and moved his head slightly. Perhaps because he was too tired, he placed it back down and smiled bitterly. Little Ying, I've made a fool of myself. Your Majesty is going to meet your ancestors. Lu Ying frowned. That won't happen. Your Majesty is a powerful hunter with a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Undying Yushan shook his head and sighed. The innerverse is cruel. So what if you're in the top 20? Those freaks are too terrifying. Little Ying, how are you doing in Astral 10? Lu Ying solemnly replied, I'm the leader of Astral 10. The surrounding people were shocked. Being the leader of an academy was no ordinary honor. Even if Astral 10 was an exiled academy, it would still attract many geniuses to join it. There should be some innerverse geniuses as well. This was probably the first time someone in the outerverse had managed to snatch the leader's position from these people. Undying Yushan laughed, but then he coughed violently, scaring the doctors around him into treating him. Lu Ying was helpless. He had wanted to say that he had become a lockbreaker to raise his status and make it easier for him to search for treasures, but he didn't dare to say that in Undying Yushan's current state. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill Undying Yushan. After a while, Undying Yushan finally calmed down. He bitterly said, Little Ying, congratulations. Every Astral Combat Academy has its own foundation, and Astral 10 is no exception. You have to cherish it, especially Astral 10's headmaster. He was once a peerless powerhouse. Lu Ying nodded. I understand, Your Majesty. Also. Undying Yushan's expression turned solemn. Return to the academy as soon as possible. Don't interfere with the Empire's affairs. Remember, don't interfere, and leave as soon as possible. He then coughed violently again. To the side, Hua Qingshan said to Luyin, King Zishan, you should leave first. His Majesty needs treatment. Luyin bowed to Undying Yushan and slowly retreated. As he walked through the palace, Luyin looked back. The emperor was dying, and it was even more tragic than he had imagined. Crown Prince Doran Yushan was at war with Duke Yushan, and Wendy Yushan was far away in the Innerverse. The dignified emperor of the Great Yu Empire didn't even have a descendant to attend his funeral. Doran Yushan was a few hundred years old and had a bunch of children and grandchildren, but they were all blocked by Undying Yushan. Everyone was paying attention to Undying Yushan's condition, so Luyin walked around the palace as King Zishan. As long as he didn't get too close to Undying Yushan, there would be no problems. The palace was huge, and Luyin walked around for half a day without finding anything. He didn't even know where the Zishan family's treasures were hidden. Did Duke Yushan know where he had dug a hole for Luyin to find? Luyin was helpless. Even if Duke Yushan knew, it would be useless. He couldn't contact Duke Yushan, and he wasn't naive enough to think that no one was watching him. His gadget should have been monitored the moment he entered the palace. It was getting late, and Luyin couldn't wander around the palace. He had no choice but to leave. Outside the Grand Astral Gate, several courtiers were waiting to be summoned by Undying Yushan. Two of them were people that Luyin had asked for bribes before and could be considered acquaintances. When they saw Luyin, the courtiers' expressions changed. The two who had been extorted didn't look too good. Luyin bade farewell to the courtiers and left, as no one had the time to bother with him at this point. However, at this moment, a spacecraft flew towards Luyin without any intention of changing directions. Luyin was puzzled, but he easily dodged it and turned around. A man got off the spacecraft and stared at Luyin provocatively with a cruel smile on his face. Luyin's eyes flashed coldly when he saw this person. He remembered that this person was from the Outerverse Youth Council and was one of the two Lemeters who followed Bazer. No wonder he was looking for trouble. I was just saying that I was lucky today and didn't expect to run into you. What, did you get chased out of Astral 10? The man sneered as he stared at Luyin. Luyin disdainfully replied, who do you think you are to talk to me? The Lemeter was furious, as he hadn't expected Luyin to be so impudent. We'll settle the score with Ghostfire. Do you know that you've crippled a genius? Genius? He's just a piece of trash who only knows how to use his innate gift to dodge attacks. His body is so weak that he was crippled with a single palm. Is this your so-called genius? Luyin mocked. The Lemeter clenched his fists. There's competition in the Youth Council as well. Ghostfire is a genius that we nurtured, and since you crippled him, I'll cripple you as well. I'll show you who you can't afford to offend, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. He then charged towards Luyin and punched out. Luyin's gaze turned cold. This Lemeter had even joined the Outerverse Youth Council. By Outerverse standards, this person was very strong, but compared to Luyin, who was used to fighting Lemeters from the Astral Combat Academy, he was too weak. At most, this person's strength was comparable to Craner's. It was not bad for him to be comparable to the second on the Blaze Realms rankings. Even though this person was a Lemeter, the overall strength of an Outerverse Lemeter was similar to that of an Innerverse Melder. This person could be considered outstanding, but he was still far from being comparable to Luyin. Bang! The Lemeter's fist was easily caught by Luyin, and the palace guards who had been about to attack stopped in their tracks and stared blankly. Luyin tightened his grip, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The Lemeter held in pain, but Luyin's gaze turned cold as he bent his hand and broke the man's fist. He then pressed down with his palm, forcing the man to kneel on the ground. The Lemeter looked up fiercely. How dare you? Let go. I'm from the Youth Council. I'm teaching you who you can't afford to offend. He then sent out 3 stacks from his palm, pinning the man to the ground and causing the ground to cave in. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. How could a Lemeter from the Outerverse Youth Council be unable to retaliate against Luyin? How long had he been in Astral 10? Could the Astral Combat Academy really change a person's strength that much? Luyin retracted his hand and looked down at the Lemeter lying in the crater. Go back and tell Bazer to remember his words. I'm going to join the Outerverse Youth Council. He then turned around and left. The Lemeter gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger, but he was also extremely shocked. This person had only left the Great Yu Empire for a short period of time, and he had only felt this kind of suppression from explorers. How could a mere melder be so strong? Not too far away, a few courtiers looked at each other in shock. King Zishan had changed. If he had only been an idle person who used his status to seek benefits, then he was now a young powerhouse who had just shown his talent. Although he was not all-powerful, he had shown great potential that no one dared to underestimate. It was no wonder why Astral 10 had descended upon the Frostwave Weave and attracted millions of people to take the test. The universe's top academy could really change a person. King Zishan's palace was still the same, but Luyin was still unwilling to give up. He searched the entire palace, but he couldn't find any information about the Zishan family's treasure. He sighed helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to search, but there was nothing he could do if he couldn't find anything. He looked up at the 3 rings of land and his eyes lit up. It was time to learn the complete Skybeast Claw. Although it might not be very useful, he was still unwilling to give it up. Challenge the 5 Hall Masters? Let's see if you can stop me now. Although the Great Yu Empire's internal strife had caused some of Yu Academy's elites to leave, most of them had remained behind. The next day, Gerbok sat on the top floor of the tower and looked down at the lake below with a melancholy expression. He didn't know if the Empire would survive this crisis. A beeping sound came from his gadget, and Gerbok's eyes lit up when he looked at it. His lips curled up. How bold of you to challenge the 5 Hall Masters. Looks like you've learned a lot in Astral 10. It's a pity that the 5 of us didn't come this far for nothing. You're dreaming if you think you can catch up to us in a few months. He immediately notified the others. It had been a long time since someone had challenged the Hall Masters, and all of them had been challenged at once. Now that you mention it, Schutz is also in Astral 10, and the 2 of them should have fought before. If he dares to challenge us now, does he really have the confidence to do so? No, we can't let him succeed. Otherwise, he'll be too arrogant. He can replace Schutz, but he can't challenge us, Gerbok said excitedly. Huazhong, Logan, and Tianming quickly received the news and headed to the Formcast pool. Luyin had been waiting there for a long time, and the first to arrive was Tianming. Congratulations on entering Astral 10, King Zishan, Tianming congratulated Luyin with a smile. Luyin smiled, you're welcome, Hallmaster Tianming. You taught me the 3 stacks before, and I'm here today to return the favor. Return the favor? Tianming was puzzled. Luyin nodded, we'll talk about this later. Someone's here. Tianming was shocked. Someone's here? He hadn't sensed it. Logan arrived soon after. Tianming's eyes flashed, and he looked at Luyin solemnly. This person had changed, and he was a little terrifying. Luyin was very curious about Logan. When he had wanted to learn the first 20 forms of the Skybeast Claw, Logan had immediately agreed and tried his best to be kind to him. He was a strange person, but he had comprehended the Skybeast Claw the most in Yu Academy, with a total of 49 forms. Huazhong also arrived at this time. The Hua family shouldn't have been friendly to Luyin, but he found that both Hua Qingshan and Huazhong treated him well. Zhongding Tian is missing, King Zishan. This was the first thing Huazhong said when he saw Luyin. Luyin sighed, let him be. Fate is fated, and life and death cannot be forced. Huazhong nodded and silently stood to the side. Logan glanced at Luyin from time to time with a complicated expression. There was curiosity, doubt, suspicion, and even anticipation. Gerbok soon arrived and laughed when he saw Luyin. Brat, you've only been studying in Astral 10 for a while, and you're already so arrogant. You even dare to challenge us? Didn't Schutz make you suffer enough? Luyin smiled, so what if I try? I'm bored anyway. Gerbok grinned, fine, let's try. Come, let's cut the crap. Do you want to fight one-on-one or as a group? Luyin grinned, it doesn't matter. Gerbok had only joked about challenging a hall master in a group, but Lu Yin's nonchalance angered him. He was a hall master of Yu Academy, one of the top youths in the Great Yu Empire, and yet he was being looked down upon like this. He didn't even think about it before taking out a lightning fruit. Lightning arrow. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he raised his hand, mimicking Gerbaka's actions. Lightning arrow. Crackle. Thunder rumbled and spread into the distance. Tianming and the rest were shocked, and Gerbaka's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Yin had really used the lightning arrow. Although it wasn't real lightning, it was much more powerful and didn't require the help of a lightning fruit. How is this possible? You have an innate gift for lightning? Gerbak exclaimed. The others stared at Lu Yin as well. Even the powerhouses guarding the formcast pool, including some explorers, were staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin explained, star energy isn't that simple. Control over it is very important. Students of the Astral Combat Academy rarely rely on external objects in their battles. Whether it's natural phenomena or anything else, they can all be transformed with star energy. Even if it's not real, it's still better than the real thing. Gerbak and the rest were shocked. Lu Yin's words seemed to open a new door for them. Star energy could be used in this way? The Outerverse naturally had its own division of control over star energy, but not everyone knew about it. Lu Yin had only learned about it after joining Astral 10 through the Rainmaster's compensation. Perhaps even Schütz didn't know about it. This wasn't a secret, but no one was willing to announce it. No one wanted to see others surpass them. Lu Yin didn't want Gerbak and the rest to cultivate without knowing anything, they were all good people. However, it was very difficult to improve one's control of star energy. Astral 10 had the Rain Observatory, but the other academies also had similar facilities. Gerbak and the others might not have known about it because of this. Even if Undying Yushan had told them about it, it would have been useless. The Great Yu Empire did not have any similar facilities. I lost, Gerbak said gloomily, feeling a little disappointed. He hadn't expected the difference between them to be so great after only a few months. Tianming, Lakong, and Huazhong didn't object. Lu Yin's ability to transform his star energy into lightning and defeat Gerbak proved that he was far stronger than them. There was no need to compete. King Zishan, you can learn all of the Sky Beast Claw. No one will stop you. This is the address, Tianming told Lu Yin. Lu Yin solemnly replied, thank you. Back on Earth, Lu Yin had wanted to learn all of the Sky Beast Claw, but after coming to the Great Yu Empire, even King Zishan couldn't do it. The 5 Hall Masters were so strong that they couldn't be defeated. However, it hadn't been long since they'd arrived at Astral 10, and the environment was sometimes more important than one's ability. Lu Yin couldn't comfort Gerbak when he saw how gloomy he was. Unless he could bring them to Astral 10, he wouldn't be able to change their cultivation environment. Gerbak, Lakong, and Huazhong quickly left, leaving only Tianming behind. Hallmaster Tianming, let's exchange palms, Lu Yin said. Tianming nodded and didn't ask why. He had an easygoing personality and hadn't been angry when Lu Yin had stolen his 3 stacks, so he didn't care about Lu Yin's strange request. He raised his palm and slapped Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his own, and the 2 palms collided. 3 consecutive sounds rang out, this was their 3 stacks. But the next moment, Tianming's expression changed and he took a step back. 4th stacks appeared, and before he could react, 5th stacks appeared, cracking the ground beneath his feet. This is 5 stacks? Tianming was shocked and looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Lu Yin nodded, thank you for teaching me 3 stacks, Hallmaster Tianming. 5 stacks is my repayment. Tianming was stunned, how do you know 5 stacks? That's an ultimate technique from Grand Top Weave's 9-stack sect. Did you meet a disciple there? Lu Yin smiled and shook his head, I learned it from a mentor in Astral 10. Hallmaster Tianming, 5 stacks isn't difficult. Try it out a bit more, and I'll start learning the Sky Beast Claw once you've mastered it. Tianming suppressed his shock and joy and nodded. He raised his palm again with a solemn expression, this was 5 stacks. As a disciple who had been expelled from the 9-stack sect, 5 stacks was very attractive to him. Even though he would owe Lu Yin a favor, he was still willing to learn it. It wasn't that Lu Yin didn't want to teach him 9 stacks, but that it would take too much time, and he didn't have the time to slowly teach him. Even learning 5 stacks had taken him 2 days before Tianming could barely grasp how to use it. It would take months for him to become proficient in it. Tianming wasn't Lu Yin and didn't have the serious technique, so he needed time to slowly understand battle techniques. It was at this point that Luin felt the value of the Sirius technique. He desperately wanted to simulate the ninth star and form a galaxy. That would be a qualitative change. All of the Skybeast claws had been recorded on a stone wall, and each of the 5 hall masters had kept 20 forms. This was only a portion of the simulated stone wall, and when Luin saw the real stone wall, he felt an ancient aura wash over him, followed by a giant beast claw tearing through the sky. Luin instantly saw the scales on the claw, but it was only for a moment. The Skybeast claw stone wall was brought out by His Majesty from the Innerverse. Back then, the Great Yu Empire didn't have the Skybeast claw or flash step. It wasn't until His Majesty returned from the Innerverse that these 2 battle techniques were created, and they shook the entire Frostwave weave. Luin had long since immersed himself in the Skybeast claw technique. It was clearly a very ordinary claw tearing through space, but he saw endless transformations. It was like a peerless powerhouse who had returned to his original state. Even a single form would be able to counter any battle technique. The Skybeast claw gave Luin the feeling that it could deal with any battle technique. Luin stared at the Skybeast claw and subconsciously raised his hand to imitate it. Faint beastly roars could be heard in the void. In the history of Yu Academy, the person who had comprehended the Skybeast claw the most was a hall master from the previous 3 generations who had passed away. He had been an explorer, but he had died in a war with another weave. That hall master had comprehended the 72 forms and could be considered an innate genius. He had been able to defeat 2 powerhouses at the same level by himself, but he had still died in a siege. It was truly lamentable. This was just Yu Academy, and the Skybeast claw wasn't limited to just Yu Academy. The royal family could learn it as well. Luin had once seen a shadow of the Skybeast claw in Duke Yushan's posture when he drank, and it had already fused into his body. Duke Yushan had lived for hundreds of years, so his understanding of the Skybeast claw was definitely strong. Crown Prince Doran had definitely learned it as well. Luin had originally only learned 20 forms, but after facing the ancient stone wall for 5 days in a row, he had already learned 43 forms of the Skybeast claw. The 8 stars in his art of Sirius were operating at full power, and his learning speed had greatly increased. His understanding of the Skybeast claw continued to rise. Another 5 days passed, and he had already learned 90 forms. His palm turned into a claw, and the void distorted. He had a feeling that once he learned all 108 forms of the Skybeast claw, he would be able to tear through the void. A Melder could tear through the void, which was a sign of an innate genius. The 5 hall masters had studied the Skybeast claw for many years, but they had only learned less than 50 forms. This made them very weak, and Wendy Yushan looked down on them. However, Lu Yin's learning talent was enough to shock Astral 10. The 90 forms seemed to be a threshold, and the further one progressed, the harder it was to comprehend them. Over the next 3 days, he only managed to comprehend 6 forms, and after that, he was unable to continue. Even the Sirius art could only allow him to clearly see the changes in the 96 forms. Luin exhaled and stopped learning. The 96 forms were not bad, but since he couldn't understand them, he wouldn't force it. However, the Skybeast claw had left a deep impression on him, and once his Sirius art improved, he might be able to deduce the remaining forms based on his memory. It took him 13 days to comprehend the 96 forms of the Skybeast claw. This result was enough to shock even the undying Yushan. Luin raised a hand and clawed out, causing the void to almost shatter. This attack's power was comparable to a 9-stack shockwave palm, and once it was infused with battle force, Luin felt that he could really tear through the void. After leaving the first ring, Luin returned to King Zishan's palace. It had already been half a month since he had returned to the capital star, and at this time, there were many powerhouses surrounding the palace. Although they had concealed their auras, Luin could still sense them. He thought of the spaceships that were not from the Outerverse that were docked at the space station. Was it because of the Undying Manual? Were the powerhouses from the Innerverse about to attack the capital star? At that moment, his gadget buzzed, and Ruben's image appeared. Little 7, leave Xenu Star immediately. Undying Yushan's time is almost up, and once he dies, no one will be able to stop those Innerverse powerhouses. Xenu Star will descend into chaos. There are quite a few captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons on Xenu Star, so there shouldn't be any problems, Luine said. Reuben solemnly replied, those outerverse cruisers can't compare to the innerverse powerhouses. Aside from Hua Qingshan and the blind monk, the others aren't of much use. The blind monk has also been brought to the front lines by Doran Yushan. Xinyu Star won't be able to stop those powerhouses. Let's go. Luine sighed. Truthfully, Undying Yushan had treated him well, and Xinyu Star had been relatively peaceful. He hadn't expected that it would soon become a battlefield. Wendy Yushan is already on her way back to Xinyu Star. Once she gets back, she'll be able to suppress everything. Nothing will happen to the Great Yu Empire, Reuben said, seeing through Lu Yin's thoughts. Lu Yin's heart trembled. Wendy Yushan's name had not affected him at all, and he had only thought of it as a legend. However, ever since the engagement had been annulled, that name had become tightly entwined with him. Wendy Yushan might not have cared about him, but he would never forget her. It turned out that even Reuben believed that this woman could suppress everything. I understand. I'll bid farewell to Undying Yushan before I leave. Reuben nodded and disconnected the screen. As he stepped through the Grand Astral Gate, Luine clearly felt many gazes on his back. A tea house had suddenly appeared not far from the palace, and it was filled with powerhouses. These innerverse powerhouses were becoming more and more unrestrained. Once Undying Yushan died, they would definitely attack the palace without hesitation. It was best to leave quickly. After waiting for a long time, Undying Yushan woke up and summoned Luine. Your Majesty, Luine respectfully greeted. Undying Yushan looked at Luine weakly. Come closer. Luine walked forward. Again. Luine was puzzled, but he still walked forward until he reached Undying Yushan's side. Undying Yushan looked at Luine, his eyes cloudy and tired. Little Ine, don't touch the Zishan family's treasures. Return to Astral 10. Luine was shaken and looked at Undying Yushan. He knew that this iron-blooded emperor who had ruled the empire for 800 years was still very observant even on his deathbed. Luine could only blame himself for being too obvious that day and walking around the palace for half a day. Your Majesty. Luine wanted to say something, but Undying Yushan stopped him. The treasure belongs to your Zishan family, so I shouldn't stop you. But there's no time. Don't even think about the treasure, I'll compensate you. Leave the capital star immediately, and the further, the better. Don't leave Astral 10 until you have the ability to protect yourself. Don't worry, even if a war breaks out between the empires, Earth won't be affected. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with sorrow. He could feel Undying Yushan's concern, and he was truly teaching him as an elder. Take care, Your Majesty. This farewell would be forever. Undying Yushan nodded. Go, the further the better. Luine took a few steps back, bowed, and then turned to leave. Undying Yushan sighed. So what if he had once roamed the universe? Now, he was being surrounded by thieves, his descendants being monitored, and his son turning against him. He had not done anything wrong, so why was it like this? Sigh, it's a pity that the Purple Star's medicine isn't effective enough. Otherwise, it could have extended His Majesty's life. Luine had just stepped out when he heard this, and his eyes flashed. The speaker was one of the doctors who had been treating Undying Yushan. When His Majesty returned from the Innerverse with serious injuries, it was thanks to the Purple Star that he was able to survive for so many years. But now, the Purple Star has been depleted. There's no other way, it's a miracle medicine from the Starfall Sea of the Innerverse. Even the 5th princess would find it difficult to harvest it. It requires luck, one of the doctors said bitterly. His Majesty can be saved if the medicine's efficacy is doubled. What a pity, what a pity. The 2nd prince is truly ruthless. He set up a trap 100 years ago to slowly drain away the medicine's efficacy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended up like this. Luine stood at the door, his eyes flashing. He might be able to increase the medicine's efficacy if he drew 3 pips and upgraded the Purple Star by 1 level. Should he do it or not? He hesitated. If he did it, it might expose his innate gift, but if he didn't do it, he recalled how Undying Yushan had looked at him as if he were family. His heart trembled, and his gaze became resolute. Sometimes, a person's emotions were more important than anything else. Louis knew that he wasn't a selfless person, and he was also greedy for small gains. He would also do shady and secretive things, but he would never sacrifice himself to save someone else. He had always thought that such people were idiots, but he couldn't turn a blind eye to his family. Otherwise, how would he be any different from a wild beast? Undying Yushan had treated him well ever since he had arrived in the Great Yu Empire. He wanted to protect this person, even if he had to pay a price. Louis returned to Undying Yushan's side. "Your Majesty, can you let me take a look at the purple star?" Everyone looked at Louis. The purple star was something Undying Yushan used to preserve his life, and this request was no different from murder. Xianxia and Zhu Lang's gazes turned cold. Undying Yushan opened his eyes tiredly. "Sure. Your Majesty, you can't. The purple star is a life-saving treasure." Undying Yushan weakly asked, "How long can it last?" The doctor lowered his head. It wasn't a question of how long it could last, but rather that it couldn't. Undying Yushan only had a single breath left. "Give it to little Yin," Undying Yushan said tiredly. Zhu Lang stood up and stared at Louis with an icy gaze. He didn't know what King Zishan wanted to do, but asking for the purple star at this time was definitely not a simple matter. Louis hadn't expected Undying Yushan to give him the life-saving treasure without any hesitation. He took a deep breath and hoped that his luck wasn't too bad. He had to draw 3 pips. He had to. The purple star was a spherical purple plant that shone like starlight, but it was clearly shriveled. This was the result of poor care and the loss of its medicinal efficacy. Louis couldn't help but sigh at Duke Yushan's astonishing schemes. He had planned for this day 100 years ago, and his betrayal had been timed perfectly. He didn't know how many star crystals it would take to upgrade the star, but he had 160,000 on him. He hoped that it would be enough, otherwise he would have to ask Undying Yushan for more. Holding the star, Louis was led to a nearby lounge where Zhu Lang kept an eye on him. Louis smiled wryly. "Captain Zhu Lang, the star no longer has any effect on Uncle's life. I want to see if I can restore its medicinal efficacy, but I can't do it with you watching me." Zhu Lang was shocked. "You can restore its medicinal efficacy?" Louis nodded. "There's a chance, but it's still worth a try." Zhu Lang looked deeply at Louis before turning away and closing the door without another word. Louis took a deep breath. As the saying went, a gentleman would not stand beside a collapsing wall, but it all depended on who he was facing. He had lost his memories and didn't know where he had come from. Uncle Reuben and the others had saved him, so they were his family. Undying Yushan was also family, so it was worth it to risk it all. He took out the die and sat there for nearly 20 days before it returned to its original state. Louis was glad that he had 20 days free, so he could roll it 4 times in a row. He tapped it lightly, and it spun until it finally stopped at Enhance. Enhance was very easy to roll, so he entered the time-stop space and spent the next 3 days relaxing as he tried to simulate the 9th star again and again. He walked out of the gray space 3 days later, still unable to simulate the 9th star. However, the crazy director had helped him simulate it a little more clearly, so there was no rush and he could take it slow. He rolled the die a second time, this time at Enhance. 5 minutes later, the disintegration vortex disappeared. Louis rolled the die a 3rd time, hoping that it wouldn't fail. Unfortunately, he rolled Enhance for the 3rd time. Louis didn't move. There were experts like Xianxia and Zhu Lang outside, so there was definitely no lack of powerhouses with innate gifts. It was a pity that he couldn't touch it, so Enhance was wasted. He took a deep breath and rolled the die for the 4th time. After 5 tries, his mind would collapse and he would need to sleep. He would have to wait at least 10 days before rolling the die again, so the 4th time was very important. Louis watched as the die slowly stopped spinning, ending at Enhance. Another wasted opportunity. Louis clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute. 3 and 6 pips were already difficult to get, so he had to try again. Of a person. How? Lou. CTT. He rested for a while and then opened his hand to reveal a dull die. He could still use his innate gift in the time-stop space, but the cost was several times higher than in the outside world. In other words, he could roll 4 times in the outside world, but here he had to rest for 10 days after each roll. Otherwise, the consequences would be even more severe than rolling 5 times in the outside world. Fortunately, he was in the time-stop space, which allowed him to squander freely. Now, it all depended on whether or not the crystals could hold out. Lu Yin generously added another 30 days, which cost him nearly 6,000 crystals. He had 40 days left, which meant he could only roll 4 times. He didn't believe that he couldn't get enhance. There were still 30 days left. Lu Yin looked around at the dim environment and wanted to change it. He just needed to use some crystals, but he decided against it. He didn't know how much it would take to upgrade his purple star, so he'd leave it at that. He simulated the 9th star again, and another 10 days passed. He took out his die and tapped it again. Enhance. Enhance. Lu Yin was speechless. Enhance was really difficult to roll. Another 10 days passed, and Lu Yin tapped it again. He hadn't held much hope, but when the number 3 appeared, he was so excited that he almost kissed it. He'd finally rolled enhance. Lu Yin sighed in relief when he saw 2 screens, one high and one low. Enhance was still useful. He took out his purple star and placed it on the upper screen. He then took out some star crystals and tossed them in. As more and more crystals were tossed in, the purple star slowly descended at a rate even slower than the formcast model. Lu Yin's heart sank. Upgrading the formcast model required nearly 300,000 crystals, and this small purple star would only cost more. The purple star came from the Innerverse Starfall Sea and was a life-saving treasure. It was worth the price, but he didn't have that many crystals. He could only upgrade it as much as he could. Lu Yin tossed in the remaining 150,000 crystals, and they were slowly absorbed by the screen. The purple star slowly descended, and its shriveled surface gradually regained its luster. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The doctor had said that he only needed to double the medicine's potency, which meant that he didn't need to upgrade it. After tossing in all 150,000 crystals, the purple star appeared between the 2 screens. Its shriveled surface had completely recovered, and there was even a faint luster flowing through it. Even its color had begun to change. Lu Yin took out the purple star. The color has changed. Don't tell me it's useless? Whatever, if it was useless, then so be it. He'd tried his best. There were still 20 days left, and Lu Yin didn't want to waste them. He used 100 crystals to increase the gravity by 100 times. He looked at his cosmic ring and saw that he still had about 3,000 crystals left. This would have been a huge fortune before he left the Great Yu Empire, but it was too little now. However, he still had 100,000 crystals left in his Mavis Bank crystal card, so he still had money. 20 days passed by quickly, and Lu Yin's perception of the 9th star increased. However, it still didn't appear. It was a long road ahead. To Lu Yin, it had been almost 2 months, but to Zhu Lang and the others, it hadn't been that long. When Lu Yin returned the purple star to the doctor with a pale face, the doctor's eyes narrowed and he stared at Lu Yin as if he had seen a ghost. What? What's going on? Zhu Lang and the others stared at him coldly. Speak clearly. What's wrong? The doctor was shocked and in disbelief. The purple star has turned into a billowing star. Everyone was shocked. They had all heard of the billowing star. Undying Yushan had been heavily injured for many years, and the people guarding him were all his most trusted people. They had heard countless doctors sigh about how a billowing star could heal Undying Yushan's injuries. Xianxia had gone to the Starfall Sea several times and almost lost his life there, but he still hadn't been able to find a billowing star or even a purple star. The same went for 5th Princess Wendy Yushan. Whether it was a purple star or a billowing star, they were both treasures that could only be found by chance. Compared to a purple star, a billowing star was even more precious, worth dozens of times more. It was extremely precious even in the Innerverse. How had Lu Yin done it? Everyone looked at him. Wait, this isn't a billowing star, the doctor said regretfully. It's still a purple star, but it's transforming into a billowing star. Is it useful for Uncle's injuries? Lu Yin asked. The doctor nodded happily. It's definitely useful. How did you do it, Your Highness? Lu Yin waved a hand. Treat Uncle first. I'm tired, so I need to rest. He then returned to the resting room and fell into a deep sleep. Xianxia and the rest didn't disturb him and instead urged the doctor to treat him. The outside couldn't hear Lu Yin's conversation, but they could hear the doctor's cries of surprise. A guard's expression changed when he heard the doctor's cries, and he slowly left. An hour later, several figures appeared in the sky above the palace, emitting terrifying undulations. Xianxia and Zhu Lang exchanged glances, but they didn't react. Within the palace, the 4th Squadron's captain, Do, the 6th Squadron's captain, Peach, and the 9th Squadron's captain, Rockiana, floated up and stared coldly outside the palace. This is the Great Yu Empire's palace. Unrelated people, please leave immediately. Outside the palace, an elder sneered, a mere Outerverse empire dares to show off? Undying Yushan is already dead. Step aside if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, your Xenu star will be bathed in blood today. Dio's gaze was cold. The Innerverse powerhouses have never interfered with the Outerverse. You've violated the universe's rules. Outside the palace, a woman giggled, rules? Your Outerverse can only listen. We're the ones who set the rules, so get lost immediately. Otherwise, the moment we attack, this enormous palace will be reduced to dust. There were no less than 10 powerhouses outside the palace. Although the Innerverse guessed that Undying Yushan had obtained the Undying Manual was very low, they didn't really care. Even so, there were still quite a few people sent by the various great powers, which put a lot of pressure on Do and the rest. Suddenly, the sky turned red, and countless people on Xenu Star looked up. Scorching flames covered the sky and covered not only Xenu Star, but also the 3 ring continents and the entire universe. This was the power of a hunter. Xianxia had appeared. As a powerhouse who had roamed the Innerverse and was one of the few hunters in the Great Yu Empire, his appearance caused everyone outside the palace to feel apprehensive. They were only explorers, and the stronger ones were only cruisers. Even if they didn't care about the Outerverse, they still didn't dare to underestimate a hunter. Not far from the palace, in the Hu family's courtyard, Hu Xiaoling's face was pale as she worriedly looked up at the sky. On the other side, the Ana family was in a similar situation. All the great families of the Great Yu Empire were bound together for good or ill. Faced with the pressure from the Innerverse, they had chosen to resist. It would be fine if they succeeded, but if they failed, everyone would die. Baser was relaxed as he watched the scene unfold. He was a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, so the Innerverse powerhouses did not dare to touch him. He was the most relaxed person here, and he would never forget how Undying Yushan had suppressed him. Die. If you die, I'll personally slaughter that person. The 3 rings of the continent were on high alert. At this moment, no spacecraft was allowed to enter Xenu Star. Outside the planet, explorers appeared one after another and stared coldly at Xenu Star. My Great Yu Empire does not fear war. If you want to trample on my empire's dignity, you'll have to go through the 13 Imperial squadrons first. Xianxia shouted. As he spoke, the flames in the sky grew even stronger, causing everyone to gasp in shock. The Innerverse powerhouses were apprehensive. There were not many powerhouses in the Outerverse, and even large organizations that controlled entire weaves did not have many hunters. However, the Great Yu Empire was an exception. If not for the Outerverse's covert actions over the past few hundred years, the Great Yu Empire would not have only controlled half of Frostwave Weave. With the Empire's strength, it might have even annexed the surrounding weaves. The Great Yu Empire was like a ferocious and brutal beast that had been trapped. Today, however, they would have to face this beast head-on. Suddenly, another violent force appeared and overturned the flames that covered the sky. A mere hunter from the Outerverse dares to spout such arrogant words. Today, your Great Yu Empire's imperial palace will cease to exist. The voice swept across Xenu Star, causing the 3 rings of the continent to tremble. The oceans on Xenu Star boiled, and the continents cracked. Countless spacecraft were damaged and fell to the ground. Countless people were shocked and fearful as they looked up at the sky. A giant palm had appeared and was grabbing at the Imperial Palace. Do and the other captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons were shocked. Only Xianxia's eyes burned with passion. His body vaguely turned red, and he was even hotter than the sun. An indescribable power was brewing, and the palm in the sky suddenly paused. The person who had attacked felt an extraordinary threat. Xianxia was not a simple person. He had once roamed the Innerverse and even left his name in the Blaze realm. At that moment, a green wave pulsed like a heart and then inexplicably exploded. It tore through the palm and shot into space, instantly dispelling all of the power that was affecting Xianxia Star. At the same time, the Innerverse powerhouses who had surrounded the Imperial Palace all coughed up blood, their faces as white as paper. In outer space, an elder's pupils shrank. He was the hunter from the Innerverse who had been about to crush the Imperial Palace. At this moment, green star energy appeared in front of him and transformed into Undying Yushan's palm. The elder was aghast. "You're not dead? Your domain is actually so terrifying. Go back and tell your master that I, Undying Yushan, don't have what he wants." The old man was swept by the green star energy, and all 4 of his limbs were broken. He quickly fled in fear. Green star energy replaced everything else, and it became the only color on Xianxia Star. Everyone was enveloped in green star energy. To the people of Xianxia Star, this star energy gave them warmth, but to the people of the Innerverse, this star energy caused them to tremble in fear. Xianxia was overjoyed. This was His Majesty's power. His Majesty had finally recovered. Peach was speechless. How terrifying. She recalled the time when she was forcefully conscripted as the captain of the 6th Imperial Squadron. Back then, she had felt this power. The memory was still fresh in her mind. Under the shroud of Undying Yushan's power, the Imperial Palace became unfathomable and terrifying. The powerhouses of the Innerverse half-knelt and looked at the Imperial Palace. Not long after, Undying Yushan's imposing figure floated into the air and looked down at the crowd. "I'll give you a warning. Scram!" he shouted, causing everyone to cough up blood again. They could feel the terrifying pressure on their internal organs, but they endured their injuries and retreated. "Congratulations, Your Majesty! The Empire is invincible. Congratulations, Your Majesty! The Empire is invincible. Congratulations, Your Majesty! The Empire is invincible." Undying Yushan scanned the crowd and sighed inwardly. Glory? How could it be that easy? He could only struggle at death's door for a little while longer. The more he used his power, the closer he would be to the end of his life. The Empire will return to normal. Check all entry and exit records and arrest any suspicious individuals. Xianxia, you're in charge of this matter, Undying Yushan ordered. Xianxia hurriedly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." After issuing a few more orders, Undying Yushan descended and returned to the Imperial Palace. In outer space, many powerhouses from the Innerverse were furious. They had been ordered to hide in the Great Yu Empire for so many years just to wait for the final moment. They had even been afraid that the Great Yu Empire was stronger, so they had secretly tried to stop them from expanding their territory. They had never expected to be tricked by Undying Yushan, and all of their efforts had been for naught. The Hunter Realm Elder was even more resentful. All of his limbs had been severed, and he was relying on star energy to maintain his life. His blood stained the heavens, and he had to take revenge. However, he knew that there was a huge gap between him and Undying Yushan, so he could only think of a way to ask his master for help. Everyone thought that this was all part of Undying Yushan's plan, but they did not know that without Luin, Undying Yushan would already be dead. Luin really did fall asleep. He had only been pretending to be asleep to make his innate gift look better, but he was truly tired. He slept until the 3rd day, and he slept soundly. When he woke up, the first thing he saw was Undying Yushan, whose back was facing him. Lu Yin's gaze turned from confusion to clarity, and he hurriedly stood up. "Are you all right, Your Majesty?" Undying Yushan turned around and looked at Lu Yin with gratification. He nodded. "Little Yin, thank you." "What are you saying, Your Majesty?" "Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today," Lu Yin said solemnly. Undying Yushan smiled and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. "Your ancestor, Undying Zishan, saved my life more than once. Now, you, a descendant of the Zishan family, have saved my life as well. I owe the Zishan family too much." Lu Yin did not speak, as he knew that Undying Yushan was reminiscing. Undying Yushan sighed and turned to look at the sky. "Little Yin, what do you think of the Great Yu Empire?" Lu Yin felt that this was a strange topic, as he should not interrupt. However, he still answered, the country is prosperous and the people are at peace. It's very good. Undying Yushan laughed. There's no need to be so formal with me. Tell me the truth. I don't know, I've never traveled before, Luin blurted out. Undying Yushan looked at Luin again with a serious expression. If I say that I'm handing this empire over to you, will you accept it? Luin was shocked and immediately retreated. Your Majesty, please don't joke with Littleine. Littleine wouldn't dare. Undying Yushan laughed and waved his hand. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go, I'll show you something. He then led the way. Luin looked at Undying Yushan strangely and followed behind. They passed through pavilions and towers, as well as a high-tech protective net. Undying Yushan brought Luin to a corner of the palace, where a tunnel appeared on the ground. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he could vaguely guess what Undying Yushan was about to show him. Undying Yushan smiled and slowly stepped into the tunnel. Luin followed closely behind him. The underground tunnel was very ordinary, and aside from a corridor, there was nothing else. At most, there were some murals. Finally, the two stopped in front of a giant metal door. Undying Yushan looked at it and said, You were looking for this a while ago, right? It's the Zishan family's treasure. Luin did not hide anything. Yes, someone once told me that the Zishan family's treasure might be hidden in the palace. Undying Yushan turned to look at Luin. Tell me, why are you looking for it? Luin answered without hesitation, I need money. Undying Yushan was shocked. He had thought that Luin would come up with all sorts of excuses, but he had not expected it to be so simple. Still, it made sense. Treasure was money, and no one would look for it if they didn't need money. Undying Yushan laughed. Do you spend a lot of money in Astral 10? Luin answered seriously, very. Every training in Astral 10 requires star crystals, especially after I broke through to the Melder realm. My mentor told me to fill up my reserves with star energy, but it's like a bottomless pit. Without a huge amount of star crystals, it would take too long to slowly absorb the drifting star energy in the universe. Yes, the Melder realm is a hurdle, and it's very expensive. It's my oversight. I should have given you more back then, Undying Yushan sighed. Luin was excited, from his tone, he could get something from Undying Yushan. Undying Yushan turned around and slowly pushed open the metal door. Luin was filled with anticipation. Just how many treasures did the Zishan family have? Was there a mountain of star crystals? Or were there star essences that were far more valuable than star crystals? Luin was very curious and looked forward eagerly. When the metal door was fully opened, an empty plaza appeared in front of Luin. Luin blinked. Nothing? What happened to the promised treasures? He looked at Undying Yushan in confusion. Undying Yushan beamed at him. Are you disappointed? Luin forced a smile. Your Majesty, you've become much more humorous after recovering. Undying Yushan smiled again. It's not humorous. It's prepared for those rascals. Luin was confused. Undying Yushan's smile faded. The Innerverse has been investigating everything about me for hundreds of years, and they've even prevented the Empire from expanding its territory. How could I not have noticed? Whether it was the Empire's treasury or the Zishan family's treasures, I purposely spread them so that they would be buried with me after my death. Luin was shocked. It's fake? Undying Yushan's lips curled up. Of course it's fake. Do you think I wouldn't use the treasures if they were real? Have they always been hidden? It's not just the Zishan family, many of the Empire's destroyed families have legends of treasures hidden in the palace, but because of the passage of time, no one talks about them anymore. However, those rascals from the Innerverse won't forget, and they'll do everything they can to investigate. Undying Yushan pointed at the empty plaza. Look, they don't need anything. The so-called Zishan family's treasures don't exist at all. Do you think they'll believe that? They've been hiding for hundreds of years, and they'll definitely go in to investigate. This is the tomb I prepared for them. Even a hunter would find it difficult to survive. There are a total of 5 such tombs in the palace. Undying Yushan raised his head. Luin was shocked. This was the first time he felt the spirit of this dying emperor. He was delusional enough to want to bury all the powerhouses of the Innerverse in one fell swoop. This was an overt scheme that had been set up hundreds of years ago. Even if they were told that there was no treasure, they wouldn't believe them and would search every inch of the palace. They also didn't dare to directly destroy the palace since they didn't know how the Undying Manual was recorded. They were afraid of destroying it with a single blow. Even if the chances of the Undying Manual being in the palace were 1 in a million, they still didn't dare to take the risk. Undying Yushan had tied everyone up and buried them with him. What do you think? Undying Yushan looked at Luin. Luin respectfully replied, Your Majesty is bold. Do you have any questions? Undying Yushan smiled. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Aren't you afraid that the Innerverse powers will destroy the Great Yu Empire in anger? Undying Yushan replied, Who do you think forced that unfilial son, Duke, to do this? Luin was puzzled at first, but then he thought of something and looked at Undying Yushan in shock. Undying Yushan clasped his hands behind his back. The entire universe knows that Duke betrayed the Empire. Even if the Empire is destroyed, he can still live. He is the only remaining bloodline of the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he recalled Duke Yushan's bitter gaze that night, as well as Doran's blatant attempt to steal the throne. Everything was clear. Duke Yushan hadn't wanted to steal the throne at all, but had been forced to do so by the dying emperor in front of him. He wanted the Great Yu Empire to continue its legacy, and perhaps even Duke Yushan himself didn't know that he had become a chess piece. This was too ruthless. Undying Yushan had forced his own son to rebel just to bury the powerhouses of the Innerverse. He had schemed for hundreds of years just to bury those people? Was it worth it? Duke had set up a scheme to destroy the Purple Star 100 years ago in order to kill Undying Yushan, but he hadn't expected that everything would be part of Undying Yushan's plan. He didn't want to live at all and just wanted to take those people down with him. Your Majesty, why are you telling me this? Luin was apprehensive. Undying Yushan looked at Luin seriously, I'm not joking with you. As long as you're willing, I can let you inherit the Great Yu Empire. Because of something, the Great Yu Empire has been targeted by the Innerverse powers, and it's only a matter of time before it's destroyed. Duke and Wendy are 2 options, but that's not safe. I need a third option. That still shouldn't be me, Luin said. Undying Yushan smiled. You are King Zishan, and you are the 4th person qualified to inherit the throne. Of course, it should be you. Don't worry, I'm not making you emperor. I just want you to inherit my will. When the day comes that you have the ability to rebuild the Great Yu Empire and protect this part of the universe, it will be enough for me to live up to my ancestors. Furthermore, he wasn't the real King Zishan. This person in front of him had told him everything, and he had complete trust in him. Luin didn't want to betray this trust, and he had his own moral bottom line. At the same time, he also felt the intentions of the emperor. For the sake of inheritance, they would do anything. They would force their own children to turn against each other, make brothers kill each other, and murder their own fathers. They would not care about the lives of countless people. He did not want to become such a person. Undying Yushan sighed, I know that it will be difficult for you to accept everything in such a short period of time. Take this. He took out a ring and passed it to Luin. Luin took it. What's this? This is the ring of authority of the Empire. If I, Doran, and Duke meet with misfortune one day, you can use it to command the entire Empire's army, Undying Yushan said. Luin wanted to return it, but when he saw the hopeful look in Undying Yushan's eyes, he had no choice but to accept it. He knew what Undying Yushan was thinking. In the current situation, he was in the most danger. He had been targeted for hundreds of years, followed by Doran, Duke, and finally Wendy Yushan. Even though the chances of her being in danger were low, he still couldn't afford to be careless. He was the last option since no one was paying attention to him, and he was also hiding in the Astral Combat Academy. Undying Yushan smiled when he saw Luin accept the ring. That's the King Zishan you are. You are responsible. From now on, you are the 4th official successor of the Empire. As the successor, I have a gift for you. He then took out a crystal card. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was the main point. The Zishan family's treasure was gone, so Undying Yushan would definitely compensate him. There are 100,000 star crystals here. Consider it your reward for breaking through to the Melder realm, Undying Yushan said. Luin had been wondering how much it would be, but he hadn't expected it to only be 100,000. His appetite had grown, and 100,000 wasn't enough to excite him. Back when he had defeated Craner, he had obtained nearly 90,000 star crystals. Of course, he knew that the innerverse and outerverse produced different amounts of star crystals. The innerverse had nearly 100 times more star crystals than the outerverse, and 100,000 was equivalent to 10 million star crystals in the innerverse. Thank you, Your Majesty, Luin said gratefully. The outerverse star crystal production is very low. 100,000 isn't much in the innerverse, but it should be enough for you. If I'm still alive after you break through to the Lamita realm, I'll give you another gift. The Empire seems to be quite rich, Your Majesty, Luin probed. Undying Yushan laughed. What do you want to ask? Luin recalled the time when he had asked for bribes on the capital star. The ministers had only given him a small amount, which was far from what Undying Yushan had given him. No matter how rich the royal family was, the difference shouldn't be that great. Was I too stingy when I asked for a greeting gift from those ministers? Luin asked. Undying Yushan laughed. You weren't stingy, because it was a greeting gift. Lu Yin's expression turned bitter, as the words greeting gift were an insult to him. He had gone there with the intention of asking for bribes, but he hadn't expected them to actually give him a greeting gift. The money was just pocket change, and it was too embarrassing. He had been so complacent that they didn't even care about him. Luin silently warned himself that he would have to be careful in the future. When he asked for bribes, he didn't ask for the price. Instead, he asked for a percentage. Alright, I've told you everything and given you your reward. Now, I'll be teaching you the royal family's battle techniques, the invisible aura technique and the Ashi force, Undying Yushan said solemnly. Luin was shocked. You're teaching me the royal family's battle techniques? Undying Yushan grunted. When I returned from the innerverse, I brought back 4 battle techniques, the Skybeast Claw, Flash Step, Invisible Aura Technique, and the Ashi Force. The Skybeast Claw was given to you Academy in hopes of creating talents for the Empire. The Flash Step was given to the 13 Imperial Squadrons, and the Invisible Aura Technique and the Ashi Force were the royal family's ultimate techniques. You are the official heir to the throne, so you naturally have the right to learn them. Undying Yushan had been extremely benevolent to Luin, and Luin was touched. Thank you, Your Majesty, but I've learned too many battle techniques, and it'll be too messy to learn more. Undying Yushan thought about it and agreed. In that case, you don't need to learn the Ashi Force. You must learn the Invisible Aura Technique. Invisible Aura Technique? Luin was puzzled. Undying Yushan solemnly explained, the Invisible Aura Technique completely conceals one's aura. In technical terms, it's combat power. Even in battle, no one can detect your combat power. The reason I was able to return to the Empire from the Innerverse was because of the Invisible Aura Technique. This technique can save lives if used properly. Luin was pleasantly surprised. Completely concealing his aura sounded like something good. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Invisible Aura Technique wasn't a complicated technique, it was just a technique that used one's muscles to seal star energy. It could be learned quickly, and although it was simple, it was difficult for anyone to think of using it to conceal their aura. Luin only took 20 minutes to learn it. Your learning speed surprises me. I heard that you only took 13 days to comprehend the 96 forms of the Skybeast Claw, and you learned Tianming's 3 stacks with a single glance. Your talent gives me hope that you'll marry Wendy, Undying Yushan sighed. Luin was still immersed in the joy of learning the Invisible Aura Technique, and he was caught off guard when he heard the name Wendy. His heart sank. He had heard this name too many times, and it was impossible not to care. Little Ian, I can help you with many things, but I can't help you with Wendy. Although she's my daughter, she's also the successor of Myriad Sword's Peak. I can't decide where she belongs, Undying Yushan said apologetically. Luin hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I'll take care of my own matters with Princess Wendy. There's no need for you to worry. Undying Yushan nodded. Alright, she should be back in a few days. Do you want to meet her? Luin subconsciously wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he fell silent. He knew that the gap between him and Wendy was too great, but he wouldn't lose the courage to face her. we'll talk about it when the time comes, but I won't run away. Undying Yushan praised, don't worry, with me here, she won't do anything to you. Louis nodded. Also, don't forget about your 3-year marriage agreement with the Anna family, Undying Yushan reminded him. Louis had no choice but to nod. Undying Yushan patted him on the shoulder, a marriage agreement is a bond that binds two parties together. Even if you're not married to Jenny Anna, the Anna family is already closing in on you. Don't you feel it? Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he thought back to when he had met Rocky Anna outside the Grand Astral Gate. The Anna family's goodwill had been obvious. For now, you don't have any foundation in the empire. The Anna family doesn't belong to any faction, but they can be of help to you. I won't forbid the heir from communicating with outside officials, so everything will depend on your own abilities. Even if you can't marry in the end, the 3-year bond will be enough for the Anna family to help you greatly, Undying Yushan said slowly. Louis glanced at Undying Yushan. This person was teaching him how to use others and how to set up a scheme to achieve the desired results. Was this the so-called scheming of an emperor? After a long time, Louis finally left the palace. When he emerged from the underground, he was pulled aside by Undying Yushan for a long talk, mostly about how to deal with matters and so on. Louis felt that the teachings were too dark, but he had to admit that they were very effective. 800 years of experience in governing a country was a great asset, and Doran and Duque had probably been taught as well. Now, it was his turn. As he thought about it, Louis unconsciously walked to the Grand Astral Gate. He looked up and was shocked to see Rocky Anna standing quietly in front of him and looking at him. Louis felt a little guilty when he saw Rocky Anna. He had just discussed many things with Undying Yushan about how to use the Anna family, but he hadn't expected to run into the main character as soon as he left. Sure enough, he couldn't talk behind someone's back. Hello, Captain Rocky, Louis greeted him warmly and modestly. Rocky Anna nodded, his usual indifference vanishing as he forced a smile. King Zishan, do you have time to visit the Anna family? The family head has been waiting for you for a long time. Louis wanted to decline, but after some thought, he decided against it. That day would have come sooner or later, and if he didn't pay them a visit even though he was engaged, it would be considered a lack of etiquette, but it could also be considered as looking down on them. This was the Anna family, a powerful family with a cruiser overseeing them. I'll accept your invitation. I've long wanted to visit Uncle Xianxia as well, Louis politely replied. Rocky Anna smiled and led the way. Soon, a luxurious spacecraft appeared, and the two boarded it and set off for the Anna family. At the same time, an ancient longsword pierced through the stars and the darkness of space, heading straight for the Great Yu Empire. It was a sword-shaped spacecraft that looked like a longsword at first glance. It was incredibly fast, and it was a rare spacecraft that came from the Innerverse Myriad Sword's peak. Inside was Wendy Yushan, who was rushing back. Inside the spacecraft, Wendy Yushan's face was as cold as ice. Although she didn't care about the Great Yu Empire, it was still her home with her family. If anyone dared to provoke her, she would kill them without mercy. Not long after, a spacecraft appeared in front of them and charged into the distance. Wendy Yushan's gaze turned cold when she saw the spacecraft. She lifted her foot and tore through space to appear in front of it. With a wave of her hand, countless sword rays flashed and merged into one to destroy the spacecraft. Everyone inside was killed, and only a middle-aged man emerged in a sorry state. He looked at Wendy Yushan in shock. You're back? Wendy Yushan's gaze was icy. Give me an explanation. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, his face pale. Your father, Undying Yushan, is fine. We were tricked by him and didn't hurt him at all. Wendy Yushan's gaze remained cold. I know, but this isn't the explanation I want. Wendy Yushan, you might be the successor of Myriad Sword's peak, but I'm not someone to be trifled with. I have someone backing me up as well. Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Wendy Yushan cut him down with a single slash. He was a dignified cruiser, and even though he had been heavily injured, he still had the power of an explorer. However, he hadn't even been able to last a second against Wendy Yushan before he had been killed. I'll find the person behind you. You're just an ant. Wendy Yushan's tone was calm, as she did not care about the life or death of a mere cruiser. Arrogance was not enough to describe her. In her eyes, these innerverse powerhouses were nothing. Just as she had said, they were just ants. After returning to the ship, the sword-shaped ship continued to fly into the distance. All of the innerverse spacecraft that they encountered along the way were destroyed by Wendy Yushan without exception. She did not care about these people, nor did she care about the powers behind them. She was the successor of Myriad Sword's Peak and a member of the 10 Arbiters' Council. No matter how impudent these people were, they would not dare to act against a member of the 10 Arbiters. The 10 Arbiters represented the pinnacle of tyranny, authority, and strength. Soon, many innerverse powers received the news and were furious. However, they could not do anything against Wendy Yushan. Just as she had said, they could ignore Myriad Sword's Peak if they joined forces, but they could not ignore the 10 Arbiters. At this moment, they all regretted their actions. If they had known that the Great Yu Empire could give birth to such a terrifying genius, then they would have killed Undying Yushan sooner, no matter the price. Then, a heaven-defying character like Wendy Yushan would not have appeared. Along the way, Wendy Yushan had killed no less than 15 space-exploring powerhouses, paving the way for her return home. Even the outer space was dyed red, and both the war zones and interstellar pirates along the way trembled in fear. Wendy Yushan had announced her return in such a high-profile manner that she could see the Empire's Xenu star in the distance. At this moment, Lu Yin had just arrived at the Ana family's residence. The Ana family was one of the strongest families in the Great Yu Empire. Aside from Rocky Ana, the captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons, there was also the unfathomable Xianxia Ana. Xianxia Ana was the Ana family's stabilizing force, and his status was on par with Xianxia's. Lu Yin had learned this from his conversation with Rocky Ana. He had originally thought that the Ana family's patriarch was not a fighter, but he had not expected him to be even stronger than Rocky Ana. Lu Yin felt a slight chill as he looked at the Ana family's grand manner. This was a feeling brought about by the Ana family's inherited battle technique, the snowstorm palm. All of the Ana family's direct descendants had cultivated this technique. At the entrance of the manor, Lu Yin saw a familiar face, Tori Ana, the vice-captain of the 9th Squadron who had almost kicked him to death back on Earth. The moment Rocky Ana saw Tori Ana, his gaze locked onto Lu Yin. He wanted to use Tori Ana to test whether or not Lu Yin was a narrow-minded person. After all, no. One would not care about someone who had almost killed them. Fortunately, Lu Yin was only slightly taken aback. He nodded at Tori Ana and smiled nonchalantly. Rocky Ana heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, King Zishan was not a narrow-minded person. A narrow-minded person would never amount to anything. Lu Yin did not care about Tori Ana, and he had never resented the man. After all, when he had kidnapped Jenny Ana, it was only right that Tori Ana had taken action. Back then, Lu Yin had not been King Zishan, and he had taken a gamble. Furthermore, after he had been confirmed as King Zishan, Tori Ana had not caused any trouble for him. Everything had been within his duties, so there was no need to bicker over the past. Tori Ana was the vice-captain of the 9th Squadron, a space-exploring powerhouse. No matter how high Lu Yin's status was, he still had to show some basic respect. He nodded at Tori Ana to show his sincerity. Tori Ana could not help but look at Rocky Ana. Rocky Ana nodded, and Tori Ana bowed to Lu Yin before slowly retreating. Lu Yin did not notice their small actions, as he was attracted to the Ana family's manner. It was not extravagant, but rather simple. Everything was white as far as the eye could see, and the manor was covered in ice and snow. Our family has inherited the snowstorm palm, and only in such an environment can we train better, Rocky Ana explained. Lu Yin grunted. Rumor has it that the snowstorm palm of the Ana family can freeze the void. It's amazing. Rocky Ana could not help but laugh. Any battle technique will become terrifying once the user reaches a certain level of strength. The battle technique itself, on the other hand, isn't that powerful. You fought with Jenny before, so you should have experienced the snowstorm palm. It's not enough to pose any threat to you. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed, but he still had to be polite. It's an inherited battle technique, after all. Countless people in the Empire are envious. Rocky Ana shook his head. In the end, the Outerverse is still the Outerverse. The snowstorm palm is considered pretty good in the Great Yu Empire, but it's nothing compared to the various great powers of the Innerverse. At this point, Rocky Ana looked at Lu Yin and praised, I saw you cripple that Lemeter from the council in the palace. Not bad. Lu Yin understood why Rocky Ana's attitude towards him had changed so much. It was because of his strength. The title of King Zishan did not hold much appeal to Rocky Ana, and strength was still more important. He had easily crippled a Lemeter from the Youth Council, which meant that his strength was unparalleled in the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin wondered if Rocky Ana knew that Lu Yin had increased the effectiveness of the Purple Star medicine. If he did, then he might have tested Lu Yin's innate gift today. When he thought about this, Lu Yin once again sighed at Undying Yushan's magnanimity. He had not even asked about this matter from start to finish. The only person in the Great Yu Empire's younger generation who can catch up to you is probably Schutz, who's also in Astral 10. The others, including those Lemeters, are definitely not your match. Lu Yin smiled, but did not say anything else. Schutz? Schutz's strength was in the bottom few in Astral 10, while Lu Yin was the leader. The gap between them was huge, but there was no need for him to say such things out loud. Not only would others not believe him, but they would also think that he was being arrogant. Not all of the Ana family was covered in snow, and there were still areas with normal environments. After walking for 10 minutes through the manor, Lu Yin was led by Rocky Ana to the guest hall, where the current head of the Ana family, Xianxia Ana, had been waiting for him for a long time. Xianxia Ana was not only the head of the Ana family, but he was also Jenny Ana's father. Lu Yin suddenly felt like he was meeting his father-in-law. Although he had never thought of marrying Jenny Ana, in the eyes of countless people in the empire, he was already the son-in-law of the Ana family. This should be considered a formal visit to his father-in-law. Lu Yin paused for a moment before stepping into the guest hall. He immediately saw a stern-looking middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table. It was Xianxia Ana. Lu Yin bowed as a junior would. Lu Yin greets Uncle Xianxia. Xianxia Ana. Sized Lu Yin up with a strange look in his eyes. Lu Yin did not move and simply stood there. After a while, Xianxia Ana nodded in satisfaction and gently said, Have a seat, Rocky. Have a seat as well. Yes, brother, Rocky Ana replied. Lu Yin bowed again, Thank you, uncle. When Lu Yin sat down, someone immediately brought him some tea. The tea was refreshing and had a hint of bitterness to it. The tea leaves were crystal-like, which piqued Lu Yin's curiosity. Xianxia Ana looked at Lu Yin, I've always wanted to greet your highness, but I've troubled your highness to personally come to the Ana family. My apologies for my rudeness. Lu Yin politely replied, You're too polite, uncle. This junior should be the one greeting you, uncle. Xianxia Ana was very satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. He was neither arrogant nor impatient. He would not have cared if this was before, but now, this person was a student of Astral 10 who had easily defeated a Lemeter from the council. It was rare for Xianxia Ana to be so respectful. Let's skip the formalities. Your Highness, I hope you don't mind if I call you Little Yin. Lu Yin smiled, That's what uncle calls me, so of course I don't mind. Alright, Little Yin. How's life in the Astral Combat Academy? Xianxia Ana asked. Rocky Ana also looked at Lu Yin. They might be very strong, but they had never come into contact with the Astral Combat Academy. It was the universe's top academy, and they had not been qualified to enter it when they were young. Lu Yin gave a brief introduction of the Astral Combat Academy, but he did not mention Astral 10's current predicament. Just as Undying Yushan had said, regardless of whether or not Lu Yin would marry Jenny Ana in the future, he had to keep the Ana family in check. If they knew the truth about Astral 10, then his value would plummet. At most, the Great Yu Empire knew that Astral 10 had been exiled, but they didn't know exactly how bad it had been. Lu Yin tried his best not to divulge Astral 10's situation. Even if he omitted many details, such as the teleportation stone, ported battles, the rain observatory, the sand ocean, the trial zones, and so on, this information was enough to shock Xianxia Ana and Rocky Ana. Very few people in the Outerverse knew about these miraculous events, especially the ported battles. Being able to fight against powerhouses of the same generation in the Innerverse made Rocky Ana excited, but unfortunately, he wasn't part of the younger generation. I wish I could have been born a few hundred years later. If I were your age, I would have risked my life to get into the Astral Combat Academy, Xianxia lamented. It's a pity that Jenny didn't get in, Rocky Anna sighed. Xianxia's expression changed at the mention of Jenny. Don't mention that useless thing. As a direct descendant of the Anna family, it's fine if she failed the Astral Combat Academy exam, but she even failed the Sentinel trial and was captured. What a piece of trash. Luin felt awkward. He was the one who had captured Jenny, so was Xianxia trying to make him feel guilty? Although he was angry, Jenny was still Xianxia's biological daughter, and she was even his eldest daughter. He couldn't hide the affection in his eyes. Luin discovered a very interesting phenomenon. Regardless of whether it was hunters who could live for 1,000 years or cultivators who could only live for a few hundred years, they would delay having children as much as possible. Luin had done some research before, and it was rumored that cultivators wanted to have children when they were at their strongest. This way, their descendants would have a greater chance of inheriting their innate gifts and creating a powerful family. For example, the Day-Night clan's children were much stronger than the average person, and there were also the Mavis clan and so on. Many cultivators in the universe dreamed of creating a powerful family, which was why they gave birth late. Xianxia had lived for several hundred years, but he only had one daughter, Jenny Anna. Even Undying Yushan only had a few children. Xianxia looked at Luin and softened his tone. What do you think of Jenny, little Yin? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. She's a good person. She's kind and beautiful. Xianxia smiled. You don't have to be so courteous. As her father, I know her character. She's mischievous and has poor talent, but she's kind and beautiful. Luin smiled. Miss Jenny is indeed very good. Xianxia nodded and seriously asked, the engagement between our clans has already been set. When do you plan on marrying Jenny? Luin fell silent, and after a while, he looked up and said seriously, Uncle, I want to increase my strength for the time being. Can you give me some time? Xianxia replied, His Majesty has already discussed this with me. Although 3 years isn't a long time, it isn't short either. You can marry Jenny after 3 years, but you have to be engaged first. I don't agree, someone suddenly shouted, and they all looked towards the door. Jenny angrily rushed in and glared at Luin. Give up. I won't marry you. You're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. Shut up. How dare you? Xianxia slammed the table as he stood up and pointed outside. Get out. You have no right to speak here. Tears welled up in the corners of Jenny's eyes as she glared at Xianxia. Father, I won't marry him. I won't marry him even if I die. I already have someone I like. What right does this person have to compare himself to Brother Feng? He's not qualified at all. Get out. Xianxia waved his hand, causing an icy wind to sweep across the living room and sweep Jenny out before violently tossing her out. Rocky Anna hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Brother, don't be angry. I'll go talk to Jenny. Luin didn't say a word from start to finish, and he didn't care either. In fact, he was very happy. This woman had done the right thing by rejecting him. If they were really engaged, he wouldn't know how to refuse. However, he still had to put on an act. Uncle, who is this Brother Feng that Jenny is talking about? Xianxia smiled bitterly. The young master of the Fire's Melt planet, Yan Feng. Jenny went there to experience the 2 extreme powers and was unintentionally saved by Yan Feng. Little Yin, don't take it to heart. There's nothing between her and Yan Feng. She was still young at the time, and I couldn't let her marry into the Fire's Melt planet either. That place isn't suitable for the Anna family. Luin took a sip of tea. He remembered Yan Gang from the Fire's Melt planet, and he also remembered what Ghostfire had said during Astral 10's exam. That planet was tangled up with the Great Yu Empire, and its target seemed to be Wendy Yushan. Yan Feng? Uncle, can I speak to Miss Jenny alone? Luin requested. Xianxia thought about it and agreed. Please bear with her. She's spoiled, so don't mind her. Luin smiled. It's normal for girls to be a little willful. She'll be fine after marriage. Xianxia's eyes lit up. This meant that Luin was willing to marry Jenny, which was good news. Yes, yes, yes. Alright, you can go. Rockiana returned and told Luine where Geniana was. Luine slowly walked over. Geniana gritted her teeth in anger. You still dare to come looking for me? Humph, I'll show you how powerful the Anna family is. She immediately activated her gadget and sent a message. Luine slowly walked through the courtyard, experiencing the Anna family's history. This family was truly impressive, and every place was filled with the family's cultural heritage. This was something that had been accumulated over time. Not long after, Luine saw Geniana and the two cultivators beside her. They were both Lemeters. Luine didn't mind and continued walking forward. Geniana pointed at Luine. Teach him a lesson. The two Lemeters didn't hesitate. They didn't know who Luine was, so they immediately attacked him. Lemeters weren't uncommon in the Anna family. A cold glint flashed through Lu Yin's eyes. He hoped that Geniana would resist, but he couldn't go overboard and cause trouble. He needed to teach her a lesson and let the Anna family see his worth. With that thought in mind, he took a step forward and disappeared, causing the void to distort. With two soft thuds, the two Lemeters who had attacked Luine collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Fresh blood flowed down their arms and dyed the ground red. 4 arms fell to the ground as Luine had severed their arms in an instant. He then appeared in front of Geniana and raised his hand to slowly touch the side of her face. Her skin was smooth to the touch. This scene completely terrified Geniana. How was this possible? Those were Lemeters. Although they were ordinary Lemeters who hadn't grasped any battle techniques, they were still Lemeters. How had they been instantly injured? Furthermore, when she saw the scarlet blood on the ground, she felt a sense of impending doom. She didn't even try to avoid Lu Yin's hand on her face. I can tolerate your naughtiness, but don't go overboard. Just this once. Lu Yin's gentle voice sent a chill down Jenny's spine. She trembled as she looked at Luine. She had experienced this feeling before, when she had almost died during Astral 10's entrance exam. That experience had been etched into her bones, and now, she felt it again. This time, it came from the man in front of her, her fiancé in name. Luine smiled. We've known each other for so long, but I haven't given you a present. This is for you. An exquisite ring appeared in his hand. He had obtained it from the jade roll earlier. It was a very ordinary ring, but the craftsmanship was quite good. It should be worth it as a meeting gift for the Anna family's eldest daughter. Geniana stared at the ring in a daze and didn't move. Luine spoke again. Take it. This is my gift to you. Geniana's heart trembled, but the blood on the ground just happened to flow to her feet, causing her to feel even more terrified. She reached out her hand. Luine grasped her snow-white hand and put the ring on it. He praised, very beautiful. It was a pleasant meeting, and I look forward to the next one. He then turned and left. He didn't bid farewell to Xianxia Anna either. His every move was being monitored, and Xianxia Anna knew him like the back of his hand. After Luine turned and disappeared, Jenny hurriedly retreated to avoid the pool of blood. She gasped for breath, and it was only then that she realized what she had just experienced. She looked at the exquisite ring on her finger and wanted to throw it away, but for some reason, Lu Yin's icy gaze and the miserable state of the two Lemeters appeared in her mind, and she did not dare to throw it away. In the distance, Rocky Anna sighed. Bro, he's not simple. He actually used flash to such an extent that even Lemeters might not be able to do it. He almost tore through the void, so how did his body withstand it? It's too fast. Xianxia Anna was amazed. He had not only seen Lu Yin's strength, but also his methods. In just a few seconds, Luine had subdued Jenny. No matter what methods Luine had used, this King Zishan's abilities had exceeded his expectations. Bro, is Astral 10 really that powerful? He's transformed so much in just a few months, Rocky Anna exclaimed. Xianxia Anna calmly replied, there's no need to be so surprised. Those two Lemeters are too weak, and even the U Academy's Hall Master could defeat them. Littleine easily crippled a Lemeter from the council, and these two aren't even qualified to carry his shoes. Drag them away and beat them to death. Since when can my Anna family act so casually? Consider this a warning to Jenny. Let's give her a warning. Rocky Anna couldn't bear it. Jenny's already been frightened. We should teach her a lesson. Otherwise, she'll suffer sooner or later if she marries King Zishan. It's better to face reality now than later, Xianxia said helplessly. Rocky nodded. Right, King Zishan just gave Jenny a gift, so we should return the favor. We can't be stingy, Xianxia said. Rocky Anna nodded. I understand. I'll get Tolly to deliver it. Xianxia muttered to himself for a moment before nodding. Let him deliver it. Elsewhere, Xianxia space station had been completely sealed off, and all surveillance equipment had been turned off. When the hatch opened, Wendy Yushan walked out. Zhu Lang, D.O., Peach, and Baser were in front of her. Baser's eyes lit up when he saw Wendy Yushan, and he immediately stepped forward with a respectful attitude. Thank you for your hard work, Counselor Wendy. Wendy Yushan casually grunted in acknowledgement. Zhu Lang and the other two stepped forward. Greetings, Fifth Princess. The three of them were very respectful, not even to Crown Prince Doran Yushan. This was all because of Wendy Yushan's strength. Wendy Yushan's gaze swept across the three of them before finally stopping on Peach. Under Peach's expectant gaze, she took out a large pile of snacks. Here you go. Peach was delighted and quickly put away the snacks. She looked up at Wendy Yushan and laughed. Thank you. Wendy Yushan nodded. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare much. Next time, I'll get someone to move your favorite snack production line to Xianxia. Many people were stunned. How domineering. Peach shook her head. No need. A little is enough for me. I don't know how to appreciate anything more. Wendy Yushan looked up. Yes, some people don't know how to appreciate things. She then took a step forward and disappeared. Zhu Lang and the others were shocked, but they hadn't found any trace of her. Wendy had become even stronger. Baser's eyes were filled with passion and a trace of infatuation, but he quickly suppressed it. Wendy Yushan was very beautiful and naturally had a heroic aura about her. When she wielded a sword, it gave people the desire to conquer her. Baser was no exception, but he hid his thoughts well and didn't dare reveal them. This was Wendy Yushan, and she would kill him without hesitation. He didn't think that he could stop her. Unfortunately, he didn't know who would benefit from this in the future. Baser felt that it was a pity, and a man's figure appeared in his mind. In the palace's garden, Undying Yushan was quietly admiring the purple plant. Behind him, Wendy Yushan appeared with an indifferent expression. Undying Yushan turned around. You're becoming more and more impolite. Wendy Yushan didn't care and casually sat down. I killed nearly half of those people from the Innerverse. Undying Yushan sighed. I heard that I'm not a good father, and I even need my daughter to avenge me. Wendy Yushan stared at him. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? With me overseeing things, even if their ancestors came, nothing would have happened. Undying Yushan shook his head. Showing off isn't a good thing. Myriad Sword's peak isn't the strongest, and the 10 arbiters are powerful, but they still have to consider the interests of all parties. Sometimes, there's a gap between the rules and the results, and this gap is enough to bury all of us. Wendy Yushan's tone was icy. Even if there's an exchange of interests, it won't harm me. Undying Yushan smiled. I know who's behind you, but the winds of this universe will never stop. That person isn't immortal, so how do you know that she doesn't want the Undying Manual? Even if there's a 1 in a million chance that it's with me, it's enough for her to abandon you. Yushan, Wendy Yushan, father, you're still so narrow-minded. You. That Undying? The person behind me doesn't care, and neither does the 10 arbiters. Immortality is an irresistible temptation. Undying Yushan sighed. No one can live forever. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, they'll naturally understand. I dare say that none of the 10 arbiters wants to steal the Undying Manual. Otherwise, if they reveal even the slightest bit of information, I and the Great Yu Empire would no longer exist, Wendy Yushan said. Undying Yushan nodded. Perhaps you're right. Alright, let's not talk about this. Now that you've shifted the conflict from me to you, what do you plan to do next? Wendy Yushan arrogantly replied, I'll kill anyone who dares to cause trouble for me. It looks like you're very confident in your own strength. Do you want to compete with me? Undying Yushan suggested with a smile. Wendy Yushan turned her head away and did not respond. She was confident that she could defeat many powerhouses, but she was helpless against Undying Yushan. Even though he had been heavily injured and his strength had declined over and over again, he was still a powerhouse who had lived for nearly 1,000 years. He far surpassed many people in the Innerverse and could not be judged by the Outerverse standards. Otherwise, the Innerverse powers would not have waited for news of Undying Yushan's death to make their move. Father, I have to say that the Empire has truly declined. If you hadn't purposely set things up and acted at the end, Zhu Lang and the others would not have been able to stop the Innerverse powerhouses. There's also Yu Academy. They're too weak. I wouldn't have even bothered to look at them, Wendy Yushan said disdainfully. Undying Yushan laughed and looked at Wendy lovingly. This brat was still as competitive as she had been when she was younger. If she couldn't defeat him, she would think of other ways to turn the tables. She had used this tactic every time and it had never failed her. However, she was right. Compared to the Innerverse, the Empire's younger generation was too weak. Other than Schutz, there was also Little Een. He was the leader of Astral 10. And surpassed Schutz. Brat, father didn't set things up. I really did almost die, Undying Yushan said in a low voice. Wendy Yushan was shocked. She carefully looked at Undying Yushan and narrowed her eyes. That's impossible. You've recovered quite a bit from your injuries. With your current condition, you should be able to survive for at least another 100 years. Undying Yushan smiled bitterly and told Wendy everything that had happened. Wendy was shocked. What innate gift does he have to be able to raise a purple star to the level of a billowing star? A dye and ice have appeared before, but I'm not sure about the specifics, Undying Yushan said. Wendy Yushan fell silent and rubbed the hilt of her sword with her right thumb as she muttered to herself. There were too many strange innate gifts in the universe. If King Zishan really did have an innate gift that could raise a purple star to a billowing star, then his value would be too great. A billowing star was a treasure that was rare even in the Innerverse. Investigate his innate gift, Wendy said directly. Undying Yushan looked at her sternly. If he says it's fine, then don't force him. I know. Although his innate gift is strange, I don't care about it. However, if his innate gift can raise a purple star to a billowing star, then he'll be worth it. I'll speak up for him and resolve his grudge with Baser, Wendy said. Undying Yushan's eyes narrowed. His value is only enough for you to speak up and resolve your grudge? Do you know what kind of humiliation Baser put him through? Wendy didn't care. I've already said that the weak are prey to the strong in this universe. Baser is very strong, so he can do whatever he wants. This person can only blame himself for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. The only reason I'm speaking up for him is because of his innate gift. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't care. Of course, as repayment for saving your life, I can transfer him to another academy. Astral 10 is just too weak. You can transfer him to another academy? You're not even a student of the Astral Combat Academy yourself. Undying Yushan was puzzled. Wendy laughed. Father, there are many disciples from the Myriad Swords Peak who enter the Astral Combat Academy. I'm the eldest senior sister, so a single word from me can get a disciple from the Myriad Swords Peak to take him to another academy. It won't be difficult. Undying Yushan fell silent. He felt that his daughter was too arrogant, and from her perspective, she did have the right to be arrogant. However, there was a saying in the universe, do not underestimate anyone. The humiliation that Baser had brought upon Little Een could not be resolved with a single word. Wendy wanted to use her overbearingness to resolve the grudge, but it would only make Little Een even angrier. It would be fine if Little Een was an ordinary person, but if he were to rise up one day, the consequences would be unimaginable. Undying Yushan could guess that this was not the first time Wendy had done something like this. She had offended too many people, but no one dared to do anything to her under the might of the 10 arbiters. However, nothing was absolute, and the 10 arbiters were not invincible. Little girl, listen to your father. Go to the bottom and take a look. There are many things that cannot be seen from the top, Undying Yushan advised. Wendy turned around. Father, you've reached a certain height before, so you should know that some people do not need to be humble. Only by remaining at the top can one create a powerful future. I only need to look up. She then tore open the void in front of her, stepped through, and disappeared. Undying Yushan sighed. It was precisely because he had reached such heights that he felt even more strongly. The top 20 of the astral combat rankings were not the top, there were still the top 10, and even the top 5. Above that were the 10 arbiters and even more ancient and powerful seniors. Although these seniors had not been strengthened by formcast models, the accumulation of power over time was unimaginable. Luyin left the Ana family and flew towards King Zishan's palace in a spacecraft. His mind was filled with thoughts about the great Yu Empire. Undying Yushan had created many legends about the Zishan family's treasures in order to scheme against the various great powers of the inner verse. It was also because of these legends that his family had allowed him to become King Zishan, which made sense. But what about Silver? He was from the Neo-Human Alliance, so he had a deep understanding of the great Yu Empire. Why? Was it also because of the Undying Manual? The Neo-Human Alliance's influence was great, but it was limited to the shadows. The great powers of the Innerverse had all concealed themselves when facing the great Yu Empire, waiting for Undying Yushan's death. The Neo-Human Alliance's influence in the great Yu Empire should not surpass that of the Innerverse, so why did they have such a deep understanding of the great Yu Empire? There were only two possibilities. Either the Neo-Human Alliance was certain that the Undying Manual was in Undying Yushan's hands, which was why they were sparing no expense in investigating the great Yu Empire, or they had other motives. Luyin thought about how Silver had taken special care of him, and he guessed that this person had other motives. His family had also asked him to find a way to join the great Yu Empire's Youth Council, so they definitely had other motives. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. The great Yu Empire definitely had more secrets that he did not know about. Up ahead, King Zishan's palace appeared in front of him. Luyin was sitting in a spacecraft when the void in front of him suddenly distorted. A beautiful woman with a simple sword shuttled through it, causing the spacecraft to almost explode. Luyin ignored the spacecraft and instead stared at the woman. She was Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan crossed through the void and accidentally brushed shoulders with Luyin. She glanced at him and a strange look flashed across her eyes, but it disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and his surroundings returned to normal. Everything seemed like a dream, but that woman was indeed Wendy Yushan. She had recognized him, but she had not paid him any attention. This was the first time Luyin had been so close to Wendy Yushan. The woman's gaze was calm, and everything seemed normal. She didn't purposely show any arrogance, but this was her greatest arrogance. She didn't need to care about anyone or anything, including Luyin. Luyin exhaled. He had not expected to bump into Wendy Yushan by accident. Was this fate? He did not know what would happen the next time they met. For some reason, Luyin became excited. He hated Wendy Yushan's calm gaze, and he wanted to break it. The next time they met, he wanted to see shock, confusion, or even regret in her eyes. The Astral Combat Tournament was an opportunity for him to display himself to the entire universe. Not long after he returned to the manor, Peach arrived with a conflicted expression. Luyin could guess what had happened when he saw her. "I'm sorry, I lost your friend," Peach apologized sincerely, her face adorable. Luyin smiled. "Peach, Bai Shui is an adult, and she has to take responsibility for her actions. Losing her is her own problem, it has nothing to do with you." Peach was helpless. "I don't know what happened either. She just mysteriously disappeared, and I didn't even sense anything." Luyin was shocked. He had assumed that Bai Shui had been taken away during the chaos at Yu Academy. The second prince had betrayed Yu Academy, and some of the Academy's people had left. It was very likely that Bai Shui had been taken away since she was an innate talent, but now it seemed that there was more to it. What happened? Peach was puzzled. "I really don't know what happened. Didn't she go missing on the first ring of the continent?" Peach shook her head. "No, she went missing at the 6th Squad's base. Some super powerhouse must have taken her away, but I couldn't sense any trace of star energy. I reported it to His Majesty, and he said that only a hunter or above could have done it. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary hunter either, as even he didn't sense anything strange." Luin was shocked. Someone who could hide from Undying Yushan had to be a super powerhouse. Why had they taken Bai Shui away? Wait, Zhang Dingtian, Saruzan, and Susan had all gone missing as well. Could it be related to this person as well? They were all very ordinary people, and the only connection they had was Earth. However, Earth was a very ordinary planet, so there shouldn't be any powerhouses involved. Luin couldn't figure it out, so he helplessly told Peach, "It has nothing to do with you, so don't blame yourself." Peach nodded with a dejected expression. She liked Bai Shui very much, but she had gone missing. She left not long after, telling Luin that Wendy had brought her many snacks from the Innerverse. Luin knew that she was referring to him, but he really didn't have any snacks, so he could only coax her away. Not long after Peach left, Toriana arrived. "King Zishan, this is a gift from the Anna family. Please accept it," Toriana said as he handed a chip to Luin. Luin took the chip and smiled at Toriana. "Please thank Uncle Shuashan on my behalf." Toriana nodded and left. He inserted the chip into his gadget and saw a list of people who had once been loyal to the Zishan family. Sigmund Maddox was on the list, but of course, there were also some who had betrayed the Zishan family. This name list was similar to the one Silver had given him. Although it was more detailed, there were no differences. The Anna family had already shown their sincerity by giving him this list of names. Luin would have been very happy if they hadn't given him any silver, but unfortunately, he already had it. He had received a favor for nothing, so he might as well have just given them money. Luin destroyed the chip and looked at his gadget, remembering something. Before leaving Astral 10, Master Wuxing had instructed Luin to wait for the Lockbreaker network to succeed. Luin didn't know if it had succeeded, but he immediately keyed in the code that Master Wuxing had given him. Soon, the login screen appeared on his screen. Luin entered his identification number in the Lockbreaker Society, and after several rounds of verification, a message appeared. "Congratulations, Luin, for successfully becoming a lockbreaker. Please name yourself and begin your great lockbreaking path." Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he immediately named himself Seventh Bro. The next moment, the screen changed, and an interface appeared in front of Luin. It was filled with all sorts of information about lockbreakers, and the bottom right corner kept flashing. Someone was trying to contact him. Luin curiously clicked on it, and countless congratulatory messages flooded in. They came from all sorts of places, including the universe's great empires, powers, companies, academies, and even various lockbreaker societies. The countless congratulatory messages almost dazzled him. Luin knew that lockbreakers had a high status, but he had not expected it to be this high. He had not even made a single contribution to the Lockbreaker Society, and yet, there were already so many people congratulating him. This was too exaggerated, and even the Great Yu Empire was among them. Luin immediately closed the page. There were too many messages, and he didn't have time to read them all. Not too far away, there was a flickering light with the words Sourcebox Catalog. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had read the book that Master Wuxing had given him, so he wasn't completely clueless about lockbreaking. Sourceboxes were the general name given to items that needed to be unlocked. The universe had existed for countless years, and countless treasures had been sealed away. These treasures were sourceboxes, and lockbreaking was the only way to unlock them. The Sourcebox catalog was a video that could unlock lockbreaking. Any lockbreaker who uploaded a lockbreaking video would be able to add it to their Sourcebox catalog. These Sourcebox catalogs could be sold or exchanged. Of course, if one was qualified enough, they could also upload them to the Sourcebox catalog on the Lockbreaker network for future generations to view and worship. The Sourcebox catalog flashing indicated that there was a new lockbreaking video. Luin opened it expectantly, and one message after another appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, 7th Bro, for joining the Lockbreaker Society. The Mavis Bank has sent you 5 Sourcebox catalogs. Congratulations, 7th Bro, for joining the Lockbreaker Society. The Exotic Metal Alliance has sent you 3 Sourcebox catalogs. Congratulations, 7th Bro, for joining the Lockbreaker Society. Shamrock Enterprises has sent you 3 Sourcebox catalogs. Each message made Luin excited. They were all from powerful organizations in the universe, and there were dozens of messages. Luine had never heard of most of them, but anyone who could enter the lockbreaker network and send messages was not simple. There had to be at least a lockbreaker in the organization. The Mavis Bank, Shamrock Enterprises, the Day-Night Clan, the Blaze Realm, and various other organizations were all expressing their goodwill to Luine. Even the Day-Night Clan, a powerful ancient clan, didn't dare to be arrogant in front of a lockbreaker. This was the power of a lockbreaker. Luine rejoiced that he had joined the Lockbreaker Society, as he had seen another world. Filled with excitement, Luine began to browse through the sourcebox catalogs that these organizations had sent him. The first one was from the Mavis Bank. In a desolate area, there was a strange black rock that towered into the clouds. A man slowly approached it, and as he approached, the void began to crack. The desolate land seemed to change as the man's appearance seemed to disrupt the balance of the area, causing the land to crack and the void to shatter. However, this was not enough to affect the man. The man walked step by step to the bottom of the black rock and raised a hand to touch it. He muttered something to himself as he circled around the rock and struck it in different directions. After an hour, the black rock gradually cracked and finally crumbled. The moment it crumbled, the void seemed to shatter. The man pressed down on the void with one hand and forcefully solidified it. Finally, a green halo enveloped the desolate land, causing countless plants to grow. In front of the man's eyes, a green root that towered into the clouds appeared. This root had been sealed by the black rock for a long time, and now, the man had released it. Luine stared at it in shock. This was lockbreaking. The black rock was actually formed from the universe's star energy and various other strange energies that had transformed over time. The root had been sealed in dust, allowing it to become a sourcebox, and now, the man had successfully unlocked it. The process seemed simple, but every step was fraught with danger. The entire desolate land was enveloped by the sourcebox's constant energy field, and anyone who stepped in would have to endure unimaginable pressure. Even the void would shatter. In order to successfully unlock the sourcebox, the man had spent an hour disintegrating the outer layer of the sourcebox's energy field. This was a huge undertaking, and any mistake would not only kill the man, but also destroy the sourcebox. The man was definitely a space-exploring powerhouse, or else he would not have been able to forcefully solidify the shattered void. Lockbreaking sometimes required more than just star energy control and understanding, it also required great strength. Without strength, one would not even be able to get close to the sourcebox. Luine remembered that the title page of the book that Master Wuxing had given him had said, "There are no identical sourceboxes in the universe." Every lockbreaking process was unique, which was why the requirements for both star energy and experience were extremely high. This was why the sourcebox catalog had been created. Hundreds of thousands of lockbreakers constantly watched other people's sourcebox catalogs in order to increase their experience. Not only did they want to succeed in lockbreaking, but they also wanted to preserve their lives. Lockbreakers enjoyed the highest status in the universe, but at the same time, they also shouldered unimaginable dangers. This was because the sourceboxes were sealed in the universe, and trying to unlock any one of them was like fighting against the universe itself. Luine sighed and muttered to himself for a moment. He wanted to watch the sourcebox catalog again, but unfortunately, he could not click on it. Any sourcebox catalog could only be viewed once, and he had to purchase it if he wanted to watch it again. Luine was helpless, so he moved on to the next one. This time, it was at the bottom of the sea, and the view was not panoramic. Instead, only a pair of hands could be seen. It was obvious that this video had been recorded with a gadget, which meant that this was a lockbreaker's own lockbreaking video. The pair of snow-white hands clearly belonged to a woman. As the video shook, Luine finally saw the sourcebox. It was a fish, or more accurately, a fish that had been solidified by a gray substance. This fish had been sealed for an unknown period of time, and it looked very ancient. It slowly floated up from the bottom of the sea. As it floated up, countless sea creatures rushed over with scarlet eyes and attacked the woman. The woman casually waved her hands, and the sea instantly turned red. These sea creatures were only melders, and most of them were sentinels. However, the woman was at least a Lameter, so she could easily deal with them. Most Lameters were discerning elementary lockbreakers, and this sort of video would be of great help to Luine. The previous one was just a dream, and he did not know how long it would take for him to reach that level. The woman easily touched the fish and held it in her hands. She slowly stroked it as if she was sensing something. Luing guessed that she was using her star energy to sense the surface of the fish, trying in vain to break down the dusty substance on its surface. After a long time, the dusty substance on the fish's surface gradually faded. It had originally been gray, but now it was a grayish-white color. Another 2 hours passed, and the fish's eyes flashed with light. The dusty substance on its surface completely disappeared, and the fish returned to its original appearance. It was brightly colored, and its eyes flashed with intelligence. This was a very valuable fish. The video ended there. Luing did not know what the fish was used for, but it had clearly been hidden away by the video's owner. Anything that had been sealed was valuable. Of course, there was no lack of openings, and the contents of the sealed source box would disappear with the passage of time. However, anyone who encountered a source box would be willing to try to open it. Luing looked again and clicked on the next one. This time, what appeared in front of him was a dark chamber. There was a very small stone in the middle of the chamber. A man appeared and slowly approached the stone. However, in the next second, a white light flashed in the void. The space was cut into pieces by an invisible attack, and the man was also reduced to pieces. Luing was shocked, as this was a case of failure. Lockbreakers took on a huge risk, and many lockbreakers died every year, which was very normal. The sourcebox catalog not only contained successful cases, but there were also cases of failure. In comparison, many people were more willing to look at failed cases, as they were all bloody experiences. Although there were no identical sourceboxes in the universe, many of the dangers were similar. For example, the white light that had flashed through the void had left Luing traumatized. He was certain that in the future, he would run away as soon as he saw such a white light. This was experience, and the experiences of those who had died were very precious. Luing had obtained more than 100 sourcebox catalog videos, and it took him several days to finish them all. Most of them were successful, and only a few were failures. Only 3 of them were videos of lockbreakers dying. These videos were very precious, and others would not easily give them away. Luing rubbed his head. The job of a lockbreaker was difficult, but it was also simple. There was not much specialized knowledge, and it relied on one's strength and experience. However, this was also the reason why it was so dangerous. Lockbreakers were like a suicide squad that humans had created to compete with the universe for treasures. They enjoyed the highest glory, but they also had to bear great risks. It was no wonder why Master Wuxing had told Luing to contact him before his first lockbreaking attempt. He had been afraid that Luing would accidentally die. To be honest, after watching so many videos, Luing did not feel the urge to lockbreak. In fact, he even wanted to avoid it as much as possible. This was gambling with one's life, especially for someone like him who did not have a mentor to guide him. It was very easy to lose one's life. Luing raised his hand and looked at the die. His eyes flashed, and he decided to postpone his lockbreaking until he had a better understanding of the situation. He would withdraw his money first. He only had 3,000 star crystals on him, and he did not feel safe at all. Elsewhere, Bezer met with Wendy Yushan. Take this and contact that lockbreaker. Ask him to help you lockbreak, Wendy Yushan said as she tossed a lump of dirt to Bezer. Bezer was put in a difficult position. Representative Wendy, is this a source box? Wendy Yushan looked at Bezer coldly. Just do as I say. Tell that lockbreaker that this source box isn't offensive, and he can try it out. Whatever he obtains from the lockbreaking will be his reward. This is the Outerverse Youth Council's sincerity. Yes. Bezer was shocked and quickly left. Wendy Yushan retracted her gaze and looked at her gadget. A screen popped up, showing Lu Yin's lockbreaker page. Of course, Lu Yin's name did not appear, only 7th bro. I didn't think that a new lockbreaker would be on Xenu Star. I hope that it's not someone from the Innerverse. Wendy Yushan's gaze was icy cold. Even she did not dare to underestimate lockbreakers, as any lockbreaker had the potential to become a peerless powerhouse because they were the key to opening source boxes. Many lockbreakers did not interact with the outside world and instead focused solely on exploring ancient planets in search of source boxes. Once they found a heaven-defying item, they had the potential to become a powerhouse, and such people could not be provoked. Luin looked at the Mavis Bank in front of him and the cosmic dollars that reflected the sunlight. He couldn't help but sigh. They're still so rich. Just as he was about to enter, his gadget beeped. He looked down, and his expression changed. Bezer? Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked at Bezer's communication request. He scanned the page and relaxed. Bezer had not contacted him directly through his gadget, but rather through the lockbreaker network. Bezer did not know that Lu Yin was a lockbreaker. With the enmity between Lu Yin and Bezer, Bezer would definitely kill Lu Yin at all costs if he found out that Lu Yin was a lockbreaker. But why had Bezer contacted him? Lu Yin scanned the page and finally found his location. His location was on the Great Yu Empire's Xinyu star, and he immediately turned it off. This was too much of a scam, and no one had told him that he had a location. No wonder Bezer had contacted him. He was probably representing the Outerverse Youth Council and trying to rope Lu Yin in. Lu Yin did not refuse, and of course, he did not video call him. It was just a voice call, and he had even changed his voice. What is it? Greetings, respected lockbreaker. My name is Bezer, and I'm a subordinate member of the Outerverse Youth Council. Bezer's voice was respectful, and his attitude was completely different from when he had first arrived on Xinyu Star. Lu Yin sneered. What is it? I have a source box here that I would like you to unlock, Bezer said respectfully. Lu Yin grew impatient. I don't have time. He was about to hang up when Bezer hurriedly said, please wait a moment. This source box has no offensive properties, and it would be perfect for your lockbreaking experience. Anything you obtain from it will belong to you. This is the Outerverse Youth Council's sincerity. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. A harmless source box was a good thing, as not all source boxes were dangerous. Of course, it was difficult to obtain anything good from a harmless source box, and it was even possible that the item inside had already been destroyed. Still, it was an opportunity for Lu Yin to gain experience. Any source box was expensive, and most people would not be willing to sell it. How can you be sure that there's no danger? Lu Yin asked. Bezer replied, this source box is in my hands, and I've already tested it on ordinary people. There's no danger at all. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. Alright, I agree. Location. Bezer was delighted, as it was rare to be able to form a relationship with a lockbreaker. He was an explorer, and he also had hopes of obtaining a source box. As long as he could get a lockbreaker to help him, he might be able to obtain something good. You can choose the location, as long as it's convenient for you. Lu Yin thought about it. Leave the source box in the third flower bed in front of the palace. I'll go get it myself. Bezer was stunned. The palace? What, you don't want to? I'll remember that you represent the Outerverse Youth Council, and I'll remember this favor. I'll also remember your name, Bezer. That's enough. Do you still want to meet me? Lu Yin grew impatient. Bezer gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll do as you say. Don't worry, I'll send it over tomorrow. Lu Yin hung up, satisfied. As long as he left the source box in the palace, he wouldn't have to worry about Bezer finding him. There were many people in the palace, and there were also court officials and foreign officials who entered every day. With the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons present, even Bezer wouldn't be able to monitor him, so his identity wouldn't be exposed. Bezer reported the situation to Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan smiled. The imperial palace? She was very curious about a lockbreaker who could enter the palace, and she wanted to see who it was. Lu Yin entered the Mavis Bank, but he suddenly stopped after taking a few steps. He had forgotten that Bezer couldn't monitor the palace, but Wendy Yushan could. The palace was her home. He had to think of a way to lure her out, or else it would be dangerous to obtain the source box. He currently had a total of 22,000 star crystals in his bank card, so he took them all out and stored them in his cosmic ring, filling it up in an instant. The cosmic ring in his hand was a super large one, and he had spent over 1,000 cubic meters to purchase it. It was definitely enough for most people, but it was still not enough for him. Furthermore, super-large cosmic rings were only for the average person. There were a few more types of spatial rings, but unfortunately, those cosmic rings could not be bought in Frostwave Weave. Luin walked out of the Mavis Bank and used his gadget to check on Wendy Yushan. He was pleasantly surprised to find that she didn't live in the palace, as she had moved out after reaching adulthood. Her residence was some distance away from the palace. Luin thought about it, and his lips curled up. He wanted to test Princess Wendy's limits. The next day, Bezer entered the palace under the pretense of visiting Undying Yushan, but he left not long after. Wendy Yushan had already entered the palace before him. Luin wasn't in a hurry to retrieve the source box, and he instead stayed in King Zishan's palace to study the star charts. This had become something he did whenever he was bored. On this day, no one touched the source box hidden in the palace, so Wendy Yushan wasn't in a hurry. The next day, Wendy Yushan monitored the source box for another day, but no one touched it. She guessed that the lockbreaker might have known that she was watching. On the third day, no one took the source box. Wendy Yushan frowned and muttered to herself. On the morning of the fourth day, just before the start of court, Wendy Yushan was considering whether or not she should give up her surveillance when a piece of news infuriated her. Her residence had been attacked, and dozens of drunkards had flown a flying device into the residence, leaving it in a mess. Wendy Yushan didn't even think about it and immediately left. At the same time, Luin entered the palace and followed the courtiers into the palace. He had just retrieved the unremarkable source box from his cosmic ring. He didn't know if Wendy Yushan had left, but he had done everything he could. If that woman was smart enough not to leave, then it didn't matter if he was exposed. However, he guessed that there was a 90% chance that she had left. According to the information he had gathered, the princess's residence was very important to her, very important. Today was a special day, as the Great Yu Empire's war against Duke Yushan was temporarily suspended. Many foreign courtiers were participating in the court session, so there weren't enough seats. Luin only strolled around once before leaving without showing his face. Less than a minute after he left, Wendy Yushan returned to the palace. She glanced at the flower bed and her expression turned cold. The source box had been taken away, and when she thought about what had happened in the princess's residence, she was furious. She had been played. Wendy wasn't stupid, and she had been played because she hadn't expected that someone would dare to trick her. She was Wendy Yushan. You can run now, but you can't run forever. You better pray that you become a useful lockbreaker, or else I'll let you know the price of fooling me. Within King Zishan's palace, Luin was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the black dirt in his hand. This was the source box. Although it looked a little shabby, it was indeed a harmless source box that he could experiment with. Lockbreaking was something that required both ability and experience. He was about to begin his first lockbreaking session in his life. Master Wuxing had asked Luin to contact him during his first lockbreaking attempt, and after some thought, Luin decided to contact him. But even after a while, Master Wuxing still couldn't be contacted through his gadget. Luin closed his gadget, thinking that Master Wuxing must be busy. Luin didn't wait any longer and decided to directly unlock the source box. However, he needed to activate the camera function on his gadget before he could actually unlock the source box. He wanted to record the entire process and upload it to his sourcebox catalog. Every successful lockbreaking attempt was equivalent to unlocking the secrets of the universe. Sourceboxes were sealed by the universe, and lockbreakers were the key to unlocking them. Thus, every successful lockbreaking attempt, regardless of whether it was done by someone paying a price or by one's own initiative, was a contribution to the Lockbreaker Society. This contribution was graded by stars. For example, although Luin had officially become a discerning elementary lockbreaker, his contribution was 0. There were many people like him in the society, and more accurately, they weren't true lockbreakers. Only lockbreakers who successfully unlocked a source box could be considered true lockbreakers. 1-star contribution would be awarded, and with this contribution, one would be considered a true lockbreaker. A lockbreaker with contributions was completely different from a lockbreaker without contributions. One's contribution had to be proven by a lockbreaking video, which could be recorded by oneself or by someone else. In any case, no sourcebox was exactly the same, and there was no such thing as stealing the lockbreaking process. Thus, when someone paid a price to ask a lockbreaker to unlock a sourcebox, the lockbreaker had to allow that person to watch from the side. This made it easier to record, and it also helped to avoid suspicion. If a lockbreaker secretly hid something that had been unlocked, they would be hunted down by the Lockbreaker Society. This was the professional nature of a lockbreaker. After preparing everything, Luin placed a hand on the sourcebox and closed his eyes. Star energy flowed out of his body and touched the sourcebox. The moment he touched the sourcebox, Luin was stunned. It was too complicated, and the layer of energy on the sourcebox's surface was rather chaotic and disorderly. It didn't seem very large, but from the perspective of star energy, it was as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. It could even be considered another world. The star energy that roamed the universe was invisible to the naked eye, but once it became visible or even tangible, it meant that the concentration of star energy had reached a terrifying level. The surface of a sourcebox was like this, and it wasn't just star energy. There were other types of energy mixed within the sourcebox, and they were strangely balanced. Baser was right, as this sourcebox was not dangerous. However, it was impossible for Luin to unlock it without using the serious art. It was like asking an illiterate person to decipher the principles behind a spacecraft's operation. It was so complicated that it gave him a headache. This was the true face of the sourceboxes that lockbreakers had to face. This sourcebox was of the lowest grade, but it was already so complex. Luin could not even begin to imagine how complex the first sourcebox that he had seen in the sourcebox catalog had been. Amateurs were only here to watch the show, but only insiders could sense how powerful that lockbreaker was. Luin had no choice but to use the serious art. 8 stars revolved around his body and enveloped the sourcebox. The seal on the sourcebox's surface suddenly became clear, but it was still as messy and disorderly as before, like a randomly tangled string. If Luin wanted to unlock this sourcebox, he would have to dissolve this complex energy bit by bit. He took a deep breath and began his attempt. As long as he could see it clearly, it was not difficult to dissolve it, but it would take a long time. After all, the energy had already become tangible, and there was just too much of it. 5 hours quickly passed, and the sourcebox's surface became slightly smoother. This proved that Lu Yen's lockbreaking had been effective. He looked up and exhaled with a bitter smile. It would probably take him more than 20 hours to completely unlock the sourcebox. Whatever, he decided to continue. Without the serious art, Luin would not have been able to succeed. Even with the serious art, it still took him 27 hours to finally unlock the sourcebox. When the last thin layer of energy disappeared, a very inconspicuous piece of gray metal fell to the ground, making a clattering sound. Lu Yin's body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. He had already reached his limit after continuously using the serious art for 27 hours. He really could not hold on any longer. Fortunately, he had succeeded at the last moment. He picked up the gray metal, which was probably a component of some sort. Because too much time had passed, most of the component had decayed, and only this piece of metal remained. It was a pity, but since this piece of metal could withstand the corrosion of time, it should not be simple. Luin put the metal away and activated his gadget. He uploaded his entire lockbreaking process to the sourcebox catalog and waited for it to be reviewed. He then closed his eyes and went to sleep. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, his gadget beeped, and he opened his eyes. When he looked at it, his eyes lit up. His lockbreaking video had been reviewed, and a new star had appeared on his own page on the Lockbreaker network. Luin was delighted. From this moment onwards, he was a true lockbreaker with contributions, a 1-star discerning junior lockbreaker. The star was so bright that it almost dazzled Luin. With this star, his status had risen once again. Lockbreakers' status was not only because they were sought after by outsiders, but also because they were protected from within. Any lockbreaker with contributions was a treasure to the Lockbreaker Society, and killing one would result in the retaliation of all lockbreakers. It could be said that the Lockbreaker Society was very protective of its members. Luin liked this sort of protective organization. When he had become a 1-star lockbreaker, the society had immediately sent him a congratulatory message and given him 20 sourcebox catalogs. These were all lockbreaking videos of discerning junior lockbreakers, which were very suitable for him and were very precious. At this moment, someone contacted him. Luin took a look and saw that it was Master Wuxing. He tapped on his screen, and Master Wuxing appeared with a serious expression. "Student Luin, you were too rash." Luin smiled. "Sorry, Master. I couldn't help myself. Do you know that every lockbreaking process is a fight against the Grim Reaper? Lockbreaking is searching for the universe's treasures, and it's fighting against the universe for resources. It's very dangerous," Master Wuxing lectured sternly. Luin replied, "Master, that source box isn't dangerous." Master Wuxing snorted. "It's not dangerous? Who told you that? The person who gave you the source box? What do they know? The dangers of source boxes are not something they can imagine. The material on the surface of a dusty source box is balanced, and the slightest carelessness can lead to a chain reaction. Take a look at the source box catalog that the society gave you, and remember my words, lockbreaking with the determination to brush past death. This is a lifelong motto for every lockbreaker." He then disconnected the call. Luin could feel Master Wuxing's seriousness, and he hurriedly opened the sourcebox catalog that the society had given him. In the dark night, a young woman held a fist-sized stone and closed her eyes as she began to lockbreak. This stone was the same as the sourcebox that Luin had unlocked, and it was completely harmless. The woman spent more than 10 hours trying to smooth out the surface of the sourcebox, and she rested for a while before continuing. Suddenly, the material on the surface of the sourcebox distorted and then exploded. The void distorted and nearly shattered, and the woman was swallowed up without leaving a trace behind. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his scalp went numb. The woman had not been able to maintain the balance of the energy on the sourcebox's surface during the lockbreaking process, which had led to an accident. This was a classic case of failure. This case was very similar to Lu Yin's lockbreaking, but the difference was that he had succeeded while the woman had failed. Thus, one had lived, while the other had died. The energy on the surface of a sourcebox was like an ecosystem that had long since formed a balance. Once it was broken, the entire ecosystem would collapse. The consequences of the energy becoming tangible were terrifying, and even a limiter might not be able to withstand it. Luin felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, his Sirius's abilities allowed him to see everything clearly. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Luin continued looking through the other sourcebox catalog records. The second, third, and all the way up to the 17th were all failures, but the 18th image shocked Luin once again. He saw a pair of hands that were similarly unlocking a harmless sourcebox. But after dozens of hours, when there was only a thin layer left on the sourcebox's surface, a strangely shaped snake rushed out from within and burrowed into the lockbreaker's body through the pair of hands. There was a blood-curdling scream before the image disappeared. Lu Yin's scalp went numb once again. He finally remembered that the sealed sourcebox might not necessarily be an inanimate object, but rather a living creature. These creatures had sealed themselves away, and as time passed, they would gradually be covered in dust. The moment the sourcebox was opened, they would awaken. Just the thought of a creature from ancient times was terrifying. There were a total of 20 sourcebox catalog records, and all of them were cases of failed lockbreaking. Furthermore, the lockbreakers themselves had all died. Luin felt a chill run down his spine. These cases had made him realize just how dangerous lockbreaking was. The Lockbreaker Society had sent him these records the moment he had become a one-star lockbreaker as a warning, as well as to clearly show him what it meant to be a lockbreaker. Many times, those who opened sourceboxes did not have good endings. Lockbreakers bore this responsibility, and while they bore the glory, they also experienced death. Luin contacted Master Wuxing again. "Are you done?" Master Wuxing stared at Luin. Luin frowned and solemnly replied, "I'm done." "What are your thoughts?" Master Wuxing's expression was serious. Luin muttered to himself for a moment before looking up. "It's very stressful, but it's also very interesting." Master Wuxing's lips curled up. "Interesting?" Very few people find lockbreaking interesting. Although there are hundreds of thousands of lockbreakers in the society, there aren't many who can actually lockbreak. Of these people, quite a few reject lockbreaking because they don't dare to. I hope that you won't become that kind of person. Lu Yin's brows rose, and he slowly bowed. Thank you for the reminder, Master. Master Wuxing nodded, and a trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. Lockbreaking can sometimes rely on external objects. There are always mystical items in the universe that can help lockbreakers, such as this. Master Wuxing then took out 2 dark green leaves and placed them on his head. Under Lu Yin's puzzled gaze, he calmly explained, these leaves can clear my mind and increase my train of thought by several times. You've already lockbroken once, so you should understand how beneficial it is to lockbreaking. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded. He deeply understood. If his train of thought had increased by several times, then he wouldn't have needed to spend 27 hours. This was a treasure that could increase his efficiency. Master Wuxing saw Lu Yin's yearning gaze, smiled, and put away the leaves. Don't look at me like that, I only have 2 of these leaves. If you want to obtain more, then come to the society's headquarters when you're free. There are similar items that you can exchange for. Of course, the price is not cheap. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and Windborn would like to thank everyone for their support over the past year. I also wish everyone a happy new year. May you gain both fame and fortune, and may your wishes come true. Both the 15th and 16th will be updated at midnight. Thank you for your support. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, as he had been hoping to get a gift. Forget it, even Master Wuxing had said that the price was high, so it probably wasn't something he could obtain right now. It was better to return to Astral 10 first since he had been out for so long. Lu Yin closed the lockbreaker network and suddenly found an unread notification. He looked at it and saw that it was from Old Kai from Astral 10. Temporary mission, head to the Umbral Butterfly Weave and obtain the Giant Emperor's Third Eye. Complete the mission and return to the Academy. Giant Emperor? Third Eye? Lu Yin was puzzled and immediately checked the network. The Umbral Butterfly Weave was very far from Frostwave Weave. There were 7 weaves in between, and there were less than 100 regions in between. Compared to Frostwave Weave, the Umbral Butterfly Weave was slightly smaller. The Giants were a barbaric race in the Umbral Butterfly Weave that possessed great power and had even produced space-exploring powerhouses. Every giant was 100 meters tall and had sharp mouths and monkey cheeks. They were bald and had long arms, and forests grew on their backs. Their bodies were green and their eyes were filled with black threads. There were almost 10 million of them, and the one who ruled over them was the Giant Emperor. Lu Yin searched for a long time, and he managed to find quite a bit of information regarding the Giant Emperor. However, there was no mention of a third eye. He even managed to find many images of the past Giant Emperors, but none of them had a third eye. Could Old Kai have made a mistake? He originally wanted to contact Old Kai to ask, but after some thought, he decided against it. He would go take a look first. It took a month to travel from Frostwave Weave to the Umbral Butterfly Weave, and Lu Yin planned to continuously look at the star charts during this time. Now, he needed to roll his die. Only a few days had passed since he had last rolled the die, and Lu Yin calculated that it was still not time yet. He took out the star chart and studied it, trying to figure out the feeling that the crazy director had given him when he had activated the 9th star. A few more days passed, and Lu Yin finally took out his die. It was time to roll it. He tapped the die, and it stopped spinning. Lu Yin's surroundings changed, and he appeared in the time-stop space. He was a little depressed, as this space was starting to wear him out. However, he couldn't bear to change the scenery. Forget it, it was only 3 days, and they would pass by quickly. When the 3 days were up, Lu Yin returned to the manor and continued rolling his die. This time, he rolled 1, and a crystal card from an unknown bank dropped. It wasn't from the Mavis Bank, and Lu Yin pursed his lips. It's useless, so he continued. When he saw that the die was still on 1, he sighed. A pink dress had dropped, and he was stunned. How was this possible? Without a second thought, he burned it. If anyone saw it, his reputation would be ruined. Lu Yin sighed. He would never be able to roll his die in front of others again in this lifetime. He didn't even dare to imagine what would happen if a set of female underwear suddenly appeared in front of him. He took a deep breath, squeezed his fingers, and tapped the die once more. When it stopped spinning, the number that appeared before him was 6. 6 points, a mysterious number. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as his eyes burned with passion. This number was just right for him. Everything in front of him changed, and he turned into a ball of light that appeared in a pitch-black space. There were balls of light everywhere, some warm, some hot, some large, and some small. Lu Yin's ball of light flew further and further away. He had 200,000 cubes of crystals in his cosmic ring, which was enough for him to travel very far. This time, Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see how he could choose the most suitable person for himself. As he moved further and further away, he discovered that some of the balls of light were repelling him, while others were attracting him. He was still thinking when he suddenly felt a pulling force. His face changed. No way, have I used up all 200,000 cubes of crystals? He didn't even think about it and immediately rushed towards the ball of light that was attracting him. This ball of light was much larger than his own, and it was also larger than Delay's. It should be a limeter, and it definitely wasn't weak. The moment Lu Yin rushed into the ball of light, his consciousness faded away. When he regained consciousness, he had transformed into another person, a genius lockbreaker called Sharon. Lu Yin looked at his hands and saw a handsome man in the mirror. This was Sharon, a genius lockbreaker from the team Weave. He was a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker who was only one step away from becoming a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. He was a true genius, and more importantly, he was a student of Astral 6 and one of the area masters of the Tao of Purgatory. He was on the same level as Spear Mountain's area master, Frankfurt. Lu Yin knew that he had hit the jackpot, as this person was definitely the most suitable person for him. They were both lockbreakers, and it was no wonder that Karen's ball of light had attracted Lu Yin. There was a faint connection between the two of them, and Lu Yin knew that he would have to choose the ball of light that attracted him in the future. There were definitely similarities between the two of them. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something and immediately checked his star map. Although the Timo weave wasn't as far from the Frost Wave weave as it was from the Umbral Butterfly weave, it was still 2 weaves away. At such a distance, his crystals definitely wouldn't last long. Lu Yin quickly sat down and reviewed Karen's life, focusing on his lockbreaking experience. Sharon was indeed a genius 5-star lockbreaker. He had unlocked no less than 20 source boxes, and the experience that had allowed him to become a 5-star lockbreaker had come from a sword-shaped source box. It had been one of Astral Six's Limiter missions, and the person who had issued it was unknown. However, the mission to unlock a sword-shaped source box had become famous throughout Astral 6 because 2 lockbreakers had already died to this source box, killed by a single strand of sword chi. This source box had even attracted the attention of a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, who had stated that this source box was indeed suitable for discerning elementary lockbreakers. However, it was extremely difficult to successfully unlock it, and anyone who succeeded would be rewarded with 5 stars of merit. Sharon had succeeded, and he had spent 3 days to unlock the source box. He had almost collapsed from exhaustion at the very last moment, and he had also obtained the sword named Revealing. This had shaken Astral 6, and he had become the most talented lockbreaker after Dao Bo Lu Yin replayed the process of unlocking the Revealing sword, and he was shocked by Karen's exquisite control of star energy. Although this person could not see as clearly as Lu Yin could when he used the serious art, he had relied on his familiarity with star energy to forcefully unlock the source box. This was the method that most lockbreakers used, and Lu Yin would have been cheating if he had used the serious art. Sharon was truly a genius lockbreaker. Even though Lu Yin was replaying the process, he was still sweating profusely from exhaustion. However, his gains were not small, as he had fused with Karen's body, which was equivalent to having Karen's lockbreaking experience. This was a valuable asset. With a clang, Lu Yin retrieved the Revealing sword from his cosmic ring. The sword's blade was light and agile, and it was silvery white in color. The sword's edge glowed with vibrant colors, and there were faintly discernible veined patterns on its surface. With a casual wave of his hand, a huge crack appeared in Karen's cultivation room. Lu Yin was shocked, as a room that could be used for a Limiter's cultivation was definitely not made of ordinary materials. However, the Revealing sword had been able to easily cut through the room. It was too sharp. Furthermore, the veined patterns on the sword's edge were clearly not simple. This was a weapon that had been sealed away for an unknown period of time, and it possessed a mysterious power. Luin was a little greedy, and he really wanted to obtain this sword as well as the wealth within Karen's cosmic ring. However, after some thought, he decided not to be too greedy. He had already obtained Karen's lockbreaking experience, and if he robbed Sharon of everything, he would be met with retribution. The universe was mysterious, and although Luin did not believe in retribution, he still felt apologetic. This was also a type of retribution. Although he did not want to rob Sharon of his wealth, that did not mean that Sharon was useless. Sharon was one of Astral Six's strongest powerhouses and the Tao of Purgatory's area master. He was on the same level as Frankfurt, so he had a ready-made backer. Luin recalled Karen's experiences, and his lips curled up into a strange smile. This guy was definitely a genius, but it was a pity that he was emotionally miserable. However, he was just right for Luin. Luin took out dozens of letters from the corner of his cosmic ring and blinked. Sharon, don't blame me. I don't want to do this either, but there's no other way. You'll have to suffer for a while. Just as he finished speaking, a pulling force appeared, and Luin closed his eyes and reappeared in the dark space. He then traversed an unknown distance and returned to King Xianxia's palace. When he opened his eyes again, he immediately took out a piece of paper and began writing. At the same time, in the distant Timor weave, Sharon crawled up from the ground and rubbed his head. What was going on? Why was he lying on the ground, and his memory seemed to have disappeared? Suddenly, Karen's pupils shrank and his face went pale. There were dozens of letters on the ground, and they caused his mind to rumble. His secret had been discovered. Sharon could die, but there were some secrets that could never be discovered. However, the letters on the ground clearly told him that someone had mercilessly scanned through his secrets. Sharon trembled as he put the letters away, his entire body cold. Who could it be? Who could have knocked him out without a sound? This was his most secret training room, and he hadn't told anyone else about it. Who could it be? At that moment, a string of numbers appeared in front of Karen's eyes. It was the number of his gadget, and Karen's expression changed. This was left behind by that person. Did they want him to contact them? Sharon opened his gadget and hesitated. In King Xianxia's palace, Luin checked his cosmic ring and was saddened to find that he only had a little more than 500 star crystals left. He had used up 200,000 in one go, which was too terrifying. This was definitely a huge money grubber, but he didn't regret it. If he could fuse with Sharon, it would have been worth it even if he had to spend another 200,000 star crystals. Without those 200,000 star crystals, he wouldn't have been able to reach the Timor weave. 6 points had given him a huge surprise, but at the same time, it had also made him a pauper. Luin felt both pain and joy. It was time to make some money. The commotion caused by Shiyu's incident had gradually died down, and there were no more spendthrifts knocking on his door. He had to find another reason. Just as he was thinking about how to scam someone, his gadget suddenly rang. His lips curled up as he tapped it open. A screen appeared in front of him, and Karen's bloodshot eyes appeared. Sharon was stunned when he saw Luin. He had thought that the person who had plotted against him was a space-exploring powerhouse, but it was a young man who looked to be around 20 years old. It was impossible for someone of that age to plot against him. Who are you? Luin smiled. You must be the Sharon that my uncle was talking about. Uncle? Karen's eyes widened, and his expression turned ferocious. At the same time, there was a trace of fear. Where is your uncle? I want to see him. Luin shrugged. Sorry, my uncle has something to do, so he won't see you. However, he did tell me a few things about you. How interesting, haha. Karen's body turned cold again, and he stared at Luin. Who are you? What do you know? What do you want? Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and Windborn would like to thank everyone for their support over the past year. I also wish everyone a happy new year. May you gain both fame and fortune, and may your wishes come true. The 15th and 16th will both be updated at midnight. Thank you for your support, brothers. These 3 questions were enough to prove how terrified Sharon was. The secret that Luin had discovered was too shocking. Sharon was definitely a genius, but it was a pity that he was too unlucky. He liked a woman, but before he could even confess, she had already become his sister-in-law. This had happened the night before he had unlocked the sword-shaped source box, And it was because of this stimulation that he had decided to unlock the sword-shaped source box in order to seek death. He had never expected that he would succeed. After becoming a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, Sharon had thought things through and did not want to die. However, his feelings for that woman had not changed at all, and he could only write letters to soothe his feelings. He only wrote them for himself, and no one else knew. Even that woman did not know that her brother-in-law liked her. It was as if Sharon had sealed his feelings in another world, and no one else knew about it besides him. This was his greatest secret, and he had never thought of sharing it with anyone, but Luin had found out about it. It had to be said that Sharon was a sentimental person, but it was a pity that he was unlucky. In Lu Yin's opinion, if he allowed Sharon to continue suppressing himself like this, he would sooner or later go crazy. It was better to help Sharon find an outlet, and Lu Yin would be that outlet. Of course, Sharon would have to pay a price, such as protecting Lu Yin in the trial zones. Those letters are well written. Brother Sharon, your writing is very good, Lu Yin praised. Sharon clenched his fists, and his body trembled from fear. What do you want? Lu Yin looked at him. I heard that you're a student of Astral 6 and one of the area masters of the Tao of Purgatory. Sharon did not reply. Lu Yin smiled. Then it's simple. Let's make a deal. You protect me from harm in the trial zones, and I'll protect your secrets and never let anyone else know about them. Sharon was shocked. You're also a student of the Astral Combat Academy? Which Astral 6 are you from? Astral 10, Lu Yin replied. Sharon was stunned. Astral 10? Astral 10 still exists? Lu Yin was displeased. What was this? Astral 10 was still alive and well, but this guy hadn't returned to Astral 6 for a while. He might not know what had happened in the past few months, but he should know that Astral 10 had arrived in the Outerverse. After all, he was from the Outerverse. Tell me if you agree or not, Lu Yin said impatiently. Karen's eyes turned cold. Fine, I agree. What's your name? Lu Yin stared at Karen's icy gaze and sneered, I'm guessing that you're thinking of how to kill me right now, right? Karen's expression changed. No. We're both students of the Astral Combat Academy, so I can't kill you. Lu Yin shook his head and smiled. I advise you to stop thinking about it. My uncle has a few letters with you. Don't you think that a few of them are missing? If something happens to me, these letters will appear untouched on your brother's desk. Oh, that's right, Astral 6, and even the entire Astral Combat Academy. Think about the consequences. Sharon felt his scalp go numb. If that really was the case, then his life was over. Although he hadn't done anything to that woman, once this matter was exposed, he would have no place in the universe, and that woman would also be implicated. I, Sharon, swear on my reputation that I definitely won't do anything to you. But you also have to promise that your uncle won't publicize my letter, said Sharon urgently. Lu Yin smiled, I promise that you'll be fine as long as I'm fine. Sharon heaved a sigh of relief, but his tone was somewhat dejected as he continued, I'm the area lord of Whitebones Gorge in the Tao of Purgatory. You can go to Whitebones Gorge directly after coming to the Tao of Purgatory. I'll also spread the word that you are under my protection. What is your name? Lu Yin. Sharon nodded and casually closed the screen. He knew that there was no point in continuing the conversation, as Lu Yin had already grasped his weakness. At the same time, Lu Yin sighed and smiled. He now had a backer. An area lord was enough to make many shrink back. Unfortunately, it would be better if he was a realm lord. That way, there would be almost no one in the entire trial zone who would dare to act against him. Karen's deterrence could only intimidate a group of students at most, and area lords were not included in this list. He thought of Jared, who was at the top of the Blaze Realms rankings. If Sharon spread the word, then Lu Yin didn't know if that person would personally appear to attack him. After spending 2 days reviewing Karen's lock-breaking experiences, Lu Yin opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. With Karen's experience and the serious art, he could definitely become a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. However, Sharon himself had only succeeded because of luck. If Lu Yin wanted to successfully unlock a sourcebox similar to a sword-shaped sourcebox, then he would need to activate the 9th star just to be safe. Once the ninth star appeared, both the serious art and serious palm would undergo a huge transformation. That would be the opportunity for Luin to rise to prominence. Right now, everything could be pushed back, and the most important thing right now was the ninth star. However, the ninth star was far too difficult. Even if he remembered the crazy headmaster's deductions, it was useless. He just couldn't find the right opportunity to activate it. Perhaps he would have a better chance in outer space. Luin rested for another day before heading to the Imperial Palace to bid farewell to Undying Yushan. "You're going to the Umbral Butterfly Weave?" The Undying Yushan was astonished. Luin replied, "My mentor gave me a mission, so I have to go." Undying Yushan nodded. "Then go. Although it's far, your spacecraft has Astral 10's insignia. Not only will you be protected by the Astral Combat Academy, but you'll also be protected by the 10 Arbiters Council. You won't encounter any danger, but remember to take a detour if you encounter any strange phenomena in outer space. Astral disasters are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Even I can't guarantee that you'll be able to safely pass through them." Luin grunted. "I understand, Your Majesty. Also, Wendy is back. Do you want to meet her?" Undying Yushan asked as he looked at Luin. Luin shook his head. "I've already met her." "It was a coincidence." Undying Yushan nodded. "In that case, go. Complete your mission and return to the academy as soon as possible. Remember your responsibilities, and remember that ring of authority." Luin grunted in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Undying Yushan didn't tell Luin that Wendy had wanted to resolve the grudge between him and Baser with a single sentence. Although he hadn't interacted much with Luin, he understood that unless Baser died, the humiliation he had suffered that day would not disappear. Furthermore, Baser probably wasn't the only person in Lu Yin's heart, Wendy was as well. Just thinking about this gave Undying Yushan a headache. Although Lu Yin's innate gift was extraordinary, he didn't think that he could surpass Wendy. Reality wasn't a fairy tale. Wendy had received the inheritance of Myriad Sword's Peak, and even the 10 Arbiters valued her highly. There were almost no youths in the Outerverse who could compare to her. However, this couldn't become a knot in Lu Yin's heart for the rest of his life, and it could only slowly fade away with time. Luin watched as the scenery on both sides of him rapidly receded. The aurora broke through space, and with a slight tremble, it stabilized and sped towards the Umbral Butterfly Weave. This journey took a month, and they had to pass through dozens of wormholes. Without these wormholes, who knew how long it would take to reach the Umbral Butterfly Weave? Luin took out his star chart, tossed aside all distracting thoughts, and immersed himself in the ninth star. He hoped to leave as soon as possible. A day after Luin left Xinyu Star, Wendy Yushan checked the Lockbreaker network and was surprised to see that there was a new star on Lu Yin's interface. It was so bright and dazzling. Wendy Yushan was shocked. He succeeded so quickly. She immediately paid some money to check Lu Yin's sourcebox catalog. There was only one lockbreaking video, and it was a video of Lu Yin unlocking the Earth-like sourcebox. Wendy recognized this sourcebox, as she was the one who had given it away. Wendy looked at it for a long time before retracting her gaze. This person had really succeeded. She had thought that a newly certified lockbreaker like him would take at least a few months or even a year before he could successfully unlock a sourcebox. It seemed like this person was a genius in the field of lockbreaking. Baser, immediately contact this lockbreaker called Seventh Bro. "I need to let him know of the Outerverse Youth Council's goodwill," Wendy ordered Baser. Baser immediately acted and contacted Luin. Luin was in outer space looking at a star chart when he heard his gadget beep. When he saw that it was Baser, his eyes turned cold, but he smiled and changed his voice. "Baser, what's up?" "Oh, sorry to disturb you, Mr. Seventh Bro. I just wanted to ask if you've succeeded in unlocking the sourcebox?" Baser's tone was much more respectful than before. Luin grunted and then sternly asked, "What, do you want to take back what you obtained from unlocking the sourcebox?" "Of course not, please don't misunderstand. I've already said that everything obtained from unlocking the sourcebox belongs to you. This is the Outerverse Youth Council's decision, as well as Counselor Puyu's." Luin raised a brow. "Puyu?" Baser replied, "Yes, Counselor Puyu." He's one of the highest-ranking counselors in the Outerverse Youth Council. This is his goodwill to you. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Puyu? It seemed like this person was the one behind Baser, and it was probably this person who had allowed Baser to humiliate Lu Yin. Otherwise, Baser wouldn't have needed to do that just because he had defeated Ghostfire. Ghostfire had also provoked Lu Yin, and everything was related to Puyu. This person wanted Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin analyzed everything in an instant. I understand. Counselor Puyu, right? I'll remember him. Baser was delighted, as this was exactly the effect that he had been hoping for. Puyu needed any lockbreaker who had made contributions, as such lockbreakers had limitless potential. Who knew when they would be able to bring them something good? In that case, I won't disturb Mr. Seventh Bro any further. Lu Yin grunted and then ended the call. Puyu. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This person was troublesome, and he was on the same level as Wendy Yushan. He was definitely powerful, and if Lu Yin wanted to join the Outerverse Youth Council in the future, he would definitely run into Puyu. He had to be prepared. Traveling through outer space was an extremely tedious task. Although the sky was beautiful, it was also filled with danger. Half a month passed, and Lu Yin had rearranged his route 6 times. Each time, he had avoided danger ahead of time. Even so, he had almost been swallowed by a black hole that had suddenly appeared. That time, Lu Yin had almost been scared to death. If he had been swallowed, he would have died. His spacecraft was not strong enough to tear apart a black hole. Danger ahead. Rearranging route. Route updated successfully. A pleasant voice rang out. Lu Yin was astonished. Did he have to take a detour again? As he thought about it, he looked into the distance, and his expression changed. Were those 2 people? Happy New Year's Eve. The 3rd update will be released at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support, brothers. 2 figures crisscrossed through space, and then space began to violently collapse as planets shattered one after another. An indescribably terrifying attack swept past the spacecraft and into the distance. Lu Yin was shocked, but before he could think, the spacecraft began to shake violently. The battle between the two had created a strange vortex in space that the spacecraft could not escape and was sucked in. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, he was done for. He did not know how strong these 2 were, but every attack could easily shatter the spacecraft. And from the looks of it, they did not care about his life at all. Bang! A loud sound rang out in space, exceeding the limits of the spatial seal. Lu Yin almost fainted from the impact, and the surrounding planets began to shake as they were pulled towards the 2. The vortex grew larger and larger, like a newly born galaxy. Lu Yin stared at the scene and felt dizzy, but then suddenly became clear again. Coincidentally, 8 planets were revolving around the 2 and being swallowed by the vortex. Lu Yin's spacecraft was the 9th. In that instant, Lu Yin calmed his heart, and the serious art began to circulate around his body. Soon, a 9th star vaguely appeared. The planets began to crack, and red magma and blue seawater began to evaporate into space. As the planets exploded, the void began to crack. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, and his lips began to bleed. He could not escape, 3 planets had already exploded, and the vortex was sweeping towards the 4th. He was not far from death. He watched as the 4th star exploded, and the 2 were still fighting at the center. Lu Yin was sorrowful. He had activated the 9th star, but he did not even have a chance to use it before dying. The serious art slowly dissipated from his body, and the faintly visible 9th star broke away from the serious art the moment it dissipated. This was a result of Lu Yin's unstable state of mind, and he had not been able to control it. The perfect imitation of the 9 stars had begun to collapse. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he personally took control of the spacecraft and charged towards the center of the vortex at maximum speed. The spacecraft warned him of danger, but Lu Yin did not care and continued to charge forward. At the center of the battlefield, the 2 who had been fighting stopped and looked at the spacecraft strangely. They watched with interest, but they did not try to help or stop him. The vortex could be absorbed, but it could also be used to separate itself. It all depended on whether or not Lu Yin could control his meridians. If it was before, he wouldn't have been able to control it. But now, with his connection to the ninth star, he was able to control the veins of the galaxy. The Aurora spacecraft borrowed the power of the vortex to escape the eighth star's explosion and was sent flying. Behind him, a planet exploded, causing the heavens to undulate. However, none of this had anything to do with Luin, as he was already out of danger. Position shifted. Replanning route. Route setup successful. Luin heaved a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly. He hoped that he wouldn't encounter such a situation again, as it was too dangerous. Behind him, the two students were shocked. I didn't think that this brat would be able to escape. Based on the insignia on the spacecraft, it's from Astral 10. That academy has been quite lively lately. So what? From what I've heard, only 12 new students were recruited this time, and quite a few of them came from the Innerverse. They can be recalled with a single order. That academy has already completely declined. As long as the director returns to normal, no one will dare to have any ideas about Astral 10. That's true. Of the 10 deans of the Astral Combat Academy, that old guy is the most terrifying. As long as he returns to normal, no one will dare to provoke him. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. He touched something that he shouldn't have. It has nothing to do with us. The Astral Combat Tournament is approaching, so let's just watch. That brat isn't bad. He actually managed to escape. He was lucky. At least we didn't have to save him. Let's continue. I want to see how much you've improved over the past few hundred years. What a joke. When have you ever beaten me? Shameless. I only beat you once in the Cosmic Sea. Why don't you say that you beat me in the Neoverse as well? Don't try to deny it. You talk too much. Lu Yin's spacecraft continued to travel smoothly. Right in front of him, a large spacecraft was strangely parked in space. From a distance, the lights on the spacecraft were dazzling. However, everything changed when a smear of blood spilled onto the glass. Countless wails could be heard from the large spacecraft as blood flowed out from the gaps in the spacecraft, adding a touch of terror to the originally dark space. A few hours later, Luin saw the large spacecraft and wondered why it was parked in space. Soon, Lu Yin's expression changed when he saw the blood spreading out from the spacecraft. Something was wrong. He stared at the spacecraft vigilantly, not daring to relax. A figure appeared before Lu Yin's eyes. It was a woman with long black and white hair that drooped down and dripped with blood. She held a red sword in her hand while countless corpses lay beneath her feet. Lu Yin knew how cruel the universe was, but he did not care about the corpses. Instead, he cared about the woman's black and white hair, which meant that she was from the Day-Night clan. When had another woman from the Day-Night clan appeared in the Outerverse? This clan was truly all-pervasive. Sensing Lu Yin's gaze, the woman turned around and shot him a cold glare. Lu Yin's heart trembled. What kind of gaze was that? Cold, emotionless, despairing, remorseful, helpless, and yet, there was also an unforgettable sadness. That complicated gaze was imprinted into Lu Yin's heart, and he would never forget it. The woman only glanced at Lu Yin before standing quietly in the spacecraft and looking into the distance. Nobody knew what she was thinking. At that moment, Lu Yin's spacecraft overtook the large spacecraft, and he saw a murderous symbol at the front of the spacecraft. It was the symbol of an interstellar pirate, and everyone in the spacecraft was an interstellar pirate. The Day-Night clan was a powerful clan in the universe, and they could not possibly be pirates. Did that mean that this woman had killed pirates? Although it was just a glance, Lu Yin was sure that aside from that woman, no one else had survived. What a murderous aura. Soon, Lu Yin's spacecraft was far away, and he could no longer see the large spacecraft. However, that woman's gaze left a deep impression on him. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a complicated gaze, and the sadness and helplessness in it had shocked him. He shook his head. It had nothing to do with him, and he had no right to interfere with the Day-Night clan's matters. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the serious art. He needed to stabilize his ninth star as soon as possible and perfect his serious art. This was something that he had risked his life to comprehend. Due to the constant changes in his itinerary, Lu Yin took more than 10 days to reach the umbral butterfly weave. Just as he arrived, Michelle appeared at Astral 10's trial zone entrance. After 2 months of Elder Kai's guidance, she wanted to challenge 100 victories in ported battles and enter the trial zones as soon as possible. Of the 12 new students, Schutz had the most victories aside from Luin, with a total of 52. Of course, he had also paid a heavy price for his victories, with a total of 237 defeats. He had challenged more ported battles than anyone else, and he had won more than 100 battles than Luin. Schutz had been challenging ported battles before the new student competition, and the others had stopped long ago. It had not been easy for him to obtain 52 victories, and it had been mostly due to his battle experience and luck. Now, Michelle had appeared. Her previous record had been 13 victories and 56 defeats. After she entered the teleportation stones range, she only came out after a long time. The trial master opened his eyes. Michelle, 17 victories and 57 defeats. Michelle, 23 victories and 60 defeats. Michelle, 39 victories and 65 defeats. Michelle, 72 victories and 88 defeats. Michelle, 93 victories and 98 defeats. When Michelle stepped into the teleportation stones range again, Silver arrived at the trial zone entrance just in time to hear the trial master's results. He was astonished. It's only been 2 months, but she's improved so much. Should I call her a genius? When Michelle walked out again, the trial master opened his eyes and looked at her seriously. Michelle, 99 victories and 99 defeats. Congratulations, student. You're only 1 victory away, Silver congratulated her with a smile. Michelle looked exhausted, as she had spent several days at the trial zone entrance to reach her current results. It had been too difficult, but it also reflected the tutor's teaching ability. Thinking back to her 2 months of hard work, every mission had been the most effective training for her. As expected of an Astral Combat Academy tutor. However, Michelle still had her doubts, as the tutors of the other academies did not have such an effect. Astral 10's tutors seemed to be different from the others. She turned to Silver. Do you want to challenge? Silver smiled. You can go after you win 100 battles. Michelle did not refuse and stepped into the teleportation stones range again. At the same time, Xiao Luo arrived at the trial zone entrance and glanced at Silver. He walked over to the trial master and said something. The trial master nodded and pointed at the teleportation stone. Go to the trial zone. Xiao Luo smiled and nodded. He walked over to the teleportation stone and waited for Michelle to walk out. Not long after, Michelle walked out of the teleportation stones range with an excited expression. The trial master's aged voice rang out in her ears. Michelle, 100 victories and 100 defeats. Xiao Luo was astonished, but he quickly congratulated her. Michelle suppressed her excitement, as she had finally won 100 battles. Although she was excited, when she thought about how Luin had already won 100 battles 2 months ago, she felt that she was much slower than him. However, her innate gift was destined to be extraordinary. If her sister could achieve that, then so could she. Silver stepped into the teleportation stones range, and Xiao Luo watched him leave, deep in thought. Not too far away, Michelle walked up to the trial master and respectfully said, Tutor, I wish to enter the trial zone. The trial master nodded. All right, go in. Michelle was confused. Go in? Where? The trial master pointed behind him and sighed. None of you are enlightened. Michelle stretched her hand forward, exactly like what Luin had done in the past. Her eyes flickered, and she stepped in, disappearing from sight. Xiao Luo's eyes lit up when he saw this. It was time for him to enter the trial zone. Michelle was no stranger to the trial zone mountain, and she directly entered it. She closed her eyes and chose the 6th Tao of Purgatory. She had chosen the same path as Luin, but the treatment was different. Luin had been ridiculed and ambushed upon entering, but Michelle had been met with stunned gazes and enthusiastic introductions. Happy New Year's Eve. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I've done my best and have been writing throughout the new year. I'll continue tomorrow. Thank you. It had to be said that beauties had an advantage at certain times, and Michelle's outstanding appearance dazzled anyone who saw her. Few people in the trial zones were willing to have someone else appear beside them, but Michelle was not one of them. Michelle looked around and saw that everything around her was black. This was the Tao of Purgatory, the place where Astral Six's main forces gathered. She turned around and saw a towering black mountain range in the distance. If Luin had been here, he would have recognized it as Spear Mountain, the place where he had lost his life. Michelle pondered for a moment before heading towards Spear Mountain. Just as she got close, a black shadow suddenly attacked her. Michelle's expression changed, and she instinctively retreated to avoid the attack. She looked up. War Spirit? Michelle knew more about the trial zones than Luin, and she immediately prepared to fight the moment she saw the War Spirit. War Spirits had no intelligence and could only fight when they encountered each other. Suddenly, danger descended, not from the War Spirit in front of her, but from the other side. Michelle subconsciously activated her innate gift, and a red lotus bloomed beneath her feet as she disappeared from her original spot. Red lotus? 2 men and 2 women walked out from not far away. The leader was a young man, and he was looking at Michelle, who had appeared in the distance, with surprise. Michelle looked at the man in shock. She felt an extreme sense of danger from him. This man was very strong, very strong. He was strong enough to kill her easily. That was what Michelle felt at the moment. The War Spirit suddenly attacked the man, but he casually raised a hand and flicked his finger. There was a flash of light in the void, and the War Spirit froze. The space around it collapsed, and the War Spirit vanished along with it. Michelle's pupils shrank, and she retreated a few more steps. She stared at the man in shock. He was too terrifying. He could tear through the void so easily. She was on a completely different level from him. Red Lotus, I remember that there's a Red Lotus Witchbow in Astral 6. What's your relationship with her? The man asked curiously. Although the question was abrupt, his tone was gentle, and he didn't seem overbearing. The 3 people behind him also looked at Michelle curiously. She's my sister, Michelle answered in a low voice. The man nodded. No wonder. I've seen her before. She's a very flirtatious woman. He then looked up and smiled at Michelle. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm Lu Tang, the captain of the Spirit Hunters. Michelle was astonished. The Spirit Hunters were teams that specialized in hunting war spirits in the trial zones. Their purpose was unknown, but it was rumored that they were there to find out the truth of the trial zones, or perhaps to comprehend something. No one could say for sure, but one thing was clear: the Spirit Hunters were all very powerful. My name is Michelle. Lu Tang smiled again, nodded, and turned to leave. Michelle watched as Lu Tang slowly left. She took a deep breath. She hadn't expected to encounter such a terrifying person right after entering the trial zones. Lu Tang? Lu? Primeval surnames? At this moment, another man appeared and walked up to Michelle. His eyes lit up as he said, "You must be Michelle." Michelle stared at this person warily. This person was also very strong and had a hint of dominance. The man smiled. My name is Frankfurt, and I'm the area master of the Spear Mountain Range. Senior Mira helped me in the academy. Hello, Senior, Michelle said politely. Frankfurt waved his hand. You're welcome. Senior Mira has helped me a lot. Michelle, since you've come to the Spear Mountain Range, you should stay. You can comprehend some things here. Michelle shook her head. Thank you, Senior, but the Spear Mountain Range doesn't suit me. Frankfurt felt that it was a pity. That's true. You and Senior Mira both have the innate gift of the Red Lotus. In the entire Tao of Purgatory, the only place that suits you is the Heavenly Drum. Michelle nodded. The Heavenly Drum was the greatest place to gain insights and experience in the Tao of Purgatory. It was also where the Realm Master of the Tao of Purgatory resided, so it was the only place that suited her. By the way, Senior, have you heard of Lu Tang? Michelle suddenly asked. She was very interested in that person. Although they were both from the same generation, he was too strong. When he heard Lu Tang's name, Frankfurt's expression changed. How do you know him? Did Senior Mira tell you? Michelle shook her head. He was here just now. Frankfurt's expression darkened. These spirit hunters are still so unruly. This is Spear Mountain, my territory. He then looked at Michelle and asked, Lu Tang didn't do anything to you, did he? Michelle shook her head. Who is he? Is he also an area master? Frankfurt replied, "He's not an area master, but he's definitely not weaker than any of them. He's a student of Astral too, and he's from the Sword Sect." Michelle's expression changed, and she exclaimed, "The Sword Sect?" Frankfurt nodded solemnly. "That's right. The Sword Sect's leader is the Liu family. They're an ancient family with a primeval surname that's viewed as an enemy by countless people in the universe. Liu Tang is from that family. You should know that one of the 10 arbiters also has the surname Liu, and he's also from the Sword Sect." Michelle did not ask any more questions. The word Sword Sect represented many things, and it was no wonder why she felt that the surname Liu was familiar. Her sister had once mentioned that one of the 10 arbiters had single-handedly flattened an entire weave with a single sword. He was unrivaled among the younger generation, and Liu Tang was from the same sect as that person. It was no wonder why he was so powerful. Michelle left, as Spear Mountain no longer attracted her. She wanted to go to the Tao of Purgatory's most important training ground, the Heavenly Drum. Whoever occupied the Heavenly Drum would be the Realm Master. This statement represented the Heavenly Drum's status. He arrived at the Umbral Butterfly Weave, but he was still a few dozen realms away from his target, the planet where the giant tribe resided. A few days later, Xiao Luo completed his 100 victories at the Trial Zone entrance of Astral 10. He then followed the Trial Master's guidance into the Trial Zones. Not long after his success, Silver also completed his 100 victories and entered the Trial Zones with his trademark foxy grin. Xiao Luo entered the Tao of Heaven, which was where the powerhouses of Astral 5 resided. He was very lucky, as this place was very close to his destination. In less than 3 hours, he saw a gigantic spacecraft-like technological product inserted diagonally into the ground. This was the Tao of Heaven's machine mound, and the area master was named Xia Yi. Silver sat within the Trial Zone mountain and scanned his surroundings. When he saw Michelle and Xiao Luo in the distance, he sat down and leaned against the mountain wall. "Which one is it? Let me think. Right, Astral 4. Astral 4 seems to be in the Tao of Slaughter." He closed his eyes, but when he opened them again, he had already arrived at the Tao of Slaughter. The stench of blood filled the air. "What a good place," Silver sighed. He looked around and then headed in a certain direction. He had someone he needed to meet up with. "I remember that it's in a training ground called the Ice Realm. It seems to be an area master. Interesting. I wonder if I can snatch that place." If Louis knew how the 3 of them had been treated upon entering the Trial Zones, he would have been depressed. He had been ambushed the moment he had arrived, and in the end, he had been killed by Frankfurt's spear. Each of them had been treated better than the other, and they all had area masters backing them up. This was fate. At this moment, Louis felt rather melancholy as he looked at the giant planet in front of him. That was his destination, but he could not enter it. The Umbral Butterfly Weave was selecting elites for the Astral Combat Tournament, and the Astral Combat Academy was trying in vain to show their faces in the tournament. This giant planet was one of the Weave's training grounds, and it had all been sealed off, just like Earth had been. Since he could not enter directly, he would have to use other methods. Louis observed his surroundings and discovered that there were more spacecrafts entering from the right side of the Trial Zone. He immediately steered his spacecraft to the right and sent out a request to land. His spacecraft was a personal spacecraft that was very small and could only land on a large spacecraft. Generally, large spacecraft would not bother with him, as no one would casually allow a stranger into their home. However, Liu Yin's luck was pretty good, and there was one that was willing to accept him. He was not afraid of any dangers, and he immediately charged towards the spacecraft. Amu was very distressed as he watched the giant planet grow closer and closer. His inner frustration and fear almost swallowed him whole. As the only male of the Umbral Butterfly clan, he was very sad. The Umbral Butterfly clan had their own unique abilities, but these innate gifts were not suitable for men. Thus, he had been abandoned and rarely returned to the Umbral Butterfly clan. He had not wanted to participate in this Weave's trial, but perhaps the Umbral Butterfly clan wanted to eliminate him as an anomaly, so they had forced him to participate. He had just become a melder, and he was still far from the elites who dared to participate in the Weave's trial. How could he possibly complete the trial? Besides, he did not like fighting, he was just a civilian. Just as Amu was feeling depressed, he accidentally received a request to land on a spacecraft. He agreed without thinking about it. This was the Umbral Butterfly Weave, and no one would dare to do anything to a spacecraft from the Umbral Butterfly clan. However, he regretted it the moment he agreed. Could it be that the clan could not wait and wanted to eliminate him in advance? Amu immediately closed the entry channel, but it was too late. The spacecraft had already charged in as if it had been injected with stimulants. Was it that impatient? Amu's face went pale as he waited for his death. Luin set up the spacecraft and then entered the large spacecraft through the passageway. Strangely, there were not many people on this spacecraft. After searching for a while, he arrived at the command room. There were only a few people there, and all of them had gloomy expressions. It was as if their fathers had died. "You're here to kill me, right?" "Do it," Amu's voice rang out. Luin looked over and saw a pale, thin youth looking at him bitterly with a face full of despair. "What, you don't want to be seen?" Amu then dismissed the others. These people had been sent by the Umbral Butterfly clan to take care of him. Although he had been abandoned by the Umbral Butterfly clan, the Umbral Butterfly clan would not go overboard on the surface to avoid giving others the impression that they were bullying the weak. "Can you do it now?" "Do it. If I die, a lot of people will be able to relax." Amu's voice grew hoarse, and his eyes dimmed. Luin frowned and approached him step by step. As Luin drew closer, Amu's heartbeat sped up, and the fear of death enveloped him. His face went pale, and his lips trembled. Wait. Can you tell me who sent you before I die?" Luin sneered. "Do you really want to die?" Amu's eyes widened. "I don't want to die, but..." Amu lost all his strength and slumped into his chair. "I can't resist." "I can spare your life," Luin said. Amu's eyes lit up, and he stared at Luin. "What did you say? You won't kill me?" Luin nodded. "I won't kill you, but I have a condition." "Thank you, brothers, for your support. Follow the wind, I'll continue writing. Tomorrow will be the 3rd update. Happy New Year, thank you." "What are your conditions?" Amu was excited. No one wanted to die, and he was no exception. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would grab it. "It's very simple. Take me in." Luin pointed at the giant planet that was gradually appearing in front of him. Amu turned around in surprise. "You want to enter the giant planet?" Luin nodded. "What do you think?" "That's my condition." "You're not here to kill me?" Amu was speechless. He wasn't stupid, and he knew that he had been overthinking things. Luin looked at Amu and his gaze turned cold. "Of course not, but if you don't take me in, then that might not be the case." Amu was intimidated by Luin and quickly agreed. "All right, I'll take you in." "You're not from the Umbral Butterfly Weave?" "How do you know?" Luin was curious. Amu replied, "Because the Astral Combat Tournament is about to begin. Anyone from the Umbral Butterfly Weave can participate in the Weave's trial unconditionally as long as they're from the younger generation. If you can't enter, then that means that you're not from the Umbral Butterfly Weave." Luin smiled, but he didn't say anything. Although Amu was ostracized by the Umbral Butterfly clan, he was still a true member of the clan and had an extraordinary status. The fact that his clan's name could dominate the Weave showed just how powerful the Umbral Butterfly clan was. Amu was quickly allowed to enter, and even his request to take Luin, who had suddenly appeared, was also allowed. No one cared. "Hey, can you take me with you?" Amu asked Luin just before they entered the giant planet. Luin laughed. "Do you think I'll let you leave?" Amu was stunned, but then he smiled awkwardly. That was right, he was a hostage, and this person was afraid that he would report to the powerhouses monitoring the trial after leaving. "You'll sit in the same spacecraft as me," Luin ordered. Amu nodded and squatted down on the spacecraft. This personal spacecraft was very small, and it was fortunate that Amu was thin and weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fit in it. As for Lu Yin's spacecraft, he left it where it was. It had the Astral 10 insignia on it, which was too conspicuous. As the spacecraft trembled, the scene in front of Lu Yin's eyes rapidly changed. Dozens of spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere and landed on the giant planet, creating craters and creating shockwaves. This scene made Luin sigh with emotion. Back then, he had faced the trial as a native, but this time, it was the other way around. He was about to appear as an invader, which made him feel rather conflicted. Everyone's landing spot was random, and Lu Yin's spacecraft had crashed into a cliff, shattering it and causing the ground to shake and dust to fill the air. When the dust settled, what appeared in front of them was the mouth of a beast filled with huge sharp teeth. It was biting the outer shell of the spaceship and letting out a loud roar. Luin checked his gadget and was surprised to see a power level of 2800, a beast with sentinel strength. Not bad. Amu was afraid. This is a weave trial, and it's very difficult. It's filled with blood, and the giant planet is famous for being a planet of death in our domain. I think we should stay in the spacecraft. There shouldn't be any creatures around that can destroy the spacecraft. Luin expanded his gadget's scanning range. The strongest power level in the area was 5900, which was close to the peak of the Melder realm. There was no threat to him, so he opened the hatch and threw Amu out under his horrified gaze. He then kicked the beast. The beast was sent flying by Lu Yin's kick, and its huge body sent shockwaves flying as it crashed into the forest in the distance. Luin was about to speak to Amu when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked into the distance and his eyes widened. That wasn't a forest, but grass. Luin looked around in amazement and then soared into the sky. Sure enough, the jade-green plants in the distance were grass, and this place wasn't a cliff. It was just a slope. They landed in a patch of grass, but the grass was a little too large for their liking. Amu walked over with a bitter expression. Did you notice? This is a giant planet, and everything is incomparably huge. What you just kicked wasn't a giant beast, but an insect. We humans are even smaller than insects on this planet, and we're at the bottom of the food chain. Luin sighed. The universe is amazing, there are all kinds of planets. He suddenly recalled the description of the giants on the giant planet. They had sharp mouths, monkey cheeks, bald heads, long arms, and forests growing out of their backs. Their entire bodies were green, and their eyes were filled with black threads. They weren't humans at all, but rather humanoid beasts. It was only because they resembled humans that they were called giants. Let's stay here until the trial ends. This planet is really terrifying, and it often produces space-exploring powerhouses. There are a few explorers stationed outside the planet to keep watch. We won't be able to complete this mission, Amu said, trembling. He was truly afraid. Luin was curious. What's your mission? Amu was terrified. Hunting the giant emperor. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. What a coincidence, I want to hunt one as well. Let's go. Where to? Amu had a bad premonition. Luin was excited. Hunting the giant emperor. Amu lost all his strength. I'm not going. The giant emperor is a picometer, and it has a high chance of breaking through to the explorer realm. No matter how many people there are, it won't be enough. I'm not going. Luin raised his voice and glared at Amu. What did you say? Say it again. Amu begged, please let me go. I won't go, I won't follow you anymore. I'll die. Don't worry, I promise I won't tell anyone about you. I swear, you can leave on your own. Luin clenched his fists and casually waved his hand. The wind from his palm formed a huge shockwave that tore through the ground. The ground in front of Amu's eyes was cut into two halves, and even the void was distorted. Amu's mouth fell open as he stared blankly. He then looked at Luin. Brother, let's go hunt the giant emperor. Luin nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Remember, listen to everything I say. You can express your opinions, but it's up to me whether I listen or not. Amu forced a smile. Yes, yes, whatever you say. Everything on the giant planet was new to Luin. Over the past 2 days, they had encountered countless giant insects. Some had attacked them, while others had been gentle. Luin was like an executioner, slaughtering many of the insects along the way. Amu was terrified when he saw this. 2 days later, the two of them saw their first giant. Just like the pictures they had seen on the internet, the giants only had the physique of a human. Everything else about them looked like wild beasts, especially the forest on their backs. It's said that after a giant is born, they immediately cover their backs with clay and plant trees. As they grow, the forest will become denser and denser. This is used for defense, and their backs are their weakness, Amu slowly explained. Luin didn't care about any weaknesses. A mere Melder realm giant was slapped down by his palm and landed in front of it. The giant was savage, and its teeth were as sharp as a wild beast's. Luin frowned, as he couldn't communicate with it. Furthermore, the giant's eyes didn't seem intelligent. It's impossible to communicate. Giants are actually wild beasts. They eat everything on this planet, and they fight based on their instincts. They live in tribes, and the strongest giant is the leader. The strongest of the entire giant tribe is the giant emperor. The giant emperor is intelligent, and the rest of the giants only act based on their instincts, Amu explained. Luin was surprised. You know quite a bit. Amu forced a smile. It can't be helped. I've been preparing since the moment I found out about the Weave's trial. Actually, it's very safe for us to stay here. This grassland is the least dangerous place, and I've done my research. We dashed before Amu could finish. There was a loud bang as the giant was knocked unconscious by Luin. What did you say? Nothing, brother. We can set off now, Amu said eagerly. Luin grunted. Since you've studied the giant planet, you should have some understanding of the giant tribes. Lead the way. I want to find the giant emperor as soon as possible. Amu felt bitter. That was the giant emperor they were talking about. Just hearing those 3 words was enough to make him tremble. Now, he actually had to face it head-on. The person next to him was too terrifying. Could it be that the umbral butterfly tribe had sent him here to kill him? That was possible. A few more days passed, and the two finally left the grassland and appeared in a boundless forest. Every tree in the forest reached into the clouds, and Luin once again sighed at the wonders of the universe. In the distance, several figures approached. Amu subconsciously moved closer to Luin. Luin stared ahead and saw 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. When they saw Luin and Amu, they were stunned, as they probably hadn't expected to bump into each other. Amu? The woman was shocked. The other 4 also looked at Amu in shock. Amu's expression changed, and he lowered his head slightly. Luin was puzzled. You know him? Amu grunted, but he didn't say anything. The woman who had spoken first sized Amu up and then looked at Luin with a mocking gaze. Another one who wants to curry favor with the umbral butterfly tribe. He doesn't even know who he's dealing with. Luin was puzzled. One of the men spoke up. Brother, you're trying to get close to the umbral butterfly tribe, right? Amu is indeed a member of the umbral butterfly tribe, but he's the only male in the tribe and has been abandoned. I advise you to stay away from him, or else you won't be able to get close to the umbral butterfly tribe. You might even be viewed as an enemy. Luin looked at Amu with interest. He was suddenly interested in the umbral butterfly tribe. They had named a weave after their tribe, which showed just how glorious they were. Furthermore, it seemed that there were no males in this tribe, which was interesting. Amu felt Lu Yin's gaze and said in a low voice, "They're my classmates. We all landed in this area, but no one wants to team up with me. I'm not interested in that. Tell me about the umbral butterfly tribe. Are there really no males in this tribe? Then how do they reproduce?" Luin was very curious. Lu Yin's question was very rude. If the person standing in front of him wasn't Amu but someone else from the umbral butterfly tribe, they definitely wouldn't be polite to him. However, Amu was an exception, as he had been abandoned by the umbral butterfly tribe. The umbral butterfly tribe doesn't just refer to a normal human race. It's a general name for the inheritors of a bloodline, and they inherit the bloodline of an ancient umbral butterfly powerhouse. This bloodline can be bestowed, and the woman who receives it is a member of the umbral butterfly tribe, Amu explained. It's New Year, and I wish all my brothers a happy New Year. From the Supreme Throne to the Star Treader realm, I've never stopped updating for a single day. On the first day of the new year, Windborn will also be writing for the sake of updating. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Just like the Day-Night clan, the Mavis clan, and the Phoenix clan, they had all inherited the outstanding bloodlines of their ancient ancestors. Human inheritance passed down from one generation to the next, and everything from the previous generation was stored in the genes of the cells that multiplied. Descendants who retained the genes of their ancient ancestors could easily obtain great power. This inherited power was also a type of innate gift that could be developed together, just like the Phoenix clan's immortal bird. This umbral butterfly clan was clearly in the same category, but they could not compare to a powerful Innerverse clan like the Phoenix clan. Many powerhouses waited until they were at their strongest before reproducing. This was so that they could preserve as much of their own power as possible so that the next generation would have a better starting point. Countless years later, a powerful clan might be born. Your umbral butterfly clan has preserved the bloodline of some ancient powerhouse and then reproduced with that bloodline as the core, right? That means that you're not really related by blood, Luine said. Amu shook his head. No, we're related by blood. As long as we inherit the ancient bloodline, our own blood will be replaced. Our entire umbral butterfly clan is the closest blood relative. At this point, Amu suddenly lowered his head and sadly said, except for me. Why? Luine was puzzled. Amu's tone was gloomy. My mother was chosen to be a member of the umbral butterfly clan. Because of a mistake, she was pregnant with my bloodline. The umbral butterfly clan only chooses pure young girls, but my mother made a mistake and gave birth to me. That's why I'm the only male in the umbral butterfly clan, and I'm not a pure bloodline member. Luine patted Amu's shoulder sympathetically. He could imagine how miserable this guy had been in the umbral butterfly clan. He was basically being used as a negative example by an entire clan. What about your mother? She passed away not long after I was born, Amu said in a low voice. It was obvious that he did not want to talk about this matter. Luine did not ask any more questions and instead looked around. After a while, Amu said, sorry, I told you something unrelated. Luine casually replied, the umbral butterfly clan must be very strong for them to be able to name this weave. Amu's expression changed, and he nodded. Very strong. They can absorb the power of nearby plants to strengthen themselves, which is equivalent to stacking a lot of power onto themselves. Every member of the umbral butterfly clan is very difficult to defeat at the same level. The more plants there are, the stronger the umbral butterfly clan members. Cheating! Luine exclaimed. Amu smiled wryly. This is the umbral butterfly tribe. Their weaves are named after their tribe, and no one dares to challenge them. Even the surrounding weaves don't dare to provoke them. Amu then looked at Luine. I remember that your spacecraft has the symbol of Astral 10 carved on it. What a coincidence, the umbral butterfly tribe's strongest young mistress, Angie, is an Astral 7. You two are classmates. Luine raised an eyebrow. Was he imagining things? He could clearly see Amu's gloating eyes. But then again, the Astral Combat Academy was truly a gathering of freaks. Not only were there geniuses from the various powerful clans and organizations of the Innerverse, but there was also the strongest descendant of an organization like the Outerverse umbral butterfly tribe. Although it was rare for the Outerverse 72 weaves to produce geniuses that could not be understood, it was still normal for a few geniuses to appear. These geniuses were already troublesome enough, but with the addition of those from the Innerverse, the Astral Combat Tournament was going to be very lively. Honestly, I don't believe that the umbral butterfly tribe's ability to absorb plant energy has no upper limit. If that's the case, then they can even invade the Innerverse, Luine said. Amu was helpless. That's the truth. Of course, they can't absorb all plants. They can't absorb plants that are too strong, but this limit doesn't make much of a difference. After all, there are only a few powerful plants, and as the umbral butterfly tribe grows stronger, they will eventually be able to absorb plants as well. The further they grow, the greater their potential will be. What a troublesome tribe. This was Lu Yin's impression of the umbral butterfly tribe. Half a day later, the two of them saw smoke coming from a tall forest. Smoke meant that there were people nearby, and the two of them quickly rushed over. Not long after, they passed through a huge forest and saw a tribe of giants. Amu almost peed his pants when he saw a scene. More than 10 giants were tearing apart trial takers, and the two of them arrived just in time to see a male trial taker being torn apart by a giant. Blood splattered all over the ground. That man was one of the trial takers they had met earlier. There had been 4 men and 1 woman, but now, they only saw the woman being toyed with by a small giant. The rest of the trial takers had long since been buried in the blood-soaked soil. The air was filled with the stench of blood. Amu trembled in fear, and his face paled. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as the small giant viciously pinched the woman. She could no longer scream, and her expression was one of extreme pain. Just as the small giant was about to crush the woman, his head fell off, and his huge body slowly toppled over as blood gushed out like a waterfall. Lu Yin appeared high up in the sky and disappeared with flash, reappearing right in front of another giant. The giant didn't even have time to react before his skull was shattered by Lu Yin's palm. The giant's eyes widened and then turned ashen as he died. Roar! The other giants furiously attacked Lu Yin. One of them was a Lammeter, and he viciously swatted at the void, causing a huge shockwave to sweep out for 1,000 meters. Even Amu was sent flying. Lu Yin raised his palm, and a 9th star vaguely appeared. Sirius's 9 stars merged into one, forming a star system. The palm tore through the shockwave created by the Lammeter giant and slammed into the giant's chest. The void distorted and then collapsed as the Lammeter giant was torn in half by Lu Yin's palm. It died on the spot, and its blood splashed into the forest like a tsunami, extinguishing the flames. The other giants fled in fear, but Lu Yin didn't let them go. He flashed continuously, killing a total of more than 10 giants. Lu Yin could tolerate the weak being killed, but seeing them being toyed with made him feel stifled. Humans were the wisest of all creatures, and their dignity couldn't be trampled on. Amu vomited. He didn't want to stay in this place for even a second longer. Lu Yin stepped on the blood-soaked soil and walked over to the woman's side, squatting down. The woman's injuries were too severe, and her body had almost been crushed. She had no hope of surviving, and when she saw Lu Yin, she painfully said, according to the diagonal directions of the stone house, I can, find the giant emperor. The giant emperor is in the center of all the tribes. Please, kill me. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, and the woman was killed, ending her pain. Lu Yin stood up and looked around. The stone house that the giants lived in was huge, and it looked very crude. There were many white bones hanging from it, and the main doors weren't facing the same direction. Instead, they were spread out in a fan shape, with all the corners facing southeast. Lu Yin formed a diagram in his mind. With the giant emperor as the center, all the giants spread out in a circle. The way to find the giant emperor was to follow the diagonal directions of the stone house. The giants didn't have much intelligence, and they mostly acted on instinct. This method was simple. Amu peeked out from behind a large tree, and when he saw Lu Yin standing in the blood-soaked soil, he suppressed his disgust and shouted, "Let's go." Lu Yin waved at him and then rushed towards the southeast. Amu hurriedly followed. If Amu had wanted to separate from Lu Yin before, then he didn't want to leave Lu Yin at all now. It was too terrifying, and the fate of those people had completely terrified him. They had been his classmates, and now, they would never be able to return. In the distance, a huge crater appeared in one of the giant tribes. The spacecraft had fallen and crashed into the tribe, killing several giants. Inside the spacecraft, the trial taker stared at the power level displayed on his gadget in fear. Several Lammeters had appeared around him, and he didn't dare to go out. The giants were also terrified of the spacecraft, and they didn't approach it either. Time passed, and just as the giants were about to dig out the spacecraft, several trial takers appeared out of nowhere and attacked them. Those who dared to participate in the Weave's trial were all at least Melders, and one of them was even a Lammeter student. He killed 2 Lammeters by himself and wiped out the entire tribe. Inside the spacecraft, the trial takers still didn't dare to come out. They glanced at each other with disdain, observed the direction of the stone house, and then flew off into the distance. The giant planet was huge, and the giants were just one of many species. All of the trial takers' spacecraft landed in the giants' territory, and it didn't take long for the entire place to descend into chaos as the giants and trial takers began to madly clash. From a bird's-eye view, the entire giant territory was in chaos. The central region, where the giant emperor resided, was no exception. A few unlucky spacecraft crashed right in front of the giant emperor. The giant emperor's terrifying peak-kilometer strength and intelligent eyes almost scared the trial takers to death. Ordinary giants didn't have intelligence, but the giant emperor did. Having intelligence and not having intelligence were two completely different concepts. The trial takers' spacecraft were very sturdy, and even Lemeters couldn't damage them. The moment they saw the giant emperor, those unlucky fellows decided not to leave until the trial ended. However, they had underestimated the giant emperor's intelligence. He grabbed a spacecraft and shook it with all his might, shattering the trial takers inside into pieces. This scene caused the other trial takers' souls to leave their bodies, and they immediately opened the doors to escape. Unfortunately, they were easily killed by the giant emperor, one slap for each. The giant emperor's eyes flickered as he looked at the spacecraft on the ground. The battles between the trial takers didn't stop either. For example, Amu had somehow managed to survive until now. He was ridiculed by every trial taker he met, and his situation was 100 times worse than Lu Yin's when he had first entered the trial zones. This time, he had even attracted murderous intent. 3 trial takers surrounded Lu Yin and Amu. They didn't speak, but the icy killing intent in their eyes couldn't be concealed. They were all melders, but their strength couldn't compare to Jerbaka's. Lu Yin didn't mind, but he was curious as to why Amu attracted so much hatred. When he saw Lu Yin's strange gaze, Amu bitterly replied, "I've already said that I'm different from the rest of the umbral butterfly tribe. Many people in the tribe want me to disappear, and they think that I've insulted the tribe." With a whoosh, the 3 attacked at the same time, avoiding Lu Yin and directly attacking Amu. Amu was very weak, and he couldn't even compare to Lu Yin when he had activated 5 stars. He was only slightly stronger than an elite sentinel from the Great Yu Empire's Yu Academy, so he couldn't block the 3's attacks. He didn't even plan on resisting. The 3 attacked quickly, but they retreated even faster. Lu Yin easily tossed them aside. "Let's go." Amu nodded silently. Over the course of 10 days, the 2 of them discovered several tribes and encountered more than 10 trial takers. It was just like the teams of the strongest students from the academies during Earth's trial. At this moment, most of the trial takers who dared to head towards the giant emperor had formed teams, and they were all powerhouses. Lu Yin had even discovered more than 10 melders who were comparable to Yu Academy's Hall Masters. Happy New Year! Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Although the umbral butterfly weave was small, the overall strength of the younger generation far surpassed that of the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin didn't find this strange, as the Great Yu Empire only occupied a third of the Frost Wave Weave's territory. However, when it came to power, the umbral butterfly weave was far behind the Great Yu Empire. Wendy Yushan alone was enough to suppress the umbral butterfly weave, and Lu Yin didn't believe that the umbral butterfly weave had a monster like her. There are more and more Lemeters in the tribe. It looks like the giant emperor isn't far off. Lu Yin sighed as he looked at the 4 dead Lemeters in front of him. Amu was terrified. They actually killed 4 Lemeters. The weave's trial takers are truly terrifying. Lu Yin shook his head. It's nothing. The giants only have the strength and star energy of a Lemeter, but they can't use it. They can only display it in terms of power level. They're not even as strong as a normal melder from the Astral Combat Academy. Amu was speechless. Compared to the Astral Combat Academy, this was too unfair to the giants. They hadn't gone far when Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed. The ground trembled, and he soared into the sky to look into the distance. His face then paled. "Get up, an ant swarm is passing by." Amu was shocked. "An ant swarm? Get up a tree." Lu Yin barked. Amu looked into the distance. Compared to when he had first seen the giants, he wasn't afraid at all. Lu Yin thought that Amu was scared out of his wits and immediately grabbed him to fly up. "There's no need. The ant swarm won't hurt me." Lu Yin looked at him like he was an idiot. "Won't hurt you? Do you think you're an ant queen?" Amu smiled. "It's my innate gift. Creatures like ants won't hurt me." At that moment, the ground trembled even more violently. In the distance, giant trees collapsed as the ant swarm passed by, leaving not a single blade of grass alive. This was a giant planet, and the ants were even larger than humans. The majestic ant swarm dyed the horizon black, and Luin felt his scalp go numb. He immediately soared into the sky. As for Amu, Luin didn't care if he wanted to die, and Luin was secretly looking forward to seeing his innate gift. Innate gifts came in all shapes and sizes, and it wasn't strange to have any kind of innate gift. The ant swarm arrived like a black flood that swallowed the forest. Luin looked at Amu, who was still as calm as ever. When the ant swarm appeared in front of Amu, Luin was stunned. The swarm had actually stopped, and they really hadn't harmed Amu. Even Luin found it difficult to deal with such a huge swarm of ants. Even though each ant was only a sentinel, there were just too many of them. Sometimes, when a certain number of ants reached a certain level, a qualitative change would occur. Seventh bro, the ants told me that the giant emperor ran away and that it's not in the central region. Amu shouted. From below. Luin had allowed him to call him seventh bro, as he liked it when people called him that. Luin was flabbergasted, and he landed 100 meters away from the ant colony. He looked at Amu strangely. What did you say? The giant emperor ran away? Amu replied, the ants said that the giant emperor ran away a few days ago. How would the ant colony know? And you can understand ants? I can understand. This is my innate gift. The giant emperor has something very important to the ant colony. Now that it's in the northwest, the giant emperor must have run away, Amu said confidently. Luin was conflicted. Was Amu lying because he was afraid of going to the central region? Amu knew what Luin was thinking and said, seventh bro, it's true. Even if we go to the central region now, it's useless. The giant emperor isn't there. Luin made up his mind. Alright, I'll trust you this time. But if I find out that you're lying, I'll throw you back into the tribe. Amu was afraid and hurriedly said, no, I'm definitely not lying. Amu's ability to communicate with the ants shocked Luin, but what surprised him even more was that this guy could actually get the ants to carry them. They didn't need to run, and they could just ride the ants to find the giant emperor. Luin sized up Amu. What a talent. At the trial zone entrance of Astral 10, Dark Void passed by the trial master and entered the trial zone mountain. He had also completed 100 victories, which was the first step that Shamrock Enterprises had asked him to take. Sitting in the trial zone mountain, Dark Void did not hesitate to choose the Tao of Heaven. This had been arranged by Shamrock Enterprises since their area master was in the Tao of Heaven. After Dark Void's 100 victories, it was Hui Day Knight's turn. The Day Knight clan's disciples were absolute geniuses no matter where they went, and when combined with the Day Knight clan's battle techniques, they were practically invincible. However, in Astral 10, Hui Day Knight's ranking was only average at best, which was unimaginable in the other academies. The humiliation that Hui Day Knight felt was incomprehensible. Hui Day Knight chose the Tao of Slaughter. One of his clan members was an area master here, and he wanted to catch up to the rest of Astral 10 and take the leader's position. The Day Knight clan could not fall behind. 6 people had already entered the trial zone, and aside from Luin, the others all had area masters backing them up. It had to be said that having a backer was very important. Everything in the Tao of Slaughter was blood red, and it gave off a stifling feeling. When Hui Day Knight first entered the trial zone, no one dared to provoke him because of his black and white hair. However, while he was searching for his clan member, Tiankong Knight, he heard a piece of news that made him very unhappy. Astral Six's Tao of Purgatory's area master, Sharon, had said that he would protect Luin. Luin was Astral 10's leader and was much stronger than Hui Day Knight, but he had no backer and was like a rat on the streets in the trial zone. This was one of the reasons why Hui Day Knight was confident that he could surpass Luin, but Sharon had actually said that he would protect Luin. Hui Day Knight found a student who was training in the Tao of Slaughter. Speak, why is Sharon protecting Luin? The student who had been stopped looked at Hui Day Knight's hair and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. I'm not sure, but some people say that Sharon is Lu Yin's older brother. Hui Day Knight stopped another student, who replied, it seems that Lu Yin and Sharon grew up together. Sharon has said that he won't rest until he kills anyone who dares to hurt Lu Yin. I heard that Lu Yin is a disciple of an extremely powerful clan in the Innerverse, and Sharon is his protector. Lu Yin? Who? The one who flirted with Shiyu? Bastard, I'll definitely kill him. How dare he flirt with my Xiu? What? Sharon said that he would protect him? Oh, that's just a misunderstanding. Brother Lu Yin is an open and upright person, generous and polite. How could he flirt with Xiu? Lu Yin? He's the son of the Lockbreaker Society's president, Jeffrey. Do you think Sharon wouldn't protect him? Veins popped out on Hui Day Knight's forehead. He had heard many answers, but none of them were repeated or reliable. However, there was one thing that he was certain of, and that was that Lu Yin was definitely not an ordinary outerverse citizen. Sharon was a genius lockbreaker, and Dao Bo stood behind him. Could Dao Bo be protecting Lu Yin? The more Hui Day Knight thought about it, the uglier his expression became. He felt that it would be very difficult for him to catch up to Lu Yin. This guy was definitely not simple. Lu Yin, who was sitting on an ant's back, didn't know that Karen's words had caused him to become a celebrity once again. The matter of him flirting with Xiu had also been brought up, but because of Sharon, no one dared to cause trouble for him. Lu Yin didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse, but in any case, he wouldn't be able to rely on that matter to make a fortune. The ant was very fast, but its back was unusually stable. Lu Yin almost fell asleep while sitting on it. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked behind him. He didn't know when a woman had started following them, but she was also sitting on an ant's back. Her long black hair was rather eye-catching. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the day-night woman he had seen in outer space, the one who had slaughtered an entire interstellar pirate ship. Why was she on the planet? She also didn't have any aura on her body. If not for his intuition, he wouldn't have noticed her existence. Amu, when did that woman follow us? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Amu was puzzled. What woman? Lu Yin was speechless. He hadn't noticed her even now. Amu turned around and was stunned. Seventh bro, it's a day-night woman. There's a day-night woman here. I know, Lu Yin replied before turning back to look at the woman. She looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. This time, he didn't see any grief or regret in her eyes. Instead, he saw only calmness and indifference. Amu was clearly frightened. The Day-Night clan was famous throughout the universe, and they were a terrifying clan in the Innerverse. The arrival of any of their members was enough to cause chaos. He had never imagined that someone would suddenly appear behind him while he was sleeping, and that red sword had almost scared him to death. Seventh bro, what should we do? That woman won't try to kill us, right? Let's run, Amu said fearfully. Lu Yin frowned. Ask your aunt when she arrived. Amu grunted and lowered his head to approach the ant. Very quickly, Amu looked up as if he had seen a ghost and whispered, Seventh bro, the ant doesn't know. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This woman had perfectly concealed her aura. His invisible aura technique could conceal his power level, but this woman had even erased her own existence. The ant had no idea that there was someone on its back. What a terrifying technique. Lu Yin suddenly thought back to Earth's trial, when Zhang Dingtian had been assassinated by Silver. Back then, Zhang Dingtian had almost died, and they had all thought that Silver had concealed his power level, which was why Zhang Dingtian hadn't been able to sense him. However, that wasn't the case. Zhang Dingtian had a warrior's intuition, but he still hadn't been able to sense Silver's presence. He had only been able to dodge that fatal blow by relying on his instincts. Lu Yin turned around and stared at the woman. Who are you? Why are you following us? The Day-Night woman didn't speak, and she just sat there indifferently. Lu Yin's brows rose. You're from the Day-Night clan. I know Hui Day-Night. The woman still didn't respond, and she just sat there with a calm expression. No, rather than being calm, it was more accurate to say that she didn't care. She didn't care about Lu Yin or anything else around her. Lu Yin turned around. Although he had been ignored, he had just proven one thing, his invisible aura technique was effective. This woman couldn't sense his power through his invisible aura technique, or else she wouldn't have acted like this. Lu Yin was confident that there were very few melders who could defeat him. His power was at the top of the melders in the universe, and he wouldn't be underestimated. This woman's indifference only proved that she couldn't see through him. That was good, as he didn't have a habit of revealing everything. The ant colony continued to head northwest. Third update, Happy New Year, and may all your wishes come true. Far to the southeast of them was the center of the giant tribe. A black-robed man stood there quietly, surrounded by hundreds of giants. The sky was dyed red with blood. Not far away, a Lameter giant knelt on the ground and stared at the black-robed man in fear, trembling. The black-robed man looked up, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes that quickly returned to normal and returned to human eyes. If Luin were here, he would definitely recognize these eyes as the same scarlet vertical eye that he had obtained from Silver. No earthling would ever forget these eyes, they were the eyes of a zombie. The black-robed man walked to the giant's side. Take me to the giant emperor. The giant trembled as it lay down. When the black-robed man climbed onto its back, it immediately began to sprint northwest. In outer space, one of the surveillance cameras on the giant planet was completely empty. What's going on? Why did the surveillance cameras in the center of the giant tribe disappear? I'm sorry, my lord. The battle must have caused the surveillance cameras to be destroyed. That's impossible. Even the giant emperor can't destroy the surveillance cameras. How can those trial students do it? I'm sorry, we'll immediately investigate the cause. Another 5 days passed, making it 20 days since Luin and Ain had arrived on the giant planet. They were still riding on the backs of ants, and the day-night woman was following them for some unknown reason. A short distance to the northwest of Lu Yin's group was a huge swamp filled with countless venomous creatures that emitted hair-raising sounds. The giant emperor's towering figure appeared, and it leapt into the swamp before slowly sinking into the ground. The creatures in the swamp were alarmed. One after another, the terrifying creatures let out cries. Strange, colorful gases spread across the sky. It took a long time for the swamp to return to normal. At this point, the giant emperor had already disappeared. Only the giant footprints outside the swamp proved that he had been here. When the ant colony arrived, the giant emperor's footprints were still clearly visible. When the ant colony approached the swamp, they all rushed in, leaving Luin, Amu, and the day-night woman behind. Luin was delighted, the giant emperor was indeed here. He turned to look at Amu, only to find him dispirited and listless. What's wrong with you? Luin was puzzled. Although there was poisonous gas here, it shouldn't be able to harm a melder. Amu smiled bitterly and pointed around. This is a swamp, and the gas is harmful to the plants. Even if we umbral butterfly tribe members don't use battle techniques, our bodies still slowly absorb the power of the surrounding plants. Our absorption of poisonous gas is 10 or even 100 times that of normal people. Luin was puzzled. Does that mean that if I wanted to attack the umbral butterfly tribe, I only would poison? Amu looked at Lu Yin's eyes. And thought. I haven't, which is why I'm like this. Luin looked at Amu and fell into deep thought. Even if the members of the umbral butterfly tribe cultivated battle techniques that could prevent them from becoming as dispirited as Luin was, they would still not be able to obtain the power of plants from the outside world. They would be no different from ordinary people. It was no wonder why this tribe could only remain in the outerverse despite their powerful innate gifts. Their weakness was too obvious. It looks like the giant emperor is in this swamp. Amu, you trial takers should have a local area network, right? Luin asked. He remembered that Earth's trial takers had one, but they would have to wait for 2 months before they could find out where the others were. Yes, but I never said anything in there, Amu said, looking at Luin suspiciously. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Announce the giant emperor's whereabouts. Amu was shocked. What? Announce the giant emperor's whereabouts? Luin nodded. Announce it. This swamp is dark and gloomy, and it'll be difficult for the two of us to find the giant emperor. It'll be more efficient if everyone works together. Amu couldn't understand this person. There was only one giant emperor, and if everyone knew about it, would it even be his turn? Still, this was good news for him. He hadn't wanted to complete this mission in the first place, so announcing the giant emperor's whereabouts meant that he wouldn't have to do anything. Furthermore, he would be rewarded for it, and it would be safer with more people. Alright, I'll announce it right away, Amu said excitedly as he activated his gadget. Suddenly, the day-night lady slashed her sword at Amu. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he acted at the same time. He raised his hand and unleashed the Skybeast Claw. The 96th form of the Skybeast Claw caused the void to reverberate with a beastly roar. Amu instantly froze, and sparks flew as the red sword collided with the Skybeast Claw. The air rippled as Amu was pushed away by a powerful force. Luine and the Day-Night Lady stepped forward at the same time, and each of them sent out a palm strike. Luine didn't hold back and used his 9-stack shockwave palm, but the Day-Night Lady's palm strike was also very terrifying. It illuminated the entire swamp, and it was clearly a battle technique of the Day-Night clan. When the two palms collided, they could clearly feel the void tremble. The ground, the air, and everything else trembled. Amu's heart raced, and he instinctively crouched down. The next moment, a shockwave spread out in a circular manner, enveloping an area of 10,000 meters. Everything that was taller than a meter was pulverized, and everything within 10,000 meters was cleared. When Amu raised his head again, his pupils shrank as he looked around in shock. His surroundings had completely changed. They had originally been outside the swamp, and there were still many black plants around them. But now, everything had been pulverized and disappeared, including the hillside. The muddy ground had evaporated and become incomparably hard. Luine and the Day-Night Lady stood face to face. They had only exchanged 2 blows, and the victor had still not been decided. Luine was still fine, as no one in the Day-Night clan could be underestimated. He had long since known that this lady could not be easily defeated. Furthermore, she had destroyed an interstellar pirate ship, so she was definitely stronger than Hui Day-Night. The Day-Night Lady's shock was indescribable. She had never taken Luine seriously, even if he was from Astral 10. However, the 2 exchanges just now had left her in disbelief. Her sword had been blocked by her opponent, and her palm had been blocked as well. This sort of situation rarely occurred even in the Innerverse, so how could Astral 10 have someone like him? Beauty, you've been following us for so long. It's not good to suddenly kill someone, Luine said coldly. The Day-Night Lady's gaze was equally cold as she replied, I didn't want to kill him. I just wanted to cut off his gadget. Why? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Day-Night Lady looked at the swamp. The Giant Emperor is mine. Luine laughed. Why should I? I'm also here to find the Giant Emperor. All of the trial takers on this planet are looking for the Giant Emperor. It's impossible for you to monopolize it. The Day-Night girl stared at Luine and gripped her red longsword tightly. She then pointed it at him. I don't need your permission. My next sword will take your head. The red longsword slowly moved, leaving behind a series of afterimages. As the longsword stabbed into the ground, countless red longswords suddenly appeared in a 100-meter radius. It was a chilling sight. Lu Yin's heart trembled when he saw this scene. This was a domain. He had fused with Sharon, and he had experienced a domain through Karen's memories. It was a realm that could only be comprehended when one's control of star energy had reached the pinnacle. Even Sharon had only just reached that realm and had not completely comprehended it. A domain was on the same level as battle force, but this woman had actually used one. The sight of red swords covering a 100-meter radius was a frightening sight. The Day-Night Lady raised her sword again, and this time, Luine could clearly feel her killing intent. Amu lay on the ground and stared in horror. This woman was too terrifying, and he felt like an ant that could be killed at any moment. Lu Yin's face turned solemn, and he no longer held back. A stream of air slowly appeared around his body, causing the void to tremble. This stream of air was very faint, transparent, and almost invisible. Amu did not understand it, but the Day-Night Lady's expression changed. She could not believe what she was seeing. Battle force? Luine clenched his fist and slowly opened it, causing the air to explode. Very few people in the same realm could force him to use battle force, and even Lemeters might not be able to do so. However, this woman had done so. Luine did not know how strong she was, but since she could use a domain, she had the qualifications to compete with his battle force. Amu trembled even more violently as he stared at the two in horror. He wanted nothing more than to bury himself in the ground. The surrounding sword images suddenly disappeared, and the Day-Night Lady put away her red sword. Luine was surprised, but he also retracted his battle force. Not fighting anymore? The Day-Night Lady sized him up. You've hidden your strength well. Louis knew that she was referring to the invisible aura technique. I'm Zhude Knight, she said calmly. Louis replied. You're from Astral 10. I saw your spacecraft, Zhude Knight said confidently. Louis nodded. We've met in space before. I have to kill the giant emperor. You're from Astral 10, so there's no need for you to complete the Umbral Butterfly Weave's trial. The giant emperor is useless to you, Zhude Knight said slowly. Louis shrugged. Sorry, I have my own goals. If you really don't want to, we can fight. But forgive me for being blunt, but you're probably not my opponent. Zhude Knight did not deny his claim. What she had just used was not a domain, as she had only comprehended the first step of a domain, which was to merge with the environment. She was still unable to do what she had just done. That was just a battle technique. The White Void Sword could imitate a domain, and it would be very difficult to defeat a battle force user, even if they were only at the initial stages. Amu, announce the giant emperor's whereabouts, Louis shouted. Amu looked up and glanced at Louis, then at Zhude Knight. He gritted his teeth and immediately announced the giant emperor's whereabouts. Zhude Knight's gaze turned cold. She wanted to stop him, but she was powerless against the man in front of her. This was the first time she had felt powerless in front of an Outerverse powerhouse who was at the same level as her, and it did not feel good. When the giant emperor's whereabouts were revealed, all the trial takers on the giant planet were shocked. Many began to suspect that someone had deliberately lured the competitors away, but there were also some who agreed. They had not seen the giant emperor in the center of the planet and had only seen giant corpses strewn across the ground. Louis knew that it would take time to convince the trial takers, but he was not in a hurry. He brought Amu to a place outside the swamp to rest. Zhude Knight was the first to step into the swamp. She wanted to deal with the giant emperor before the other trial takers arrived. Seventh bro, why aren't you stopping her? Amu was puzzled. Louis replied, if she wants to go, then let her go. If she can really kill the giant emperor, then I'll naturally stop her. But she can't interfere with my business. Business? Amu was puzzled. He did not understand, but he had a feeling that something strange was about to happen. Thank you, Ian, for the tip. Louis smiled. Of course, it was business. He wanted to do everything he could to earn money. He only had 500 star crystals on him, which made him feel very insecure. He couldn't even roll his die, which was too wasteful. The deeper they went into the swamp, the darker it became. Disgusting creatures could be seen wriggling about in the muddy soil, and strange black birds flew through the sky. Each bird was huge, and as they flew past, they covered the sky and made the swamp even darker. Zhude Knight was a woman, but she wasn't afraid of such a scene. Although the Day-Night clan was arrogant, every single one of them could be considered an elite. Coupled with their battle techniques, it was no wonder that they could dominate the Innerverse. Zhude Knight followed the footprints, but they disappeared once she entered the swamp. She could only use her sword to open up a path in a futile attempt to force the giant emperor out. This method was effective, but the swamp was too large, and she couldn't use her sword indefinitely. Although it was effective, it wasn't efficient. For 3 consecutive days, Zhude Knight searched the swamp, but from a bird's-eye view, she couldn't even search 1,000th of the swamp, let alone the entire swamp. With her speed, it would take her at least a few months to search the entire swamp. Helpless, Zhude Knight walked out and calmly sat down 100 meters away from Louis and Amu. Louis smiled. He had asked Amu to announce the giant emperor's tracks for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to do business, and second, he wanted everyone to work together to find the giant emperor. The giant emperor knew how to escape, which meant that it wasn't stupid. How could it let them find it so easily? If the giant emperor knew what Louis was thinking, he would definitely be depressed. In fact, he had already understood the situation when the spacecraft had landed in front of him. The giant emperor had once been a space-exploring giant emperor, so he wasn't completely ignorant of the universe. He had tried his best to leave behind some information, which was why he had immediately fled when he saw the spacecraft. He had wanted to buy time for the other trial takers to leave. However, Louis had announced his whereabouts, so the giant emperor was destined for tragedy. 7 days later, Lu Yin and Amu were roasting meat out of boredom when a group of trial takers appeared in the distance. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It had begun. People were arriving one after another, and business was coming. The trial takers also saw Lu Yin's group, especially Amu, since he was the one who had announced the Giant Emperor's tracks. Amu, where's the Giant Emperor? Someone asked bluntly. Amu pointed at the swamp. It's inside, but I don't know the exact location. That person clearly didn't believe him and wanted to say something else, but he was stopped by his companions, who gestured for him to look to the side. Several trial takers were staring blankly at Zhuo Day-Night, who was calmly standing not too far away. Someone from the Day-Night clan was terrifying, and they immediately fell silent. They were the elites of the younger generation in the umbral butterfly weave, and they were peak melders. Since they had been in the first batch to arrive at the swamp, they were definitely the top elites among the trial takers. They were comparable to the hall masters of the Great Yu Empire's Yu Academy, but they did not dare to be impudent in front of the Day-Night clan. The Giant Emperor has entered the swamp. We don't know where it is, so we announced its whereabouts. Anyway, I can't complete the mission, Amu said. At least he had some self-awareness. This was what the trial takers thought. They didn't say anything else. After checking the Giant Emperor's footprints, they walked straight into the swamp. They were the first batch, but they were definitely not the last. Not long after, the second batch arrived and quickly entered the swamp to search for the Giant Emperor. In just a few days, no less than 40 trial takers had entered the swamp in search of the Giant Emperor. These trial takers surprised Lu Yin. They were all quite strong, at least when compared to the Outerverse. He saw quite a few melders who were comparable to Gerbach and the others, and some of them were even stronger than Schutz, who had just entered Astral 10. They were definitely the top geniuses in the umbral butterfly weave. However, these geniuses were useless to Lu Yin at his current level. His experience in Astral 10 had allowed him to look down on them. The swamp was bustling with activity, and trial takers were everywhere. Battles never stopped, and most of the fights were between trial takers and swamp creatures. Of course, there were also infighting. At this time, another batch of people arrived. This batch surprised Lu Yin because there were 2 extremely beautiful women in the group. They were charming and enchanting, and their figures were graceful enough to attract the attention of most men. Amu saw them as well, and he lowered his head. A bone-deep hatred flashed in his eyes, but he hid it well. This batch of people walked straight into the swamp. The 2 beauties glanced at Amu with disdain, but they didn't say anything and just walked in. Lu Yin noticed Amu's strange behavior, but he didn't ask. The battle in the swamp didn't stop, and after an unknown amount of time, there was a loud roar as the Giant Emperor appeared. He was unlucky, as 2 trial takers were fighting right above his head, which had forced him to come out. The entire swamp shook, and all of the trial takers rushed towards the Giant Emperor. Zhuo Day-Night's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed over, but Lu Yin stopped her. You can't attack yet. Zhuo Day-Night's gaze was icy. You want to stop me? That's right. Lu Yin raised his head. Zhuo Day-Night was furious, and she gripped her sword tightly. A scream startled Lu Yin, and he immediately gave up on Zhuo Day-Night and rushed into the swamp. At this moment, there were more than 10 trial takers fighting the Giant Emperor, and Lu Yin also saw the Giant Emperor. Compared to an ordinary giant, the Giant Emperor was clearly larger. More importantly, it was wearing clothes. No, they couldn't really be considered clothes, as they were just beast hides. However, this meant that the Giant Emperor had a sense of shame, which was a sign of intelligence. The Giant Emperor was far more terrifying than an ordinary giant, and it could cause the swamp to boil with a casual slap. A terrifying shockwave swept over several trial takers, and one of them was unlucky enough to fall straight into the swamp and fall upside down, leaving only his feet exposed. The others immediately retreated, as their attacks were useless against the Giant Emperor. The Giant Emperor was furious, as it didn't even know how it had been exposed. It grabbed the unlucky person and lifted him upside down before opening its mouth. Such a terrifying scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb, as that person was about to be eaten. Brother, do you want to save him? Lu Yin shouted. Before anyone could react, the unlucky person who had fallen upside down was screaming for help. I can save you, but you have to give me everything in your cosmic ring. Luin shouted again. This time, many people looked at him strangely, including Zhude Knight. Was this guy trying to extort them? Fine, I'll give it all to you. Save me. The trial taker could already count the giant emperor's teeth, and he was so frightened that he almost pissed himself. Luin used flash to appear in front of the giant emperor and kicked out with his 9 stacks. 9 explosions rang out as the giant emperor's arm was kicked away, and the unlucky person fell back into the swamp and fell upside down again. The giant emperor glared at Luin and clenched its fist to punch him. Luin had no interest in fighting the giant emperor head-on, so he used flash to evade and grabbed the unlucky person to escape. With his current physical strength, Flash was unbelievably fast, and the giant emperor's punch missed, creating a huge crater in the ground. Luin tossed the unlucky person to the ground, who still hadn't recovered from the shock. His eyes were still filled with fear, and he had almost been scared to death. Anyone who was about to be eaten would react the same way. Luin squatted down in front of the unlucky person and patted his face with a smile. All right, the deal is done. You can give me your cosmic ring now. The unlucky person finally regained his senses and heaved a sigh of relief. His entire body was drenched, and he looked at Luin with gritted teeth. He took off his cosmic ring and poured out everything inside. It's all here. Take whatever you want, and you can take it all. He didn't dare to go back on his word. No matter what situation this person was trying to extort him, he had still saved his life. A deal was a deal, and he couldn't go back on his word. Luin was satisfied and looked at the items in the ring. Not bad. Those who dared to participate in the Weave's trial weren't ordinary elites. There were more than 1,000 crystals, so he couldn't be considered poor. There was also a Mavis Bank card. How much money is inside? The unlucky person was embarrassed. No, I don't have any money. I spent all of it to participate in the Weave's trial. I bought a set of Melder ring armor and some other things. Stop, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Luin didn't stand on ceremony as he picked through the items and took away some strange metals. The deal was over. During Earth's trial, Roz and the others hadn't even had 1,000 crystals. That was because the trial had been of a different level, and there hadn't been any danger. If Roz had participated in the Weave's trial, Luin was certain that Sicker would have filled his cosmic ring to the brim with at least 10,000 crystals. If there was one, there would be a second. Luin saved another unlucky person who had almost been crushed by the giant emperor's palm. Most of the person's body had been paralyzed by the time Luin had saved him, and Luin had even treated him. This unlucky person had contributed more than 2,000 crystals to Luin, which wasn't bad. 1, 2, 3. Luin was like a medic who constantly saved people, but never repeated himself. He had no money, and those who had been saved didn't dare to act again. More and more trial takers rushed over from all directions, including the 2 beauties. They attacked at the same time, and the giant emperor was apprehensive. Luin was surprised, these 2 weren't weak. 7th bro, can I ask you for a favor? Amu asked softly. Luin grunted. Go ahead. Don't save those 2, Amu said in a low voice. Luin was confused. Why? I'm short on money, and they look rich. Amu gritted his teeth and looked at Luin pleadingly. He took out his cosmic ring and handed it to Luin. This is all I have. It's not much, but I'm begging you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Are they from the Umbral Butterfly tribe? Amu nodded. Luin nodded and casually glanced at the battlefield. All right, I won't save them. Thank you, Amu said gratefully. The giant emperor's power shocked everyone. It was a picometer, and it even had traces of a battle technique. The reason it was called a trace was because no one was sure if it actually knew a battle technique, but the way it attacked made it seem like one. Luin stared at the giant emperor the entire time. He was sure that this fellow knew a battle technique, but it was hiding it. Why? Luin looked up. Was it because of those spies? This was the tragedy of a backward civilization. They clearly had the power, but they didn't dare to display it for fear of arousing fear. Earth had been the same back then, and if not for Lu Yin's status as King Zishan, everyone on Earth would have been reduced to cannon fodder. The universe was cruel, and Lu Yin once again understood the meaning of that phrase. Working hard at writing was the best gift to the readers. Thank you, Brother Wesley, for the tip. Thank you. There were many trial takers, and no matter how strong the giant emperor was, it was difficult to withstand their attacks. Countless wounds appeared on its enormous body, and the forest behind it was torn apart. The giant emperor roared and slapped out with both palms, killing one of the trial takers. Blood splattered into the swamp, and then it slapped out again, targeting the two beautiful women. The two women's expressions changed, and they immediately retreated. However, the giant emperor seemed to have locked onto them, and it was willing to suffer the attacks of the others just to kill them. Hey, you over there! Save them, someone shouted, hoping that Lu Yin would intervene. Amu was shocked, and he hurriedly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not reply. Someone grew anxious and continued to attack the giant emperor, shouting, "You over there! They're from the umbral butterfly tribe. If you save them, you'll gain the favor of the umbral butterfly tribe. Besides, I have money. I'll give you all my cosmic rings." Lu Yin still did not move. Shuade Knight glanced at him calmly. "You over there." This time, the person was slapped to death by the giant emperor before he could finish his sentence. The entire swamp seemed to shake, and the giant emperor reached into the depths of the swamp and grabbed a strange snake before viciously flinging it at the two umbral butterfly tribe women. The two women were shocked as their bodies were struck by the snake, and they spat out blood as they were sent flying. One of them died on the spot. Lu Yin calmly watched the scene unfold before him. Since he had promised Amu that he would not intervene, he would not attack at the same time, someone shouted, and dozens of trial takers attacked at the same time. Countless attacks landed on the giant emperor's body, and it was pierced by numerous powerful attacks. It roared in frustration and fell to its knees, its head drooping as it gasped for breath. Again. It can't hold on any longer, the person shouted excitedly, and the people around him attacked again. Lu Yin stared at the giant emperor. Where was its third eye? Since old Kai had said that it had a third eye, then it definitely had one. But why had he not seen it yet? Just as the crowd was about to kill the giant emperor, a black shadow flitted past. The next moment, more than 10 trial takers had black feathers pierced through their foreheads, and they collapsed to the ground, dead as could be. The black shadow passed by the crowd and grabbed at the giant emperor's forehead. The giant emperor suddenly looked up and opened its mouth to roar. A shockwave swept out, and the black shadow disappeared into the void, reappearing less than 10 meters away. The giant emperor wasn't exhausted. He still had a considerable amount of combat power left. He was just pretending. The surrounding trial takers were unable to react in time, and the black shadow attacked once again. Shuade Knight made her move as well, her red sword slashing towards the giant emperor. Lu Yin flung Amu out of the swamp, and at the same time, he attacked with his 9 stacks, 9-fold shockwave palm. The 3 attacks caused the giant emperor's scalp to go numb. He instinctively felt threatened, so he simply dove into the swamp. The 3 attacks did not hit their target, but they collided in the void. A crack extended from the void into the distance. Everyone who saw this scene was horrified. This was a spatial crack. The attacks of the 3 had caused the void to crack. Lu Yin's 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm simultaneously repelled Shuade Knight and the shadow, and the 3 of them landed on the ground. It was only then that Lu Yin saw the true face of the shadow. It was a pale-faced man. Shuade Knight glanced at the black-clothed man in shock. She had never thought that a small weave's trial in the Outerverse would produce 2 powerhouses who were on par with her. The black-clothed man remained expressionless as he looked towards the bottom of the swamp. Lu Yin did not want him to take action. Although the giant emperor was strong, it was not a match for any of the 3 of them. Both Shuade Knight and the black-clothed man had the strength to kill the giant emperor, so it would be troublesome if the black-clothed man took action. As he thought about this, Lu Yin flashed to the side of the black-clothed man and clawed at him. He used the 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw. The black-clothed man's expression did not change as he punched out. There was a loud bang, and a shockwave swept out in all directions. A layer of the swamp was shaved off, and the strong wind caused dozens of trial takers to retreat. Shuai Knight took advantage of Luin and the black-cloaked man's battle to stab her sword into the bottom of the swamp. A sword shadow spread through the void, and the white void sword appeared once again. The sword sealed off an area of 100 meters in a similar manner to a domain. This sword cut through the swamp and even severed one of the giant emperor's arms, causing it to howl in pain. The black-cloaked man's figure disappeared as he charged towards Shuai Knight. Her red longsword swept out and sliced apart the black-cloaked man's phantom image. In the opposite direction, a few black feathers pierced towards her, but Shuai Knight quickly evaded them. At that moment, the giant emperor leapt out of the swamp and charged out of the swamp. Shuai Knight and the black-cloaked man attacked at the same time. The red longsword and black feathers descended and struck the giant emperor. Its body was pierced through, and it fell powerlessly to the ground before crashing into the muddy swamp soil. Both Shuai Knight and the black-cloaked man were determined to defeat the giant emperor. Luin did not know why, but he guessed that it might have something to do with his third eye. As the two landed in the forest on the giant emperor's back, Luin used flash to appear high up in the sky. On the other side, more than 10 trial takers attempted to deal the final blow to the giant emperor. Luin waved his hand, and his star energy swept out, injuring all of the melders. "If any of you come forward, you'll die." His deep voice reverberated through the swamp, causing the trial takers to tremble in fear. They could not imagine how there could be such a huge gap between melders. This person's strength could easily crush a picometer like the giant emperor. Perhaps no one in the entire umbral butterfly weave could compare to him. On the other side, Amu appeared not too far away from the surviving umbral butterfly tribewoman. His eyes were cold, and his originally timid expression had turned sinister as he glared at the woman. The woman was already heavily injured and could not move. There was no one else around, so when she saw Amu walk over, she was terrified. "Stop. You're not allowed to come near me, you bastard. Stop." Amu walked over to the woman, and a broken sword appeared in his hand. He gripped it tightly and stabbed it into the woman's heart without hesitation. Blood dyed the black swamp red. The woman's pupils dilated, and her face contorted in pain as she glared at Amu with hatred. Finally, her eyes dimmed, and she died. Amu collapsed to the ground and closed his eyes. "Mother, she's the first, but she won't be the last. Don't worry, Amu will avenge her." Boom! There was a loud explosion as the forest behind the giant emperor crumbled. Shuai Knight was pushed back by a huge force and stopped in midair. Her red longsword drooped down, and in the next moment, the area within 100 meters was filled with sword images once again. She then slashed at the black-cloaked man behind the giant emperor. The black-cloaked man suddenly turned around, his gaze so cold that it caused others to tremble. He raised an arm, and a layer of black substance spread out and gradually covered the void, blocking Shuai Knight's path. Shuai Knight's red longsword slashed at the layer of black substance with a teeth-numbing screech, and an icy aura filled the area. Luin was shocked. This person actually had an innate gift of ice, and it was not ordinary ice either. It was black ice that was extremely cold. Shuai Knight's sword sliced through the black ice and arrived in front of the black-cloaked man, but its power had been greatly weakened. In the end, she was sent flying by a single punch from the black-cloaked man. Her red longsword was unable to withstand the force of the attack and fell out of her hand. It stabbed into the swamp in the distance, where it shook violently. Shuai Knight had been defeated. After defeating Shuai Knight, the black-cloaked man raised his fist and smashed it at the giant emperor once again. Luin used flash to close in and kick out, but the black-cloaked man had already anticipated this. He changed the direction of his fist and punched at Luin. This punch was different from the previous ones, as it caused the void to distort. There was a loud bang as an arc of air swept through the swamp and pushed the giant emperor to the bottom. The trial takers in the distance felt their brains explode, and they all spat out mouthfuls of blood as they retreated once again. Shuai Knight had blood at the corner of her mouth, and she stared at the scene in shock. The black-cloaked man's punch that had pushed her back was too terrifying, and it was far more powerful than any of her previous attacks. However, it had not been able to push back that person. That person was still hiding his true strength. Luin and the black-cloaked man followed the giant emperor into the bottom of the swamp. Surging star energy pushed the swamp aside as they stared at each other. The black-cloaked man had probably not expected Luin to be able to block his punch. When the two of them reached the bottom of the swamp, he aimed a palm at Luin. Solid black ice instantly spread out and sealed the bottom of the swamp. The extremely cold aura caused a layer of mist to form above the swamp, and the trial takers all trembled. Luin was covered by the solid black ice. This ice was rather hard and cold, and any other melder or even many Lemeters from the Astral Combat Academy would not be able to do anything about it. However, Luin simply raised his right hand and covered it with battle force. He grabbed the ice and exerted some force, causing the ice to shatter with a bang. The black-cloaked man was shocked, and he croaked, "Battle force." Luin frowned. This person's tone was very strange, as if he had just learned how to speak. However, Luin did not pay much attention to it and used flash to approach the black-cloaked man. He raised his hand, and 8 stars sparkled above his battle force. Serious Palm was a perfect combination of battle force and serious palm. The black-cloaked man's pupils shrank as his body was ruthlessly smashed into the ground by Luin. Even the giant emperor was pushed aside. The swamp rumbled as the area where the two had sunk suddenly caved in. Mud from all directions surged into the swamp and formed a whirlpool around them. In the distance, Amu watched this scene in shock. The other trial takers did not even dare to approach. Shuadainite's gaze was fixed on the swamp. During the Astral Combat Academy's new student competition, Luin had used a combination of his 9-stack shockwave palm and battle force to defeat Dark Void. The 9-stack shockwave palm was only comparable to a 7-star serious palm, which was far inferior to an 8-star serious palm. Now, Luin had used an 8-star serious palm and battle force against the black-cloaked man. He did not believe that this person would not be defeated. Luin landed on the giant emperor's back and wondered where he could find his third eye. Suddenly, a soul-stirring force swept out from underground. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked down at the ground. The black-cloaked man was slowly crawling up from the muddy ground. His black robes had been torn apart, revealing his firm muscles. The area where Luin had struck should have had a clear palm imprint, but as the man's muscles wriggled, the palm imprint automatically disappeared. Lu Yin's face sank when he saw this. This was too unexpected. This person's physical body was terrifyingly strong. Luin did not know what the limits of his own body were, but it seemed that this person's limits would not be so easily broken. The black-cloaked man suddenly looked up, revealing a pair of scarlet vertical eyes. In that instant, Luin felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. Those eyes caused his expression to change drastically. This was a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. This person was a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. Roar! An inhuman roar rang out as the black-cloaked man charged at Luin. He punched out, causing the void to distort and crack. The giant emperor's attack was simple but brutal. Luin evaded the attack with flash, and the giant emperor was blasted into the ground. The giant emperor, which had been heavily injured and unconscious, was now jolted awake. Its body had been pierced through, and large amounts of blood splattered everywhere. The black-cloaked man's punch missed, and he turned to stare at Luin. His scarlet eyes sent chills down Lu Yin's spine as he charged forward again. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. The Neo-Human Alliance was the greatest enemy of the entire human race, and he wanted to test the strength of these corpse kings. He also punched out. He still didn't know the limits of his physical body, so he decided to test it out with this corpse king. Bang! The entire swamp shook inexplicably, and a terrifying shockwave overturned the swamp. The shockwave almost engulfed the entire sky, and everyone, including the giant emperor, was swept away by the shockwave and thrown into the distance. Amu's legs went numb, and the shockwave from the shockwave made it impossible for him to move. He couldn't imagine what kind of battle was taking place underground. He had seen Lemeters from the Umbral Butterfly clan fight before, but it wasn't as terrifying as this. The black-cloaked man's physical body was abnormally strong, but this punch still shocked him, and he even felt like he had seen a ghost. He had been forced back. Luin stood in place, unmoving, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. It seemed that this person couldn't force his body to its limits. During the ported battles, Luin had tried to use powerhouses to force his body to its limits multiple times, but he had never succeeded. The ported battles were more focused on battle results, and most opponents would use other methods to attack him as soon as they realized how terrifying his physical body was. Very few people were willing to fight a battle of attrition, and Lu Yin's physical body had yet to be seriously injured. Only his internal organs had been crushed by his opponents many times. "You're from the Neo-Human Alliance," Lu Yin probed. The black-clothed man stared at Lu Yin with his scarlet eyes, and his killing intent surged when he heard this. He charged forward and swept out with his leg again, the force of his kick causing the void to distort and another crack to appear. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, as he no longer had any interest in fighting. The day-night woman outside the swamp had already appeared beside the giant emperor, and it seemed like she wanted to secretly do something. Lu Yin opened his right palm. First, 8 stars sparkled, and then a 9th star appeared, forming a perfect constellation. He then struck out at the black-clothed man, but this attack was completely different from the previous ones. If the serious palm with 8 stars was considered a Melder's attack, then the 9th star had already broken through the Melder realm. It was an attack from a Lameter freak. The black-clothed man was struck by Lu Yin's palm. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood as his sturdy muscles were torn apart. His entire body seemed to be on the verge of disintegrating as he crashed into the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood as his scarlet eyes dimmed. He had been severely injured. Lu Yin walked over to the man's side, wondering if he should kill him. Corpse kings were not considered humans, and not only did they possess terrifying physical bodies, but they could also devour natural crystals to obtain their innate gifts, allowing them to walk a different path of evolution. They were abnormally powerful, and the 10 Arbiters' Council had once announced that anyone who killed a member of the Neo-Human Alliance would be rewarded with great glory. Glory rewards were very important, as they could provide a certain amount of help anywhere in the universe. However, this reward was not important to Lu Yin because he was a lockbreaker, so it was not inferior to glory rewards. Still, from a human's perspective, he should deal with this corpse king. He crouched down and took out the man's cosmic ring, using his blood to open it. Aside from a few hundred star crystals and a bunch of black crystals that emitted a cold aura, there was also a pile of items that Lu Yin did not recognize. One of the items in particular caught his attention. It was a ring with a black border and a gray-silver hollow. The interior was engraved with flying wings and a sword, surrounded by 10 shadows. This was the Outerverse Youth Council's authority ring. The 10 Arbiters Council's authority ring had a black border and a gray-silver hollow, while the Outerverse Youth Council's authority ring had a black border and a gray-silver hollow. This corpse king had actually joined the Outerverse Youth Council? How ironic. Had no one discovered it? Aside from this ring, Lu Yin also saw something familiar. It was a scarlet vertical eye that was exactly the same as the one he had obtained from Silver. As expected, he was from the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin sighed and glanced at the man's gadget. At the bottom of the gadget was a familiar name, Puyu. Go to the umbral butterfly weave and retrieve the giant emperor's third eye, Puyu. This was the order that the black-clothed man had received. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw this order. This person was actually Puyu's subordinate, which meant that Puyu was also from the Neo-Human Alliance. No, that shouldn't be the case. If Puyu was a member of the Neo-Human Alliance, then he would not have given Lu Yin a mission so brazenly, nor would he have accepted Lu Yin. It was meaningless, as there was no need for 2 members of the same organization to be together. In other words, if this person really was Puyu's subordinate, then there was only one possibility: Puyu did not know Lu Yin's true identity. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Puyu was the person behind Baser. Baser had humiliated Lu Yin in the past, so it was very likely that he had been acting on Puyu's orders. This person would become Lu Yin's greatest enemy, and since that was the case, Lu Yin could not kill him. If he allowed this Neo-Human Alliance corpse king to continue following Puyu, then Lu Yin had no idea what the future would be like. A dignified member of the Outerverse Youth Council had recruited a Neo-Human Alliance corpse king. He hoped that Puyu would like this gift. Lu Yin's lips curled up. He was not in a hurry to go up, as he did not even know where the giant emperor's third eye was. If he did not know, then this corpse king and Shude Knight might very well know. This was also the reason why he had allowed Shude Knight to approach the giant emperor. Above the swamp, Day Knight observed the giant emperor for a while before finally stabbing her sword into the back of its head. She pulled out a white crescent-shaped crystal, scanned the ground, and then rushed off into the distance. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly rushed out with flash towards Day Knight. When Day Knight saw Lu Yin appear, she frowned and tried to escape at top speed. However, she was much slower than Lu Yin. In theory, there was no limit to Lu Yin's flash. Back then, the Sandmaster had used flash to tear through the void, so he quickly caught up to Day Knight. Day Knight swung her longsword at Lu Yin. Her first attack was the white void sword. Lu Yin did not hold back, and his battle force enveloped his palm as he slapped the blade of the sword. Day Knight was pushed back, and her internal organs were shaken. She had already been injured by the black-clothed man, and now that she had been struck by his battle force, she spat out a mouthful of blood and took several steps back. Her face was pale. Lu Yin stood in front of her and stretched out a hand. "Give it to me." Day Knight's gaze was cold, and there was a hint of helplessness in her voice. "This thing is useless to you, but I can pay a price for it. You must be lacking star crystals." "Very much, but this thing is useful to me. Give it to me." Lu Yin's tone was much colder. Day Knight gritted her teeth, and her eyes flickered. She helplessly took out the white crystal and tossed it to Lu Yin before turning to leave. "Wait," Lu Yin called out, but he still blocked her path. Day Knight stared at Lu Yin and asked coldly, "What else do you want?" Lu Yin picked up the white crystal. "What's the use of this thing?" Day Knight's eyes narrowed. "I don't know." Lu Yin sneered. "You don't know? Your Day Knight clan traveled an endless distance from the Innerverse to Umbral Butterfly Weave just for this thing, and you're telling me that you don't know? I don't like it when people lie to me." Day Knight gripped her sword tightly and muttered to herself for a moment. She then said, "This is the Giant Emperor's third eye. The giants on this planet don't have any intelligence, but the Giant Emperor used this eye to awaken intelligence. The elders of my clan told me to bring it back for research. Perhaps we can discover the origin of human intelligence." Lu Yin frowned. He didn't believe her, but it did make sense. Humans had spent countless years researching the origin of their intelligence. Why did they think? Why did they create? All of these questions troubled humanity, and there was nothing wrong with saying that it was for research. Lu Yin thought about it and then let Day Knight leave. Old Kai wanted this thing anyway, and he didn't intend to ask too much about its use. Besides, he couldn't force a confession out of her. She was a member of the Day Knight clan, and although he didn't like them, he had to admit that they were powerful. In outer space, in the monitoring room, the images of the various trial takers were mostly normal. However, the images of the top batch of trial takers in the swamp had been cut off. When everyone could see clearly again, they discovered that the Giant Emperor was already dead, and the killer was still unknown. The other trial takers all claimed responsibility for the Giant Emperor's death, but no one could prove it. In the end, the trial in Megastar Weave ended, and everyone failed. The one with the best results was actually Amu, as he was the one who had provided the Giant Emperor's whereabouts. Amu had never dreamed that he would achieve the highest results. He had only wanted to muddle through, but now, it felt like a dream. He glanced at the calm Lu Yin beside him, and his eyes filled with adoration. "Seventh bro, let's be friends." Lu Yin was speechless, and he patted Amu's shoulder. "Live well. We'll meet again in the future." Amu nodded. Not long after, the two returned to the spacecraft. Lu Yin didn't say much to Amu, and he simply piloted the Aurora and left. He was also afraid of being discovered by the Weave's trial watchers. Although they wouldn't do anything to him, it would still be quite troublesome. After all, he had messed up the Weave's trial and had even extorted quite a few people. He now had more than 5,000 star crystals in his cosmic ring, all of which he had obtained through extortion. Unfortunately, he still didn't have enough star crystals, and he didn't feel safe until he had 10,000 star crystals. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss if he rolled possession, which was why he hadn't rolled his die yet. It had been almost 2 months since he left Frostwave Weave, and 3 months since he left Astral 10. It was time to return. He had gained quite a bit from this trip. Not only had he become a 1-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, But he had also vaguely activated his ninth star and found a backer in the trial zones in Sharon. Luin was looking forward to seeing Karen's expression when he saw him. Amu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Yin's aurora leave. He took out an irregular object that emitted a faint green glow from his cosmic ring. This was something that the giant emperor had taken from the center of the giant tribe. The ant colony had been searching for the giant emperor for this item, and Amu had obtained it without Luin knowing. This thing is useful to me. Seventh bro, I'm sorry, but I can't give it to you. Amu swallowed the item in his hand, and a trace of ambition flashed in his eyes as he roared inwardly, Shadow Butterfly Clan. No one knew how big the universe was. The so-called innerverse and outerverse were just places that humans had explored, and the same was true for the 4 great astral fields. As for how big the universe was outside of the 4 great astral fields, humans were still unable to determine. Thank you for your tip, Brother Endless Rotation. Next chapter will be released at 2 p.m. on the 17th. Thank you again, and I wish all of you a happy new year. Luin discovered that it was much faster to simulate the stars in the universe, and the 9th star could already be formed. He only needed to spend a little more time to stabilize it. It would take about a month for him to return to Astral 10. He didn't know how Astral 10 students were doing, but it would be about 4 months by the time he returned. They should have made great progress, and perhaps some of them had already entered the trial zones. When he thought about the trial zones, Luin rejoiced in their misfortune. Even a student leader like himself was in such a miserable state, so those people should be even worse off. Less than 2 days later, Luin was circulating the Sirius when the spacecraft sounded an alarm. Alert, a spacecraft is blocking the way ahead. Alert, a spacecraft is blocking the way ahead. Luin looked over and saw a warship. His heart sank, he had seen the terror of a warship before. It could destroy a planet with a single strike and even kill an explorer. Generally speaking, warships were the strategic weapons of some large organizations, so why would one appear here? And why was it blocking his path? A voice came from the spacecraft, the other party wanted to talk to him. Luin frowned and pressed a button. Give me the giant emperor's third eye, a cold female voice rang out. Luin was furious, this was the voice of the woman from the Day-Night clan. She was the one who had piloted the warship. Day-Night, don't you think that using a warship to threaten me is too despicable? Luin growled. I'll say it again. Give me the giant emperor's third eye, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll be reduced to dust in the universe, Day-Night said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, Luin felt a sense of danger from the warship. He had been targeted, and if he didn't agree, the next attack could really destroy him. Luin was helpless. Day-Night, can you afford to offend a lockbreaker who has no enmity with you? Lockbreaker? Day-Night was shocked. You're a lockbreaker? Luin smiled. That's right. Not only am I a lockbreaker, but I'm also a 1-star discerning junior lockbreaker. If you kill me, the Lockbreaker Society will not let you off. On the warship, Day-Night fell silent while the soldiers around her were all stunned. They were soldiers from an empire in a nearby weave, and they had only lent the warship to the Day-Night clan. They had thought that it would be a small matter, but they had never expected this woman to want to deal with an Astral 10 student. Although they were afraid, they weren't too afraid, and the Day-Night clan would bear the brunt of the consequences. However, they had never imagined that this woman would be a lockbreaker. They were lockbreakers, treasures of the human race. To put it bluntly, a lockbreaker represented the extent to which humanity had explored the universe. No one dared to kill a lockbreaker, especially one who had made contributions to the universe. There weren't many people like that in the entire universe, and killing one would be the end of their empire. They were certain that the other party was recording a video. This matter could not be hidden from the Speaker's Society. Confirm your identity. Day-Night was unwilling to give up. Luin smiled. The Lockbreaker network was open to the public, and those who weren't lockbreakers could view it as tourists. They could also send messages to other lockbreakers. Luin used the Lockbreaker network to send a message to Day-Night so that she would completely give up. Alright, let me go. This farce should end. Soon, Luin said casually. Day-Night clenched her fists and growled, impossible. Give me the giant emperor's third eye, or you'll be buried in space. Luin raised his brows. Are you crazy? You're trying to kill a lockbreaker. Being a lockbreaker won't protect you. San, I'm a member of the Day-Night clan. The Lockbreaker Society won't cause trouble for my clan for a mere one-star discerning junior lockbreaker like you, Shui Day-Night said coldly. Is that so? If they won't cause trouble for the Day-Night clan, then what about the owner of this warship? Can he withstand the Lockbreaker Society's retaliation? Don't tell me that you're controlling such a large warship by yourself. Shui Day-Night narrowed her eyes and looked to the side. There was a middle-aged man in military uniform with a gloomy expression. The man shook his head when he saw Shui Day-Night look over. Shui Day-Night felt helpless, as Luin was right. The Day-Night clan was not afraid of the Lockbreaker Society, as Shui Day-Night was just a discerning junior lockbreaker. However, this person was different. No power in the Outerverse could withstand the Lockbreaker Society's retaliation. Once a lockbreaker was killed, the Lockbreaker Society would definitely pursue the matter to the end. They would not downplay the fact that a lockbreaker had been murdered. If they did, then the lockbreaker's protection would be gone. Even the Day-Night clan would have to pay a considerable price to appease this matter, and this price was much heavier than the giant emperor's third eye. Shui Day-Night could not afford it. There was a moment of silence. Luin was certain that Shui Day-Night would not dare to make a move. No matter how important the giant emperor's third eye was, it could not compare to the price of appeasing the Lockbreaker Society's wrath. He was not in a hurry, and he could wait. However, this matter was a wake-up call for him. He was powerful, but he was only a melder. He had not become an explorer, so he could not explore the universe. Once he did, even a spoiled brat would be able to use all sorts of methods to destroy him. Shui Day-Night was one such example. She had clearly left the giant planet after Luin, but she had been one step ahead of him with her warship. The reason for this was because his ship was too slow and had not been upgraded, which made his life in danger. There was still a gap between an Aurora and a normal spacecraft that had not been upgraded. Luin secretly made up his mind to upgrade his ship as soon as he left the planet and increase its speed as much as possible. This sort of thing could not happen again. Not everyone was afraid of the Lockbreaker Society, and there were many madmen in this universe. He did not want to risk his life. You're really short on money, aren't you? Shui Day-Night asked. Luin rolled his eyes. You already said that on the giant planet. I won't sell it. You can keep the third eye, but I want to make a deal with you. Luin was surprised. What kind of deal? I have 50,000 star crystals on me in exchange for your help once. At any time, at any place, as long as I need you to lockbreak for me, Shui Day-Night said calmly. Luin sneered. Woman, are you crazy? 50,000 star crystals is enough to hire the most ordinary discerning junior lockbreaker, but that's not possible at any time or place. Even 100,000 star crystals is impossible. Lockbreakers are not your retainers, and you can summon them as you wish. Then let's just wait. I won't kill you, but I can delay you for a year, 2 years, or even 3 years. I remember that the Astral Combat Academy has an Astral Combat tournament. I don't know if you can last until then, Shui Day-Night said coldly. Luin was furious. I'll report this to the Lockbreaker Society and ask them to step in. It doesn't matter. There are elders from my Day-Night clan in the Lockbreaker Society, and their status is much higher than yours. As long as they don't kill you, it won't be difficult to suppress this matter. Luin was helpless. I can agree to your deal, but I have my own conditions. Speak. Shui Day-Night's tone was filled with anticipation. You have to tell me half a year in advance. 1 month at most. Impossible. 5 months. 2 months. The universe is so vast. It might take 2 months to get there. How about 4 months? Shui Day-Night fell silent for a moment. 3 months. That's all. If you say anything else, then we'll just wait. Luin agreed. Fine, 3 months it is. But let me say this first, I won't go to any danger zones that are beyond my abilities. You're stronger than me. If I can go, then you can go, Shui Day-Night said indifferently before ending the call. Luine felt sullen. He had been threatened for no reason, and now he owed her a promise. Although he had received 50,000 star crystals, he would rather not have them. A promise from the Day-Night clan was not that easy to repay. Within the warship, Day-Night looked at Lu Yin's profile on the Lockbreaker network with a look of amazement. This person was a genius who had succeeded in his first lockbreaking attempt. It hadn't even been a month since his certification, and he had never come into contact with lockbreaking before. He was definitely a genius, and his value far exceeded that of the Giant Emperor's third eye. Luine quickly received the 50,000 star crystals that Day-Night had gifted him. For the first time, he realized that accepting money could be a pain in the ass. Luine gritted his teeth as he watched the warship move aside. Women, it was a small world. See you next time. As the Aurora spacecraft disappeared into the darkness of the universe, Day-Night's cold eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Ever since Earth's trial had begun, Luine had rarely been suppressed by anyone. Even when others had suppressed him, it had been because of their strength. Day-Night was weaker than him, but she had still made him feel extremely sullen. This was a rare feeling, and he had only experienced it once when he had first arrived on Earth. In the end, it was because the spacecraft was not fast enough. Otherwise, Day-Night would not have been able to catch up to him. Turn on the energy converter, Luine ordered. Very quickly, a silver vortex half a meter wide appeared behind Lu Yin's seat. This was the energy converter. The Aurora spacecraft relied purely on its energy components to maintain its power and jump through space. Any other spacecraft that wanted to upgrade would have to be modified, but the Aurora spacecraft could absorb rare metals and convert them into the spacecraft's own structure. This was the foundation of the Aurora Corporation's fame throughout the universe. No one knew how this converter worked, not even the technicians in the Aurora spacecraft. This device came from ancient times, and it was something that the Aurora Corporation had obtained by chance. They had only been propagators, not creators. Even so, they had relied on this device to become a colossus that could rival the Mavis Bank. Luine tossed all sorts of materials that he recognized and did not recognize into the converter, including the gray metal that he had obtained from lockbreaking. Rather than upgrading the spacecraft, it was more like he was venting. These metals disappeared without a trace after entering the converter. It was as if they had been tossed into space through the spacecraft. Luine was puzzled when the spacecraft suddenly stopped moving. It floated motionlessly in space, and only the words, "converting metals," appeared on the control panel. Luine was speechless. He had forgotten that the spacecraft would need to stop moving if there were too many metals or if they were too rare. His other metals were fine, but the gray metal that he had obtained from lockbreaking might be a little rare. After all, it had been obtained through lockbreaking and had been eroded by the passage of time. Thank you for your gift, Brother Endless Rotation. Here's the third update. Thank you. The metal was being converted, but he didn't know how long the spacecraft would stay there. Was he supposed to just float around like this? That would be very dangerous, as all sorts of disasters could occur in the universe at any time. Just like a black hole, who knew when it would appear? It might even appear right next to him. Day-Night was the closest person to him, so how could he let her save him? He couldn't afford to lose face like that. Just as Luine was feeling melancholy, a luxurious spacecraft appeared in the distance. It was called luxurious because the surface of the spacecraft was coated with a layer of a rare metal called polarium. This material was easy to recognize as it was one of the main materials used to make universal armor, and it was very expensive. Without becoming an explorer, one wouldn't be able to roam the heavens freely unless they wore universal armor. This armor allowed ordinary people to move freely in space, and although it was very expensive, it wasn't very necessary. Ordinary people didn't need to roam the heavens freely, which was why universal armor was very rare. Only large spacecraft were equipped with them. Polarium wasn't just a material used for manufacturing, but it was also used for maintenance. This was the first time Luine had seen someone apply it to a spacecraft. This was a large spacecraft, and who knew how much polarium had been used to repair it? As the spacecraft approached, Luine immediately sent out a distress signal and explained that he was a student of Astral 10. Normally, unless he was an enemy, anyone would be willing to help him. This kind of help was as easy as lifting a finger, and he could easily gain the friendship of an Astral Combat Academy student. In the command room of the luxurious spacecraft, the operator looked up. Aurora's personal spacecraft is requesting assistance. Spacecraft is decomposing metal and requesting entry. Identity? The middle-aged captain asked. Student of Astral 10. His name is Luin. The captain was shocked. A student of Astral 10? Have him wait for a moment. He then left the command room. There was a completely transparent lounge on the top floor of the spacecraft, and it felt as if one was traveling through space. All sorts of projections and murals flickered all around, making one feel as if they were inside. At this moment, the middle-aged captain was reporting his request for assistance. In front of him, a graceful figure had her back to him. Her red lips took a sip of fruit juice as she spoke in an alluring voice. Yes, let him enter. Yes, madam, the captain replied respectfully and slowly retreated. What Luin didn't know was that the luxurious spacecraft that he had bumped into belonged to the Nayland family. The Nayland family was publicly recognized as the wealthiest family in the outerverse, and their businesses spanned dozens of weaves. If the Mavis Bank and the Aurora Spacecraft Company were considered as the universe's wealthiest families, then the Nayland family was the outerverse's wealthiest family. The Nayland family was a legendary family, and they had become one of the wealthiest families in the outerverse in just a few thousand years. However, they had not only been blessed with fortune, but also a terrifying curse. Over the past few thousand years, the number of Nayland family members had gradually dwindled due to the curse. The last member of the family had been the head of the Nayland family, Nayland June. Unfortunately, he had died on the day of his marriage to a woman, and that woman had become the official head of the Nayland family. The woman was Madame Nayland. She was beautiful and sexy, and she was known as the richest widow in the outerverse. Lu Yin's Aurora entered the luxurious spacecraft while the captain personally led him to the guest room. After all, he was a student of Astral 10 and should be treated with respect. Furthermore, the Nayland family was never arrogant, this was an ironclad rule. Mr. Lu, what would you like to eat? I'll get someone to prepare it, the captain asked with a smile. His tone was respectful, but not overly humble. Luin was grateful. Anything is fine. Thank you for letting me in. Otherwise, I don't know how long the spacecraft would have been parked. The captain smiled. Unless it's upgraded, the Aurora will only take a day to decompose the metal. You should be able to operate normally after that. Luin hurriedly asked, may I know where you're from? If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay your kindness. The captain smiled. It's just a small matter, Mr. Lu. We're from the Nayland family. The Nayland family? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had heard of this family before, they were the wealthiest in the outerverse. He hadn't expected to run into them. Thank you again, Captain. I'll remember the Nayland family's kindness. The middle-aged captain quickly left and ordered his men to deliver food and drinks to Luin. Luin had only heard of some of the food before, but he had never seen it before. For example, there was caviar that glowed with a faint white light and had a refreshing floral fragrance. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, this should be the famous Endless Weave's whitefish caviar from Planet Ran Jupiter. There was also a piece of food that looked like dried tofu that constantly flickered. It was probably made from an ingredient called the jumping bean that could hide in the void and was quite difficult to catch. There was also a cup of colorful drink with a faint flow of energy. Luin had heard of this drink before, it came from the innerverse. There was also a plate of steak that glowed with a faint golden light. Was this the meat of an astral beast? Luin only recognized a few of the dishes on the table. He didn't recognize any of the others, but he knew that they weren't simple. Every dish here was worth dozens of star crystals because the ingredients were rare. Each dish was worth dozens of star crystals, and Luin was stunned. The entire table was worth hundreds of star crystals, which would be worth hundreds of millions of cosmic dollars. Of course, this wasn't how it was calculated. Cosmic dollars were the currency used by ordinary people, and cultivators rarely used them as a unit of payment because the amount was too large. Generally speaking, powerful organizations used star crystals as their payment method. For many, star crystals were easy to obtain, such as the Nayland family. It was rumored that they controlled a lot of star crystal mines, but cosmic dollars were difficult to use for them. When Luine had first seen the Mavis Bank, he had been shocked by how they hung cosmic dollars on trees and let the wind blow. Anyone who picked them up could keep them. At the time, he had been shocked by the Mavis Bank's wealth, but as time passed, such a scene no longer shocked him. In the eyes of the Mavis Bank, cosmic dollars were just paper. That's right, they were just paper, nothing more. Thus, only red and blue Mavis Bank crystal cards could be used for payment. Black and above were used for star crystals, and their main business was still star crystals. Perhaps to these large organizations that used star crystals as payment, cosmic dollars were a product of inflation that had been inflated countless times. It was an alternative economic structure. Luine didn't stand on ceremony when faced with a table full of delicacies. He didn't care about his image as he ate and drank to his heart's content. It was free anyway, and to the Nayland family, these dishes were just common home fare. In a lounge on the top floor, Madame Nayland smiled and looked around. What an interesting kid. Have you investigated his background? A young girl walked out from behind her and respectfully answered, yes. Luine is King Xianxia of the Frostwave Weave's Great Yu Empire. He joined Astral 10 after passing the assessment and is now the leader of Astral 10. The leader? Madame Nayland was shocked as she looked at the youth on the screen. He's only been in Astral 10 for half a year, and he's already become the leader in less than a year. What's his background? The young girl shook her head. I haven't found anything yet. His history in the Great Yu Empire is a blank. Madame Nayland was shocked. Continue. Madam, there's one more piece of information. He's a 1-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, and it took him less than a month to complete his lockbreaking, the young girl said solemnly. Madame Nayland suddenly turned around, her eyes bright like the stars as a smile appeared on her beautiful face. A genius and a lockbreaker with contributions. It looks like I'll have to chat more with this young guest. Luine didn't know that his identity had been thoroughly investigated from the moment he had boarded the ship. Even his identity as a lockbreaker had been discovered. The Nayland family was involved in many different industries. Not only were there regular merchants who relied on the family for survival, but there were also many weave powers, empires, assassins, mercenaries, and even lockbreakers. It was very easy to investigate everything about Luine. It didn't take long for Luine to finish his meal. He was full, and the table was completely clean. He felt a little embarrassed, but who cares? He could leave in a day anyway. Now that he was full, it was time to take a walk. Luine walked out of the guest room and into the hallway. After some thought, he took out the giant emperor's third eye, which was the white crescent-shaped crystal. He held it in his hand and carefully examined it. Shuadanite and Puyu both wanted it, so what was the use of this thing? Old Kai wouldn't have sent him to the umbral butterfly weave for no reason, so there had to be a reason. He held the giant emperor's third eye, and although he couldn't find any use for it, Luine discovered that he could see the universe a little more clearly. It was like lifting a veil. It wasn't obvious, but it was definitely clear. He thought about it for a moment, and then star energy surged from his palm and was absorbed by the giant emperor's third eye. In an instant, his vision became much clearer, and he could even see the drifting star energy in the universe. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Was this for real? He could actually see star energy, something that could only be seen by using the serious art. Now, with the help of the giant emperor's third eye, he was able to do so as well. It was too miraculous. At that moment, Madame Nayland walked out from the corner of the hallway. Luine turned around, and his eyes flashed. The moment he saw Madame Nayland, he was stunned. This woman had a mature charm that others couldn't compare to, and she also had a fresh and beautiful appearance. The stark contrast of her beauty caused Luine to fall into a daze. At the same time, he also saw a layer of gray substance around Madame Nayland's body. Luine retracted his star energy and put away the giant emperor's third eye. Everything in front of him returned to normal, and it was as if the lights had brightened a little. Madame Nayland's appearance had also become clearer. It had to be said that this woman was extremely attractive to a man of Lu Yin's age. Regardless of her appearance, her aura alone was enough to make other women pale in comparison. Even Bai Shui's beauty couldn't compare to her mature beauty. She was like a peach, fresh and tender. Any man would want to take a bite out of her. Hello, Madame Naylan. Luin had only been dazed for a moment, but he quickly recovered. The woman smiled. How did you know that I was Madame Naylan, Student Lu? Luin smiled. With such an aura, if you're not Madame Naylan, then I don't know who else in the universe is more qualified to be Madame Naylan. Madame Naylan laughed, and her bright eyes stared at Luin. She clearly wasn't wearing any makeup, but her appearance was captivating. She didn't try to flirt, but she still gave off an incomparably enchanting vibe. Her snow-white skin was exposed, and her skin was as smooth as ice. She had an intoxicating fragrance as she slowly approached Luin. This woman was a seductress. Welcome to the Naylan family, Student Lu. Madame Naylan stopped a meter away from Luin. Her position allowed Luin to clearly see her graceful figure and her hair-raising curves. She wasn't trying to seduce Luin, and her actions were very normal. However, every step she took was a test for Luin. If Myra's charm was shown through her appearance and actions, then this woman's charm was completely natural. No, it should be said that she was naturally seductive. Luin reined in his thoughts. He was a man, and a hot-blooded one at that. He could not handle this seductress, so he hurriedly asked, "May I know who gave you the pendant around your neck?" Madame Naylan was flabbergasted by his sudden question. She smiled and said, "My best friend." Luin nodded. "It seems like your best friend isn't very friendly towards you." Madame Naylan's eyes flashed, and she was puzzled. "Why do you say that?" Luin muttered to himself. "Actually, I don't want to hide it from you. I'm a lockbreaker, and I can see things that normal people cannot." He then waved his hand. "Madam, my stomach hurts, so I'll be leaving first. See you later." He then quickly left. He really could not stand this seductress. She had only taken 2 steps, but he could not control himself. This woman seemed to be a widow, so could her husband have been seduced to death by her? That was very likely the case. Madame Naylan did not mind Lu Yin's departure, and she pulled the pendant off her neck. Her gaze was so cold that it seemed like it could freeze the entire universe. It was hard to imagine that a woman who had never cultivated would have such a cold gaze. "Go investigate. I want to know what's on this pendant." A young girl appeared behind her and respectfully accepted the pendant. "Yes." Madame Naylan would not believe Lu Yin's words, but there was no harm in investigating. Besides, what Luin had said was not impossible. At that moment, Luin returned to his lounge and immediately contacted Old Kai. The frost wave weave was not too far from the umbral butterfly weave, so he could contact Old Kai through his gadget. "What is it?" Old Kai's impatient voice sounded. "Old Kai, I obtained the giant emperor's third eye," Luin said. "So what? Do you want to show off?" Old Kai was unhappy. Luin replied, "I want to know what the third eye is used for." Old Kai was surprised. "You still haven't found its use? You're so useless. I don't understand how you managed to unlock it. You know that I've become a lockbreaker?" "Nonsense, how could the teachers not know about their students?" "That's right, this mission won't be easy, right? There should be quite a few people competing with you for the giant emperor's third eye, right?" Old Kai laughed strangely. Luin replied, "That's not the case. Nobody's fighting over it. That's impossible. News of the umbral butterfly weave's trial being held on a giant planet will definitely attract a lot of attention. Those people definitely won't waste the giant emperor's third eye, so there should be quite a few Melder geniuses competing for it," Old Kai reasoned. "There are, but there are only 2 of them. One is from the Day-Night clan, and the other is from the Outerverse Youth Council," Luin said. He did not mention anything about the Neo-Human Alliance, as Puyu had a Corpse King by his side. That Corpse King would be Lu Yin's bargaining chip in the future. Old Kai replied, "That makes sense. So it was the Outerverse Youth Council that interfered. No wonder no one dared to fight for it. It's not bad that you managed to snatch the third eye from the Outerverse Youth Council, haha. You still haven't told me what it's for." "Idiot. Have you ever heard of a lockbreaking tool?" Old Kai barked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he excitedly asked, "Are you saying that the giant emperor's third eye is a lockbreaking tool?" "Of course. You can see something different by injecting star energy into it. If it's not a lock-breaking tool, then what is it? Alright, I still have other things to do. Old Kai then hung up. Lu Ying excitedly looked at the giant emperor's third eye. He had already guessed this when he had first used it to see star energy, and now, it had been confirmed. This eye was just like Master Wuxing's two leaves, and it could help lockbreakers. It was priceless, and it was no wonder why both the Day-Night Clan and the Outerverse Council wanted to obtain it. Half an hour later, a young girl walked out of a lounge on the top floor and respectfully said, Master Su has found the other accessories that Madame Liv gave you. One of them contains a substance that is harmful to you. This substance will make you tired and will gradually blind you. Madame Naelin's gaze turned cold. How long has it been? 3 years. Master Su said that this substance is very faint, and it will take at least 10 years for it to take effect. Even if he did not specifically check it, he would not have been able to tell. He formally apologizes to you. Also, Master Su would like to meet the young lockbreaker who was able to detect the problem with a single glance. Tell Master Su that there's no need to worry. Also, that young lockbreaker has already left. The young girl nodded. Madame Naelin clenched her fists. You slut, you actually dared to make a move against me. You've been quite cautious for the past 10 years. This time, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. The day quickly passed, and Lu Ying did not see Madame Naelin again. Someone had only asked him if he had any urgent matters to attend to when they were delivering food, to which Lu Ying casually replied that he didn't. His eyes were already attracted by the luxurious feast, which was several times more than the previous one. The quality of the food was also clearly several times better, and Lu Ying felt hungry just by looking at it. After eating, he went to find the middle-aged captain and asked about the spacecraft's progress. The captain smiled. Mr. Liu, your spacecraft still needs 7 days to complete its upgrade. 7 days? Upgrade? Lu Ying was shocked. The amount of metal that he had thrown in was not enough to upgrade the spacecraft. This is our madame's reward for you. You can ask her in person, the captain said politely. Reward? It seemed like Madame Naelin had confirmed that there was something wrong with the pendant. She was really rich, and her reward was actually an upgrade of the spacecraft. Lu Ying knew that upgrading an Aurora from a basic grade to a radiant grade would require a huge amount of materials. Correspondingly, the upgrade of the spacecraft's performance would be terrifying as well. There was a tenfold difference, and this was the performance of a radiant-grade Aurora. Its speed was 10 times that of a normal spacecraft. What did 10 times mean? It had taken him more than a month to fly from Frostwave Weave to Umbral Butterfly Weave, but with an upgraded spacecraft, it would only take him a few days. This was a tenfold difference. He had originally thought that he would have to wait for a long time before upgrading his Aurora, but he had not expected Madame Naelin to do it so quickly. All he had to do was say a few words. It was no wonder that lockbreakers had such a high status and could see things that normal people could not. If Lu Ying had not been a lockbreaker and had only been a student of Astral 10, even if he was the student leader, Madame Naelin might not have been willing to meet him. Lu Ying was beginning to realize how high a lockbreaker's status was, and he had made the right move. Lu Ying straightened his clothes, as he wanted to thank Madame Naelin. Although she was quite seductive, he still had to pay his respects. Before Lu Ying could find his way, someone led him to a lounge on the top floor. It was transparent, and he could almost touch the stars if he reached out. In front of him was a smiling Madame Naelin. Compared to the day before, Madame Naelin was wearing more clothes, which covered her graceful figure. Although she was still very seductive, Lu Ying could finally relax. Madame Naelin, your gift is too valuable. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to repay it, Lu Ying said with a bitter smile. Madame Naelin smiled and gestured for him to sit. Have a seat. Lu Ying nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He sat across from Madame Naelin, and just like the day before, they were less than a meter apart. He could smell the alluring fragrance of Madame Naelin's body. Student Liu, you've saved me. Upgrading your spacecraft is not enough to fully express my sincerity, Madame Naelin said solemnly. Although she was still smiling, Lu Ying could tell that there was a trace of sincerity in her smile. The Naelin family had started out as a merchant family, and all merchants were evil. No matter what this woman had been like in the past, the fact that she had been able to maintain the Nayland family's wealth meant that she had done well in the business circle. She had subconsciously put on a veil of hypocrisy. If a merchant wanted to succeed, they had to treat others with sincerity. Hypocrisy was used to guard against despicable people. Unfortunately, there were too many despicable people, and Madame Nayland had always treated people differently. However, at this moment, her veil of hypocrisy seemed to have become thinner in front of Luine. The value of a gift depends on the recipient. For me, upgrading my spacecraft is already very precious, Luine said seriously. Madame Nayland covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes turning into crescents that were bright and clear. Student Liu, do you speak so seriously to everyone? Luine was stunned and then smiled awkwardly. He had gone overboard. He had actually wanted to treat this temptress with a serious attitude so that he wouldn't be bewitched, but going too far was just as bad as falling short. Madame Nayland laughed again and personally poured a drink for Luine. Luine accepted it, thank you. Madame Nayland looked at Luine and smiled, actually, I want to apologize to you. Luine was sipping his drink when he heard this and looked over in confusion, what are you sorry for? I investigated you, Madame Nayland said honestly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he continued to sip his drink without saying anything. Madame Nayland stared at Luine with a resplendent look in her eyes. In just half a year, you went from being an ordinary sentinel from a fringe weave of the Outerverse to becoming the leader of Astral 10. You even became a lockbreaker and achieved a 1-star academy. Student Liu, your experience is very unique. Luine put down his drink and looked at Madame Nayland, his voice low, I don't like people investigating me. Madame Nayland smiled but didn't say anything. But since I boarded your ship, there's nothing wrong with you investigating me, Luine said in a different tone. Madame Nayland's lips curled up beautifully, even so, I was in the wrong first, and I'm willing to make up for it. Luine shook his head and said, Madame Nayland, you're too polite. You've already helped me upgrade my spacecraft, so there's no need for you to do anything else. Including the Astral Combat Tournament? Madame Nayland tempted. Luine was surprised, the Astral Combat Tournament? This year's Astral Combat Tournament is different from the previous ones. The defeat at the Astral Domain's border war has angered some people, and in order to regain their confidence, they decided to announce the tournament to the entire universe. However, no matter how high some people's status is, they can't decide everything in the universe with a single word. Madame Nayland poured herself a glass of juice and took a sip. She licked her red lips and continued, generally speaking, a gadget can connect to several weaves, but once the distance exceeds 10 weaves, it will become very difficult to connect. Only a special gadget can do that. This year's Astral Combat Tournament requires a connection to the entire universe, and it won't work without money. Thus, my Nayland family has become one of the sponsors of this tournament. Luine raised his brows. There were actually sponsors? It seemed like the Astral Combat Academy wasn't rotten after all. Student Liu, as the leader of Astral 10, you must be participating in the Astral Combat Tournament. Do you want to know what rewards the Nayland family has prepared for the tournament? Madame Nayland tempted him. Luine smiled. No need. No matter what the rewards are, they'll be mine if I win, and I won't get any if I lose. Madame Nayland smiled. The reward we've prepared is very suitable for you. Luine was puzzled. Madame Nayland raised a finger. A source box that has no offensive properties and is suitable for perceptive intermediate lockbreaking. Luine was shocked. What a generous reward. There were many source boxes that were suitable for perceptive intermediate lockbreaking, but those that had no offensive properties were precious. For example, the source box that he had unlocked before had given him 1-star contribution points. If he became a perceptive intermediate and obtained such a source box, he would immediately become a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. It was no wonder why she had said that it was suitable for him. It was not suitable for him, but rather for all lockbreakers. As expected of one of the wealthiest families in the Outerverse. They're so generous, Luine exclaimed. Madame Nayland smiled. It's nothing. It's just a collection. My Nayland family often has dealings with the Innerverse Sword Sect. Student Liu, the compensation I mentioned was to reveal some information about the Sword Sect to you. What does the sword sect have to do with me? Luin was puzzled. Student Lu, don't you want to become the champion of the astral combat tournament? Madame Nayland smiled. Luin laughed. Madam, do you think that I can defeat those freakish geniuses and become the champion? The universe is full of unknowns, which is why it's so challenging, isn't it? There's no harm in knowing more. Who knows, you might even encounter them. Madame Nayland smiled. Luin nodded. I'm all ears. Madame Nayland smiled. There are countless geniuses in the sword sect, but there are only 2 who can be called the champion of the younger generation. One of them became one of the 10 arbiters and stands above all others, while the other is cultivating in seclusion. However, I'm guessing that he'll join one of the academies because of the astral combat tournament. He's definitely one of your opponents. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. There's someone from the sword sect among the 10 arbiters? Madame Nayland replied, it's not appropriate for me to mention the names of the 10 arbiters. This is a rule, and it's also a form of respect for the 10 arbiters. If Student Lu wishes to understand the 10 arbiters, then you'll have to join the Council of Astral Academy, which is a subordinate organization of the 10 Arbiters Council. Lu Yin's fingers twitched unconsciously, but he didn't interrupt. Madame Nayland gave Luin a deep look before continuing. The sword sect has a sword technique that has been passed down since ancient times. It's called the 13 swords. This sword technique isn't something that anyone can learn just because they want to, as it will automatically choose a suitable inheritor. Take the initiative to choose? Luin was surprised that there was such a thing. Madame Nayland solemnly explained, no one knows where this sword technique came from, but everyone knows how terrifying it is. The sword sect master once used the 13 swords to kill 3 powerhouses at the same level as him, and the previous sect master also used this technique to shine during the border wars. It can be said that the most important thing for every generation of the sword sect's younger generation is to come into contact with the 13 swords in hopes of receiving its inheritance. However, only one person in each generation can inherit the 13 swords. In this generation, 2 people have appeared. One is one of the 10 arbiters, and the other is the disciple I mentioned, Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had heard of the sword sect's Lu family before. They had a primeval surname that was viewed as an enemy by countless people. They had never received a proper status, but they still looked down on the universe. They were an extremely terrifying family. Lu was originally a royal surname, and the Lu family was like the emperor of the sword. Anyone who wielded a sword would yearn to join the Lu family. The first thing Lu Xiaoqiu saw when he was born was not his mother or any of his relatives. Instead, he saw a rusted iron sword that had been abandoned by the door. From that moment on, that sword became his weapon, Madame Nayland said in a reminiscing tone. Luin was stunned, and he looked at her. That was a very ordinary iron sword, and cultivators can easily break it. However, this sword was used by Lu Xiaoqiu to defeat countless geniuses. After he inherited the 13 swords, the iron sword never left its scabbard again. There is no one in the same generation in the sword sect who is worthy of him drawing his sword. He will be a terrifying opponent in the astral combat tournament, Madame Nayland said seriously. Luin took a deep breath as the pressure on him increased. What is this Lu Xiaoqiu's cultivation? How many swords can he use? He should be a leader. As for how many swords, no one knows. Some say that he has only comprehended the second sword, while others say that he might have comprehended the third. No one knows for sure, but he once injured an explorer during his travels through the universe, Madame Nayland said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Lu Xiaoqiu really was a powerful opponent. Explorers could explore the universe, which was a realm that Luin had yet to reach. There were already people who could challenge those of a higher realm. When she saw Lu Yin's gloomy expression, Madame Nayland swirled her cup and clinked it against Lu Yin's. The soft sound startled Luin out of his thoughts. Student Lu, I'm not telling you this to pressure you. I just want you to know the strength of the top powerhouses in the astral combat tournament. I don't like to fight unprepared battles, and since you saved my life, I will let you know more about them. However, if you fall into fear of your enemies, then the losses will outweigh the gains. Luin laughed. Madam, you're overthinking things. No matter how strong my opponents are, I am still me. So what if I lose? There will always be a next time. Besides, the date of the Astral Combat Tournament hasn't been set yet. If I can become Astral Combat Academy's leader in a few months, then I might be able to catch up to those monsters. Then I wish you victory in the tournament and become the champion. Madame Naylan raised her cup and congratulated him from afar. Luin also raised his cup and clinked glasses with Madame Naylan's. The fruit juice reflected a beautiful luster under the light of the stars in space. After Luin left, Madame Naylan stared at the stars in deep thought. A young girl appeared behind her. Madam. What do you think of that youth? Madame Naylan asked casually. Her tone was different from before, and now it was filled with dignity. The young girl replied, he's a genius. Just a genius? If he had been born in the Innerverse, then he would have been able to rival everyone in the sword sect aside from Xianxia. It's a pity that he was born in the Outerverse, and he hasn't cultivated for long. Once he falls behind, he'll always fall behind, Madame Naylan muttered. If Madame knows, then why did you tell him about the sword sect? The young girl was puzzled. Madame Naylan smiled. I just don't want him to be dispirited because of his defeat. As long as he puts all his focus on lockbreaking, then he'll definitely have a bright future. Although the Astral Combat Tournament is important, it's only a stage for the top geniuses. He doesn't belong there. Lockbreaking is his stage. The young girl whispered, even in lockbreaking, there are still geniuses like Dao Bo. Madame Naylan looked up. That's right. The universe is too big, and there are too many geniuses. I hope that he can continue walking down this path. 7 days passed by quickly, and Luin enjoyed a sumptuous meal. After bidding farewell to Madame Naylan, he boarded his own spacecraft and departed from the Naylan family's spacecraft, heading towards Frostwave Weave. The Naylan family's spacecraft continued to travel without stopping for 7 days just for Luin, and it wasn't slow either. Luin retraced his route and realized that even with his upgraded Aurora, it would still take him 12 days to reach Frostwave Weave. With a 10-fold increase in speed, the originally month-long journey had been shortened to 5 days, and he still had 7 extra days to spare. This was exactly the 7 days that the Naylan family's spacecraft had been traveling for. In other words, Lu Yin's own spacecraft would not be able to catch up to them in those 7 days. The Naylan family's luxurious spacecraft was not any slower than the Aurora, and it should also be an upgraded version of the larger Aurora. They're really rich, Lu Yin thought to himself as he rubbed his belly. He seemed to have gained some weight. 12 days passed by quickly, and Lu Yin continued to observe his star chart. The 9th star was becoming clearer and clearer, and he could feel the power of his body when he activated the serious art. Coupled with his battle force and a physical body that he had yet to discover its limits, he didn't even know how strong he was. Lu Yin guessed that he might be able to fight against an area master. The memory of Frankfurt's spear was still fresh in Lu Yin's mind. Frankfurt had been able to block it, but he hadn't been able to receive a second spear strike, which was why he hadn't used his full strength. Now, as long as Lu Yin filled himself with star energy, he should be able to fight against Frankfurt. Lu Yin's head hurt when he thought about star energy, as it consumed too much. 6 pips on his die was an endless pit, and he felt that even if he gathered all the star crystals in the Great Yu Empire, he would still be able to use them all up in an instant. Beep 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 beep. The spacecraft beeped, and Lu Yin looked up to see that he had arrived at Astral 10. He hadn't expected to spend nearly 4 months on this trip, and many things had happened. The Great Yu Empire, the Umbral Butterfly Weave, the Day-Night Clan, and the Naylan family had all happened one after another. Astral 10 was much better, as all he had to do was focus on his cultivation and not worry about anything else. When the door opened, Lu Yin walked out and stretched, feeling like he had returned home. It's you? Hui Day-Night stared at Lu Yin from nearby, his eyes filled with excitement and battle intent. Lu Yin glanced at him, why are you here? Did you go out on a mission? Hui Day-Night sneered, it's great that I ran into you. Hand over the position of leader, you're not qualified. Lu Yin nodded, alright, I'll give it to you. Hui Day-Night was stunned. Lu Yin found it funny and looked at him, so what if I give it to you? Can you handle it? Hui Day-Night's eyes flashed with anger, how dare a stray from the trial zones boast so shamelessly? Lu Yin's expression turned cold, you're still asking for a beating. Am I wrong? The Blaze Realm is spreading the news that you were killed by Frankfurt with a single spear strike. You're the joke of Astral 10. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, he was truly angry now. Frankfurt, the Blaze Realm, Jared. You're a disgrace to Astral 10. You don't deserve to be the leader. Hui Day Knight shouted and charged at Luin. He stretched out a finger, and a light flashed from his fingertip. It was completely different from the Day Knight soul finger, but the soul-tearing sensation was several times more intense. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly, and he raised a hand. Just like how he had crushed Hui Day Knight before, he grabbed Hui Day Knight's finger and snapped it. Hui Day Knight's pupils shrank, he had already changed. His strength had increased greatly under the guidance of the Trial Master, and he had even learned the Day Knight clan's new battle techniques. Why was he still like this? This person's physical body was so strong that the Day Knight clan's battle techniques were useless against him. Remember, don't provoke me again, or I'll cripple you. He then threw Hui Day Knight into the wall. Don't provoke me again, he said coldly, or I'll cripple you. Hui Day Knight clutched his fingers in pain and stared at Luin in shock. Why was he unable to retaliate every time he faced Luin? This shouldn't be the case, as he was a member of the Day Knight clan. Luin walked over to the teleportation device and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Hui Day Knight and asked, "Is there a woman called Zhui Day Knight in your Day Knight clan?" Hui Day Knight painfully replied, "No." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "I don't like it when people lie to me." Hui Day Knight snorted. "I don't care about lying." Luin looked at him for a while, but he didn't say anything else and stepped into the teleportation device. He went straight to the treasury and met with Old Kai. Old Kai smiled as he fiddled with the Giant Emperor's third eye. "Not bad, not bad. This is the Giant Emperor's third eye, a lock-breaking tool." He then tossed it to Luin. "Take it. It suits you very well." Luin caught it and stored it in his cosmic ring. He was puzzled. "How did you know that this is a lock-breaking tool, Mentor?" "The Day Knight clan, Puyu, and the others all know about it, but the people of Umbral Butterfly Weave don't. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made hunting down the Giant Emperor Weave trial." Old Kai stroked his mustache. "There are many useful things in the universe, but they may not be mature when we discover them. Take this Giant Emperor's third eye for example. Do you think it's easy to create? It's passed down from generation to generation. Every Giant Emperor passes it down to the next. When we first discovered it, it wasn't mature, and even if it was useful, it wouldn't have reached the level of a lock-breaking tool. Now that it's mature, it's yours. There was once a Giant Emperor who reached the Explorer realm and tried to break through Umbral Butterfly Weave's seal, but he was killed. How could this be passed down?" Luin was puzzled. Old Kai's gaze turned solemn. "Kid, remember, never underestimate any life form. That space-exploring Giant Emperor was just cannon fodder, and he had already predicted his own death. Thus, he passed this thing down to the next Giant Emperor so that the next Giant Emperor could see their situation clearly. In the end, he was just probing, and the people of Umbral Butterfly Weave didn't know that. They foolishly thought that it would be fine as long as they didn't let the Giant Emperor become an explorer. But in reality, after that incident, no Giant Emperor ever became an explorer. It's no wonder why the Giant Emperor was the first to run away when the trial takers arrived." Luin suddenly understood, and a chill ran through his heart. Although the giant tribe did not possess any intelligence, the Giant Emperor's intelligence could not be underestimated. The giants only have one Giant Emperor, and the third eye is the Giant Emperor's key to breaking through the life aura immortality. It's very mysterious, isn't it? All living things have their own counter to each other, and there's always a way to neutralize poison in the surroundings. The giants don't have any intelligence, but they've given birth to an extremely intelligent third eye. Take good care of it. It wasn't easy for you to snatch it from the Day Knight clan and the Outerverse Council." Luin nodded. "What should I do next, Old Kai?" Old Kai looked at Luin and suddenly laughed strangely, causing Lu Yin's hair to stand on end. "Astral 10 has been quiet for too long. The mentors have given you a mission, go to the trial zones and snatch a training ground." Lu Yin's expression changed. "Snatch a training ground?" Old Kai's lips curled up. "That's right. Go, snatch a training ground." Luin was speechless. Old Kai, are you sure I can compete with those area masters? Old Kai sized Luin up with a deep gaze. I don't know. Just try. You won't die anyway. Those people have helpers, Luin said helplessly. Old Kai rolled his eyes. Don't you have helpers? Kid, do you know what it means to be a leader? You're the leader of all the students, so you have the right to gather them. They might not listen to me, Luin said helplessly. Whether they listen or not is up to you. However, the academy will turn a blind eye to your actions because of your status as the leader. He 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 he. Old Kai laughed strangely. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Turn a blind eye? This sentence was very tempting, and the first person he thought of was Hui Day Night. Wouldn't listen? Then he would beat him up until he submitted. As long as the mentors didn't interfere, everything would be easy. Right, I have to remind you to complete your mission as soon as possible. The Astral Combat Tournament is speeding up, and those old fellows have asked the 10 arbiters to find a group of sponsors. The Cosmic Network has been brought forward, Old Kai said. Luin frowned. He had already been pressured by Lu Xiaoqiu's incident, but he hadn't expected the network to be brought forward. How troublesome. However, it was unreasonable for the Astral Combat Tournament to expend so many resources to connect to the Cosmic Network. He had already guessed this, but it might be even more complicated than he had thought. Just as he was about to leave the treasury, Luin suddenly thought of something and looked at Old Kai. I remember that there are quite a few lock-breaking missions on the mission list. Are those source boxes in our academy? Old Kai raised an eyebrow. Don't worry about that for now. Go snatch a training ground. Luin felt strange, but he still left. Old Kai rolled his eyes. What a joke. If those source boxes were in our academy, they would have been unlocked by the trial master long ago. You wouldn't even have a chance. After leaving the treasury, Luin went straight to the trial zone entrance. There was no one under the teleportation stone except for Little Pao, who was bored out of his mind and chewing on a blade of grass. Senior Little Pao, long time no see, Luin greeted. Little Pao's eyes lit up when he saw Luin. You're back, Luin. It's only been a few months, but you've gotten stronger. Luin smiled. Why are you here, Senior Little Pao? Boring, Little Pao laughed. Right, are you here to enter the trial zone? Luin nodded. Senior, Xiao Luo and the others have already entered, right? It's not just Xiao Luo. Everyone else has already entered. Luin was surprised. That fast? Fast? Not really, it's just 100 victories, not 100 consecutive victories. You've been in the academy for more than half a year, and even if you meet a sentinel every day, you'll still have 100 victories in 3 months. Plus, they've been training under the tutelage of their mentors for a few months, so it'd be too bad if they didn't get 100 victories. Although their win rate is a bit lower, they're still qualified to enter. Luin thought about it and agreed. Although there weren't many sentinels in the ported battles, it was still possible to meet a sentinel every day. But then again, it was sad that one had to rely on luck to obtain 100 victories. How are they? Luin asked. He had been killed very quickly back then, and he was the leader. The others were probably even worse off. Little Pao replied, not bad, they're all doing well. Luin blinked. Doing well? How so? Weren't they surrounded? They were, but it was just Schutz and Mengyu. The others all have their own backgrounds, Myriad Swords Peak, the Mavis family, the Council, Windrift Hall, the Day-Night Clan, and so on. They all have area masters backing them, Little Pao said enviously. Luin quickly asked, what about Xiao Luo? Silver? Xiao Luo? He has a brother called Xia Yi, an area master of the Tao of Heaven's machinery mound. As for Silver, he also has a sworn brother called Sha, an area master of the Tao of Slaughter's Ice. Little Pao patted Lu Yin's shoulder and said sympathetically, of the 12 students, only the 3 of you don't have any backing, so you were surrounded as soon as you entered. However, you have a backer now. Area master of the Tao of Purgatory, Sharon, has said that he won't rest until anyone touches you. Luin was a little depressed, everyone else was doing so well, but he was the most miserable. If he hadn't coincidentally managed to threaten Sharon, he would have been surrounded as well. What kind of logic was this? Senior, I'll go in. First, Luin said gloomily. Little Pao grunted, go in. Luin turned around and took out the giant emperor's third eye from his cosmic ring, infusing it with star energy. He then turned back to look at Little Pao, but there was no trace of him. Luin was flabbergasted. He ran pretty fast. He had a feeling that Big Pao and Little Pao were not simple and might even be very strong. He wanted to use the giant emperor's third eye to observe them, but unfortunately, he did not succeed. Just as he was about to put away the third eye, an old man appeared in front of him, giving him a fright. Greetings, Trial Master. Luin saw the old man and immediately bowed. The Trial Master stared at the white crescent moon crystal in Lu Yin's hand and praised, not bad. Did you obtain this, kid? Luin nodded. The Trial Master grunted, use it well. It can be used for many things. He then returned to his original position. Luin bowed again and walked past the Trial Master to enter the Trial Zone mountain. This was his second time here, and the last time he had been here, there had been no one at all. This time, he saw Schutz, who seemed to be preparing to leave with a pained expression on his face. Were you killed? Luin asked. Schutz nodded and looked at Luin. How's the Empire? It's stable, it's fine, Luin replied. Schutz lowered his voice, quite a few people from U Academy have left. The second prince found quite a few elites for U Academy, so they should have all left. Do you still think that U Academy is filled with elites after coming here? Luin teased. Schutz fell silent. He was the strongest person in U Academy, but even he was ranked at the bottom here. There was no need to even mention the others. Practically none of the 5 hall masters had passed the exam, and U Academy was nothing compared to this place. Any sentinel could easily sweep through U Academy imported battles. The gap between the inner verse and the outer verse is too great, Schutz sighed and turned to leave. Luin spoke up, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The mentor gave me a mission to snatch a training ground. How about we work together? Schutz smiled, I thought you were smart, Luin. You've been to the trial zones and even been killed by the Spear Mountain area master. Haven't you noticed the difference? Or do you think that you can act without restraint just because you have Karen's support? Luin stared at Schutz, you're the one who hasn't noticed the difference. Schutz was stunned, what did that mean? This person could already challenge an area master? How was that possible? It had only been 4 months. You really want to snatch a training ground? Those area masters are the top powerhouses of their respective academies, and you've personally experienced how terrifying the Spear Mountain area master is. Besides, they don't fight alone. They have helpers, and any student who trains in their training grounds can be counted as helpers, Schutz probed. Luin smiled, I didn't say that I would do it alone. Astral 10 may be small in number, but we're all powerhouses with 100 victories in ported battles. We're not any weaker than the others. Schutz shook his head, those people won't care about you. They all have their own backings, and aside from Mengyu and me, everyone else has their own training grounds. There's no need to complicate things. I'm Astral 10's leader, so I naturally have my ways to get them to help me, Luin said confidently. Schutz stared into Lu Yin's eyes for a while before sighing, fine, I'll accompany you if you want to do it. I don't care anyway, no one will really die. That's more like the Great U Empire's strongest youth. You're fearless, and I still remember when you challenged the Outerverse Council, Luin praised. Schutz smiled bitterly. He had been too ignorant back then, and just like Luin had said, he didn't know the difference between them. Now that he thought about it, Ghostfire was just a failure who hadn't been able to enter an academy, and even the U Academy's hall master had been helpless against him. Baser was an explorer, and even if he wasn't as strong as the Astral Combat Academy's explorers, he wasn't too far off. After all, he had the qualifications to join the Outerverse Youth Council. Tell me, where are we going and where should we meet? Schutz asked. Luin answered without hesitation, Tao of Purgatory, Whitebone's Gorge. The area master of Whitebone's Gorge is Sharon. Is he your backer? Schutz asked. Many people had been shocked when Sharon had said that he would protect Luin. Luin had a reputation for harassing Shiyu, beating up other students, blackmailing, threatening, and completing a sentinel mission. He wasn't a nobody, he was even the leader of Astral 10. Luine smiled at the mention of Sharon. He's my brother, a very good brother. No one in the universe knew Sharon better than he did. Schutz nodded. I was just killed inside. You go in first, and I'll look for you when I recover. Luine stepped into the trial zone mountain and glanced into the distance, vaguely seeing Xiao Luo's figure. He didn't care about it at all, as others would still search for a secret place even if their physical bodies were protected. Luine didn't mind, and he closed his eyes and silently accepted the Tao of Purgatory. His vision blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw that the ground was covered in darkness and a pair of pitch-black eyes. Luine jumped in fright and immediately retreated. When he saw what was in front of him, he realized that it was a war spirit. The war soul did not have an appearance. Its outer appearance was pitch black, including its eyes. It was very easy to identify. Luine cursed his bad luck, as he had come face to face with a war spirit as soon as he had entered. War spirits were extremely aggressive, and they were generally very powerful. When it sensed Lu Yin's arrival, the war spirit did not hesitate to attack. It transformed into a black longsword, and with a shake of the blade, it transformed into countless sword shadows that swept through everything within a 100-meter radius. Luine was shocked. He had known that war spirits were very powerful, as they were all projections of powerhouses who had battled in the trial zones. However, he had not expected to meet one so casually. This sword was not inferior to Zhuo Dainite's White Void sword, and it had traces of a domain. Luine believed that the powerhouse who had formed this war spirit would have definitely grasped a domain if they were still alive. Luine was about to attack when his expression changed. He used flash and reappeared 100 meters away. On the other side, 3 students appeared, and they were delighted to see the war spirit. Go. Leave the final blow for me, one of them shouted, and the other 2 simultaneously attacked the war spirit. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Although he had not been able to see all of Karen's memories when he had fused with him, he had still seen some of them, so he was not unfamiliar with them. What he did not understand was why these spirit hunters existed. Generally speaking, those who formed these teams might not be absolute powerhouses, but they were definitely people with powerful backgrounds. Some powerhouses would rather not fight for the position of area master to form a spirit hunter team, and they would even personally deal the final blow. It was very strange, and there were all sorts of reasons. The spirit hunters in front of him were quite different from the ones in Karen's memories. In Karen's memories, the spirit hunters he knew of were all very powerful, and their captains were almost as strong as an area master. Otherwise, they would not have dared to go out and hunt war spirits. However, none of the 3 people in front of him were decent, and they would be at the bottom of Astral 10's rankings. There was a loud boom as the black ground shattered. The 2 students who had been attacking the war spirit were both heavily injured, and their faces were pale. Guer, this war spirit is too strong. It even grasps a domain. We can't deal with it. The student in the lead was anxious and dodged the war spirit's sword. When he saw Luine not far away, he immediately shouted, "You, come and kill it together. Remember, leave the final blow for me." Luine raised a brow. Why should I listen to you? Guer snorted. Either we kill the war spirit together, or we give up on it and deal with you first. Choose one. Luine was so angry that he started laughing. What a threat. This guy's strength was not much, but he knew how to cut off all means of retreat. He thought about it and attacked, not because of Guer's threat, but because he wanted to kill the war spirit. The spirit hunter captains were all here to deal the final blow, and Luine wanted to see what he could gain. Guer thought that his threat was effective, and he secretly ordered the other 2 to retreat. He planned to use Luine as cannon fodder while they waited for an opportunity to attack. Luine had fought with Zhuo Dainite before, and he was well aware of the strength of her domain. He attacked with a 9-stacks 9-fold shockwave palm, which caused 9 shocking explosions. First, it shattered the black longsword, and then the final explosion directly shattered the war spirit, causing it to dissipate into fragments. This scene shocked Guer and the other 2. The 3 of them had not been able to defeat the war spirit even when working together, but this person had actually killed it with a single blow. The moment the war spirit died, the black fragments disappeared before Lu Yin's eyes without any abnormalities. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and immediately activated the Sirius art. 9 stars appeared on the surface of his body, forming a perfect star system. Through the Sirius art, Lu Yin saw something different from the black fragments that were about to disappear. They were strange symbols, or rather, diagrams formed from lines. The entire black fragment was formed from these symbols, and it quickly dissipated. Lu Yin frowned. What were these things? Were war spirits formed from these things? War spirits appeared from the battle images of powerhouses, but why were these strange symbols able to reflect war spirits through the images of powerhouses? Strange, very strange. No matter how Lu Yin guessed, he was still too far away from finding out. These were not things that he should know, and now he had to face the wrath of the 3 people behind him. Guer clenched his fists and glared at Lu Yin. You actually dared to use the final blow. I told you to leave the final blow to me. Lu Yin turned around and looked at Guer with amusement. Are you out of your mind? Why should I listen to you? Or do you think that the 3 of you can deal with me? Lu Yin's words caused the other 2 to react, and a trace of fear flashed through their eyes. This person in front of them was an existence that had instantly killed a war spirit, and he was probably very close to being an area master. He was not someone that they could afford to offend. Guer also reacted and forcefully suppressed his anger. He had been so used to being arrogant that he had forgotten about the strength of this person in front of him. He casually glanced at the back of Lu Yin's hand and saw the word 10. Guer was astonished and looked at it again. It was indeed a 10. He smiled and regained his arrogance. You're from Astral 10? Lu Yin did not deny it. With his strength, as long as he did not encounter an area master or realm master, it was unlikely that anyone could kill him. Guer's lips curled up and he looked at Lu Yin arrogantly. Do you know who I am? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person's attitude had changed multiple times, and after learning that Lu Yin was from Astral 10, he had become even more arrogant than before. It seemed that he had some background that was related to Astral 10. I'd like to hear the details, Lu Yin said calmly. Guer snorted and raised his head. My father is Old Guda, the current Astral River Flow Zone envoy. Listen carefully, I'm talking about the Astral River Flow Zone envoy. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and he stared at Guer in shock. This was too much of a coincidence, and his gaze grew colder. The human domain was divided into the inner verse and the outer verse. The outer verse had 72 weaves and was infinitely vast, but the inner verse was not small either. The 2 universes were separated by an incomparably large astral river that resembled a ribbon. The astral river was composed of all sorts of liquid energy, and it was not a true stream of water. It was just energy that was visible to the naked eye as it flowed through space. This astral river divided the inner verse and the outer verse. The astral river was violent, and no spacecraft could cross it. Only a type of giant boat could cross it and connect the inner verse and the outer verse. The outer verse did not have an astral river, while the inner verse was filled with tributaries. These tributaries divided the inner verse into countless regions known as flow zones. These regions were separated by astral river tributaries, and the only way to cross them was to use a giant boat that connected the 2 sides of the astral river. The person who controlled the boat was called a flow zone envoy, and the flow zone envoy who controlled the inner verse tributary boat was called a tributary flow zone envoy. The person who controlled the astral river vessels in the inner verse and outer verse were the astral river flow zone envoys. Old Guda was the current astral river flow zone envoy, and he had the special authority to control the inner verse portal. Unless one had a special status, entering or exiting the inner verse required his permission. Although this person was only a gatekeeper, his authority was immense, especially since he held this position. He was at least a cruiser or even a hunter. It was no wonder why this person was so arrogant. His father controlled the opportunity to enter the inner verse that countless people in the outer verse dreamed of. Guer looked at Lu Yin with satisfaction, as he was waiting for Lu Yin to admit defeat. It felt great to see a powerhouse admit defeat, and this was not the first time he had done so. Back on the Astral River Arc, an outerverse explorer had even half-knelt to Guer in order to enter the innerverse. Guer did not care about powerhouses, as long as they did not have a special status, his father could suppress them. Luin looked at Guer deeply. How long is your father going to stay as the Astral River Flowzone envoy? Guer sneered. My father hasn't even been in the position for 10 years. He'll stay there for at least 50 years before retiring, and he might even continue to control the Astral River Arkansas. Luin nodded. That's good. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to kill him on the Astral River Arc while I was still alive. Guer was furious. What did you say? Lu Yin's gaze was icy. Remember, I'll kill you every time I see you. He then pressed a hand against Guer's head and exerted some force. Guer's head was crushed, and he died in an instant. The other two felt their scalps go numb, as this person had a grudge with old Gouda. They hurriedly tried to escape, but Luin still caught up to them and easily dealt with them with a single palm strike. As he watched Guer's corpse slowly disappear, Luin looked up at the dark sky with a complicated expression. If not for old Gouda's deliberate delay, they would not have ended up in such a miserable state. He would have his revenge sooner or later. Due to Guer's appearance, Lu Yin's mood had become heavy. He asked a random student and learned that this place was 2 days away from Whitebones Hollow. The trial zones were very strange. After death, one would appear in a random location, but if one did not die, they would exit normally and remain in the same place. Luin did not think too much about the 2-day journey and continued towards Whitebones Hollow. The Tao of Purgatory was completely black, and it was easy to get tired of looking at it for too long. Actually, the Tao of Purgatory was very suitable for Luin. As long as he revealed his identity as a lockbreaker, no one in the Tao of Purgatory would dare to make an enemy out of him. This was because the realm master of the Tao of Purgatory was Dao Bo, a genius lockbreaker who had surpassed Sharon. In the Tao of Purgatory, lockbreakers had more privileges than any other trial zone. However, Luin did not want to reveal too many of his trump cards. The Astral Combat Tournament was approaching, and he did not think that it would be completely fair. Many powerhouses would be analyzed before the tournament, just like Lu Xiaoqiu, whom Madame Naylan had introduced to him. If he revealed too much of his strength, he would also be analyzed and targeted, and he might even be harmed. Lockbreakers had a very high status, but it was too easy to plot against someone in the universe without being discovered. Luin felt that he should try his best to stay out of the limelight before the Astral Combat Tournament to avoid being targeted. However, the mission that Old Kai had given him to snatch a trial zone was a little difficult. Any trial zone master could rank in the top 10 or even the top 5, and these people would definitely be the focus of the Astral Combat Tournament. If Luin fought against them or even won, it would be troublesome. What should he do? Luin felt a headache coming on. Half a day later, Luin sensed no less than 30 students passing by, all of them heading in the same direction. They were heading in a different direction from the one Luin had been traveling in, but he could not suppress his curiosity and headed in that direction as well. It didn't take long for a vast black lake to appear in front of him. The water was also black, but strangely, it was very clear. Dozens of students were hidden around the lake, staring intently at the center where 5 figures were fighting. The black lake was in chaos, and the shockwaves from the battle even tore through the shore and faintly tore space apart. Luin was astonished. This was a battle between area masters, or rather, a battle between powerhouses who were close to area masters. The only area master that Luin had ever fought against was Frankfurt, and the might of that spear was still unforgettable to him. Furthermore, that person had also been a powerhouse with 2-lined battle force. Lu Yin's physical strength and flash step allowed him to be confident that he would not be defeated by Frankfurt, but it was almost impossible for him to win. The people in front of him were probably weaker than Frankfurt. He looked around and found a student to ask. Of course, the process wasn't that smooth, but under Lu Yin's powerful fists, the student finally spilled the beans. This trial was called Blackwater Lake. The previous area master had broken through to become an explorer and left the academy, leaving this place without a master. Thus, several people were vying for the position of area master. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he heard this. Old Kai had told him to snatch a training ground, but he hadn't said that he had to defeat an area master. There was one right in front of him. However, the problem was that there were so many people vying for it. Luin wasn't afraid of fighting one-on-one, but it would be difficult to suppress everyone. After all, these people were all extremely close to being an area master, and they were all peak leaders. Just as Luin was having a headache, a strange fluctuation appeared at the bottom of Blackwater Lake, and he could faintly hear Sanskrit chanting. Lu Yin's gaze changed, and he looked at the bottom of the lake. At the same time, everyone around Blackwater Lake heard the chanting, and their eyes lit up as they looked at the bottom of the lake. This was a phenomenon. Ancient phenomena would often appear in the trial zones, and it was like an inheritance that spanned across the ages. Many people had obtained powerful battle techniques or cultivation methods, and this was the trial zone's greatest value. Now, this phenomenon was right in front of him. Everyone rushed to the bottom of the lake without hesitation. Luin did the same. At the center of the lake, the 5 people who had been fighting also rushed to the bottom of the lake. However, unlike the others, they seemed to have discussed how to attack the other students. Within the trial zones, the fewer people there were in a certain area, the clearer the phenomenon, and the more they could sense and hear. This was the reason why Luin had been expelled when he had first arrived in the Tao of Purgatory. Now, it was the same reason that everyone else was being expelled by these 5 powerhouses. One figure after another either died or was thrown out of the lake. These 5 powerhouses who were close to being an area master were not something that the other students could resist. Behind Luin, someone attacked with a spear that pierced through the lake's water. Luin frowned and dodged with flash, grabbing the spear with his hand. The attacker smeared, and the spear suddenly became scalding hot, causing the surrounding lake water to boil. A stream of air revolved around the spear as it tried to push Luin away. Luin was shocked. Battle force. This person also possessed battle force, and they were both at the initial realm like him. As expected of someone who dared to fight for the position of area master. Bang! The lake water was shaken apart, creating a vacuum that forced Luin and the attacker to retreat at the same time. The attacker was a man dressed in gray, and he stared at Luin in shock. He probably hadn't expected a melder to be able to block him. Luin moved his numb palms. Without using battle force, he would be at a disadvantage if he used only his physical body to resist the opponent's battle force. However, it wasn't impossible. The man in gray stared at Luin and attacked again. His spear was wrapped in battle force, and the tip of the spear pierced out with extreme speed, tearing through space itself. Luin exerted strength in his calves and tensed up his muscles. The moment the tip of the spear approached, he used flash to dodge it. His body brushed past the spear, and he raised his hand to slap the man in gray. Luin raised his hand, and 9 stars appeared as they revolved. This was the perfect serious palm. With a thump, huge waves rolled out from the bottom of the lake, and the pressure pushed everyone away. Even the other 4 powerhouses who were fighting for the position of area master retreated, their eyes filled with shock. The man in gray's spear was bent by Sirius's palm, and his body was sent crashing to the bottom of the lake. It took a while for the lake to be covered again. The other 4 stared at Luin in shock. A melder was able to fight against them, and he was also a monster. At that moment, a chill surged from above, and they looked up to see snow-white ice crystals. Not good, it's the black ice. The twins are here, someone shouted, attacking the ice that had sealed the lake's surface. The others did the same. At the bottom of the lake, the man in gray angrily rushed out. Although Lu Yin's serious palm was powerful, it couldn't injure someone who was close to an area master in one hit. Stop fighting, let's get out of here first, someone else shouted. The man in gray looked at Luin unwillingly, and then raised his spear to stab at the black ice. Luin attacked as well, as he had a bad premonition that the phenomenon at the bottom of the lake had disappeared while he was fighting with the man in gray. Intense sounds reverberated across the lake, but the 6 powerhouses who were close to an area master were unable to break through the ice. They were completely frozen. They attacked for a while before stopping. At that moment, 2 beautiful women appeared on the surface of the lake. One was dressed in white, the other in light pink. What surprised Luin was that they looked exactly the same. Twins? Haha, you guys are having a great time fighting. How is it? Is the water cold? The woman in white smiled. Not far from Luin, the man with the crew cut was furious. Ken Shui, the phenomenon at the bottom of the lake was your doing. None of them were stupid, and they could guess that the phenomenon had disappeared and the black ice had appeared. The phenomenon had been set up by someone else to lure them to the bottom of the lake, and the instigators were the twins. Xianxia laughed. "Don't accuse me, Garth. I was just worried that you guys would ruin the scenery of Blackwater Lake, so I helped seal off the shockwaves." "In that case, let us out now," the man in gray said in a low voice. Xianxia smiled but didn't say anything. The woman in the light pink dress beside her spoke up. Her name was Mei, and her tone was much colder. "We can let you out, but you have to leave Blackwater Lake and leave this place to our young master." "Your young master? Xianxia? She didn't join the Astral Combat Academy, did she?" another man not far from Luin asked. "She just joined." "This is our gift to the young master," Mei said coldly. Luin frowned. The Astral Combat Tournament had indeed attracted a group of powerhouses, such as the sword sects Lu Xiaoqiu and Xianxia. Aside from them, there had to be many other freakish geniuses. For example, the twins in front of him had worked together to create a black ice that even they couldn't break through. On the other side, a pale-faced man with a cold gaze spoke up. "Does your young master need a gift from you? Isn't seducing a random realm master to obtain a training ground? Isn't that what your Frost Moon sect is best at?" Mei looked at the man. "So you're a loser who was banished from the day-night flow zone. You don't have the ability to take revenge and only know how to talk. That's not right. If you have the ability, let them out and fight a few hundred rounds." Garth immediately spoke up to fan the flames. Xianxia smiled and said, "Garth, don't waste your time. You can either leave Blackwater Lake or be frozen. If you want to leave, just kill yourself." "Kill myself? I'm not stupid. By the time I return to Blackwater Lake, this place will have changed hands." Garth rolled his eyes. At that moment, the gray-robed man spoke up. "Your Frost Moon sect is quite bold to dare attack a lockbreaker in the Tao of Purgatory." Everyone was shocked. A lockbreaker? There were lockbreakers here? Luin saw the gray-robed man look at him, and his eyes trembled. This person shouldn't have known that he was a lockbreaker. "You're Astral Ten's Luin, right? I've seen you before at Spear Mountain," the gray-robed man said coldly. Everyone else looked at Luin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Luin? That name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it before." Atop the lake's black ice, Xianxia and Mei's expressions suddenly sank. They looked at each other, as they finally remembered. Wasn't Luin the person that Sharon had said he would protect? This was troublesome, as Sharon had been dragged into this mess. They didn't care about the others, but Sharon was a lockbreaker, and this group couldn't be provoked. If one was provoked, a second or even a third might appear. Most importantly, the Tao of Purgatory's realm master, Dao Bo, was a lockbreaker, and that guy was extremely protective of his own people. "I remember now. Karen's lover," Garth shouted. Everyone looked at Luin strangely. Lu Yin's face immediately darkened, and he glared at Garth. "Sharon is my friend. Don't spout nonsense." Garth was embarrassed. "I'm sorry, it slipped out of my mouth. No, I said it too quickly." "No, that's not right either." "I'm sorry, haha." Luin clenched his fists. This guy had a bad mouth. "How about it? Let us go immediately, or you won't be able to withstand Karen's wrath. Don't forget, there's still Dao Bo," the man in gray threatened the twins. The twins' eyes flashed as they looked at Luin. This person was very troublesome. "No need, this place is fine." "I don't want to leave for now," Luin casually said. The others immediately looked at him. "Hey, are you crazy? Don't spout nonsense." Garth grew anxious. The man in gray also glared at Luin. He wanted to fight for the position of area master, but he did not want to be frozen at the bottom of the lake. Luin sneered. He did not want to be used by others, especially by someone from Spear Mountain. "Student Lu, as long as you help us, the Frost Moon sect will remember your kindness." Snowmelt smiled at Luin, her eyes sparkling. The man in gray glared at Luin. "Think carefully. With Karen's background, they won't dare to freeze you. As long as you take us out, I can help you resolve your grudge with Frankfurt." "Frankfurt? I know him too, and I can even talk to him, Garth said. The others also spoke up, they did not want to be trapped. Luine was disdainful. Frankfurt? Who the hell is he? Would he dare touch me? The man in grey was furious, but he could not say anything. Luine was right, this person had Karen's background, so Frankfurt would not touch him. The others were helpless as well. Luine had a powerful background, and no one could force him to do anything. After waiting for a while, Luine looked at the twins' complicated expressions and suddenly said, "Actually, it's not that difficult to leave. I have a way without Karen's background, but why should I take you out?" "What are your conditions?" the man in grey asked coldly. Luine said, 20,000 crystals per person, and I'll take you out. Alright, no problem, Garth immediately agreed. Although 20,000 crystals was not a small amount, it was still acceptable to the absolute elites of the Astral Combat Academy. They could easily earn more than that on a single mission. The others agreed as well. Luine was not afraid that they would go back on their word. After all, they were all powerhouses, and doing so would cause unnecessary burdens that would affect their cultivation. This was a problem with their mental state, and no one would be willing to affect their path to becoming stronger for a measly 20,000 crystals. Luine quietly explained the method, and the 5 of them were stunned. Was that even possible? Actually, the method was very simple. Just like how the twins had attracted them, it was to create an anomaly at the bottom of the lake. In a place like the trial zones, anomalies could appear at any time, let alone in a trial ground like Blackwater Lake. As long as an anomaly appeared, even if the twins were 90% sure that it was fake, they would still check it out. It was simply too important. Any anomaly could create a peerless powerhouse. This was an overt scheme. Even if Luine told the twins that they had faked the phenomenon, the twins would still break the mysterious ice and investigate it themselves. This was human psychology. The method was simple, but as long as one couldn't think of it, they would never be able to think of it. There were a total of 6 people at the bottom of the lake. In order to avoid being discovered by the twins, they discussed for a moment and separated at the same time. Above the profound ice on the surface of the lake, the twins were puzzled. They looked at each other and stared at the bottom of the lake. They were confident that these people would not be able to break the profound ice, but the sudden movement made them feel uneasy. "When will the young lord arrive?" Residual Snow asked in a low voice. Kenmei shook her head. "I'm not sure, but it should be soon. These people are all strong enough to fight for the position of Area Master. They might have a way to break through the mysterious ice formed by our innate gifts. I hope that the young lord will arrive as soon as possible." Just as she finished speaking, a blinding light flashed at the bottom of the lake. A phantom could be vaguely seen stirring up the water, bringing with it an ancient aura. Above the lake's surface, the void distorted and resonated with the bottom of the lake, forming a huge tornado that wreaked havoc. Everyone around Blackwater Lake was stunned by the scene and stared blankly. Was this an anomaly? At the bottom of the lake, Luine was flabbergasted. This was too real. Wait, no. Luine suddenly realized that this anomaly was a little strange. Could it really be an anomaly? He immediately looked at the bottom of the lake. Gus and the pale-faced man did not come up. They were responsible for creating the anomaly. According to the plan, in order to avoid being discovered by the twins, they had to immediately float up when the anomaly appeared. However, it had not appeared until now. No, this was a real anomaly. Luine immediately dove down. The others reacted as well, and the grey-robed man stabbed his spear into the water, splitting it apart as he rushed to the bottom of the lake. On the surface of the lake, the twins looked at each other in shock. They immediately shattered the mysterious ice and rushed into the lake. Many people rushed in at the same time. Anomalies in the trial zones could create top-notch powerhouses, and this one was huge. There was definitely a great opportunity waiting for them. At the bottom of the lake, Gus and the pale man stared excitedly at the vortex that had formed at the bottom of the lake. A phantom stood there quietly, its appearance unclear, but its influence on the lake bottom was growing. Strands of water left the vortex and fused with the phantom. Spatial tears occasionally streaked past like lightning. The pale man rushed over, wanting to fuse with the phantom to comprehend this peerless battle technique. Gus immediately rushed over as well, but he was slightly slower. The pale man had just rushed into the vortex when he was shredded to pieces without being able to resist at all. This scene caused Gus' expression to change, and he immediately retreated. At the same time, Lu Yin and the others had just arrived and were shocked to see this scene. Everyone here was a powerhouse close to an area master, but they had been easily killed by an ancient anomaly. It was too terrifying. Soon after, the twins appeared from behind, but no one bothered to argue with them as they all stared ahead. More and more people appeared and looked excitedly at the phantom in the distance. They all hoped that they would be able to obtain the legacy of this anomaly and rise up in the Astral Combat Academy. The ancient phantom stood at the bottom of the lake as the vortex around it grew larger and larger, gradually enveloping the entire Blackwater Lake. Lu Yin and the others had already retreated until they finally left the area of the lake. They appeared on the shore and stared intently at the phantom. More and more people tried to rush into the vortex and fuse with the phantom, but they all failed. Even the gray-robed man's spear was torn to pieces. The twins used their mysterious ice to test the waters, but they were also unable to stop the water from tearing them apart. At this moment, in the ancient phantom's hands, the water had become the strongest killing weapon that no one could shake. Lu Yin had already activated the serious art. While others saw the water flow, he saw an indescribably terrifying killing intent. On the surface, it looked like a vortex, but in reality, it was filled with the transformations of battle techniques. Anyone who entered the vortex with any battle technique could be broken or even torn to shreds. This was the wisdom of an ancient powerhouse, and it had a hint of the simplicity of the great Tao. Lu Yin was envious. If he could fuse with that ancient powerhouse and experience this battle technique, his strength would immediately soar. At the very least, his usage of battle techniques would transform. Unfortunately, he was not confident that he could pass through the vortex. Another student was torn to shreds by the vortex. The crowd could only watch, but they could not touch him. The anxiety in their hearts was indescribable. Lu Yin was the same, he wanted to give it a try. At worst, he would die once, it wasn't like he would die for real. As he thought about it, he rushed towards the vortex. At the same time, Gus also rushed out because the phantom was starting to fade. If they missed this opportunity, who knew when they would get another one? Many people rushed out at the same time like moths to a flame. Even though they knew that they would die, they still chased after that glimmer of hope. To cultivators, becoming stronger was their only hope. It was cruel and realistic, but this was the universe. Sometimes, cultivation was just courting death. Lu Yin activated the serious art, and his battle force flowed out of his body and rushed into the vortex. He wanted to rush towards the phantom, but he was swept away by an indescribable force. His battle force was instantly disintegrated, and the same went for the serious art. His 9 stars exploded, but they were unable to form any sort of defense against the vortex. The next moment, extreme pain invaded his nerves as his body was torn apart. Gus had already been torn to shreds, and the other powerhouses who had competed for the position of area master of Blackwater Lake had also died. Lu Yin growled and held on for a second. His calf muscles ruptured as he used Flash, and at the same time, he slapped himself with 9 stacks. Combined with Flash, he blasted himself out of the vortex in the next second and crashed onto the shore. Aside from him, everyone else who had entered the vortex had died. Not a single one had escaped. This scene shocked the crowd once again. The twins' pupils shrank as they stared at Lu Yin in shock. This person had actually survived for 2 seconds in the vortex, surpassing Gus and the others. Furthermore, he was only a melder. This was the first time he'd been injured since breaking through to the melder realm. He didn't even know the limits of his body, which had surprised the Sandmaster. However, he'd still been severely injured by the vortex in 2 seconds. Fortunately, he'd been able to hold on for 2 seconds, which was more than enough to surpass everyone else. Injuries in the trial zones would heal quickly, so he didn't have to worry about it. It was fine as long as he didn't die. At that moment, a white figure passed by the crowd and rushed into the vortex. Everyone thought that the white figure would be torn to shreds, but the moment it touched the vortex automatically stopped. The white figure passed through the vortex and merged with the ancient phantom. The next moment, the vortex started spinning again. This change shocked everyone. Someone had obtained the inheritance, or rather, the inheritance had been waiting for that person. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Did this opportunity belong to that person? He couldn't see what was inside, and all he could see was a thin veil covering the body and a beautiful side profile. It was a woman. Junior sect mistress, the twins exclaimed as they looked inside. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Junior sect mistress? Was this the Frost Moon sect Xianxia that Gus and the others had been talking about? This inheritance actually belonged to her. Blackwater Lake was destined to be hers. Lu Yin stood up and left while enduring the pain in his body. This opportunity had nothing to do with him, so there was no need to take it by force. That would only bring him bad luck. Lu Yin recovered from his injuries at a place not too far from Blackwater Lake. Half a day later, his body had fully recovered. As long as he didn't die, the recovery ability of the trial zones was very strong. After all, this wasn't his real body, but rather the special characteristics of the trial zones. Thus, if he fought here, he would either die or not fight. 2 hours ago, the phenomenon at Blackwater Lake had disappeared. From that moment on, the area master of Blackwater Lake was named Xianxia, a powerhouse who had joined the Astral Combat Academy because of the Astral Combat Tournament. The Frost Moon sect was not something that the Blaze Realm could compare to. There was a special characteristic in the universe: the closer one was to the center of the innerverse, the more powerhouses there would be, and the easier it was for freakish geniuses to appear. The Blaze Realm's blazing mist flow zone was located at the very edge of the innerverse. Even the Ross Empire and the Sylvan Dragons were located in the blazing mist flow zone. However, there wasn't much of a difference between them and the outerverse, as they were merely gatekeepers. The Frost Moon sect was located in the innermost part of the day-night flow zone. Even though it was rumored that the Frost Moon sect had relied on marriage alliances and other methods to survive in the day-night flow zone, the fact that they were able to survive in the day-night flow zone was already a problem. Xianxia's status was even higher than Jared's, and she was comparable to the geniuses of the Myriad Swords Peak and the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin did not plan on fighting with Xianxia over Blackwater Lake, as only the heavens knew what kind of inheritance she had obtained from the phenomenon. However, this person made Lu Yin's heart sink, as she was here for the Astral Combat Tournament. After confirming the direction, Lu Yin headed towards Whitebone's Gorge. A day later, Lu Yin finally arrived at Whitebone's Gorge. He looked at the cold valley in front of him and the white bones that covered the ground. This place made one's hair stand on end. Sharon was the master of this area. Whitebone's Gorge was filled with countless skeletons. Legend had it that on every full moon night, the skeletons would dance. It could be a battle technique, a sacrifice, or an ordinary song and dance. No one knew why such a phenomenon would occur. However, Whitebone's Gorge was the only mysterious place in the Tao of Purgatory that had a definite time for such a phenomenon. Through Karen's memories, Lu Yin knew that the struggle for Whitebone's Gorge had been extremely intense. Even Frankfurt and the others had taken action, as well as other area masters from other academies. There had been no less than 10 people in total, and that battle had shocked all 10 academies. In the end, it had been the Tao of Purgatory's realm master, Dao Bo, who had chased away everyone else. Only then had Sharon become the area master of Whitebone's Gorge. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to succeed. A lockbreaker's status was very high, but it did not mean that they were above everyone else. Furthermore, this was the trial zone, where battles were fought. Sharon was a genius lockbreaker, and most of the people cultivating in Whitebone's Gorge were lockbreakers from the Astral Combat Academy. There weren't many of them, but they were all elites. Lu Yin's appearance quickly attracted the attention of Whitebone's Hollow, and when Sharon saw the smiling Lu Yin, his face darkened. He forced a smile. "Welcome to Whitebone's Hollow, Brother Lu." Lu Yin looked at Karen's fake smile and stepped forward enthusiastically. "Brother Sharon, I thought you'd forgotten about me." "How could that be?" "When I found out that Brother Lu had joined Astral 10, I immediately announced that no one was allowed to attack you. Otherwise, I'd fight to the death," Sharon said, emphasizing the words "fight to the death" as if he had a deep grudge against Lu Yin. It was obvious that he wasn't just targeting the others, but also Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled happily. "Thank you, Brother Sharon." By the way, my uncle asked me to send his regards. Karen's face twitched, and he subconsciously grabbed Lu Yin's collar, but he quickly recovered and laughed dryly. He patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Is uncle doing well? He's not dead, is he? Lu Yin laughed and patted Karen's shoulder as well. Of course, uncle's doing well. The darkness is his blanket, and the stars are his bed. When he's bored, he'll find a black hole to stroll around. It's very relaxing. Sharon stared into Lu Yin's eyes, trying to discern something, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Tell uncle to take care of himself and don't get sucked away by a black hole. The universe is huge, and it's not limited to the human domain, Sharon said through gritted teeth. There was still a smile on his face, but his expression was rather awkward. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly backed away. After everyone left, Sharon glared at Lu Yin and growled, "Kid, I'm warning you, don't spout nonsense. Otherwise, I'll show you how terrifying it is to offend a genius lockbreaker. Even if you hide an astral 10, it'll be useless." Lu Yin raised a brow. Is that so? Are you saying that you can still be a genius lockbreaker after those letters are made public? You. Sharon was furious. Alright, I'm not interested in your trivial matters. Lu Yin pushed Sharon aside and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Although you've been unlucky in your relationship, as long as you cooperate, I won't do anything to you. Sharon snorted, feeling rather unhappy. He had been trapped and would never be able to take it off. Unless he dared to reveal his true feelings one day, he would forever be under Lu Yin's control. Lu Yin looked around and saw nothing but white bones. For some reason, these bones gave him a sorrowful feeling. He could vaguely hear countless people shouting something in his ears, but they quickly disappeared. This place was very strange. Sharon, what did you comprehend here? Lu Yin asked curiously. Logically speaking, this question was very rude and could easily arouse hostility. After all, it was asking about someone else's secrets. However, Lu Yin already knew Karen's greatest secret, so he didn't care. Domain. Lu Yin was shocked. A domain was a power that could rival battle force and innate gifts. Zhuodainite's battle technique was similar to a domain, and the war spirit he had encountered before was also similar. When he had fused with Sharon, he had been pressed for time, so he had only been able to review a portion of Karen's memories. He only had a rough impression of Karen's battle memories, but he didn't know what a domain was like. Domains were very mysterious, and only absolute powerhouses could comprehend them. They were able to control everything within a small area. That was what a domain was. Different from battle force, domains couldn't be explained clearly because everyone's domain was different. However, it was said that domain experts could clearly hear everything in their surroundings, increase their 5 senses, reduce the frequency of their heartbeat, blend into their surroundings, and even enhance certain peculiar powers. However, these were all just hearsay. The Rainmaster had given Lu Yin a chip that recorded an introduction to star energy. The first step was absorbing star energy, removing impurities, and then forming a physical form. After that, Lu Yin had grasped the realm of infinite changes. After that, he could integrate his own will and change the color of his star energy. The final step was a domain, a power that ruled supreme. The chip had only briefly mentioned a domain. Clearly, there were too few people who had grasped a domain. Perhaps it was even rarer than battle force, but every single one of them was an absolute powerhouse. Lu Yin recalled Karen's unlocking of the sword-shaped sourcebox. It was no wonder that he had been able to successfully unlock it with his familiarity with star energy. "What's your domain like?" Lu Yin asked curiously. Sharon looked up. "Don't go too far." Lu Yin turned away and did not ask any further. This question had indeed gone too far. Sharon suddenly thought of something and narrowed his eyes. "Do you really want to know what my domain is like?" Lu Yin turned around with a strange expression. "Sure, we can spar." "You can experience it for yourself," Sharon said, his lips unconsciously curling into a strange smile. It was obvious that he was not very friendly. Lu Yin wisely declined, as he did not have a habit of being beaten. Although he wanted to spar with a domain expert, he could wait. There was no rush. He had his die, and the next time he rolled enhance, he might be able to fuse with a domain expert. Sharon was disappointed. You don't have the heart to fight. Luin ignored him. Compared to Zhang Dingtian, Schutz, and the others, his attitude towards cultivation was much worse. Judging by the time, Schutz should be here by now, Luin muttered to himself. Sharon, is Whitebones Hollow coming with me? Up to you. Just don't bother me, Sharon said impatiently before turning around to leave. As he stepped on the endless skeletons, Luin once again heard the cries, fanaticism, sorrow, despair, and all sorts of other emotions that covered the entire Whitebones Hollow. He did not know if the others could hear them, but he did. This environment was not suitable for humans to live in, or else they would be driven mad. Luin casually found a protruding valley and sat down, circulating the serious art as he waited for Schutz. 2 days passed, and no one came looking for Luin. Sharon had also left the trial zone, and the people who were training in Whitebones Hollow were all separated from each other. Luin did not see Schutz, and he felt strange. He left the trial zone and appeared on the trial zone mountain. When he opened his eyes, he saw Schutz wiping his blade in the distance. You haven't gone in yet? Luin was astonished. Schutz did not even turn around. I went in, and I died. Luin was speechless. That fast? Schutz stopped what he was doing and said helplessly, I appeared in the middle of a group of war spirits. What do you think? Luin blinked. This was too unlucky. War spirits were all very strong, and even he would be finished in a group of them. Luin muttered to himself as he watched Schutz wiping his blade helplessly. Although the students of Astral 10 had all achieved 100 victories in the ported battles and were not weaker than the students of the other academies, they were only slightly stronger. Schutz, Coco, and Zora were not much stronger than the students of the other academies at the same level, and they would easily lose against those with better innate gifts. Only a few of them could compete with the top powerhouses of the other academies. Bringing Schutz along to snatch the trial zone was not a good idea. His existence would not be of any help, and they could easily die in the trial zone as well. He could not just wait around for them. Luin felt a headache coming on. Of the 12 new students, only half of them could compete with the powerhouses of the other academies. Even Hui Day Knight was not qualified. After thinking through all of this, Luin did not plan to invite Schutz to participate in the battle for the trial zone. However, he had already invited him. That would hurt his pride. It just so happened that Michelle entered the trial zone mountain. She was still as enchanting as ever, and her red eyes swept over Luin and Schutz before she coldly walked towards the other side of the mountain. Wait, Luin called out. Michelle stopped and looked at Luin. What is it? Luin stood up and walked over to her. He looked into her red eyes and asked seriously, I want to snatch a trial zone. Are you interested in joining me? Not interested, Michelle replied bluntly. What about battle force? Not interested as well? Luin asked. Michelle stopped and looked at Luin with bright red eyes. Battle force? Lu Yin's lips curled up and he raised a hand, causing a stream of energy to revolve around him. Michelle's eyes burned with passion. There was no one who did not want to comprehend battle force. You comprehended battle force. This sentence caused Michelle's mood to change drastically. She had replaced Shiyu in the 10 Arbiters' Council, and because of this matter, the two of them had fought to a draw. Michelle did not seem to care, but she had already acknowledged Shiyu as her opponent. She had thought that she could easily surpass Shiyu with her hard work during this period of time, but things would be different if Shiyu had battle force. How do you know? Michelle's tone was cold and somewhat anxious. Luin casually dispersed his battle force. I was the one who helped her comprehend it in the 2nd level of the Sand Ocean. Michelle stared at Luin. What are your conditions? Luin smiled. Help me snatch a training ground. Michelle frowned. You should know how terrifying an area master is. You've seen Frankfurt's strength. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. Everyone knew that he had been killed by Frankfurt, and he would get his revenge sooner or later. Unfortunately, Spear Mountain was not suitable for him, or else he would have snatched it this time. Are you afraid? Michelle coldly replied, at worst, I'll just die once. I don't mind. She then added seriously, but I'll only help you once. I can't help you forever. Sure, just once is enough. Luine smiled. Where are we going? Michelle asked. Schutz looked over as well. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he answered, the Tao of Purgatory, the Fathomless Pool. The Fathomless Pool was the smallest training ground in the Tao of Purgatory. The smallest only referred to its size, but it was actually very useful because it could help cultivators cultivate battle force. The deeper one went into the pool, the greater the pressure. Unfortunately, it was too small and could only accommodate 2 people at a time, which meant that there were not many students cultivating there. The other trial zones also had places that were suitable for cultivating battle force, but the Fathomless Pool was rather useless. Aside from Area Master Euro, almost no one else cultivated there. Luine had chosen the Fathomless Pool for another reason. Euro was a good friend of Jared. Euro is the only Area Master in the Fathomless Pool, but he's very strong and has the innate gift of life. It's rumored that his battle force has reached the one-lined realm, so he won't be easy to deal with. Who else did you find? Michelle asked. Luine looked at Schutz. Michelle frowned, this person was useless. Can you cultivate battle force in the 2nd level of the Sand Ocean? Schutz suddenly asked. Luine nodded. That's where I grasped battle force. Schutz lowered his voice. I can't help you snatch a training ground this time. Luine sighed. Schutz wanted to, but he did not have the ability. You want to go to the 2nd level of the Sand Ocean? Schutz nodded. I'll help you after I comprehend battle force. He then walked out. Luine frowned. The 2nd layer of the Sand Ocean was no small matter. Even Qiyu had needed Lu Yin's help to survive the destructive winds. Schutz definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it with his current strength, but Luine knew that there was no point in saying anything. Schutz had the heart of a powerhouse, just like Zhongding Tian. If you're looking for people like that, then forget it. Euro is a true expert at the level of an area master, and his innate talent is also very strong. He's not much easier to deal with than Frankfurt. The 2 of us are definitely not a match for him, Michelle said coldly. Don't look down on them. Who knows, they might even have battle force when they come out, Luine said. Michelle glanced to the side, obviously not taking it to heart. Although this girl's words were harsh, they were the truth. Currently, the only people who could help Astral 10 in the face of an area master were the top few, Xiao Luo, Silver, Dark Void, and Lulu. Head 10 kilometers north of the Tao of Purgatory's Fathomless Pool. Once I've gathered enough manpower, we'll start the fight, Luine said to Michelle. Michelle was puzzled. 20 miles north of the Fathomless Pool? Where is that? I don't know. You want me to go if you don't know? Why don't you pick a place that you're familiar with around the Fathomless Pool? Michelle was speechless and directly entered the Trial Zone mountain. I'll wait for you for 5 days at most. If you don't show up in 5 days, then the deal is over. You still have to help me comprehend battle force. Luine was helpless. She was really hard to please. After Michelle entered the trial zone, Luine circled around the trial zone mountain and found Xiao Luo, Silver, Lulu, and Dark Void. This was good as well since he didn't have to go out and look for them. Thinking about it, Luine sat at the entrance of the trial zone mountain and waited for them to wake up. Half a day later, someone woke up, but it wasn't those people. Instead, it was Coco and Zora. The 2 were disciples of Windrift Hall, and there were experts from Windrift Hall in the trial zone. Although they weren't area masters, they had no problem protecting them. Windrift Hall had a good reputation in the Innerverse, and with Coco's kindness and cuteness, they had never been bullied in the Innerverse. Coco was very happy to see Luine. Brother Lu, it's been so long. Where have you been? Luine smiled. Out on a mission. Congratulations on your 100 victories in the ported battles, Coco. Coco stuck out her tongue. That's a terrible record. Brother Lu, don't make fun of me. 100 victories is an improvement. Coco, which Tao are you in? Luine asked. We were in the Tao of Heaven. Next, we'll go to the Tao of Slaughter or the Tao of Purgatory. Luine was envious. It was different to have a backer. If not for Sharon, he would have been hunted down no matter where he went. Coco, let's go. Mentor is waiting for us, Zora said, nodding at Luin. Luin watched the two leave. He didn't plan on summoning them. Although healing was important, it wasn't important in the trial zones. As long as they didn't die, they would recover quickly. With their current strength, they might even be weaker than Schutz when it came to fighting against an area master. Not long after, Dark Void woke up and glanced at Luin before coldly walking out of the trial zone mountain. Luin asked, Dark Void, are you interested in snatching a training ground from me? Not interested, Dark Void replied. He rarely spoke. I can help you comprehend battle force, and I can also let you cultivate in Whitebone's Hollow, Luin tempted. However, Dark Void remained unmoved. He stepped out of the trial zone mountain and disappeared from Luin's sight. Luin felt helpless. If it had been Huide Knight, he would have just beaten him up, but he didn't know where to start with Dark Void. This person was like a rock, and no one knew what he was thinking. As the academy's leader, he could supervise and judge the students within a reasonable range, but that was only if it was reasonable. Luin didn't think that forcing others to accompany him on a mission was reasonable. His failure to summon Dark Void didn't affect Lu Yin's state of mind. He didn't have much hope for Dark Void in the first place, and his focus was on the others. He had to succeed. Another day passed, and it was Silver's turn. This smiling, fox-like person was hard to see through. During the freshman competition, he had easily dealt with Huide Knight, and that butterfly had been able to do so. The butterfly knife's trajectory was still incomprehensible to Luin. It wasn't very fast, but it had interrupted Huide Knight's battle technique. It was a very strange attack. Luin would never forget Sirius's palm and the butterfly under the moonlight on Earth. The butterfly knife had clashed, and in that moment, their fates had intersected. Long time no see, Student Lu, Silver beamed as he stretched. Luin didn't need to be polite with Silver, I want to snatch a training ground. Shall we go together? Silver rolled his eyes and smiled, sure, I'll reluctantly help you with 30% of my strength. Luin sneered, I only need 20%. I can do that too, Silver smiled. This sort of meaningless conversation was pointless, so Luin directly said, let's go to the Tao of Purgatory. I want to snatch the fathomless pool. Wait for me 20 kilometers north. 20 kilometers north? Where? Silver was puzzled. I don't know, it's just a random place, Luin said. Silver shrugged and sat down a few dozen meters away from Luin. He closed his eyes and entered the trial zone once more. Lulu woke up quickly after Silver, and her eyes flashed when she saw Luin. Come, let's compete in strength again. Sure, but you have to agree to one condition if you lose. Lulu was straightforward, no problem. The two walked out of the trial zone mountain and appeared at the trial zone entrance. There were many ways to compete in strength, but for Luin and Lulu, tug-of-war was the simplest. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with surprise as he held Lulu's soft, white hand once more. It felt different this time, and her hand had a bit more tenacity to it. How should he describe it? It was a very familiar strength. Was this strength battle force? Luin suddenly raised his head and looked at Lulu in shock. Lulu grinned, making her already beautiful face even more radiant. Come on, the Mavis family will not lose to anyone in terms of strength. Battle force surged out of her body, causing the void to distort. Luin subconsciously used his own battle force, and the two forces intertwined and clashed against each other. In an instant, a terrifying force formed with the two at the center, and the ground suddenly sank as sparks appeared in the surrounding space. There was clearly no wind, but a current spiraled upwards and exploded 100 meters in the air, pressing down on the grass. Lulu's strength had increased by a lot, and she was now like a monster. However, Luin was even more terrifying. He still didn't know the limits of his body, but he had been able to withstand the whirlpool that had torn apart Gus and the others, who were close to an area master, for 2 seconds. This proved that his body's toughness had even surpassed that of an area master. Area masters were ranked in the top 10 of their respective academies, which showed just how terrifying their bodies were. Furthermore, Lu Yin's body was still strengthening. Lulu had the innate gift of the Mavis family, and she was constantly increasing her strength. Luin was the same, ever since that seal had been broken, his body's innate gift had shocked even the Sandmaster and the others. Lulu's eyes widened, and she stared at Luin as if he were a monster. She had already done her best, but she still couldn't beat him. Their battle force was about the same, and Lulu's was even slightly stronger. After all, she had been training with the Sandmaster for almost 4 months. Even so, she still couldn't beat Luin with her battle force, and she was slowly being pulled away by him. Suddenly, the two were repelled without any warning. In the distance, the trial master was displeased. "How many times have I told you not to destroy the grass? Don't fight here." The two shook off their palms and looked at each other as if they were looking at a monster. "I lost. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Lulu asked straightforwardly. Luin replied, "I want to snatch the Tao of Purgatory's fathomless pool." "Help me." Lulu was shocked, but then she grew excited. "You want to snatch a training ground? That's great, I've wanted to snatch one for a long time." "The fathomless pool? That's fine, I heard that it's a good place to cultivate battle force." Michelle, Silver, Lulu, and Luin made for a total of 4 people. They were still missing Xiao Luo. Luin had never underestimated any area master, and he was confident that he wouldn't lose in a one-on-one battle. However, it was almost impossible for him to win. He would have to work together to snatch a training ground. At the same time, on the sand ocean, Big Pao and Little Pao were facing the Sandmaster with serious expressions. "Have you really decided? This is no joke. With your strength, it will be very difficult to win." "It's almost impossible," the Sandmaster said in a low voice. Little Pao was resolute. "Mentor, we've decided. We're orphans who were adopted by Astral 10, and Astral 10 is our home. How can we let juniors who haven't even been in school for a year bear the responsibility?" Big Pao added, "Old Kai has already given Luin a mission. As long as he completes it, we'll make a move. Even if we can't win, we have to find out the bottom line of their strength." The Sandmaster nodded. "There are too many geniuses in the universe, and all of them like to disguise themselves, making it difficult for others to see their limits. It's good that the two of you are probing. This group of youths is not bad, and it might even be possible for you to bring Astral 10 back to the Innerverse in the future." The Sandmaster then looked at the two seriously. "But if you do that, you'll be completely exposed. The Astral Combat Tournament will definitely become a research target for the other academies." Big Pao and Little Pao looked at each other and smiled. "It doesn't matter. We've thought it through." In the Innerverse, there was a sealed area in a tributary of the Astral River. This was where Astral 6 was located. In Astral 6, Frankfurt looked at Lu Ji with admiration. "This is the first time I've seen a lockbreaking process up close. As expected of a genius lockbreaker." Lu Ji frowned. "It's a pity that the source box's contents have been destroyed by time, so I didn't get anything." "It doesn't matter. It's good that I was able to unlock it." Frankfurt smiled. Lu Ji looked at Frankfurt. "Senior, what do you think of Astral 10? Frankfurt was puzzled. "Astral 10? The academy that was expelled? What's wrong?" "I just want to know more," Lu Ji replied. She had not forgotten the shock that Astral 10 had given her. Xiao Luo, Dark Void, Silver, and Luin had all been extraordinary. Frankfurt thought about it and laughed. "I don't know much about it, but I've heard that the students there have some background. The Day-Night Clan, the Matus Clan, Windrift Hall, and so on." "Oh, right, there's also the Lockbreaker Society behind them." "Who?" Lu Ji was puzzled. The first people she thought of were Xiao Luo and Luin, both of whom were lockbreakers. "I think he's called Luin," Frankfurt said as a cold glint flashed through his eyes. He was no stranger to this name. Back then, he had wanted to befriend Jared and kill Luin with a single shot. Afterward, the people from the Blaze realm had spread the news, and Frankfurt had been pushed to the opposite side of Luin. However, it did not matter since Luin was just an Outerverse student. Lu Ji was not surprised, as Luin was a member of the Lockbreaker Society, so it was normal for him to have such a background. She did not know that Luin had never revealed his identity as a lockbreaker, and neither did Frankfurt know that the Outerverse student who had been pushed into opposing him was actually a lockbreaker with contributions. It was already 2 days later when Xiao Luo woke up from the Trial Zone mountain. There were still 2 days left before the 5-day deadline that Michelle had agreed upon. Xiao Luo was surprised to see him. "You're back." Lu Ying replied, "Brother Xia, I want to snatch a training ground. Please help me out." Xiao Luo muttered, "Who else?" "Michelle, Silver, Lulu, come with me," Lu Ying said. Xiao Luo nodded. "All right, when?" "Right now, let's gather 10 kilometers north of the Tao of Purgatory's fathomless pool," Lu Ying said. Xiao Luo opened his mouth to say something, but Lu Ying immediately cut him off. "I don't know where that is either. I just said it randomly." Xiao Luo smiled warmly and entered the trial zone once more. Where there were people, there would be news, and where there was news, there would be reporters. Wu De was a reporter, and he had aspired to become the greatest reporter under the heavens ever since he was young. To achieve this goal, he had worked hard for a long time and finally managed to enter the Astral Combat Academy with his innate gift. Everything had been perfect, but after entering the Astral Combat Academy, Wu De realized that he had been overthinking things. He wanted to report on the news, but what was the biggest news in the Astral Combat Academy? Of course, it was not entertainment gossip or unpopular weekly magazines. It was a battle between powerhouses, but could such a battle be reported? The answer was no, as no one wanted others to know everything about them, and no one wanted their battle techniques to be known by everyone, especially as the Astral Combat Tournament was approaching. This was why Wu De had tragically discovered that everything was just a fantasy. He had once reported on a battle between 2 powerhouses, and he had even described the details of the battle in great detail. After that, he had been hunted down for an entire month. However, Wu De did not give up. He had even established the Astral Combat Academy's newspaper in order to fulfill his dream. Although he was the only one reporting on it, he would not give up. Since he could not report in the real world, Wu De decided to set his sights on the trial zones. This place was also filled with battles, and it did not matter if he was hunted down. At worst, he would die once. The only downside was that he could not record any videos, and no external objects could enter this place. But that was fine, as Wu De was very confident in his own judgment. He could use a short description of a unique battle without any problems. On this day, Wu De arrived at the Tao of Purgatory and recalled the recent news that had been published in the Astral Combat Academy's newspaper. In particular, the news about Blackwater Lake had attracted a lot of attention. Yu Xianxi's inheritance had shocked countless people, and his newspaper's sales had skyrocketed. Although he was being hunted down by the Frostmoon sect, it did not matter. It was just a small matter, and he could handle it. Most importantly, he had received sponsorship from an internet company called Starlink. To Wu De, sponsorship was a small matter. What he cared about the most was being recognized. He felt that he was only one step away from becoming a great reporter. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Wu De stood in place and looked at the darkness before him. He muttered to himself for a while before running off in a certain direction. His gossipy soul had a premonition that there would be news in that direction. The fathomless pool was an unremarkable pool of water that was similarly black. If not for the fact that it was so far away from Blackwater Lake, some people would have even guessed that it was connected to Blackwater Lake. 20 kilometers north of the fathomless pool, Michelle and the other 2 sat calmly on a large black tree. In the distance, there was a group of wandering war spirits. The gathering place that Lu Ying had casually mentioned was actually a gathering place for war spirits. When Lu Ying appeared and saw the group of war spirits, he was a little stunned. "You sure know how to pick a place," Michelle commented coldly. Lu Ying felt awkward. "Lower your voice. Don't be discovered. This is a group of war spirits." Michelle snorted but did not say anything. A few hours later, Xiao Luo arrived and looked at the group of war spirits in astonishment. "This is a good place for a spirit hunter. No spirit hunter would dare to attack this place," Lulu said. Xiao Luo shook his head. "You don't understand the desire of a true spirit hunter for war spirits. These war spirits should have only gathered here recently, or else they would have been targeted by a spirit hunter long ago. Why do spirit hunters hunt war spirits?" Lu Ying was puzzled. "I don't know, but apparently it has something to do with an ancient inheritance," Xiao Luo answered. "Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's go to the fathomless pool, Michelle said before heading towards the pool. The five of them quickly arrived at the fathomless pool. The fathomless pool was located in a valley, and it had been a coincidence that they had first discovered it. At this moment, there was only one person there, Euro, one of the only 3 area masters of Astral 6. The Tao of Purgatory's training grounds were Spear Mountain, Blackwater Lake, the Fathomless Pool, Whitebones Gorge, and the Sky Platform. 4 of them were occupied by Astral 6, and only Blackwater Lake had been taken by the Frostmoon sect. Every academy had about the same number of area masters because these training grounds were very rare. Luin had also considered this factor when he had decided to take the Fathomless Pool. If he tried to take any of the training grounds, he would be hunted down by the powerhouses of the academy that had occupied it, or even the Realm Master himself. Only the Tao of Purgatory would not be affected because Luin was a lockbreaker, and so was Realm Master Tao Bo Attack. Luin barked before charging towards the Fathomless Pool without any warning. This was a trial zone where the strong were respected, and there was no reason to speak of. A few meters away from the Fathomless Pool, a bare-chested man with disheveled hair suddenly looked in Lu Yin's direction. When he saw Lu Yin charging towards him, his eyes turned cold. "You don't know what's good for you." He then extended his right palm, causing a stream of energy to revolve around him. The stream of energy then transformed into visible veins that covered his entire body. Lu Yin raised his palm and unleashed the Skybeast Claw. There was a bestial roar as the 96th form of the Skybeast Claw slammed towards Euro. With a bang, the Skybeast Claw was easily torn apart. Euro then grabbed at Lu Yin, the star energy in his palm taking the form of a flame. The scorching heat instantly swept through the ground and spread out in all directions. Lu Yin retreated as a silvery white radiance flitted past him. The butterfly blade flickered as the star energy in Euro's palm pressed down in an attempt to incinerate the butterfly. However, he was unable to do so. Surprise flashed through his eyes as he changed the direction of his palm and slammed it towards the ground. At the same time, his battle force surged and forced Silver to retreat. Lulu shouted from above and smashed down with a fist. Euro's eyes narrowed as he dodged once again. The ground was smashed apart by the fist, and the entire valley cracked apart, giving Euro a fright. "Don't run!" Lulu shouted as she lashed out with her leg. Her leg was slender yet powerful, and it looked like it could be broken easily. However, Euro did not dare to underestimate her after witnessing her previous punch. He raised his leg to meet hers, and both of them simultaneously released their battle force. Euro and Lulu retreated at the same time. Euro was shocked. Where had these freaks come from? They were all close to being an area master. Could it be that the other academies were trying to steal the Tao of Purgatory? The mentors of Astral 10 had carefully taught them for nearly 4 months, and their strength had greatly increased. They were no longer the same as they had been during the new cadet competition. Even Lu Yin was surprised by this. Furthermore, they were all geniuses who could challenge those above their realms. It could be said that the speed at which these people were learning in Astral 10 was equivalent to several years of progress for students from other academies. After all, the other academies did not have any mentors to specially teach them. They had been extremely lucky to be able to enter Astral 10. "Who are you people?" Euro asked sternly. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a chill behind him and hurriedly dodged to the side. A red lotus arrow had shot into the ground, causing his pupils to shrink as he turned to look into the distance. Was that the red lotus witchbow, Senior Mira? No, if it was Senior Mira, then he would be finished. That woman was Senior Mira's younger sister, Michelle. This meant that these people were from Astral 10. Lu Yin used Flash to appear in front of Euro. "I'm sorry, but please give up the Fathomless Pool." He then struck out with his palm, causing stars to appear and battle force to revolve around his palm. Euro's expression changed, and he raised his arms in front of him to block the attack. There was a thump as his entire body was smashed into the mountain wall and then into the ground, causing intense pain in his arms. Euro gritted his teeth in anger. Another battle force powerhouse. How did Astral 10 have so many freaks? Suddenly, a black shadow covered the sky as another palm pressed down. This time, it was not Lu Yin, but Xiao Luo. Euro growled and raised his palm. He used the Blaze Realm's battle technique, Heaven-Burning Sea of Flames. Star energy transformed into flames that enveloped Xiao Luo and everything within a kilometer of him. The flames even burned down the valley in an attempt to injure Xiao Luo. However, his palm inexplicably dissipated when it neared Xiao Luo. His star energy had been dissolved. If this had been someone from another academy, they would have been stunned, but Yuro was not. He was a student of Astral 6, which had gathered almost all of the Astral Combat Academy's lockbreakers. He was very familiar with this scene, as it was a lockbreaker's ability to dissolve star energy. There was actually a lockbreaker among these people. Yuro was once again smashed into the ground. The 5 continued to attack. Even though Yuro was a Pikla meter, it would still be difficult for any area master to withstand their attacks. It was already impressive that Yuro was still alive. Luin and the rest stood quietly as they looked at the ground. Yuro had the innate gift of being a Shiki, and his true strength had only just begun to show. The Shiki was an astral beast with red fur that resembled a fox. Its entire body was covered in flames, and it had a third eye on its forehead that could shoot out extremely high temperatures. It was a very powerful astral beast. There was a sharp hiss as the ground shattered and flames surged out from the cracks. Yuro's hair was disheveled as he charged out of the ground. Behind him was a phantom of a Shiki. "You Astral 10 trash, I'm going to slaughter you." With a loud roar, Yuro's one-lined battle force became even more obvious as he charged towards Luin. He recognized this person as the one who had said that he wanted to steal the training grounds. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and it was still serious as palm. 9 stars revolved and wrapped themselves in battle force as they collided with Yuro. As their battle force collided, shockwaves swept across the land and spread into the distance, tearing apart the black earth. More than 10 kilometers away, Wuda looked ahead in shock. A crack had appeared under his feet. His eyes were filled with excitement. There was a great battle ahead. Thinking about it, he immediately rushed over. Bang! The ground crumbled as Lu Yin and Yuro were pressed into the ground. Lu Yin's battle force was a level lower than Yuro's, but Sirius's palm had made up for it, and it was even stronger than Yuro's. Yuro's internal organs trembled, and he forcefully suppressed his shock. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes as the third eye of the Yuan-Chi phantom behind him stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he tried to use flash to evade the attack, but Yuro grabbed onto him tightly. Just as the Yuan-Chi phantom shot out the red beam, the silvery white radiance flickered once more, but this time it did not attack Yuro. Instead, it slashed towards the red beam, causing its trajectory to shift by a few centimeters. The beam brushed past Lu Yin's forehead and shot into the ground, melting the black surface of the ground. Yuro was enraged, and he raised a hand to slap Silver. Behind him, another red lotus arrow shot out. This arrow was not only aimed at Yuro, but it also enveloped Silver. Silver did not retreat, and he even took Yuro's attack head-on. He grabbed onto Yuro with a smile on his face. "Let's die together." Yuro's pupils shrank. This madman. The Yuan-Chi phantom behind him turned around and shot out a red beam from its third eye to melt the red lotus arrow. It then raised a leg and kicked Silver away. At the same time, Lu Yin's palm slammed into Yuro's abdomen. Yuro's battle force was blocked by Yuro's own, but the shockwaves from the explosion of the 9 stars still heavily injured Yuro. Yuro's body was sent flying once more, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before crashing into the ground. Xiaoluo and Lulu appeared at the same time and attacked with all their strength. Blood flowed from Yuro's teeth, and he growled as the Yuan-Chi phantom behind him exploded. The extreme heat distorted the void and caused it to crack open, forcing Xiaoluo and Lulu to retreat. Yuro himself absorbed the extreme heat, and his body began to burn with flames. His hands floated in the air as he created a fireball that evaporated the ground. Wuda had just arrived, and he was shocked by the scene before him. He recognized this person as the area master of the bottomless pool, Yuro. He was one of the top 5 powerhouses in Astral 6, but he had been beaten so badly. "You don't have the right to kill me." Yuro roared as he raised the fireball with both hands and smashed it towards Xiaoluo and Lulu. The fireball burned with an extremely high temperature that was condensed from Yuro's innate gift. It burned through the void, causing cracks to appear in space as it evaporated into a gaseous state. This was Yuro's full-strength attack, but what was even more terrifying was that there was even a trace of battle force wrapped around the fireball, causing it to be compressed even further. This attack could only be blocked by an area master. Wuda was shocked. This was an area master's full-strength attack. Xiao Luo's gaze turned serious, and he leapt up to face the fireball with a single palm. His arm moved in a random pattern as he immediately slowed down the fireball. At the same time, he disintegrated the battle force that was wrapped around the fireball. He was also forced back 100 meters by the fireball, but this distance caused the fireball to shrink slightly. Yuro was shocked. Even a lockbreaker would not be able to disintegrate his attack so easily. This person was definitely not ordinary. Was he really someone from Astral 10? A green figure flashed before his eyes as Lulu appeared right in front of Yuro. She lifted her leg and stomped down. Yuro had used his full strength, so not only had his battle force been severely depleted, but his reaction speed had also slowed down. He was unable to dodge and could only raise his arms to block the attack. With a bang, the ground shattered once again. Yuro's entire body was smashed into the ground, and the valley around him crumbled. Wuda was almost buried, but he still watched this scene excitedly. A fight between area masters was very rare, and he had not expected to see another fight between area masters just a few days ago at Blackwater Lake. The moment that Yuro was pushed into the ground by Lulu, Silver appeared. Silver's butterfly blade flashed as it swept past Yuro, causing a bloody gash to appear on his neck. This blade was too fast, and even if Yuro had seen it coming, he would not have been able to block it. Silver had completely seen through Yuro's weakness. At the same time, a beast roared through the void as a sky beast claw came crashing down. In the distance, a red lotus arrow shot out and crashed into the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble. At this moment, Xiao Luo had paid the price of retreating 300 meters to neutralize Yuro's fireball attack. The scene was silent as everyone looked down at the ground and sighed. Yuro definitely would not survive this, even if he was an area master. Although everyone was only a melder, they could challenge those above their realms, and this was not an ordinary battle. They were all freakish geniuses, and while they might not be an area master's match in a one-on-one fight, they could not be underestimated when they worked together. The Sandmaster had once said that Astral 10 had recruited a group of true geniuses, and these people would be outstanding even in the other academies. At this moment, in a depression in Astral Six's Trial Zone Mountain, Yuro opened his bloodshot eyes and roared, "Astral 10, Astral 10." Yuro's roar shocked many of the students on the Trial Zone Mountain, and they all looked up. There was an unwritten rule on the Trial Zone Mountain: the stronger one was, the higher one's position would be. Only the strong could stand above the rest. Yuro was one of the strongest people in Astral 6, and he was second only to the Realm Master. He was ranked within the top 5 of Astral 6, so his position was naturally at the very top. Not far below Yuro, Gus rolled his eyes. That lunatic had given him a fright. He calculated the time and realized that he should have been able to enter, but he was unlucky to have died at Blackwater Lake. Outside the Valley of the Fathomless Pool, the group had already confirmed Yuro's death. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had made the right choice in finding these people to work with, as they had not done much. If it had been Schutz, Coco, or the others, he would have been the main attacker. "Brother Lu, we've already seized the Fathomless Pool. What's next?" "Yuro definitely won't be satisfied," Xiao Luo said with a normal expression. Even when he had fought against Yuro, he had not expended much energy. The others all looked at Luin. Generally speaking, seizing training grounds was an individual activity, and very few people would team up to do so. This was because even if an area master was defeated, they could still take revenge at any time. These people could not stay together forever, so it was meaningless. Luin shrugged. Old Kai's mission was to seize it, not to defend it. If Yuro comes back, we'll just return it to him. Then our efforts will have been wasted, Silver said with a grin. Lulu snorted. There's no reason for me to give my things to others. Although Michelle did not say anything, her attitude was clear. She did not want to return it. They were all very proud. They had already seized it, and it would be embarrassing to return it. Since that's the case, there's only one way to go about it. Which one of you is willing? Luin asked. Xiao Luo smiled. I can. I want to comprehend battle force anyway. It's a very useful power. Lulu raised her head. I'll stay. The fathomless pool suits me. I can stay too, Silver said with a smile. Michelle looked at Luin indifferently. Fulfill your promise first. I'll report this to Old Kai first. Whoever wants to stay can stay. This is our territory, Luin said with a wave of his hand before leaving the Tao of Purgatory. Michelle immediately left as well. Xiao Luo and the other two looked at each other and then walked towards the fathomless pool. That place would belong to Astral 10 in the future. In the distance, Wuda was very excited and kept muttering. He was reciting the words that he was about to publish and memorizing them without missing a single word. The news of the battle at the fathomless pool would definitely cause a sensation. After all, these people were all from Astral 10, and it was time to investigate their backgrounds. In Astral 10's treasury, Old Kai raised his brows. You seized the fathomless pool? Luin nodded. Yes, I did. Old Kai grunted. Alright, you've completed the mission. He then stared at Luin. Kid, do you know why I gave you this mission? Luin shook his head. The Astral Combat Tournament is not just about fighting. Aside from determining the strongest of the 10 academies, it also determines the rankings of the 10 academies, Old Kai explained slowly. When he saw that Luin did not understand, he continued, the Astral Combat Academy is still an academy, not a purely combat organization. The most important thing for an academy is education, not just for one person, but for a whole group. Only when there are enough powerhouses can an academy's education be successful. Are you saying that the Astral Combat Tournament requires all of us to work together? Luin was astonished. Old Kai nodded. Of course. Even if you're recognized as the strongest of the 10 academies, you won't even be able to enter the finals without the help of the other students. Luin muttered to himself. The first round is called the 3 Academies Challenge. 3 academies will be randomly selected, and each academy will send one person to guard an area. All the other academies will be allowed to charge forward, and they are not allowed to use any battle techniques or innate gifts. As long as they can charge past the area that they are guarding, they will be able to proceed to the next round. If more than half of the total number of participants manage to charge past the area that they are guarding, then the 3 academies will be judged as having failed and will be eliminated from the competition, Old Kai said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Old Kai paused for a moment before continuing. The second round is called the knocking on the dragon's door. It can also be called the beating of the war drums. The war drums signify the start of the Astral Combat Tournament, and each academy will send one person to guard the drums. Once all the participants from their respective academies arrive, they must sound the drums. Those who fail to sound the drums will be judged as having failed and will be eliminated from the tournament. The third round is called the paying respects to the ancestors. Similarly, each academy must send one student to guard the third round. Once the participants from their respective academies who passed the first 2 rounds arrive, they must light incense to pay respects to the ancestors of the 10 academies. Those who fail to light the incense will be judged as having failed and will be eliminated from the tournament. As for the fourth round, it's the drawing of lots to determine the true strongest of the 10 academies. Luin answered seriously, the war drums and incense to the ancestors aren't simple, right? Old Kai laughed strangely. Of course. The war drums are made from the skin of astral beasts, so it's not easy to sound them. One must at least comprehend battle force to be able to sound them. Luin raised his brows. What about the incense? Same. Those who haven't reached a certain level can't even touch it, Old Kai said. Luin grew serious. 1 seed, 1 knocking on the dragon's door, and 1 paying respects to the ancestors. This means that each academy has eliminated at least the top 3, and 3 academies have eliminated the top 4. You can interpret it that way. That's why we're giving you the mission of snatching training grounds. Otherwise, how can you compete in the Astral Combat Tournament when you don't even know who can do what? Old Kai rolled his eyes. Luin silently calculated that Astral 10's current lineup was enough. Old Kai, what should I do now? Keep a low profile and bide your time. Don't let others see through you before the astral combat tournament. Right, maintain your battle force at all times, but don't let others detect it, Old Kai said. Louis nodded. Battle force circled around his body, but he suppressed it to the surface of his body so that it could not penetrate his clothes. This way, no one would be able to detect it. However, maintaining this form for a long time was too tiring. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Michelle was waiting for him not far away. Should I help you comprehend battle force now? Louis asked. Michelle pondered for a moment. Wait for me for a month. I'll see you in a month at the Sand Ocean. Sounds good, Louis agreed. He could go out and earn some crystals in a month. He hadn't rolled the die in a long time, and he didn't have any money. Now, he needed at least 100,000 crystals to roll the die. Otherwise, if he rolled possession, it would be a huge loss. Possession was a point that could transform him, and he couldn't waste it. The next day, a piece of news shook the entire Astral Combat Academy. The Tao of Purgatory's fathomless pool had been robbed, and the culprit was Astral 10. This news came from the Astral Combat Academy's newspaper, and the title was, Astral 10's Glory Reappears, Snatching the Fathomless Pool. This article vividly described the battle between Euro and the students from Astral 10. The editor, Wu De, used his experienced writing to describe the battle so vividly that it made the audience feel as if they had been there. More importantly, the introduction of the students from Astral 10 shocked many of the Astral Combat Academy students. Xiao Luo, a new student from Astral 10, a new lockbreaker, and a rising star. He easily dispelled an attack from Area Master Euro and set the stage for Euro's defeat. The author believes that without Xiao Luo, there would have been no victory in this battle. He was the one who dealt a decisive blow to Euro and received Euro's strongest attack. His strength is comparable to an Area Master's, but more importantly, he is only a melder, a monstrous genius buried in Astral 10. Silver, a new student from Astral 10, a killer with a smile and a butterfly blade. His butterfly blade is strange and ever-changing, and he has injured Euro multiple times, making it impossible for him to dodge. In the end, he even decapitated Euro. His smile instills fear of death in others, and his blade can slice through the void. The author even believes that he possesses the power of a domain. He was the one who restricted Euro's attacks and prevented him from casually attacking. This person is also a melder and yet another monstrous genius buried in Astral 10. Lulu, the Mavis. She has inherited the Mavis family's terrifying innate gift, and each of her attacks can split the heavens and the earth. She looks beautiful and delicate, but she possesses the strength of a war god. Euro was unable to withstand her heavy attacks, and she sent him crashing into the ground multiple times. She even pierced through a mountain wall. Euro was helpless against her existence, but what was even more shocking was that she possessed battle force, which made her incomparably powerful. This person is still a melder and is also a monstrous genius buried in Astral 10. Red Lotus, the Red Lotus Witch. She is the younger sister of the Red Lotus Witch Bao, and an exception was made for her to join the 10 Arbiters' Council as a melder. She has a charming appearance, but she has a cold heart. Her Red Lotus arrows can pierce through the void, and every step that Euro took was precisely calculated by her. In the end, she dealt a decisive blow to Euro. She is the goddess of this author's heart. She has a perfect appearance, and it is worth mentioning that she is also a melder. Too many geniuses have been buried in Astral 10. What a pity. Luin, the rumored leader of Astral 10. He defeated Phoenix, a powerhouse on the Blaze Realm smelting list, and was the one who teased Shiyu. His strength is not bad, but he did not display any decisive power in his battle with Euro. This author believes that he might be a smokescreen from Astral 10. Fog Bullet, in order to hide the existence of the others, if we use his performance in his battle with Euro as a benchmark, then this person might not even be able to enter Astral 10's top 5. Of course, his strength is not too bad either, and he can compete with the average student from the other academies. However, compared to his previous battle results, his current performance is too lacking. This author believes that the credibility of his previous battle results needs to be reconfirmed. This was Wu Da's introduction of the battle at the Fathomless Pool. This introduction had thoroughly boosted Astral 10's popularity, and Xiao Luo, Silver, Lulu, and Michelle were all exposed to the eyes of everyone in the Astral Combat Academy. Of course, Wu De had also learned his lesson and did not go into detail about their battle characteristics. However, his description of the battle was exceptionally brilliant, and many students treated it like a novel. Unfortunately, when Wu De appeared, the battle was already about to end. Thus, the first half of the battle had been fabricated by him, and he did not see Lu Yin and Yuro fight. His introduction of Xiao Luo and the others was also exaggerated, but that was not important. What was important was that the news had become popular. Regardless of whether it was entertainment gossip or battle news, there would always be a difference in quality. For example, Xiao Luo and the other three had been highly praised by Wu De, but he had only dropped Lu Yin in order to gain some attention. In Wu Da's eyes, Lu Yin was indeed not worth reporting. His skybeast claw was not that strong, and Wu De did not even have the desire to investigate Lu Yin. He believed that his guess was correct, and that Lu Yin had been released by Astral 10 to mislead the other academies. Otherwise, how could a mere Astral 10 have such a terrifying powerhouse that could suppress Xiao Luo and the others? In Astral 2, Lu Tang read the news with interest. Not bad, Astral 10 was able to defeat Yuro. Although they teamed up, they were all melders, so they have some strength. However, is this Lu Yin the genius lockbreaker that she was talking about? Why didn't she mention his identity as a lockbreaker? In Astral 6, Sharon laughed heartily. He could not do anything to Lu Yin, but when he saw the news belittling Lu Yin, he felt very happy. Very good, this news has a bright future. Lu Ji stared at the news with a frown. She recognized Xiao Luo and Silver among the names mentioned, so the reviews were quite pertinent. However, the introduction of Lu Yin was a little biased. She had not expected this guy to be Astral 10's leader, but why had they not reported that he had become a lockbreaker? Furthermore, he was a one-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. This editor was irresponsible. As for Lu Yin's strength, Lu Ji could not really evaluate it. Perhaps Astral 10 really had released him to mislead the other academies. In her mind, the most terrifying people were the smiling Silver and the black-haired man. In Astral 8, Craner slammed the news shut. That bastard Wu De, don't let me see this. He actually dared to say that Lu Yin's battle results were not credible. Craner had been completely crushed by Lu Yin. That person's strength was definitely not simple. In Astral 10, Big Pow, Little Pow, and the other students also saw the news and were pleasantly surprised that Astral 10 had become famous once again. Michelle frowned, as she had not expected that someone else had seen that battle. Furthermore, Lu Yin's strength had been severely underestimated. If he had not exhausted Yuro's battle force, that battle would not have been so easy. Furthermore, Lu Yin had been the one who had caused Yuro's first injury, and he had not been injured until the end. She had even guessed that he could fight against an area master, but he had been demoted to such a low level. Did that person not see the first half of the battle? At this moment, Yuro was in a very bad mood. The news had described him as a villain, and he had sworn to hunt down that bastard called Wu De. He scanned the news again and finally stopped at the report on Lu Yin. Others might not know, but he was well aware of the trouble this person had caused him. His battle force had not been able to harm this person, and this person also had battle force. His physical body was terrifyingly strong, and the palm strike that had severely injured him had left a deep impression on Yuro. How could Lu Yin be so weak? This Wu De must be blind. Yuro closed the news and decided to take revenge. He wanted to snatch back the fathomless pool. As he thought about it, he endured the pain in his head and entered the trial zone. While the students of the Astral Combat Academy were discussing the news, Lu Yin had already left Astral 10 and appeared in outer space. He had also seen the news and smiled. He had originally wanted to spend some time in peace, but he had not expected Wu De to help him. Now, even if Lu Yin announced that he had become the student leader through his own strength, no one would believe him. However, the evaluation of Xiao Luo and the others was still quite accurate. Wu De himself had thought that it was exaggerated, but Lu Yin felt that it was not enough. He had always felt that Xiao Luo and Silver had been hiding something. At the very least, Lu Yin had not seen the battle techniques that they were proficient in. End of chapter 185. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.